Chapter 1. Rebirth. Ming. The young girl gently placed Lu Ming's hand against her face, savoring the lingering warmth of his calloused palm. If you do not harbor feelings for Guin Nan, would you then have affections for me? Lu Ming lay on the hospital bed, feeling the strength ebbing from his body, slowly closing his eyes. His mind was consumed by the image of Shen Han Yu's serene, yet sorrowful eyes, brimming with unspoken sadness. If only I could start new. Suddenly, Lu Ming awoke with a start, confronted by a scene entirely different from what he had just experienced. Had he not met his demise? As he rummaged through the familiar, yet slightly foreign school bag beneath his desk, he uncovered the high school textbooks and a pink love letter filled with his handwritten words. That it dawned on him that he had been reborn. This love letter was penned for Guin Nan, and Guin Nan was the belle of Lu Ming's high school, and from the very first glance in freshman year, Lu Ming had been infatuated with her. In his quest for a fleeting glance from Guin Nan, Lu Ming had endured numerous trials and tribulations. He catered to her every meal, not to mention running errands for her and her friends. He spared no expense on luxury handbags, clothing, and cosmetics. Yet, despite his efforts, Guin Nan had never once regarded him with kindness. Whenever Lu Ming presented her with a bag that was not the latest or most expensive, she would berate him mercilessly and, in a fit of disdain, toss it into the trash right before him. Only upon receiving the most extravagant and up-to-date handbag would Guin Nan permit him to continue his adoration. Lu Ming was utterly stripped of his rationality by her whims, even in such a demeaning position. His devotion to Guin Nan remained unwavering. To her, Lu Ming was merely a walking ATM, a source of funds to indulge her desires. This particular love letter was intended for Guin Nan to confess his feelings after school. However, upon presenting it to her, Guin Nan's expression was one of pure disdain. What does this tattered piece of paper mean, especially when you haven't bought me the latest handbag? Such was Guin Nan's response, her shrill voice attracting the attention of many students from other classes. If you truly like me, you ought to demonstrate some sincerity. What is a mere piece of paper worth? With that, she callously discarded the heartfelt letter Lu Ming had toiled over into the dirt, along with his pride. As Lu Ming reflected on the past, he clenched his fists. A woman of such character was hardly deserving of his affection. Lu Ming hailed from a wealthy family and had lavished money in pursuit of Guin Nan, but ultimately his father could no longer tolerate it and forbade him from associating with her. Yet Lu Ming, blinded by love, severed ties with his family due to Guin Nan, but when Lu Ming fell into poverty, Guin Nan discarded him without hesitation, her reasoning starkly clear. You're nothing but a penniless wretch now. Meeting you will only diminish my worth. We should cease our interactions. Even when Lu Ming was diagnosed with a terminal illness, Guin Nan remained indifferent, treating him merely as a topic to boast about to her friends. Now that he had been reborn, he vowed not to repeat his past mistakes. He resolved that he would never again cast a glance at a woman as materialistic as Guin Nan. With thoughts swirling in his mind, Lu Ming clenched his fists tightly. He violently tore apart the pink love letter and cast the fragments into the trash, along with the humiliation he had endured in his past life. The school bell rang, resonating through the lifeless classroom of high school. Lu Ming stared blankly at his pristine book, a wave of nostalgia washing over him. In his previous life, he had been so engrossed in being Gu Yinen's devoted admirer that he neglected his studies, landing him at the bottom of the ranks. The homeroom teacher had made numerous earnest attempts to guide him, but to no avail. Lu Ming was not unintelligent, having once ranked among the top 100 in middle school. Ultimately, it was Guin Nan and his rival Wang He who orchestrated his downfall, resulting in his expulsion from school. Lu Ming was left with no choice but to work as a waiter at a barbecue restaurant, inhaling the greasy smoke day in and day out. With this thought, he picked up his book, hoping to recover the knowledge he had wasted in his previous life. Nan, is Lu Ming actually studying? He seems quite earnest. Lin Luluo, Gu Yinen's desk mate, remarked upon noticing him. Initially skeptical, Guin Nan found herself watching Lu Ming as he diligently read. Contrary to his usual sycophantic demeanor, his current focus rendered him even more handsome, captivating her attention. Isn't he usually either asleep in class or daydreaming about you? What's gotten into him all of a sudden? Lin Luluo scoffed, recalling her earlier assertion that she admired those who excelled academically. Guin Nan pondered whether Lu Ming's newfound diligence was for her sake. What else could it be for? A hint of smug satisfaction graced her face. Today I'm in a good mood, so I had Lu Ming buy lunch for you all, Guin Nan told Lin Luluo. Lin Luluo was momentarily taken aback, but upon realizing she could mooch a meal, she praised, wow, having a devoted admirer like Lu Ming is truly beneficial. After class, Lu Ming organized his notes from the literature lesson, which he could at least comprehend, but keeping pace with mathematics proved to be a considerable challenge. A slight headache creased his brow as he turned to find Gu Yinan standing beside him. Her presence unexpected. "Lu Ming, you ordered food for me and my friends, right?" She tossed a note onto his desk, filled with a long list of dishes. "Of course, but the money is still coming from you," Lu Ming replied with a wry smile, incredulous at her assumption. How had he managed to tolerate such a woman for so long? "Why on earth should I buy it for you?" His brow arched, and his eyes narrowed, fixating on Gu Yinan with an expression that, while not overtly angry, exuded a palpable pressure. This was the same demeanor he had worn during prior disturbances at the barbecue restaurant. Gu Yinan was momentarily taken aback. The Lu Ming she had known had always greeted her with a smile and complied with her whims. Now he not only rejected her, but did so with an air of disdain. Of course, "It's because you like me. If you don't buy me lunch, you can forget about pursuing me," she retorted, attempting to maintain her composure despite the chilling nature of Lu Ming's expression. "Is there any benefit for you in pursuing me?" Lu Ming scoffed. "Do you expect everyone in the world to revolve around you?" Gu Yinan was taken aback by Lu Ming's unexpected words. She was astonished by his abrupt shift in demeanor. Today, he exhibited an unprecedented firmness. The coldness of Lu Ming's expression coupled with his icy remarks instilled in Gu Yinan a peculiar sensation. It was as if he had transformed into an entirely different person, radiating an unusual aura and charisma. Unbeknownst to her, this allure stemmed from Lu Ming's prior experiences in navigating the vicissitudes of society, a depth of maturity unattainable for someone as sheltered as her. As the school's belle, Gu Yinan was accustomed to being surrounded by admirers. Her suitors could easily fill an entire classroom. She had never been confronted in such a manner, especially not by her number one admirer, Lu Ming. "My previous pursuit of you was merely a misjudgment on my part," Lu Ming declared. "From this moment forth, I have no desire for any association with you, and I kindly ask you to maintain your distance." "Thank you." With an unwavering heart and a composed facade, Lu Ming spoke. Chapter 2. A Reunion. Gu Yinan's fair complexion flushed crimson with indignation, especially with her friends watching. How dare Lu Ming humiliate her in front of others? What had gotten into him today? He seemed like a completely different person. Frustrated and trembling, she found herself at a loss for words. "You'll regret this," Gu Yinan shrieked before dashing out of the classroom. Her outburst drew the attention of several classmates, who turned their gazes toward Lu Ming. Typically, Gu Yinan exuded an image of a delicate and gentle young lady. This sudden display of anger was entirely out of character for her. What's wrong with the school beauty? Why is she so upset? Who knows? Did Lu Ming somehow provoke her? That shouldn't be the case usually. He would go to great lengths to please her, practically offering his heart on a platter. How could he have upset her? It was common knowledge among the majority of their classmates that Lu Ming was infatuated with the school beauty, and his devotion was unwavering, having persisted since their freshman year into their sophomore year, a feat many could not achieve. Before any conclusions could be drawn, the homeroom teacher, Lu Zhen, entered the classroom. "Everyone, please return to your seats. We have a new student joining us today." Upon hearing this, Lu Ming felt his heart skip a beat. He anxiously turned his gaze toward the podium, recalling that today was indeed the day. "Hello everyone, I am Shen Hanyue." The young girl stood before them, clad in a pristine white blouse, her eyes sparkling with a bright and enchanting smile. Shen Hanyue was Lu Ming's childhood friend. In his previous life, she had also transferred to this school at the same time, but Lu Ming, engrossed in his role as an admirer, had failed to acknowledge her. After Gu Yinan had once told Lu Ming to go die, he had nearly resorted to self-harm. Shen Hanyue, frightened, had embraced him, urging him not to act impulsively. Seeing the slight blood on his arm had pained her as if it were her own suffering. She had always silently admired Lu Ming, caring for him until his dying moments, while Gu Yinan, the one he had long cherished, had already severed ties with him. Upon contemplating this, he lifted his gaze towards Shen Hanyue, only to discover that she was already looking back at him, her eyes brimming with merriment. Shen Hanyue was not at all inferior in beauty to Gu Yinan. In fact, she appeared even more innocent and enchanting, though she seldom adorned herself. "Next, you shall sit in." The homeroom teacher, Lu Zhen, hesitated as he scanned the classroom for an available seat. "Sit here with me," Lu Ming offered, clearing the space beside him. A wave of astonishment swept through the class as they regarded Lu Ming in disbelief. Their surprise was not unwarranted, for the seat next to Lu Ming had remained vacant for quite some time. In his past life, Lu Ming had threatened the homeroom teacher to ensure that his deskmate could only be Gu Yinan, leaving the teacher powerless to in that previous existence. With no other seats available, the teacher had placed his hopes on the space beside Lu Ming. This evidently touched a nerve with Lu Ming, who refused to yield, even going so far as to gesture for Shen Hanyue to vacate the spot. He could never forget the look of sorrow on Shen Hanyu's face when he uttered those words. The memory would twist his heart painfully whenever it resurfaced. In his last life, he had let Shen Hanyue down far too many times, and this time, he vowed to himself that he could not fail her again. Shen Hanyu's eyes sparkled with delight upon his initiative, while the homeroom teacher was taken aback, feeling a sense of relief. She had anticipated that Lu Ming would certainly cause a scene, but is it true? Lu Ming is actually willing to relinquish that seat. The classmates exchanged glances, all too aware of how desperately Lu Ming wished for that seat to be occupied by Gu Yinan, nearly to the point of obsession. Previously, some male classmates had engaged in lewd discussions about Gu Yinan's figure, uttering various vulgarities. Once Lu Ming learned of this, he demanded an apology from the male student, who, rather than complying, retorted with, "Don't you want to experience Gu Yinan yourself?" Before he could finish, Lu Ming had knocked him to the ground with a single punch. A consequence. Lu Ming received a severe warning from the school and narrowly escaped a major disciplinary record. Yet, Gu Yinan, upon hearing of the incident, merely regarded Lu Ming as meddlesome, not even bothering to voice a word of thanks. Shen Hanyue placed her backpack on the desk beside Lu Ming, her eyes gleaming with joy. "It's been so long, Ming. Do you still remember me?" The girl nervously initiated conversation, taking a seat beside him. "How could I possibly forget? You used to challenge me in every game when we were kids, and you lost every single time. I recall one occasion when you even cried about it." Lu Ming teased. "How do you still remember that?" Shen Hanyu's cheeks flushed as she became aware of her past blunders. "Why, after living so well in Luochuan City, have you suddenly decided to return to Qingyang City?" Lu Ming deftly shifted the topic. "What, am I not welcome?" Shen Hanyue pouted, feigning annoyance. "Of course you are, but it was quite sudden. Why didn't you inform me beforehand? I could have made reservations at a restaurant to treat you," Lu Ming replied with a smile. "I did try to reach out to you, but you deleted all my contact information. I only found out you were at this school through Aunt Lu," Shen Hanyue said, her lips pouting in a slightly aggrieved manner. She had thought they were good friends, only to discover that Lu Ming had blocked her. Lu Ming found it difficult to smile. The reason Shen Hanyue could not reach him was that he had deleted all female contacts in his pursuit of Gu Yinan. Gu Yinan, however, remained indifferent to such trivialities. To ensure that the goddess would glance his way upon her return, Lu Ming meticulously attended to every detail. "What would you like to eat?" "Tonight it's my treat." Lu Ming preferred not to elaborate on the matter. Upon hearing that Lu Ming was treating her to dinner, Shen Hanyu's eyes sparkled with excitement. "I want mapo tofu, twice-cooked pork, braised pork, kung pao chicken, sauerkraut fish, fish-flavored shredded pork, and sweet and sour ribs." All right, Lu Ming interrupted promptly. "You can order whatever you want when we get to the restaurant." "Thank you, Amy. I feel like I'm putting you to expense." Shen Hanyue playfully stuck out her tongue. In Lu Ming's previous life, after severing ties with his family, Shen Hanyue would always give him her entire allowance. Yet he had spent all that money on gifts for Gu Yinan, who had never offered a single word of thanks or acknowledgement. "Well, it's just a meal. Afterwards, they'll take you around the school so you won't get lost," Lu Ming said, feeling a stir of emotion at the sight of the lively Shen Hanyue. As Lu Ming and Shen Hanyue chatted and laughed, Gu Yinan, who had just run out in a huff, returned looking dejected for class. Ji Yinan had thought that Lu Ming would surely regret provoking her, perhaps even chase after her to apologize, but he remained utterly unfazed. She had resolved to give him a way out if he bought her a new bag. She would forgive him and allow him to continue his pursuit. However, Lu Ming not only failed to appease her, but also appeared to be enjoying the company of an unfamiliar woman. How could this be? Gu Yinan was taken aback at the sight of Lu Ming engaging in laughter with Shen Hanyue. Hadn't he reserved the seat beside him for her? He had promised that spot was meant only for her. Although she had never particularly coveted sitting next to Lu Ming, witnessing him offer that space to another caused a twinge of pain in her heart. Why was that? Chapter 3. The Art of Pursuit. During the next class, Gu Yinan absorbed not a single word, her mind a chaotic whirlwind. "Yinan, can you believe that Lu Ming dared to reject you? I think you absolutely must not forgive him this time," Lin Luluo exclaimed, her frustration stemming from her own dinner plans going awry. "I feel like Lu Ming has transformed into someone else entirely." Gu Yinan expressed her concerns. Lin Luluo found it puzzling, as well Lu Ming, who typically would not utter a harsh word to Gu Yinan for fear of losing her attention, had spoken so boldly today. Yet, Lin Luluo refrained from sharing her thoughts with Gu Yinan, as she secretly found Lu Ming's cold demeanor quite handsome. Lu Ming was already strikingly attractive, and with a wealthy background, it was a shame he usually approached Gu Yinan with a subservient demeanor. This was the first time she had witnessed him speak with such poise and confidence, and it made him appear even more charismatic and refined. Perhaps it's because Lu Ming cannot pursue you that Lin Luoluo began, without a moment's hesitation. Impossible. Gu Yinan interjected with unwavering certainty. Lu Ming had pursued her for so many years, consistently preparing her meals, showering her with gifts on weekends, and doing everything within his power to fulfill her desires. How could he simply give up? Or perhaps Lu Ming, seeing that he cannot win your affection, wishes to employ this tactic to make you care for him? Lin Luoluo mused whimsically. I've read about this in novels. It's called playing hard to get. Playing hard to get? Indeed. That must be the case, that he surely intended to draw her attention in this manner, perhaps because of her excessive indifference towards him, which led Gu Yinan to a sudden clarity. No wonder Lu Ming's demeanor today was so different from usual, leaving her in such a state of unrest. However, Gu Yinan could not fathom why she was so concerned about Lu Ming, who was merely her devoted admirer. Shaking her head, she chose not to dwell on it. After all, a simple apology and a touch of tenderness towards Lu Ming would surely coax him back into his previous role of adoration. The thought of Lu Ming continuing to shower her with affection gradually dispelled the clouds of doubt in her heart. With 20 minutes remaining until class was dismissed, Gu Yinan felt a surge of impatience. She wished to glance back at Lu Ming, yet feared the scrutiny of others. Hanyu, what are your usual scores in mathematics? Lu Ming inquired. The full score is 120, and I typically manage between 100 and 110, Shen Hanyue replied after a moment of contemplation. Such high marks. Lu Ming exclaimed, gazing at Shen Hanyue with admiration. I never expected you to be both stunningly beautiful and exceptionally intelligent. Flushed by Lu Ming's compliment, Shen Hanyue responded modestly, oh, it's nothing special. What about you? My mathematics scores barely reach 40, Lu Ming confessed. What? Shen Hanyue was taken aback. I remember my aunt saying you were academically gifted back in middle school. Ah, that was in the past, Lu Ming lamented. Things have changed drastically since then. Indeed. Mathematics was Lu Ming's Achilles heel. Pursuing other subjects might have been manageable, but mathematics was particularly challenging. Mastery required a gradual accumulation of knowledge, not something that could be achieved overnight. Now, as a senior, he had dedicated no time to studying in his quest for Gu Yinan, making it all the more daunting to catch up on what he had missed. Don't lose heart. It's not too late, Shen Hanwei encouraged, her cheeks tinged with warmth. How about I tutor you? Wouldn't that be too much trouble for you? Lu Ming expressed concern, recalling how his previous despondency had adversely affected Shen Hanwei. Out of worry for him, she had neglected her own studies before the college entrance examination, ultimately missing the opportunity to attend her dream school. It's no trouble at all. Helping you will reinforce my understanding of the material, Shen Hanwei said with a bright smile. All right. Lu Ming acquiesced, but she interrupted him. Just promise me you won't give up or get distracted. Her words eased Lu Ming's worries a bit. Then I must truly thank you. As they conversed, the bell signaling the end of class rang, indicating it was time for lunch. Come on, I'll take you to the cafeteria, Lu Ming said as he packed his bag. Shen Hanwei skipped alongside Lu Ming, her pure and charming appearance drawing the attention of many onlookers. What a beautiful girl. Some were surprised to see Lu Ming not trailing behind Gu Yinan today. The sycophantic nature of Lu Ming is evident to most. Typically, after school, he trails behind Gu Yinan, but today he is seen with someone else, and she is equally stunning, rivaling Gu Yinan in beauty, as Gu Yinan rushes out. Intending to confront Lu Ming, her heart skips a beat upon witnessing this scene. Lu Ming is unexpectedly seen walking with another woman, and it is none other than that transfer student. Previously, he always walked alongside her. Wait, Lu Ming. Gu Yinan called out to Lu Ming. Lu Ming turned around only to find it was Gu Yinan, and his previously delightful mood evaporated in an instant. Hadn't he made himself abundantly clear? Why was she seeking him out again? Lu Ming, I need to talk to you, Gu Yinan stated. I believe I've expressed myself quite clearly. It seems we have little to discuss, Lu Ming replied coldly. Gradually, a crowd began to gather around them. Accustomed as they were to witnessing Lu Ming's subservient demeanor towards Gu Yinan, they found his current attitude remarkably unusual. Furthermore, Lu Ming was now linking arms with a beautiful girl, intensifying the palpable tension in the air. Ming, who is she? Shen Hanyu inquired, a hint of curiosity in her voice. Prior to joining this school, Shen Hanyu had heard various rumors about Lu Ming and Gu Yinan, though she had been reluctant to believe them. Could this girl truly be the renowned campus beauty, Gu Yinan, from those tales? It's nothing, just an irrelevant person, Lu Ming remarked, furrowing his brow as he glanced at Gu Yinan. What do you mean by an irrelevant person? Gu Yinan's composure visibly faltered upon hearing his words. Lu Ming, I understand that your coldness towards me today is merely a strategy of feigned indifference. A response to my own aloofness, is it not? Gu Yinan desperately wished to hear him affirm her supposition. Lu Ming was taken aback, pondering what thoughts swirled within this woman's mind. He genuinely wished to sever all ties with her, yet she audaciously presumed he was employing a strategy of feigned indifference. Realizing he ought to be more considerate of her pride, Gu Yinan continued, I shall converse with you more in the future. Simply procure a meal for me now, and I shall forgive you. Shen Hanyue cast a furtive glance at Lu Ming, her hands instinctively tightening into fists. Would Ming truly abandon her for this girl? Gu Yinan. I shall reiterate this for the final time, Lu Ming replied with restraint. My words today are utterly sincere, devoid of the so-called feigned indifference you speak of. My previous affection for you was a folly. I no longer harbor such feelings and have found someone else to cherish. I will not fetch you any more meals. And I kindly request that you refrain from approaching me with such matters again. Lu Ming spoke in one breath and turned to Shen Hanwei, saying, Hanwei, let us depart. With that, he grasped Shen Hanyue's hand and led her away from the throng of people. Chapter 4. Not as important as you. Lu Ming's departure caused quite a stir. Observing Gu Yinan's subservient demeanor as she spoke to Lu Ming, nearly everyone assumed he would promptly acquiesce to her demands and continue to fawn over her. To their astonishment, Lu Ming showed no appreciation whatsoever. Instead, he took the beautiful girl beside him and left, entirely disregarding Gu Yinan. What has come over Lu Ming? This behavior is utterly uncharacteristic of him. Who can say? It is rather understandable. Who wishes to remain a sycophant to someone who has consistently treated them with disdain? Meanwhile, Gu Yinan stood frozen amidst the crowd, her lips trembling uncontrollably. She had been rejected by Lu Ming, and worse still, it had occurred in front of so many witnesses, an utter humiliation. What pained her even more was the apparent sincerity of Lu Ming's rejection. But why? He had pursued her for such an extended period. Gu Yinan felt her vision blurring, and upon touching her face, she realized it was drenched in tears. Yinan. A disheveled man surged from the crowd. His name was Zhang Hao, another of Gu Yinan's admirers. However, lacking both wealth and looks, he was a mere shadow of Lu Ming, whom Gu Yinan acknowledged as her suitor, while she firmly rejected any association with Zhang Hao. Why are you crying? It breaks my heart to see you like this. Zhang Hao attempted to embrace Gu Yinan, but the moment he touched her, she only cried louder. Lu Ming. Gu Yinan gasped for breath, repeatedly whispering Lu Ming's name. As Lu Ming observed Gu Yinan weeping and calling his name, Zhang Hao found himself utterly perplexed. Did Lu Ming bully you? Just wait. I shall take care of him, Zhang Hao declared, casting what he believed to be a passionate gaze upon Gu Yinan. In his mind, he concocted a series of heroic fantasies where he was the gallant savior. The heroine was Gu Yinan, and the hero was none other than himself. He envisioned vanquishing Lu Ming and winning Gu Yinan's heart, after which she would express her youthful affection for him, leading to a fairy tale union of prince and princess. The mere thought elicited a lewd grin from Zhang Hao. Were Gu Yinan to discover the frivolous musings occupying his mind, she would certainly be appalled. Lu Ming escorted Shen Hanyue to a lavishly adorned restaurant, where elegant melodies graced the air, and the waitstaff donned simple, yet dignified uniforms. Coming from a modestly comfortable household, Shen Hanwei had never set foot in such an establishment before. She felt a touch of shyness as she followed Lu Ming to a table beside a glass window. Feel free to order whatever you desire, Lu Ming said, handing the menu to Shen Hanwei. Upon glancing at the prices listed, she gasped in astonishment, covering her mouth in disbelief. How exorbitant! Lu Ming's family is affluent, never concerning themselves with the cost. They simply frequent this restaurant for its delectable offerings. Previously, he often brought Gu Yinan here for meals, where she would consistently order an entire table's worth of dishes, indifferent to the price. Yet, she would only take a few bites before discarding the remainder, merely snapping photos for her social media. Let's order these dishes, shall we? Do you have anything in mind? Ming? Shen Hanyue inquired as she presented the menu to Lu Ming. Upon observing that Shen Hanyue had only ordered a few inexpensive vegetarian dishes, including garlic broccoli, fried king oyster mushrooms, and stir-fried vegetables from the lotus pond, Lu Ming furrowed his brow. Why have you only chosen vegetarian dishes? Will this suffice for your appetite? He inquired. These will be sufficient. To be honest, I never intended for you to treat me to such an extravagant meal, Shen Hanyue replied. That simply won't do. I promised to treat you to dinner, and you need not concern yourself with the cost. Furthermore, I will require your assistance with my mathematics in the future. Consider this a preemptive reward for your help. Only after hearing Lu Ming's words did Shen Hanyue agree to order 2 more dishes, braised pork and honey-glazed beef. Lu Ming knew that every dish Shen Hanyue ordered was to his liking. He picked up the menu and selected garlic vermicelli steamed abalone, Yangzhou lion's head meatballs, and dompa pork, among others. Wait, we can't possibly eat so many dishes, Shen Hanyue remarked to Lu Ming. It's all right, indulge yourself a little. You are too slender. You ought to gain some weight, he replied. Before long, the dishes arrived, and Lu Ming served several pieces of meat into Shen Hanyue's bowl. Here, give it a try. Shen Hanyue picked up a piece of meat and savored it. It was crispy and delicious, bursting with rich flavors at the first bite. It's so good, Shen Hanyue said, her eyes narrowing in delight. That's wonderful. Do enjoy it more, Lu Ming said, feeling reassured by her enjoyment. Lu Ming placed a few morsels of meat into his mouth, savoring the delightful flavors. As he surveyed the surroundings of the restaurant, a wave of nostalgia washed over him. Since his dismissal, he had not indulged in the cuisine here. In his past life, Wang He from the adjacent class incessantly harassed Gui Nan, even resorting to lewd remarks. Following an unwanted advance from Wang He, Gui Nan was left in tears, missing school for an extended period. Upon hearing the news, Lu Ming, in a fit of rage, struck Wang He on the head with a beer bottle after school. Given Lu Ming's poor academic performance and a previous serious offense, the school had no choice but to expel him. Lu Zhiping, resolute in his decision, severed all ties with Lu Ming. Subsequently, Lu Ming found employment at a barbecue restaurant, earning a meager wage. During this time, Gu Yinan continued to demand extravagant luxury items from him. In his efforts to provide for Gu Yinan, Lu Ming scrimped and saved, subsisting on steamed buns and pickled vegetables, which ultimately led to him developing a gastric ailment. It was not until one fateful day at the barbecue restaurant that he chanced upon Gu Yinan and Wang He, arm in arm, displaying an intimate camaraderie. Lu Ming was filled with fury as he confronted Gu Yinan. However, Gu Yinan declared that her love for Wang He was genuine, and she deemed it a kindness not to pursue the matter of Lu Ming's assault on Wang He. Lu Ming's eyes reddened as he reached for Gu Yinan, but Wang He retaliated with a fist that struck Lu Ming squarely in the face. Due to malnutrition and excessive fatigue, Lu Ming collapsed onto the ground. This punch is a repayment, Wang He sneered. Eventually, it was the barbecue proprietor who dragged him back, and after several days of intravenous fluids in bed, he finally began to recover. Upon awakening, Lu Ming beheld his reflection in the mirror. His visage was gaunt and sallow, entirely devoid of the vitality he once possessed during his school days. Lu Ming, burdened by the relentless struggles of life, found himself utterly defeated. Having succumbed to the pangs of hunger and the chill of inadequate clothing, he once had the opportunity to pursue his education and relish a life of abundance, to be nourished and warmly clad throughout the day. Yet, this was all a consequence of his devotion to Gu Yinan, the cost he paid for being her unwavering admirer. He had resolved never to endure such hardship again in this lifetime. Ming, what are you pondering? Shen Hanyue inquired, noticing Lu Ming lost in thought. Oh, it's nothing, he quickly responded, snapping back to reality as he noticed Shen Hanyue's unwavering gaze upon him. Why are you staring at me? Lu Ming felt a sense of unease. Is there something on my face? Shen Hanyue lowered her head, her words becoming hesitant. Today, that girl. Lu Ming understood that Shen Hanyue was inquiring about Gu Yinan. What? Are you feeling jealous? Lu Ming chuckled. Absolutely not. Shen Hanyue hurriedly denied it, her face flushing a deep crimson. Was she feeling shy? How endearing. That individual is named Gu Yinan. I once harbored feelings for her for a while, Lu Ming said, gazing earnestly at Gu Yinan. However, she has always regarded me merely as a cash dispenser. I have made my stance clear to her, and I will no longer maintain any relationship with her. Lu Ming felt that he ought to convey these matters to Shen Hanyue, as it would be only fair to her. Is she still significant to you? Shen Hanyue posed her final question. As long as Lu Ming uttered a simple no, she would find complete solace. Lu Ming gazed at the anxious young girl before him and offered her a gentle smile. You are not important. Chapter 5. Has the sun risen in the west? Daughter, do have some fruit, called Li Xianglin, Shen Hanyue's mother, as she entered her daughter's room, carrying a platter of freshly peeled fruit. Thank you, Mom, Shen Hanyue replied, setting down her pen to accept the offering. By the way, Li Xianglin continued, as if suddenly recalling something. How was your day at the new school? Did you see Xiaoming? I did. We are even desk mates, Shen Hanyue replied. a sweet smile gracing her lips at the thought. That's wonderful. You two have played together since childhood. You should look out for one another now, Li Xianglin said, hesitating momentarily before adding. I heard that Xiao Ming has someone he likes at school. Ming mentioned he once liked someone, but he no longer holds those feelings. Shen Hanyue asserted confidently. Is that so? Li Xianglin questioned, a hint of skepticism in her voice. I hadn't heard that he no longer likes that girl. Shen Hanyue recalled the words he had uttered in the cafeteria earlier that day. You are not important. Lu Ming declared that she was the most important person. At the thought of this, Shen Hanyue felt as though a small deer was leaping wildly within her heart. Observing Shen Hanyue lost in thought, Li Xianglin continued. Your Aunt Lu has also spoken to me about this child. Ever since he developed feelings for that school beauty, he seems bewitched. He has abandoned his studies, spending his days merely buying gifts for her, while she hardly acknowledges him. Does she? Li Xianglin sighed, speaking with earnest concern. I do not object to young people falling in love, but it should be a healthy relationship, not one based solely on self-sacrifice. You ought to advise Xiao Ming. Why cling to a single tree? All right, mother, Ming truly no longer has feelings for that girl, Shen Hanyue replied, observing her mother's expression of disbelief transform into a smile. All right, I see you are quite protective of Xiao Ming. I shall not disturb you further. Continue with your studies. After Li Xianglin exited, Shen Hanyue unlocked her phone and opened her WeChat. She navigated to the chat window labeled Lu Ming, which indicated that he had added her as a friend, allowing them to converse. This was Lu Ming's WeChat, which she had recently re-added. After much editing, she crafted a message and clicked send. Shen Hanyue, Ming, have you arrived home? Lu Ming was grappling with a mathematical conundrum when he noticed the screen of his phone illuminate. It was a message from Shen Hanyue. Lu Ming, I have arrived home and am currently working on solving mathematical problems. What about you? Shen Hanyue, I have just finished my homework. Are there any math questions you find challenging? I would be delighted to assist you. Lu Ming felt an immediate surge of hope. Lu Ming, indeed. There are quite a few. Lu Ming. Image. Shen Hanyue opened the image, revealing a fundamental mathematical problem. She meticulously wrote out the entire solution process on paper, took a photograph, and sent it to Lu Ming. Shen Hanyue, take a look at this. Feel free to ask me if you have any questions. Lu Ming thoroughly reviewed Shen Hanyue's process and couldn't help but exclaim, truly a top student, with thoughts that were exceptionally clear. After just one reading, he grasped the essence of it. Lu Ming, I have grasped it. Hanyu, your explanation is remarkably detailed and comprehensible, even surpassing that of our teacher. Shen Hanyu, of course, I'm glad you've understood it. If you encounter any other challenging problems, feel free to ask me. While composing the solution to this problem, Shen Hanyu not only articulated the steps taken, but also elucidated the underlying thought processes, the required formulas, and alternative approaches involving different equations. Consequently, once Lu Ming masters this particular question, he will effortlessly tackle similar ones, reflecting Shen Hanyu's dedication and meticulousness. Lu Ming intended to tackle a few more problems, but just then, his phone buzzed several times. He assumed it was another message from Shen Hanyue. However, upon unlocking his phone, he discovered that the message was not from Shen Hanyue, but from a stranger. He realized he had never added this person and had no recollection of them. As he opened the chat window, he was greeted by a garish and ostentatious profile picture, accompanied by the rather crass username "Don't Mess with Brother Zhang." Lu Ming's right eyelid twitched in response. This was indeed quite unconventional. The message read, Lu Ming, you scoundrel, what on earth did you do to my goddess, Nan, today? Lu Ming, what have I done? No, Lu Ming is at a loss for words. Is this person out of their mind? He merely exchanged a few words with Gu Nan, and his intention was solely to distance himself from her. He hasn't even touched her. Don't provoke Brother Zhang. Today, Nan cried with such joy. It must be that you have humiliated my goddess Nan. When she cries, she consistently calls out your name. Lu Ming felt as though his head was about to explode, wondering where this nonconformist neurotic had come from, perhaps suffering from delusions. Lu Ming swiftly deleted and blacklisted the user Don't Mess with Zhang Gu, unceremoniously casting him into his blocked list. Don't Mess with Zhang Gu, Zhang Hao, was left staring at a red exclamation mark, realizing that Lu Ming had indeed blacklisted him, leaving him seething with impotent rage. The following day, Lu Ming arose early, purchasing 2 breakfasts and making his way to Shen Hanyue's residence. Given the amicable relationship between their families, their homes were conveniently located just a 5-minute walk apart. When Shen Hanyue emerged and spotted Lu Ming waiting outside her home, she was taken aback. Ming, What brings you here? To invite you to school, of course, Lu Ming replied, presenting the 2 breakfast portions he had procured. I got you breakfast. Let us eat on the way. Thank you, Ming. I woke up a bit late today and haven't had the chance to eat. Shen Hanyue responded with a cheerful smile. But Ming, it's only 6:30. Do you always wake up this early? At this, Lu Ming felt a twinge of guilt. Recalling his past life, where he was perpetually late, often facing the ire of the strict disciplinary principal at the school gate. However, he resolved to study diligently in this life, and to never squander time again. Let us not dwell on that. Eat while it's still warm, or the soy milk will cool down, he urged. As Shen Hanyue savored the dumplings and soy milk Lu Ming had bought, her spirits lifted significantly. Soon, they arrived at the school gate, where the rotund, bespectacled, and slightly balding principal, Li Zhenghua, was engaged in casual conversation with the gatekeeper. Although the principal was stern, he genuinely hoped for every student to excel academically. He had summoned Lu Ming to his office countless times, urging him to focus on his studies rather than frivolous romances. Despite his nagging, Li Zhenghua respected each student, and Lu Ming held him in high regard. Good morning, principal, Lu Ming greeted respectfully. Ah, Li Zhenghua turned his head, only to swallow the cordial response he had prepared. He quickly glanced at his wristwatch, which read 6:45. The school considered tardiness only after 7:30. Li Zhenghua widened his eyes in astonishment. What had come over Lu Ming today? Had the sun risen from the west? He hastily checked the sky, confirming the sun was indeed rising from the east. Lu Ming, witnessing Li Zhenhua's astonishment, felt a sense of helplessness. After all, had he not merely arrived on time? Li Zhenghua, emerging from his surprise, realized his lapse in composure. He cleared his throat and, with a reassuring pat on Lu Ming's shoulder, remarked, "Well done, young man. You must persevere." "I will," Lu Ming replied earnestly. "Good morning, Director of Education." Shen Hanyu greeted Li Zhenghua with a sweet smile. "Excellent." Li Zhenghua felt rejuvenated in the presence of such vibrant youth. "Now, off you go to the classroom and study," he said with a cheerful grin, sensing that his students were thriving. Chapter 6. Who Dares to Harm Her? Upon returning to the classroom, Shen Hanyu presented Lu Ming with a pink notebook. "What is this?" Lu Ming inquired, opening the notebook to discover it filled with neatly pinned mathematical notes, the handwriting of a young girl both tidy and beautiful. "This is my own compilation of math notes. You should review them often. They will be beneficial to you. First, solidify your foundation. Aim for at least 60 in math." "Ah, I see. Hanyu, you've truly been a tremendous help." Lu Ming expressed his gratitude. "Keep it up." Shen Hanyu encouraged him with a warm smile. Lu Ming meticulously examined the key points highlighted in red on Shen Hanyue's notes when, all of a sudden, he felt a tremendous impact on his desk, causing books and pens to scatter everywhere. Lu Ming looked up to see that it was Wang He who had knocked his book down. Upon seeing Wang He's menacing face, an inexplicable anger surged within Lu Ming. Wang He was a key focus of concern at the school, notorious for smoking, drinking, fighting, and frequently lifting girls' skirts. He was guilty of every despicable act imaginable. Just a month prior, he had been involved in a brawl with students from another class, and the school had contemplated expelling him. However, thanks to his parents' bribery and flattery towards the principal, the school merely suspended him for a month. In his previous life, Lu Ming and Wang He had always been at odds, though Lu Ming paid him little mind. Yet, Wang He had continually set traps for Lu Ming, making it particularly unbearable when Gu Yinan chose to be with Wang He. The thought of Wang He and Gu Yinan together, sharing intimate moments, made Lu Ming feel a wave of nausea. "I'm sorry, I didn't TC." Wang He feigned an apology, his face adorned with a mocking smile. "If your eyesight is so poor, perhaps you should consider donating your eyes," Lu Ming retorted without hesitation. Lu Ming sat in his chair, half of his face shrouded in shadow. Although a smile graced his lips, his eyes betrayed no emotion, exuding a palpable aura of warning that hinted at danger. The tension between the two was gradually permeating the classroom, with many classmates observing them, yet none daring to intervene. "Lu Ming, you truly have the audacity to disregard respect. Who are you calling lacking in gaze?" Wang He's expression twisted as he shouted, his words accompanied by a spray of saliva. His gaze then shifted to Shen Hanyue. "Tell me, how could a pathetic sycophant like you let go of Gu Yinan? It seems you have found a new little beauty." Shen Hanyue had never been subjected to such an unrelenting and unsettling stare, leaving her feeling quite unnerved. Fearful, she inched closer to Lu Ming, lowering her head to avoid Wang He's gaze. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught Wang He staring intently at her, licking his lips in a most repulsive manner. Wang He, Lu Ming said, his smile devoid of warmth. If you're feeling frisky, do us all a favor and return home. The school welcomes students, not raucous hounds. How dare you? Say another word. Wang He finally erupted, saliva flying as he swung his fist towards Lu Ming's face. A wave of trepidation swept through the classroom. How could Lu Ming provoke Wang He? Was he courting disaster? Lu Ming reacted swiftly, firmly grasping Wang He's arm with remarkable strength, rendering Wang He completely immobile. Wang He could not help but marvel at the sheer magnitude of Lu Ming's power. In his previous life, Lu Ming toiled tirelessly in a barbecue restaurant, transporting various items, which rendered his physique remarkably robust. He could effortlessly carry 3 boxes of beer simultaneously. His extensive experience and exertion, coupled with the conditioning of his own body, endowed him with strength that surpassed Wang He's by tenfold. Lu Ming seized Wang He's hand and twisted his arm to the right. Wang He distinctly heard the sound of his bones cracking, followed by a dizzying sensation as he was forcefully pinned against the desk by Lu Ming. You bastard, Lu Ming! Wang He cried out, enduring the excruciating pain. Let me go? The classmates were taken aback. The usually submissive admirer of Guinan, who could only smile foolishly at her, was unexpectedly bold today, confronting none other than the notorious Wang He, a figure even the school could not contend with. What was he thinking? At that moment, the class bell rang and Lu Jin entered the classroom, startled to find Wang He pinned to the desk by Lu Ming. What on earth are you two doing? Lu Ming swiftly transformed his previously terrifying expression, feigning nonchalance as he released Wang He, adopting an air as if nothing had transpired. Meanwhile, Wang He grimaced in pain, gingerly probing the arm that had just been twisted. It's nothing, teacher. I was merely discussing with Wang He how to defend oneself against assailants, Lu Ming stated. At that moment, the classmates were taken aback once more, astonished by the rapidity of his change in demeanor. Was such a flimsy excuse truly sufficient for a discussion on self-defense against malefactors? Lu Ming felt that escalating this matter to the teacher was not worth it. He certainly did not wish to receive a demerit. So hurry up and take your seat. Wang He, don't you want to return to your place? Lu Jin furrowed his brow, having no desire to involve himself in these trivial affairs, especially considering one was a petty thug and the other merely a lovesick fool obsessed with being a sycophant. Wang He could only retreat to his seat, glaring at Lu Ming with resentment as he passed, declaring, "You'd better wait for me after school." What should we do, Lu Ming? Shen Hanyue was almost on the verge of tears. What do you mean, what should we do? Lu Ming looked at her with a puzzled expression, feigning innocence as if he were not the one nearly embroiled in a fight with Wang He moments ago. Of course, it's Wang He's threat, Shen Hanyue exclaimed, her frustration boiling over. I'm about to lose my mind, and you just act like nothing happened. What if he seeks someone to beat you up after school? You should go and apologize to him. I refuse to apologize to him, Lu Ming responded nonchalantly. Who does he think he is, looking at you like that? I'm fine, Shen Hanyue assured him. I can endure it, but you. Lu Ming interrupted her, looking at her earnestly. No one has the right to bully you. If anyone dares to lay a finger on you, they'll know the consequences. Shen Hanyue's eyes widened in surprise, her face flushing as she covered her mouth in astonishment. She felt profoundly moved by Lu Ming standing up for her. All right, Lu Ming said, patting her shoulder. I promise I will be fine. Gu Yinan's heart raced as she had just witnessed everything unfold. Lu Ming had nearly fought with Wang He to defend the newcomer, Shen Hanyue. She felt a surge of anxiety. Knowing Wang He's nature, this issue would certainly not conclude peacefully. Wang He had befriended several delinquents outside of school, and Lu Ming would undoubtedly be confronted by that group after classes. Biting her fingers in fear, Gu Yinan could not comprehend why she was so worried about Lu Ming. She had never harbored feelings for him, yet her heart now fluttered anxiously like ants on a hot pan. Ever since Lu Ming had changed, her thoughts had been consumed by him. Every action he took tugged at her heartstrings, and seeing him with Shen Hanyue caused her immense pain. I must inform Lu Ming. I cannot let him suffer, she resolved fervently. I have to help him. With that thought, she quickly rummaged through her backpack for her phone. Yinan, what did you just say? Lin Luoluo asked curiously. Did you just mention Lu Ming? You said you can't let him suffer? Lin Luoluo felt she must have misheard. Typically, Gu Yinan would only demand Lu Ming buy her things. How could she possibly wish to assist him, especially since he had gotten entangled with Wang He? Chapter 7. A phone call. Lu Ming wished to concentrate in class, yet he felt his phone incessantly buzzing. Who could it be, sending themselves messages without reason? Curiosity piqued. Lu Ming retrieved his phone, only to discover that the sender was none other than Gu Yinan. Previously, Gu Yinan had never initiated contact. It was always Lu Ming who would send 10 messages before receiving a single reply. Now, having resolved to distance himself from her, she unexpectedly reached out. Opening WeChat, he noticed he had yet to change her contact name. It still bore the title Goddess, a testament to his lingering feelings. Gu Yinan's message read, Lu Ming, how did you end up fighting with Wang He? You must not confront him. He's capable of anything. Lu Ming perceived that Gu Yinan's remarks regarding Wang He suggested that she had been possessed by another. In his previous life, had she not been involved with someone like Wang He, a person capable of anything? Lu Ming, I am aware of my actions. This seems to have no bearing on you. Gu Yinan felt her hands tremble uncontrollably upon reading the cold, detached message sent by Lu Ming. Lu Ming's indifference towards himself is astonishing. Reviewing the chat history prior to today, the tone of his recent statement appears to be utterly different, as if it were spoken by two distinct individuals. Gu Yinan, I am genuinely concerned about you. Lu Ming, thank you, but it is unnecessary. I shall not become your cash dispenser simply because of your words. Gu Yinan, Lu Ming, my words are sincere. I am aware that I have often spent your money excessively in the past. How about I return the bags I purchased previously? Could you please cease your anger towards me? Lu Ming found himself utterly speechless upon reading this lengthy passage. How could she still? Lu Ming, very well. You claim you wish to repay me. During the summer, whenever you desired chilled water, I braved the scorching sun to venture to the supermarket and procure it. I succumbed to heat exhaustion, collapsing on the playground. Had it not been for a passing classmate who carried me to the infirmary, I shudder to think of what might have transpired. Yet, upon seeing me lying on the infirmary bed, you uttered not a word of gratitude. Instead, you lamented that I had failed to deliver the water to you, despite it no longer being cold. Gu Yinan, upon reading Lu Ming's message, felt a sharp pang in her heart. She silently wished for him to cease, yet Lu Ming persisted in his message. Lu Ming, in winter, I shall bring you meals and umbrellas. I shall do anything for you. If the food I deliver is not sufficiently warm for your liking, I shall venture out once more to procure a fresh meal. Yet, this was merely a wager between you and your friends, betting on whether I would indeed return to buy again, only for the newly acquired hot meal to be discarded into the trash. You have turned me into a jester for your amusement. Gu Yinan, no, that is not true. Lu Ming. Lu Ming, you once suggested that I construct a snowman for you on a snowy day, all while clad in a short-sleeved shirt and shorts. You promised that if I did so, you would accept my confession. I acquiesced, enduring the frigid temperatures that rendered me nearly immobile. To my dismay, you later revealed that you were merely jesting, not even bothering to glance at the snowman I had built. Upon returning home, I succumbed to a high fever that soared close to 40 degrees Celsius. Lu Ming continued to send messages. Lu Ming, please inform me of your intended method of repayment for these matters. When Lu Ming expressed these sentiments, he felt nothing but the regret of having squandered his sincerity. In contrast, Gu Yinan was profoundly affected. She found herself at a loss for words, as if she could sense Lu Ming's anguish at that moment. Why would one treat a person who held them so dearly in such a manner? If only there were a remedy for regret, she would pay any price to acquire a box and consume it all. But alas, such a remedy does not exist. And Lu Ming was no longer the person he once was. Gu Yinan languidly endured a class, her heart aching for all that Lu Ming had sacrificed for her. Sacrifices she had previously overlooked. She had never felt such profound remorse in her life, and before she realized it, the class was drawing to a close. As the bell rang, Wang He, who had endured humiliation throughout the lesson, abruptly stood up, drawing the attention of many classmates. Lu Ming's face, which had just been forcefully pressed against the desk, appeared somewhat swollen, a sight both humorous and pitiful. Just you wait. I've got my big brother on standby. You won't escape after school, he declared, his tone filled with bravado. Whatever, Lu Ming nonchalantly remarked. Reclining in his chair with an air of indifference that starkly contrasted with Wang He's comically flustered demeanor. Observing Lu Ming's casual attitude, Wang He became infuriated and stormed out of the classroom. Lu Ming, class monitor Lu Zihao quickly approached after Wang He had left. You should apologize to Wang He. You stand no chance against him. Why is Wang He so arrogant? Shin Hanyu inquired. His family is affluent, and they indulge him. He associates with a few ruffians from the bar, and no one at school dares to provoke him. He must have summoned those thugs to trouble Lu Ming this time. Lu Zihao, as the class leader, was most averse to witnessing any conflict. Lu Ming was not an ignorant individual. He understood that Lu Zihao had his best interests at heart. He patted Lu Zihao on the shoulder and reassured him, "It's all right. I'm not afraid of such people. In fact, I intend to teach him a lesson." Lu Ming's family was by no means inferior to Wang He's when it came to wealth. Yet he maintained a low profile, often spending generously on Gui Nan, whom he admired. Most of their classmates were unaware of Lu Ming's affluence. In terms of physical prowess, Lu Ming regularly engaged in exercise, making him far more capable than Wang He, who merely boasted without substance. The announcement of Lu Ming's intent to confront Wang He sent ripples of astonishment through the classroom. Teach Wang He a lesson? Don't be ridiculous, Lu Ming. All you know how to do is pander. Now you wish to challenge Wang He? Such folly, scoffed Zhao Jin, a disdainful classmate positioned near the bottom of the academic rankings and a loyal follower of Wang He. His slight edge over Lu Ming in exam scores fueled his contempt, dismissing Lu Ming as inferior. Quit looking down on others. A Ming is quite formidable, defended Shen Hanyu, eager to stand up for Lu Ming. Although Gui Nan also wished to support him, she typically ignored him, fearing it would tarnish her aloof persona. Don't be foolish, little beauty, Zhao Jin retorted scornfully. Wang Gu is truly powerful. He associates with some of the most formidable individuals around here, and your Ming likely couldn't summon even 3 people. As if struck by a sudden realization, he exaggeratedly opened his mouth wide. My apologies, I misspoke. He probably couldn't rally a single soul. Laughter erupted among Zhao Jin and the other sycophants of Wang He. You, Shen Hanyu began, but Lu Ming swiftly intervened. It's all right, Hanyu. There's no need to waste words on him. Since you doubt me, let us wager, Lu Ming proposed with calm confidence. Wager on what? Zhao Jin inquired suspiciously. Let's bet on who will triumph after school. I am not short of money. If you win, I shall give you 10,000. However, if you lose, you must go to the playground and bark like a dog while running and shouting, I am a dog. As soon as Lu Ming's words were uttered, the entire classroom erupted in excitement. 10,000 yuan is no small sum for students. It could purchase many items they longed for, but were denied by their families. Zhao Jin was equally tempted, firmly believing in Wang He's capabilities. All right, it is settled then. Zhao Jin hastily agreed, fearing that Lu Ming might change his mind. Ming, how could you wager such a large sum? This is quite a loss for you. Shen Hanyu exclaimed anxiously. Have no worries. Lu Ming replied with a confident smile. The outcome remains uncertain. And what are your plans now? Shen Hanyu inquired. Nothing to prepare, Lu Ming said, pulling out his phone. I merely need to make a call. Chapter 8. I wonder who is seeking trouble. Jigu, are you there? I'm about to be late for class. A short student in school uniform stammered in the wind. What's there to fear? Just keep watch. No need for your nonsense, Ji Shinkai replied irritably. Taking a drag of his cigarette, the smoke swirling around his face, adding an air of intimidation. But, the short student mumbled, his head bowed, unable to meet Ji Shinkai's gaze. Shoot, Ji Shinkai exhaled a cloud of smoke. Be quiet for a moment. It's quite bothersome. Inwardly, Ji Shinkai lamented his misfortune for encountering the school bully today. He was compelled to stand guard for Ji Shinkai, lest a teacher discover his smoking. Even though he was on the verge of being late, he dared not utter a word of protest. Ji Shinkai was renowned as one of the top bullies at Qingyang No. 7 Middle School. Everyone avoided him, and even teachers turned a blind eye when he was around. Skilled in boxing and various martial arts, Ji Shinkai fought with precision and ferocity, and no one dared to challenge him. Even the most formidable ruffian spoke to him with deference, eager to avoid inciting his wrath. Suddenly, Ji Shinkai's phone rang. He slowly retrieved it. Holding the cigarette in his mouth, and upon seeing the caller's name, his expression shifted to one of surprise, his lips curling into a faint smile. Appearing much more approachable than his usual demeanor, the short student surmised that the caller must share a significant connection with Ji Shinkai. Hello, grandson. What have you been up to lately? Came the voice from the other end of the line. Ji Shinkai had the call on speakerphone, and the voice resonated naturally in the ears of the short student. He turned to observe Ji Shinkai's reaction, astonished that someone would dare address the school bully so casually. His heart raced, fearing Ji Shinkai might unleash his fury upon him, which would spell disaster. Surprisingly, Ji Shinkai not only remained unperturbed but appeared genuinely pleased. Damn, Lu Ming. You haven't contacted me in years. I thought you had perished. Ji Shinkai exclaimed. Well, grandson, you are quite unfilial to speak to your elder in such a manner. Lu Ming chuckled. Are you ever going to stop? Ji Shinkai extinguished his cigarette and waved dismissively at the short-statured boy, signaling for him to leave. The boy, visibly relieved, hurriedly dashed towards the academic building, but just a few steps later, the bell for class rang out. Speak up, what brings you to me? Ji Shinkai inquired directly. There's someone causing trouble for me, and I gave him a slight reprimand, Lu Ming replied with a laugh. but now he wants to retaliate. What? Ji Shinkai furrowed his brow upon hearing Lu Ming's words. Who would dare provoke you? Wang He, Lu Ming answered. Not familiar with him, Ji Shinkai remarked. In any case, you'll need to assist me after school. I understand, Ji Shinkai replied. I'll go fetch something suitable to use. No need for that. All I require this afternoon is for you to bring your friends. The more, the better. As long as they show up, we won't need to resort to violence. Lu Ming paused before continuing. Wang He isn't worth my effort. I've already accumulated a significant infraction, and besides, Han Yu is here. We can't expose the girls to such brutality. Han Yu is back from Luoyang? That is splendid, Ji Shinkai exclaimed with a smile. All right, I understand. We'll meet in the afternoon. I'll contact my friends now. Good, Lu Ming concluded before hanging up. Before long, the school day ended. And Wang He's face remained swollen. Standing beside him were 6 or 7 individuals, with the leader adorned in tattoos of dragons and tigers, his expression menacing. Many passing students dared not utter a word, too intimidated to even meet their gaze. Where's Lu Ming? Why hasn't he emerged? Is he hiding in fear? Zhao Jin remarked disdainfully. He shouldn't think that running away today will absolve him of anything. Wang He retorted, his speech slightly slurred due to his swollen face. Having crossed me, he can forget about remaining in this school. Do not worry. With us here, we will certainly beat him into submission, the tattooed leader asserted. I have complete faith in you, Brother Long, Wang He said, forcing a smile. Once we deal with Lu Ming tonight, we'll celebrate until we're intoxicated. I'll cover all expenses. Brother Wan, that little brat has finally come out, Zhao Jin shouted. Lu Ming emerged slowly, accompanied only by Shen Hanwei. With no one else in sight. He truly could not find anyone to assist him. Zhao Jin grinned at the sight, sensing that the odds were in his favor. Numerous classmates lingered by the roadside, captivated by the unfolding drama, sensing that something significant was about to transpire. Lu Ming and Shen Hanwei approached the group before them, displaying not a trace of fear. Is this about you seeking my friend? Long Go inquired as Lu Ming stepped forward. Indeed it is. Lu Ming replied with an air of calm. Noticing Lu Ming's lack of trepidation, Long Go felt a twinge of irritation but aimed to reclaim his commanding presence. Are you not bringing anyone else? Long Go scrutinized Lu Ming from head to toe before glancing at Shen Hanwei beside him. I don't believe you possess the capability to contend with us alone. Or do you intend to have your little girl assist you in this fight? Laughter erupted from the 7 or 8 individuals, yet Lu Ming remained unfazed by their derision. I did indeed summon others, but they are delayed due to the crowd on the road. They should arrive shortly. Lu Ming gestured helplessly. What crowd? I think you are merely boasting. Zhao Jin jeered at Lu Ming. I find it quite curious that you all are serious. I never anticipated you would bring such a meager entourage. It seems your strength is quite limited, Lu Ming retaliated. Do you even know who I brought? Wang Yi declared proudly. He is the renowned Long Go, with whom I have shared an oath of brotherhood. Ask around. Who does not recognize my Long Go? You cannot compare to someone of your lowly stature. I have never heard of him, Lu Ming retorted without hesitation. The expressions of those present darkened, having never encountered such audacity, while Long Ji's face turned an ominous shade. You refuse my hospitality and shall face the consequences. Long Ge stepped forward, his cohorts ready to engage Lu Ming in combat. The air crackled with tension, and the onlookers tensed, anticipating a potential eruption of violence. Class Representative Lu Zihao observed anxiously, fully aware that Lu Ming could not possibly contend with such a formidable group alone. Who the hell is looking for trouble? A voice bellowed from the crowd. Chapter 9. A decisive showdown. Approximately 50 individuals approached Lu Ming and his companions. This group was formidable, and each member appeared quite formidable. Initially perplexed, Shen Hanyue's doubts evaporated upon recognizing the leader's face. This is... Long Ji's eyes widened, while Wang He felt an overwhelming pressure as he surveyed the group. Could it be that these individuals were summoned by Lu Ming? Surely, they could not be mere passers-by. The other 6 exchanged glances, bewildered at the sight of such a multitude. What the hell? Wasn't it said that the opponent was just a short, shabby, impoverished fellow who couldn't stir up much trouble? How did Lu Ming manage to gather such a crowd? Moreover, they appeared to be remarkably youthful and robust, with a few possessing an abundance of muscle. If I were to confront them, I would undoubtedly be left incapacitated. So, you intend to confront my brother? Ji Shinkai, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, looked down from his elevated position, brimming with an air of bravado as he addressed the leader, Long Go. Indeed, it is them. Upon seeing Ji Shinkai's arrival, Shen Hanyue hastily expressed his grievances. They were even mocking a Ming. Long Ji's forehead was slick with cold sweat as he realized that 50 individuals were surrounding them. And glancing at his own small entourage, he recognized that any confrontation would be utterly futile. It was sheer domination. Witnessing the shift in dynamics, bystanders were left agape. How could this individual summon such a multitude? Who exactly is he? He is Lu Ming from our school, quite renowned, albeit for his unparalleled flattery skills. Who would have thought he was thriving so remarkably outside? Is there a misunderstanding between us? Long Gu, no longer brimming with arrogance, inquired with a conciliatory smile. Misunderstanding? Lu Ming scoffed. We have all gathered here, and you dare suggest this is a misunderstanding? We too appreciate fair competition and do not relish bullying the weak. How about we grant you half an hour to summon additional allies, and we shall engage in a contest. Summoning allies? Even if he tried. He could not muster even half their number. Observing Long Ji's furrowed brow and lowered gaze, Ji Shunkai chuckled. What is the matter? The illustrious Long Gu cannot even gather a single individual? It seems your reputation is rather inflated. Or do you wish for that underling beside you to sustain even more injuries? Lu Ming mocked with a smile, causing Wang He to instinctively shield his face. Long Gu. These individuals are surely all mere pretenders. All we need is for Wang He to witness your change in demeanor. He gritted through clenched teeth. Silence. Long Gu bellowed at Wang He, who stood frozen in place. Do you not recognize who stands before you? Long Gu admonished in exasperation. He is Ji Shunkai from Qingyang No. 7. Ji Shunkai. Upon hearing this name, Wang He instantly deflated. Although he often appeared formidable, in reality, Ji Shunkai was entirely unacquainted with him. Wang He's perceived dominance at Qingyang No. 1 was merely a fade. As most students there were engrossed in their studies and had no desire to provoke him unnecessarily. However, Qingyang No. 7 was a different story. It was a haven for those with poor academic performance, where each student was either affluent or exceptionally strong. Ji Shunkai possessed both wealth and combat prowess. Even the most tempestuous individuals at No. 7 were compelled to show him respect, lest they be unable to navigate the social landscape there. Petty delinquents could never hope to compete with the students of No. 7. Their intimidation tactics were merely a means to extort some money. Nevertheless, despite their threats, they would not dare to provoke the students from No. 7. No one would foolishly draw their ire. You are truly Ji Shunkai. Wang He was nearly paralyzed with fear. He could hardly believe that Lu Ming was acquainted with such a prominent figure, someone he had never heard of before. Previously, he had perceived Lu Ming as merely a sycophant, always seeking to please Gu Yinan. However, the revelation that he knew Ji Shunkai, and that Ji Shunkai would be willing to gather such a multitude to bolster Lu Ming's reputation, was undeniably astonishing. Zhao Jin was left dumbfounded. Ji Shunkai. How could such a notable person have arrived, and that Lu Ming was connected to him? It felt as if he were trapped in a surreal nightmare. Wang He, you should apologize, Dragon Brother suddenly interjected. Wang He appeared bewildered. Apologize? Dragon Brother was actually demanding that he apologize. Brother Ji, I must express my sincerest apologies for causing such a scene upon our first meeting. It is truly disrespectful. I have long admired your esteemed reputation. I am Long Haofei, he said, extending his hand. Yet, Ji Shunkai merely shoved his hands into his pockets, showing no intention to reciprocate the gesture, prompting Long Haofei to awkwardly retract his hand. Wang He, today's altercation was entirely instigated by you. I am a person who cherishes love and peace. Do not dwell on these trivial matters. Quickly apologize to Lu Ming, or rather, Brother Lu, Long Haofei urged, his earlier arrogance dissipating as he turned to Wang He. Wang He found himself momentarily frozen. With all eyes upon him, an apology? He was being compelled to apologize. Leaning closer, Long Haofei whispered to Wang He, if you wish for my assistance in the future, you will apologize. Otherwise, you shall bear the consequences of your actions alone. Wang He was reluctant to sever ties with Long Haofei, especially considering that the others looked down upon him, and Long Haofei was the one who had taken the initiative to treat him on several occasions. I am sorry. Lu Ming. Wang He's bravado was extinguished like a sudden downpour. He bowed his head and apologized to Lu Ming, his face betraying a mixture of reluctance and suppressed anger. Brother Wang, Yu Shaojin was left speechless. The confrontation had concluded so abruptly. And he was at a loss, for he had lost the wager and was now obligated to bark like a dog on the playground. Lu Ming was acquainted with Ji Shunkai, and certainly, he could not turn a blind eye to their relationship. Remember your promise, Zhao Jin, Lu Ming humorously reminded. Zhao Jin shivered slightly. All right, since we are all familiar with one another, let us foster goodwill for mutual benefit. Long Haofei interjected cheerfully. I humbly run a fighting gym at home, and I've heard that Brother G enjoys combat sports. You three are most welcome to come and partake free of charge." As he spoke, he presented his business cards to Lu Ming, Shen Hanwei, and Ji Shenkai, for associating with Ji Shenkai and his friends was undoubtedly advantageous. Rather than attempting to curry favor with me, it would be wiser to win over my friend here, Ji Shenkai remarked, casting a glance at Lu Ming. After all, it was Lu Ming who taught me martial arts. I have never defied him since childhood. Long Haofei was taken aback. He had long heard of Ji Shenkai's prowess in fighting, yet he was astonished to discover that there was someone even more formidable than him. "Do not speak so. It has been a long time since we last competed, and it remains uncertain who truly excels," Lu Ming replied with a smile. "Then let us have a match now, so I can redeem myself," Ji Shenkai exclaimed, suddenly filled with enthusiasm. "Lu Ming is more formidable than Ji Shenkai?" At this moment, Wang He suddenly had a thought. Although Ji Shenkai himself is not to be trifled with, could it not suffice to simply bring humiliation upon Lu Ming? Lu Ming, that sycophantic individual, merely knows an impressive friend. How could he possibly compete with the formidable bully Ji Shenkai from the 7th high school? Lu Ming is undoubtedly boasting. It must be so. A thought surged to his mind. Today he must ensure that Lu Ming loses all face, particularly in front of the goddess Guinan. Furthermore, he aimed to reveal Guinan's charm. A competition? Upon hearing the two speak, Zhao Longfei felt a surge of joy. If Ji Shenkai were to visit his establishment, it could potentially become even more popular. My shop is nearby. I can go right now, and I eagerly anticipate the splendid contest between the two. Could it be quite terrifying? Shen Hanyu expressed her trepidation. After all, as a girl, she could hardly bear the sight of blood. And Lu Ming and Ji Shenkai were childhood friends. "It will be fine," Lu Ming reassured her with a pat on Shen Hanyu's shoulder. "It's merely a competition, and won't be so bloody. I have been looking forward to this day for a long time," Ji Shenkai exclaimed excitedly. "Then let us settle this today," Lu Ming agreed. With both sides reconciled and the others dismissed, the three set off to Long Haofei's boxing club. Chapter 10. Why the Change of Face. Upon entering Long Haofei's fighting club, they were greeted by a bustling crowd. The boxing gym featured areas for taekwondo and wrestling, with the sounds of various combats echoing throughout. "Brother Long, you're back." The receptionist, Zhang Er, hurried over. "Zhang Er, how is business today? Are there any spare areas available?" "There is still a boxing area," Zhang Er replied, clasping his hands together. "Zhang Er, that's a nice name. It has the meaning of a little brother," Ji Shenkai teased. "Brother Ji, how can you mock someone's name?" Shen Hanyu pouted. "Having been taught at home not to make fun of others' names." "Hanyu, after all these years together, have you still not adjusted to Ji Shenkai's penchant for sarcasm?" Lu Ming jested. Ming, why are you so sensible and siding with Brother Ji?" Shen Hanyu pouted. It was then that Zhang Er noticed Lu Ming and the others behind Long Haofei and quickly donned a flattering smile. "Are you all here to experience our fighting programs?" Zhang Er inquired. "Indeed, be sure to provide excellent service. Use the best protective gear, as these guests are distinguished patrons." "Wang He, what have you been doing? Staring at your phone for so long on the way here?" Upon hearing Long Haofei call his name, Wang He jumped in surprise, quickly hiding his phone behind him. Long Haofei, focused on Ji Shenkai's satisfaction with his club, paid no heed to Wang He's furtive actions. "I recall in 6th grade, you were utterly defeated in boxing," Ji Shenkai reminisced. "Previously, you claimed that whoever lost would be a grandson. Do you dare to wager again? Let us wager." "Who is afraid?" Lu Ming replied nonchalantly. Lu Ming had not engaged in physical exercise for quite some time. During his middle school years, he was diligent in his workouts. However, ever since entering high school, he had become utterly consumed by his pursuit of Guinan, neglecting his fitness regimen for an extended period. "The protective gear is over here. Please follow me," Long Haofei said as he led Lu Ming and Ji Shenkai to don boxing gloves, helmets, hand wraps, and mouth guards, while Shen Hanyue and Zhang Er retreated to the lounge for a rest. Observing that the others had left, Wang Yi hurriedly took out his phone to check if Guinan had sent any messages. Before long, Guinan arrived with Lin Luoluo. "Wang He, what is it that you need from me?" she inquired. "Oh, nothing much. I just thought I'd bring you to experience boxing," Wang He replied, feeling somewhat guilty. "Are you out of your mind, Wang He? I have no interest in boxing. Why would you bring me to see it?" "Luoluo, do you have any interest?" "I have no interest at all. I know nothing about it," Lin Luoluo responded. "If there is nothing else, I'm leaving," Guinan declared, turning to depart. "Wait a moment." Wang He stretched out his hand, realizing that his plan was on the verge of success. and he could not let it fall apart now. Just as Gu Yinan was about to leave, Lin Luoluo suddenly grabbed her arm. Yinan? Isn't that Lu Ming? Upon hearing that name, Gu Yinan froze. It was the name that had lingered in her mind all day. She quickly turned to look. Where? As she turned, she caught sight of Lu Ming. Clad in boxing gloves, a helmet, hand wraps, and a mouthguard, his muscles subtly outlined. In this attire, Lu Ming exuded a more primal charm and appeared even more handsome. Gu Yinan's heart raced. Lu Ming looked incredibly dashing. She hurriedly jogged over to him. Lu Ming, what a coincidence. What brings you here? Lu Ming noticed Gu Yinan and slightly furrowed his brow, pondering why this woman seemed to linger so persistently. I just happened to pass by and thought I'd take a look, Gu Yinan replied, her cheeks flushed with shyness. Up close, Lu Ming appeared even more attractive. In truth, he had always been quite good-looking, but she had simply never realized it before. Observing the tender expression on Gu Yinan's face, Wang He was taken aback. Gu Yinan usually maintained an aloof demeanor. Why was she now so warm toward Lu Ming? Lu Ming is nothing but a sycophant. How could she exhibit such fervor towards him? Lu Ming, I never realized you had an affinity for these things. Well, it's just an occasional pastime, Lu Ming replied indifferently. May I take a look? I actually have a burgeoning interest in boxing, Gu Yinan remarked. Goodness, Wang He couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. Just moments ago, you claimed to have no interest in boxing. Why the sudden change now that Lu Ming is here? Yinan, weren't you just saying you had no interest in boxing and were about to leave? Lin Luoluo inquired curiously. You must have misheard. I have always been fascinated by boxing, Gu Yinan hurriedly clarified, internally cursing Lin Luoluo for exposing her. Lu Ming ignored both of them and walked away. Just as Ji Shinkai emerged after changing clothes. Let us warm up and then begin, he said. All right, Lu Ming nodded. Upon seeing the two had finished changing in the dressing room, Shen Hanwei joyfully skipped out. Go, Ming. I will cheer for you, she exclaimed. Hey, Hanwei. That's not fair. At least cheer for me too, Ji Shinkai protested. I want to cheer for you, Shen Hanwei pouted. Just wait to be defeated by Ming. All right, I understand, Ji Shinkai replied, feigning realization. At first, I thought the phrase favoring beauty over friendship applied only to men, but it seems women also share this inclination. What nonsense are you spouting? What beauty in friendship? Shen Hanwei twisted Ji Shinkai's arm. Ouch. Stop it. That hurts. Ji Shinkai winced. Indeed, one should never provoke a woman. Ji Shinkai lamented, feeling utterly helpless. All right, Lu Ming said, patting Ji Shinkai on the shoulder. You really haven't changed at all. Gu Yinan observed Lu Ming laughing and joking with the two, and suddenly felt a sense of unfamiliarity towards him. Previously, Lu Ming had always been by her side. But ever since Shen Hanwei arrived, he had ceased to acknowledge her, leaving Gu Yinan with an unprecedented feeling of frustration. Yet, she seemed resolute as she approached Lu Ming. Hey, Yinan, where are you going? Lin Luoluo asked, perplexed. Lu Ming, I will cheer for you too, Gu Yinan said as she wrapped her arm around his. As the campus belle, Gu Yinan was not only beautiful but also possessed an alluring figure, her curves brushing against Lu Ming. Shen Hanwei's expression paled at the sight of their closeness, while Ji Shinkai sensed an awkward tension. Lu Ming, who is this person? I've never seen her before. I'm Lu Ming's classmate. My name is Gu Yinan, she replied with a smile. Gu Yinan? Isn't she the campus belle from Lu Ming's school? Ji Shinkai mused. I seem to recall hearing someone mention that Lu Ming was quite enamored with the campus belle, but now it appears she is the one pursuing him. All right. We are about to begin the competition. Lu Ming withdrew his arm, perplexed by the woman's behavior. In the past, he had showered her with gifts and kindness. Yet even the slightest touch on her shoulder would provoke her to exclaim loudly. Now, as he sought to sever ties, she sought him out once more, displaying an insistent clinginess. Let us leave, Shinkai, Lu Ming said. Lu Ming, as he spoke, grasped Shen Hanwei's hand and departed. Chapter 11, Reclaiming Lu Ming. Gu Yinan was momentarily bewildered to see Lu Ming abandon her so abruptly. She had believed that with a little concession on her part, Lu Ming would continue to harbor feelings for her as he once did. It was only now that Gu Yinan realized how utterly mistaken she was. For Lu Ming paid her no heed whatsoever. Long Haofei, having seen that the two had changed into their attire, hurried over, bowing respectfully to them. Are both of you prepared? Allow me to serve as the referee. Indeed, we are prepared, Lu Ming and Ji Shinkai replied in unison. Very well, Long Haofei nodded. The two competitors ascended the ring, with Long Haofei positioning himself between them. Please bow to each other. Ji Shinkai and Lu Ming performed a courteous bow toward one another. Shen Hanyue felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety, even more so than Lu Ming and Ji Shunkai. What constituted victory in this match? Guinan, having never engaged in boxing, could not help but inquire of Wang He, who was beside her. Wang He felt a surge of satisfaction at the opportunity to showcase his expertise in a field he was well-versed in. It's quite simple. The competitors use their fists to strike one another on the ring. If any part of a contestant's body above the waist touches the canvas after being hit, they are deemed to have fallen. If a contestant's body exits the ropes or they lean against them due to exhaustion, or if they are struck heavily but can stand yet the referee deems them unable to continue, they are also declared down. After explaining, Wang He looked at Guinan, hoping to see admiration reflected in her expression. When a contestant is knocked down and fails to rise after a count of 10, the other becomes the victor. Understanding dawned upon Guinan. She then turned her gaze expectantly towards Lu Ming. This was her first time witnessing his boxing prowess, and she felt a mix of tension and excitement. Go, Ming. Go, Ji Gil. Shen Hanwei couldn't resist cheering for both of them, observing Shen Hanwei supporting Lu Ming. Guinan, unwilling to be outdone, joined in. Come on, Lu Ming. Lin Luoluo looked at Guinan in astonishment. What was happening? Guinan was forsaking her typically aloof goddess persona to cheer for Lu Ming. If classmates from other classes were to witness this, they would undoubtedly conclude that Guinan was pursuing Lu Ming. As Long Haofei signaled the start, both Lu Ming and Ji Shunkai entered a state of heightened alertness, each attempting to discern the other's vulnerabilities. Rather than launching immediate attacks, the two commenced with careful observation of one another. After a brief interval, Ji Shunkai could no longer contain himself and initiated his assault, unleashing a rapid succession of punches that left onlookers momentarily stunned. While others might have succumbed after just a few strikes, Lu Ming deftly evaded each blow, and Ji Shunkai continued to press forward with his relentless barrage. Guinan and Shen Hanwei grew increasingly anxious for Lu Ming, fearing he might fail to dodge the next strike. Ji Shunkai's punches were both agile and powerful, each blow imbued with precision, prompting Long Haofei to exclaim in admiration that Ji Shunkai was indeed formidable. As time passed, Guinan began to grow impatient, questioning why Lu Ming had yet to retaliate. After a while, Ji Shunkai began to perspire, his movements no longer as swift as before. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Ming finally struck during a fleeting moment of Ji Shunkai's hesitation. Unbeknownst to them, other members of the boxing club had gathered around. Drawn by the allure of this thrilling match, Lu Ming swiftly unleashed a jab, precise and forceful. Ji Shunkai barely managed to evade it, but Lu Ming, undeterred, launched another punch with his right hand. Although Ji Shunkai dodged, his footing became unstable. Seizing the moment, Lu Ming continued his assault, delivering a powerful uppercut that struck Ji Shunkai squarely in the body. It connected. Lu Ming's fists were remarkably powerful, and Ji Shunkai let out a muffled groan as he collapsed to the ground. The audience erupted in astonishment. This was undoubtedly a spectacular match, with both contenders exhibiting formidable prowess. Long Haofei was left in shock upon witnessing Ji Shunkai's fall. The punches Lu Ming had just delivered were not only forceful but also executed with elegance, evoking deep admiration from Long Haofei for Lu Ming. There is no need for a timer. I concede defeat. I wholeheartedly accept my loss to Lu Ming, Ji Shunkai declared. With that, the entire club erupted in cheers for Lu Ming, their spirits soaring, while only Wang He stood there in disbelief, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. Lu Ming stepped in front of Ji Shunkai, extending his hand. Ji Shunkai chuckled, grasping Lu Ming's hand and rising to his feet. You have indeed become quite formidable. Several times, I nearly found myself bested. At least it's not like a decade ago when you had me pinned to the ground, Ji Shunkai remarked. Though there was an unmistakable hint of reluctance on his face as he added, it seems I shall once again be your grandson in the coming 10 years. Not to worry, we shall battle again in 10 years, Lu Ming replied. Agreed. It's a promise, Ji Shunkai said, draping his arm over Lu Ming's shoulder. Ming, you remain as impressive as ever. Shen Hanyu gazed at Lu Ming with admiration, her eyes sparkling. Hanyu, you don't even offer me a word of consolation for my defeat. Choosing instead to focus on Lu Ming. How biased of you, Ji Shunkai complained. All right, Ji Ge, you are quite remarkable too, just not as remarkable as Ming. Long Haofei observed Lu Ming with a transformed gaze, having previously regarded him merely as a minor acquaintance of Ji Shunkai. Now, however, he recognized that Lu Ming was anything but ordinary. He merely possessed a commendable humility. I must make an effort to befriend such an individual. What a stroke of fate. It is truly an honor to encounter such extraordinary individuals as you. Your flattery is too generous. Long Gu. Lu Ming responded politely. Not at all. May I have the privilege of calling you Ming Gu in the future? I would be immensely grateful, Long Haofei replied. The onlookers who had been observing nearby began to gather closer to Lu Ming. We were just watching the match. It was absolutely thrilling. Are you a professional boxer? I am not. I am still merely a student and must focus on my studies first, Lu Ming explained. Upon hearing Lu Ming identify himself as a student, the two were left speechless. Such a remarkable individual, and yet he is still just a student. Truly, the youth are formidable. More people converged around Lu Ming, eager to discuss further details. Initially, Guinan had intended to congratulate Lu Ming, but seeing the throngs surrounding him, she felt a pang of discomfort in her heart. Lu Ming initially revolved solely around her, belonging to her alone, yet now he is encircled by a multitude. Guinan felt a pang of disappointment. How could this be? She longed for the crowd to disperse, allowing Lu Ming to approach her. Unbeknownst to her, a potent possessiveness towards Lu Ming had taken root within her. Inan. Shall we leave? Lin Luoluo inquired, sensing her friend's disquiet. Though Guinan was reluctant to depart, witnessing the intimacy between Lu Ming and Shun Hanyue dimmed her spirits. Together, Guinan and Lin Luoluo exited the boxing club, and as they departed, Guinan resolved firmly in her heart that she must reclaim Lu Ming. Chapter 12. Affection for Lu Ming. Upon returning home, Guinan appeared utterly despondent, as if her spirit had been lost. Inian, you're back. Hurry and wash your hands for dinner, her grandmother, Gu Fengxia, called out. However, Guinan paid her no heed and retreated to her room. Observing her granddaughter's demeanor, Gu Fengxia felt perplexed. What has happened to this child today? Once in her room, Guinan tossed her backpack onto a chair and flung herself onto the bed, tormented by thoughts of Lu Ming. After a while, Gu Fengxia knocked and entered her granddaughter's room. Inian, what troubles you? Did something happen at school? Guinan's parents worked in another city, leaving her to grow up with her grandmother, confiding in her about everything, yet she hesitated to share this particular matter. Grandma. Seeing the uncertainty in the girl's eyes, Gu Fengxia smiled gently. Dear Inian, you can share anything with me. Although I may be old and not grasp the trendy matters of your youth, I have once walked your path and can understand some things. Speak to me about whatever weighs on your heart. Grandma. Guinan gazed at her grandmother, tears welling in her eyes. There's a boy in my class who likes me. He brings me gifts every day, treats me exceptionally well, runs errands for me, and takes care of everything for me. But what? Gu Fengxia prompted. But I have been unkind to him, often humiliating him. Eventually, he stopped paying attention to me. And now I feel so distressed, my heart aches. With that, Guinan burst into tears, overwhelmed with sadness. Gu Fengxia, filled with compassion, embraced Guinan, soothing her. Inian, do not weep. My dear child, it seems you have developed feelings for him. Feelings? Have I truly fallen for Lu Ming? Guinan looked at her grandmother in astonishment. Indeed, Gu Fengxia affirmed. But Inian, I must tell you, you should not treat such a kind boy in that manner. I understand, and now I regret it deeply. Guinan wept inconsolably. You ought to sincerely apologize to him, Gu Fengxia advised with earnest conviction. Moreover, when others bestow gifts upon you, it is improper to merely extend your hands in expectation. You must also reciprocate. This is the essence of mutual respect. Inian, I have noticed that you return each day with various gifts. Those must be from that young man. He invests in you, and you should likewise invest in him. Guinan gazed at her display, adorned with an array of jewelry and handbags. These were all presents from Lu Ming, yet upon reflection, aside from her persistent grievances, she had never given Lu Ming anything in return. Observing Guinan's contemplative demeanor, Gu Fengxia sensed her wavering resolve. I understand now, Grandma, Guinan replied. Did she harbor feelings for Lu Ming? It seems she indeed did. After all, Lu Ming treated her exceedingly well, and he was undeniably handsome. Were there to be a contest for the most charming boy in school, he would undoubtedly reign supreme. Thus, her affection for Lu Ming was entirely justifiable. Perhaps, if she were to give him a gift, he might be pleased and forgive her for her earlier transgressions. The mere thought filled Guinan with hope. After a prolonged absence, Lu Ming returned home on a long-awaited Saturday, his mind swirling with myriad thoughts. As the eldest son in the family, he also had a younger brother named Lu Sheng, who had been adopted. Lu Sheng harbored grand ambitions, perpetually seeking to oust Lu Ming from the Lu family, all in pursuit of becoming the sole heir of the Lu lineage. Lu Sheng informed Lu Zhiping, Lu Ming's father, about Lu Ming's behavior of fawning over Guinan at school, embellishing the tale with additional details. Subsequently, Lu Sheng continued to speak ill of Lu Ming to Lu Zhiping. further plotting against him. This contributed indirectly to Lu Ming's eventual estrangement from his family. Lu Ming stepped into his home, where Aunt Lu was filled with joy. Xiao Ming, you're back. Aunt Lu, the housekeeper of the Lu family, had always treated Lu Ming with great kindness. Lacking children of her own, she had cared for Lu Ming since his childhood, considering him as her own son. However, Aunt Lu's affection for Lu Ming had greatly fueled Lu Sheng's competitive spirit. After expelling Lu Ming from the Lu household, Lu Sheng falsely accused Aunt Lu of theft and subsequently forced her out as well. With no one to care for her, Aunt Lu fell ill and passed away alone in her home. Reflecting on this, Lu Ming's expression darkened. This time, as he had been reborn, he vowed that Lu Sheng would not lay a finger on the Lu family's fortune. Aunt Lu, let me wash the dishes, Lu Ming insisted, snatching the dishcloth from her hand. How can this be? Aunt Lu exclaimed, quickly trying to reclaim it. Your father hired me to do this work. How can I let you do it? You study so hard at school. You should rest while I prepare some fruit for you. But my father is not here, and I don't want you to tire yourself too much. Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, Aunt Lu was initially taken aback, then profoundly moved. Xiao Ming, you have truly grown up. Your parents would be so pleased. Aunt Lu, have you cut the fruit I requested? Lu Sheng called as he descended the stairs. Upon seeing Lu Ming, Lu Sheng's face was filled with disdain and disgust. Why are you home? Aren't you busy pursuing your goddess, you pathetic sycophant? Zhang Sheng leaned closer to Lu Ming, speaking in a tone barely audible to the two of them. Lu Ming cast a disdainful glance at him, his expression clearly conveying a potent disdain that greatly provoked Lu Sheng. However, Aunt Lu was reluctant to react. I have already peeled the fruit and placed it on the table, young master, she said with utmost respect. The title of young master was insisted upon by Lu Sheng to satisfy his own vanity. Why don't you bring it to my room? Lu Sheng was relentless, seizing the opportunity to assert his dominance. Do you not realize I need to concentrate on my studies? Not a single moment can be squandered. He shot a scornful glance at Lu Ming as he spoke. Aunt Lu was about to apologize to Lu Sheng, but was interrupted by Lu Ming's voice. Do you not have hands? Or perhaps you lack feet. Can't you descend the stairs to fetch it yourself? Lu Ming continued. If you are so passionate about studying, why not aim to be among the top 400 in the school? Lu Sheng's academic performance had always been his Achilles heel. Despite his diligent efforts, he clearly lacked the aptitude for study and could not even secure a place in the top 500. It was unusual for Lu Ming, who typically remained silent, to speak out so boldly today, leaving Lu Sheng flustered. You insufferable sycophant, utter another word. What? You become agitated from just a few words? Lu Ming smirked. You are far too easy to provoke. You're asking for trouble. Lu Sheng shouted. Enough of this bickering. Aunt Lu, at a loss, attempted to mediate. What is all this commotion? It was Lu Jiping, who had just returned, his brow furrowed. What is going on? Sir, it is entirely my fault. I did not bring young master's fruit to his room in a timely manner, hindering his studies, Aunt Lu hurriedly explained. Aunt Lu, you need not apologize. Lu Ming interjected with a frown. Lu Sheng has hands and feet. With you so busy, can he not serve himself? Xiao Ming, please do not speak so. Aunt Lu quickly pleaded, recalling the time when Lu Ming was cast out of the Lu household, and she had defended him with that same expression. Father, I merely wanted Aunt Lu to bring me some fruit because I'm exhausted from studying. Lu Sheng feigned innocence, yet his elder brother would not allow it. Are we hiring Aunt Lu for her to perform even this simple task? Dad, Lu Ming gazed at Lu Jiping. Are you truly willing to encourage Lu Sheng in such detrimental habits, showing ingratitude towards our own housekeeper? Lu Ming's eyes were earnest and commanding, leaving Lu Jiping somewhat astonished. This was the first time he had witnessed such a resolute Lu Ming, whose gaze seemed imbued with a tenacity reminiscent of his own stubbornness in youth. That's enough. Lu Jiping interrupted Lu Sheng, his eyes reflecting the authority of the head of the family. Is this ever going to end? Lu Sheng. Aunt Lu works tirelessly to manage her household. Anything you can do, do it yourself. I certainly do not recall indulging you in such despicable habits. Though Lu Sheng felt disgruntled after being reprimanded by Lu Jiping, he had no choice but to acquiesce. Yes, I understand, father, he replied, casting a resentful glance at Lu Ming. Noticing that Lu Ming was still holding the dishcloth, Lu Jiping was somewhat taken aback. This rascal, who usually spent his days idling and avoiding responsibilities or fawning over his female classmates, was unexpectedly lending a hand to Aunt Lu today. Are you assisting Aunt Lu with the household chores? Lu Jiping inquired skeptically. Indeed, sir. Little Ming saw me working and thought I looked too tired, so he wanted to help me. This child has always been considerate, Aunt Lu interjected eagerly. Well, that's commendable. Lu Jiqiwan finally relaxed the furrow in his brow, acknowledging that this was indeed the behavior befitting a son of the Lu family. He then cast a pointed glance at Lu Xing. Lu Xing's face fluctuated between shades of red and black, resembling a vibrant palette of colors. Enough of the dawdling. Your mother will return shortly. Aunt Lu, please prepare the meal, Lu Ziyuan remarked as he removed his suit jacket. Lu Ming ascended the stairs and returned to his room, where he seated himself at his desk and meticulously opened the pink notebook belonging to Shen Hanwei. The notebook was immaculate and exuded a faint fragrance of perfume. Truly, it was the notebook of a beautiful girl, Lu Ming mused. He intended to retrieve a pen from the drawer, but instead stumbled upon a box nestled within it. Curiosity piqued, he opened the box to discover its contents, only to be taken aback by what he found. Inside lay a notebook containing a love letter addressed to Guyin An, alongside a hairpin discarded in the trash by Guyin An, as well as a pen refill and a cosmetics case, among other items. Lu Ming was beset by an ominous premonition. Upon opening his notebook, the first page bore 5 prominent characters. Notebook of Pursuing Yinin. The first page read, Yinin is truly beautiful. She is willing to have me as her devoted admirer. She must hold feelings for me. The second page noted, Today, I sent her several messages, and Yinin finally responded with leave me alone. She is willing to reply to me now. I am overjoyed. The third page expressed, After I bought her a bag today, she did not scold me as she did before. Could it be that she has developed some affection for me? Lu Ming could hardly believe that this was indeed his own writing. He marveled at how reckless he had been in the past. As he gazed upon the remnants of his former indiscretions, his right eyelid twitched uncontrollably. It would be best to discard such ill-fated relics promptly, lest others mistakenly perceive him as some sort of deviant. Lu Ming hastily discarded all the unsightly items into the trash bin. After disposing of the refuse, he perused Shen Hanyue's notebook, memorizing several crucial formulas, thus enabling himself to tackle some fundamental problems. The final year of high school is of paramount importance. The essential concepts from the textbooks have been thoroughly covered, and now it is time for practice and comprehensive revision. He retrieved his exercise books from his first and second years, which remained pristine, and began working on the basic problems following the notes provided by Shen Hanwei. Madam, you have returned, he announced. Lu Ming's mother, Jiang Wenli, responded as she changed her shoes at the entrance. Though Jiang Wenli had reached the age of 40, her gracefulness still radiated, a trait that Lu Ming had inherited from her. In stark contrast, the adopted Lu Sheng, while reasonably presentable, bore an air of arrogance accentuated by the scars of acne on his face, rendering him less endearing. Madam, Xiaoming has returned. He is upstairs. I shall go call him, Aunt Lu said, wiping her hands in preparation to ascend the stairs. Xiaoming is back? Jiang Wenli's expression brightened. Aunt Lu, no need to go. I will find him myself. Ever since Lu Xing had revealed to Lu Zhiping that Lu Ming was acting as a sycophant for Gui Nan, Lu Zhiping had insisted Lu Ming abandon his pursuit of her to avoid bringing shame upon the family. However, Lu Ming paid no heed to his father's admonitions, leading to daily quarrels between them. Eventually, Lu Ming resolved to rent a dilapidated apartment near Gu Yinan's residence, affording him greater convenience in his attempts to win her favor. Thus, Jiang Wenli seldom had the opportunity to see him. With a flutter of excitement, Jiang Wenli ascended the stairs, having not seen Lu Ming for quite some time. Upon entering his room, she found him engrossed in his studies at the desk, which piqued her curiosity. What is Lu Ming engrossed in? I have never seen him so focused. Upon witnessing the pages filled with mathematical formulas and exercise books, Jiang Wenli's eyes widened in astonishment. To think that his son has actually begun to study. Lu Ming felt a commotion behind him and, upon turning around, was startled to discover someone standing there. Mom, why didn't you say anything before coming in? I came in to see how diligently you were studying, Jiang Wenli said, somewhat sheepishly. Oh, I'm just studying mathematics. The college entrance examination is approaching, and I'm striving to secure a place in a prestigious university. I see, Jiang Wenli replied, suddenly appearing pensive. Xiaoming, tell me, did the girl you were pursuing reject you? Since entering high school, Lu Ming seemed to have lost his focus, as if bewitched by Guinan. Had he perhaps experienced some form of emotional turmoil due to her? This was utterly perplexing for Lu Ming. He mused that his desire to study had nothing to do with her. After all, he was in his final year and determined to focus on his studies, wishing to relieve any concerns from both of them. Upon hearing Lu Ming's declaration, Jiang Wenli felt a great weight lift from her heart. Indeed, my little Ming has truly grown up, she thought. Women are inherently emotional, and seeing her son mature brought tears to her eyes. Your father and I can finally rest easy. Mom, what are you doing? Lu Ming questioned as he reached for a tissue to wipe her tears away. All right. I may have gotten a bit sentimental, Jiang Wenli admitted. Let us head downstairs for dinner. She then turned back to Lu Ming with a serious expression. Ming, I'm not trying to scold you, but don't fixate solely on Guinan. You should cherish someone as wonderful as Han Yu. Mom, Lu Ming replied earnestly. I have no intention of maintaining any ties with Guinan. I simply want to live my life well. Okay, I believe you. Jiang Wenli could hardly believe the transformation in her son. Chapter 14. Do not disappoint me, come. Xiao Ming. Today, Aunt Lu has prepared all your favorite dishes. Make sure to eat plenty, Jiang Wenli insisted, continually serving food into Lu Ming's bowl. All right, Lu Ming urged. You've piled it up so high. This isn't how one feeds a pig. You rarely come home. It's a rare occasion, so you should eat more, Jiang Wenli chided gently. Just look at how thin you've become. Lu Sheng watched as Jiang Wenli served dishes to Lu Ming, feeling an overwhelming sense of jealousy. When Lu Ming was not at home, Jiang Wenli had never shown him such affection. Mom. Lu Ming is too busy being an admirer for other girls to have time to come home, Lu Sheng scoffed, rolling his eyes. Upon hearing Lu Sheng's disparaging remarks about Lu Ming, Jiang Wenli frowned. Lu Sheng's incessant sharp tongue had made it difficult for her to harbor fond feelings for him. Finally, after a prolonged silence, Lu Zhiping spoke up. Lu Ming, you haven't returned for a financial request, have you? I assure you. As long as you disgrace me by being someone else's admirer, I will not part with a single penny. Dad, don't make things difficult for Lu Ming. He probably feels so despondent after a day without Guinan that he might contemplate extreme measures, Lu Sheng continued sarcastically. Jiang Wenli could hardly bear to listen. Just as she was about to defend her son, Lu Ming interrupted. Wait a moment. Lu Ming set down his chopsticks, rose, and deeply knelt before Lu Zhiping and Jiang Wenli, bowing his head profoundly. This act stunned the three of them. What are you doing? Lu Zhiping asked, astonished. Mom and Dad, I acknowledge my past mistakes. I have caused you much distress in my pursuit of Guinan, and I have spoken many harsh words. Lu Ming stood up, his eyes filled with determination. I now realize how foolish my actions were, and I promise to never act in such a manner again. Lu Zhiping was momentarily taken aback. Please forgive me, dear parents. With that, Lu Ming attempted to bow once more. Xiao Ming, of course, your parents believe you. Rise quickly. Jiang Wenli hurriedly intervened. Darling, Xiao Ming already spoke to me about this upstairs. He mentioned his intention to study diligently. I truly believe he has changed. Jiang Wenli said to Lu Zhiping, her eyes brimming with compassion for her son. Lu Zhiping observed his son's expression, marked by earnestness and shock. For the first time, he felt an unfamiliarity with Lu Ming, as he discerned a resolute determination in his eyes, a clear indication that his son was indeed serious. All right, rise now. We are family, after all, and there is no reason for one of us to kneel while dining. Lu Zhiping's tone softened considerably, realizing that his son had undergone a remarkable transformation. Upon hearing his father's words, Lu Ming finally stood up. What I seek is not mere words, Lu Zhiping asserted. Though he held faith in Lu Ming, he felt it necessary to lay down the expectations. What I desire is for you to act upon your intentions. A true man must honor his commitments. I have witnessed your change, Lu Ming. Do not let me down. Lu Zhiping spoke, and a rare smile finally graced his lips. I understand now, Dad, replied Lu Ming. Lu Zhiping nodded in satisfaction. However, this was entirely beyond Lu Sheng's expectations. He had intended to provide fuel to the fire, hoping that Lu Zhiping would completely lose faith in Lu Ming. Yet, if they reconciled, how would Lu Zhiping pay more attention to him? Lu Sheng felt an overwhelming sense of urgency. He could not comprehend how Lu Ming, who typically played the role of a sycophant, had transformed so dramatically. After finishing his meal, Lu Ming resolved to continue his studies, for time waits for no one, and there were certain problems that perplexed him greatly. Just as he was grappling with his thoughts, his phone buzzed a few times. It was a call from Ji Shengkai. Lu Ming pressed the answer button. Brother, do you have time to go to the internet CAF? The carefree voice of Ji Shengkai echoed from the phone. Not now. I'm currently studying, Lu Ming replied, resting his head on the desk. Mathematics gives me a headache at the moment. I recall that during middle school, academics were your forte. What on earth has transpired in the past 2 years? Have you fallen from grace? The connection between Lu Ming and Ji Shengkai persisted until the end of the second year of junior high, as Lu Zhiping consistently opposed their companionship. Lu Zhiping felt that Ji Shengkai was utterly unambitious, leading to a gradual decline in their interactions. Ji Shengkai remained oblivious to the developments concerning Lu Ming. Sighing, Lu Ming remarked that the story was rather lengthy. Perhaps you could consider extra tutoring? We heard that a student from our previous cohort managed to rise from the bottom ranks to the top 300 in the entire school, which is quite impressive. Lu Ming felt a surge of interest upon hearing this. What kind of tutoring could be so extraordinary? Although it is common to seek tutoring, ascending from the bottom ranks to the top 300 is undoubtedly no simple feat. The tutor in question was a retired university professor with a particularly eccentric temperament. I had visited him once before, but what? Lu Ming inquired, intrigued. But my tutor had the audacity to declare that I was not the gifted student he was seeking. No amount of money could sway him, Ji Shenkai exclaimed. His frustration palpable. Lu Ming couldn't help but chuckle upon hearing this. How ungrateful of you to mock me, Ji Shenkai retorted with indignation. In my opinion, isn't the purpose of tutoring merely to earn a bit of money? It's no wonder there are so few students if they refuse to pay. However, isn't the school prohibiting the establishment of tutoring classes? That doesn't quite qualify as a tutoring class, for she only accepts students she finds suitable. And she doesn't charge a single penny. Not a single penny? Lu Ming was somewhat incredulous. No wonder he is peculiar. I visited once, and it's quite close to your school. I have nothing planned for tomorrow, so if you're free, I'll take you there. All right. This intriguing tutoring class piqued Lu Ming's curiosity, and he was eager to discover what it was all about. Great. I'll call you tomorrow to arrange our meeting. The two continued to chat about various trivial matters before ending the call. Lu Ming tidied up in preparation for an early slumber. He had a habit of checking his WeChat one last time before drifting off to sleep, and to his surprise, he discovered a new message from Guinan. Guinan. Lu Ming, is there anything you particularly cherish? Lu Ming wore a perplexed expression, pondering what he truly liked. What he favored had little to do with her. Lu Ming was uncertain about the intentions of Guinan. Thus, he chose to ignore the message and promptly turned off his phone, surrendering to slumber. The following morning, at the break of 7, Ji Shenkai sought out Lu Ming. You're up rather early, Lu Ming remarked, somewhat surprised. I had presumed you would at least sleep until noon. Do not underestimate me, Ji Shenkai retorted defiantly. The tutoring center is quite far. Let us take a taxi, he proposed. All right, Lu Ming acquiesced with a nod. Before long, a taxi halted between the two. Chapter 15. Teacher Wang. Once they boarded the taxi, they observed the driver wearing a furrowed brow, engrossed in his phone, occasionally emitting a sigh. Hey, uncle, what troubles you? Did you have a quarrel with your wife? Ji Shenkai inquired with a hint of curiosity. At school, Ji Shenkai projected an intimidating persona, yet in reality, he was both extroverted and quite inquisitive. You brat. What nonsense are you spouting? The driver frowned at him. Oh, do not take offense, uncle. I was merely jesting. The driver shot Ji Shenkai a glare before resuming his driving, muttering under his breath, how am I going to explain this to my wife now? Uncle, you just let it slip that you had a spat with Andy, Ji Shenkai grinned triumphantly. Humph, that is irrelevant. The market is sluggish, the driver sighed again. All my stocks are in the red, not a hint of green in sight. What am I to do now? Stocks? Ji Shenkai, who typically paid little mind to such matters and lacked acquaintances involved in trading, was at a loss. To put it simply, stocks are a form of security. If the company whose stock you purchase performs well, the stock price rises, and the holders profit, Lu Ming interjected, pausing momentarily to elaborate. Conversely, if the company falters, the stock price plummets, resulting in losses for the shareholders. You seem to know quite a bit for your age, the driver remarked, surprised by Lu Ming's understanding of stocks. And that green indicates your stocks have fallen, Lu Ming added. Alas, the money I invested in stocks was my secret stash, and I had hoped to gain a little profit. Now, it appears that even my investment has been squandered, the taxi driver lamented. Lu Ming recalled that in his previous life, Lu Xing also ventured into stock trading. At that time, the stock of Liu Company surged dramatically after a prolonged decline, while a company named Yonglan experienced a significant drop despite its previously stable performance. Lu Xing had invested in Liu's stock and reaped substantial profits, however. He squandered the entire amount on frivolous pursuits within a mere few days. Given Lu Ming's understanding of Lu Xing, it was evident that Lu Shang had acquired insider information regarding the stock's performance. His discernment and insight were insufficient to predict the fluctuations of the market. Lu Ming resolved to observe Lu Xing closely in the coming days. Uncle, won't your wife punish you for losing money? Ji Shenkai continued to stoke the fire. What a loss, uncle. With that money, you could have treated yourself to something substantial instead of diving into the stock market. Now look where you are. Ji Zhengkai's thoughtless remarks ignited the driver's fury. Already in a foul mood from his stock losses, the driver felt further provoked by Ji Zhengkai's jibes. Are you getting in the car or not? I won't be giving you a ride anymore. Get out. The driver finally erupted. Uncle. No, bro. I was wrong. Please don't be like that. After this commotion, Ji Zhengkai finally settled down, sitting quietly as they reached their destination. At the tutoring center, they arrived shortly thereafter. Lu Ming disembarked and paid the fare, noticing Ji Zhengkai lost in thought. What are you pondering now? Lu Ming inquired. Nothing much, Ji Zhengkai replied, staring vacantly for a moment before suddenly gripping Lu Ming's shoulder in fear. Lu Ming, will I also end up having my salary confiscated by my wife? Forced to hide my savings? Ji Zhengkai's contemplation of a grim future drained the color from his face. Calm down, Lu Ming said, brushing Ji Zhengkai's hand aside. You should focus on finding a girlfriend first. True, Ji Zhengkai sighed in relief. However, he squinted and smiled slyly at Lu Ming. What? Lu Ming asked, feeling a chill at Ji Zhengkai's gaze. With how gentle Han Yu is, she doesn't seem like someone who would confiscate your salary. Lu Ming, you need to step up your game. Get lost, Lu Ming retorted, kicking Ji Zhengkai lightly. This guy always knew how to hit a nerve. As they ascended to the second floor of a residential building, they were taken aback to find a throng of students and parents waiting outside. A middle-aged woman, noticing Lu Ming and Ji Zhengkai's arrival, inquired, Are you here for the tutoring class as well? Yes. Why hasn't Teacher Wang opened the door yet? Ji Zhengkai asked, puzzled. Humph. Teacher Wang only allows us in at 9 o'clock, and she has quite the temper, the woman replied, sizing up Lu Ming and Ji Zhengkai. What scores do you usually achieve? I usually get around 20 to 30, Ji Zhengkai answered, looking at Lu Ming. And you? Me? I score about 30 to 40. Lu Ming said after a moment of contemplation. Only 30 to 40? A young man, standing beside a middle-aged woman, spoke up in astonishment. He had remained silent until then. And initially, neither Ji Zhengkai nor Lu Ming had even noticed his presence. I suggest you refrain from wasting your time here with such poor scores. The bespectacled youth declared smugly, adjusting his thick glasses. Oh, what makes you say that? Lu Ming inquired, raising an eyebrow. You see, Teacher Wang has quite the reputation. He only accepts exceptionally gifted students. For those of you who are academically challenged, you might as well seek out a tutoring center that will take anyone for a fee. He continued, flashing a smug grin that revealed his yellowed teeth, quite unpleasant to behold. Say that again, Ji Zhengkai retorted, his smile fading as a hint of menace crept onto his face. The bespectacled boy, sensing Ji Zhengkai's intensity, lowered his gaze in fear. Just then, the door swung open, revealing an elderly man with a head full of white hair and gold-rimmed glasses. A throng of parents and students surged forward, eager to introduce their children to the teacher. Please, come in, the elderly man said before stepping inside. The crowd followed suit, and Ji Zhengkai and Lu Ming entered as well. Teacher Wang's living room was quite unpretentious, featuring a modest tea table, a clean yet simple bed, and a bookshelf brimming with a diverse array of books. Lu Ming glanced at the bookshelf filled exclusively with volumes on education. Additionally, a piano graced the living room. The elderly man slowly polished his reading glasses, despite his age. He possessed a vigorous physique and a wealth of wisdom. The passage of 70 years had etched many lines upon his face, yet it had failed to diminish the vitality of his spirit. With the parents having departed, only the students remained. A shy parent, Teacher Wang, rose to speak, stating, My child knows nothing. I shall stay and accompany my child. Teacher Wang regarded the parent with a scrutinizing gaze through his glasses, remaining silent for a prolonged moment, which enveloped the room in an unexpected hush. Which child is yours? The elderly man inquired slowly. Teacher, it's you. Why aren't you getting up? The parent pointed to a short girl nearby. The girl, who had been keeping her head bowed, slowly stood up. Chapter 16. The ninth student, what is your name? Teacher Wang asked. The girl responded in a voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz. My daughter is Lu Xiaoyan, and she ranks among the top 10 in her grade at school. The girl's mother interjected, pride evident in her tone. I ask you, Teacher Wang set down his cup. When washing clothes, which types require dry cleaning and which should be washed with water? Huh? Lu Xiaoyan appeared bewildered. The other parents, too, were taken aback. They had anticipated questions related to academics, yet Teacher Wang had posed a query about laundry. I. Lu Xiaoyan stammered in a whisper. Teacher Wang. Lu Xiaoyan's mother promptly spoke up for her daughter. Our daughter never does chores at home. I am a full-time housewife, and I wash all her clothes and socks. She needs only to focus on her studies. The mother spoke with a sense of accomplishment. My daughter is recognized as a genius at school. Every teacher says she is gifted in learning. Our teacher has indicated that my daughter will attend a prestigious university in the future. I understand. Teacher Wang nodded slightly. You may now take your daughter and leave. His expression remained impassive. What? Lu Xiaoyan's parent asked, incredulous. I said, Teacher Wang enunciated deliberately. You may take your daughter and leave. Why? The parent clearly disagreed. You haven't even allowed my daughter to answer a question. The question has already been answered. Teacher Wang replied, unfazed yet commanding. Listen carefully. I seek students of true genius, not mere automatons dedicated solely to studying. If your child fits the latter description, you are free to depart. Let us not waste each other's time. Upon finishing, a throng of parents hastily exited the living room, leaving Lu Ming waiting outside. Lu Ming. I shall take my leave as well. Ji Xinkai hurriedly spoke. Typically fearless, he always felt a sense of discomfort in the presence of Teacher Wang. All right, Lu Ming nodded. I'll be ready shortly. With that, Ji Xinkai dashed out, leaving a few students in the living room, including the bespectacled boy who had previously mocked Lu Ming outside. You have 10 minutes to solve this problem, Teacher Wang announced, glancing at the clock as he distributed a sheet of handwritten questions to each student. All these students were high achievers, and they confidently took the papers, only to furrow their brows slightly after a brief examination. Soon, one student stood up and inquired, Teacher, is there an error in this? We haven't learned any of this material, nor do we have relevant formulas. Teacher Wang merely shot him a sidelong glance. I have made no errors. On the contrary, this is precisely the question I wish for you to tackle. The student persisted. This problem requires formulas we haven't learned. And our teacher has never covered this. Following his complaint, others echoed his sentiments, except for Lu Ming, who was lost in thought over the problem. Disregarding the student's protests, Teacher Wang glanced at his watch. You have only 5 minutes remaining, he stated. Observing Teacher Wang's demeanor, the students hastily retrieved their pens. Yet they were at a loss for how to proceed. Having never encountered such a question, they were uncertain of how to respond. While Lu Ming swiftly pulled out his pen and began to write, the room fell into silence, punctuated only by the sound of sighs and the scratching of pens on paper. Time's up, Teacher Wang announced, holding his watch. The room erupted in groans, and everyone's expression soured. As Teacher Wang collected the papers, he glanced at each one for only a few seconds before moving on. However, when he reached Lu Ming's paper, he paused momentarily to examine it with intent. All right, who is Lu Ming? He inquired. It's me. Lu Ming stood before Teacher Wang. Everyone else may leave. What? Lu Ming was taken aback, still processing the situation. The others were equally stunned. Each student here was regarded as an exemplary performer in school, the kind of child others aspired to be. This was their first encounter with failure. Wait, the bespectacled boy exclaimed incredulously, a look of deep resentment in his eyes. Teacher, you must be mistaken. You only glanced at it and declared our answers wrong? Must I repeat myself? Teacher Wang replied sternly. Every answer except Lu Ming's is incorrect. This is impossible. The Lu Ming you speak of is merely a student who fails math. The other students, already unconvinced, were further unsettled to learn that the individual who had outperformed them was someone deemed a failure in mathematics. Failing math. How could he possibly surpass us? Lu Ming provided exactly the answer I was seeking, Wang Laoshe remarked after casting a glance at Lu Ming. Lu Ming was indeed a bit perplexed. Upon receiving the question, he found himself at a loss, merely transcribing his thoughts on a paper. To his astonishment, he had passed. Could you at least tell us the correct answer? A girl inquired, her frustration palpable. Teacher Wang let out a cold snort. This question has no definitive answer. What? Everyone widened their eyes and dropped their jaws in disbelief. Are you mocking us? If there is no answer, how could he have succeeded? The bespectacled boy's face contorted with indignation. Exactly what gives? Others echoed in unison. The bespectacled boy hurriedly snatched Lu Ming's paper, and others crowded around to glimpse it. In truth, Lu Ming had not solved it either. He had merely pinned down everything he could conceive, without employing any formulas. You all confine yourselves to the textbook, Teacher Wang elucidated. No one has considered how to approach the problem in their own unique way. Lu Ming, on the other hand, possesses a vivid imagination and creative thought. This work is the product of his earnest contemplation and effort. I do not seek a pitiful machine that merely follows textbook formulas. I desire a genius like Lu Ming. One who is agile in thought, imaginative, and willing to engage in independent reasoning. The bespectacled boy's mouth twitched in disbelief. How could his formulaic approach be deemed rigid? He had been so arrogant outside just moments ago, only to find himself bested by Lu Ming. Lu Ming, Teacher Wang addressed him. You are now my 9th student. Throughout my guidance, you shall owe me not a single penny. However, should I find any aspect of your performance unsatisfactory, I reserve the right to expel you at any moment. After sipping his tea, Teacher Wang added, remember, I detest tardy students. From now on, report here for supplementary lessons every day after school at 7, continuing until 9:30, and do not come on weekends. No excuses for absence will be tolerated. Understood? Understood. Lu Ming stood tall, responding with unwavering determination. Very well, that is all, Teacher Wang stated, glancing coldly at the students who were filled with regret. You may all leave now. Chapter 17. The one I like. Lu Ming, you finally emerged. Ji Shinkai had been growing somewhat bored outside, and quickly stood up upon seeing Lu Ming. How did it go? Who did Teacher Wang accept? Ji Shinkai inquired eagerly. Lu Ming pondered how to converse effectively with Ji Shinkai, when suddenly, Teacher Wang opened the door and peered out. Lu Ming, come here and leave your number. Teacher Wang said, pulling out his phone. My surname is Wang, Wang Li Feng. You may simply call me Teacher Wang. All right, Teacher Wang, Lu Ming replied. The two adeptly exchanged phone numbers, and without a backward glance, Teacher Wang returned inside. Lu Ming turned around and was met with Ji Shinkai's utterly bewildered expression. You have become his student. Lu Ming felt a sense of embarrassment, as he too was quite taken aback. Ji Shinkai was rendered speechless. It was not that Ji Shinkai looked down upon Lu Ming. Rather, he assumed that the acerbic Teacher Wang would undoubtedly opt for a studious individual, akin to the bespectacled boy with commendable academic achievements. After all, he himself had been rejected due to his poor grades, and yet, the teacher had chosen none of the top-performing students, instead selecting Lu Ming. I merely devised a problem that had no solution, Lu Ming lamented. Is that all? Yes. Ji Shinkai took 10 minutes to digest this revelation, but soon he relegated the matter to the recesses of his mind. After all, Lu Ming was his good brother. Despite the teacher's eccentricity, his pedagogical expertise was undeniably top-notch. If his brother was content, he felt compelled to share in that joy. Today is such a delightful day. Let us go for a stroll, Ji Shinkai suggested. Are we two grown men really going shopping? Lu Ming replied, casting a disapproving glance at Ji Shinkai. Why not invite Hanyu? It's a rare day off. Let us not confine her to the house to study. One must learn to balance work and leisure. Hold on a moment. I will inquire with Hanyu. With that, Lu Ming dialed Shun Hanyue's number. The phone barely rang before the call was answered. Hello, Ming. What is the matter? The girl's clear and melodious voice resonated from the other end of the line. Lu Ming had never had the experience of inviting a girl out, and he was uncertain about how to extend such an invitation. Previously, when he had been infatuated with Gu Yinan, he had never dared to ask her out, fearing that she might be too busy to accept. Oh, what are you up to now? Lu Ming inquired indirectly. Oh, nothing much. I'm just reading, came the reply. Studying on the weekends? Truly, you are remarkable, Hanyu, Ji Shinkai remarked with admiration. Actually, I'm with Shinkai right now. And he suggested we go for a stroll. Would you like to join us? The voice on the other end of the line was filled with youthful excitement. Yes, I'd love to go out. Where are you now? I'll come find you. It's not proper for a girl to seek us out. Lu Ming shook his head. We'll take a taxi to pick you up. All right, I'll get ready now. Great, we'll see you shortly. The thrill within Shun Hanyu was palpable, her heart racing with anticipation. See you soon, Ming and Kaiga, she exclaimed before the call was abruptly ended. Shun Hanyu felt a fluttering excitement as if a little deer were bounding within her heart. Lu Ming actually wants to invite her out for an outing. The last time she went out was during her elementary school years. She hurriedly rose and rushed to the mirror, gazing at her reflection with dissatisfaction. She felt that when meeting Lu Ming, she must appear beautiful and charming. She rummaged through her wardrobe, comparing various outfits, yet nothing seemed quite right. Lu Ming and Ji Shinkai soon arrived at the foot of Shin Hanyue's building by taxi. Upon spotting the taxi, Shin Hanwei hurriedly descended the stairs. Yeah. Where are you going? Li Xianglin, noticing her daughter dressed so elegantly and rushing outside, couldn't help but feel curious. Mom, Shin Hanwei hesitated, unsure of how to express herself. Lu Ming and brother Ji said they wanted to play with me, and they've just arrived. I see. Li Xianglin understood immediately upon hearing Lu Ming's name. You may go. But remember not to wander off and be home before it gets too late. Understood, Mom, Shun Hanyue replied obediently. All right, off you go, Li Xianglin said with a smile. Then I'm off. See you tonight, Shin Hanwei exclaimed as she dashed downstairs, her eyes sparkling with barely contained excitement. Be careful, Li Xianglin playfully admonished. Lu Ming. Brother Ji. Shin Hanwei waved her hand as she stepped outside. Lu Ming set down his phone, utterly astonished as he gazed at Shin Hanwei. The young woman donned a gown of delicate pink and white, her lustrous black hair cascading gracefully over her shoulders. Adorned with pearl jewelry that accentuated her elegant neck and slender arms, she radiated an ethereal charm. In preparation for her meeting with Lu Ming, Shin Hanwei had applied a subtle touch of makeup, yet her dark eyes sparkled with brilliance. Naturally beautiful, she appeared even more enchanting with these embellishments. Resembling a celestial being descended from the heavens, Lu Ming was momentarily rendered speechless. Wow, Hanyu, you look stunning today. Ji Xingkai was equally astonished. Although he had played with Shin Hanwei during their childhood, he had never seen her adorned with delicate makeup and a dress. Hearing Ji Xinkai's compliment, Shin Hanyue's cheeks flushed slightly as she eagerly turned to Lu Ming, asking, Ming, what do you think of my outfit today? You look magnificent, Lu Ming praised. You were already beautiful, and now you've dressed so elegantly. Shin Hanwei sighed in relief, realizing that Lu Ming appreciated her appearance. Let's head out now. We can enjoy dinner later, Ji Xingkai urged with excitement. Absolutely, I'm looking forward to it, Shin Hanwei replied enthusiastically. The group then boarded their vehicle, heading towards the shopping mall. Inan, what's wrong? Why are you daydreaming while shopping? Lin Luoluo inquired curiously, noticing Gu Yinan's unusual demeanor. Typically, Gu Yinan reveled in shopping, enthusiastically purchasing various items. She would even bring along Lu Ming, who played the role of the devoted admirer, while Gu Yinan focused on her shopping. And Lu Ming handled the expenses and carried the bags. However, recently, Gu Yinan displayed little interest in clothing or accessories and had not invited Lu Ming to accompany her for financial support. Oh, it's nothing, Gu Yinan replied, recalling her grandmother's words from that evening about wanting to buy Lu Ming the finest gift. Yet, she lacked experience in gifting to boys. Gifts were usually bestowed upon her by others seeking to please her, leaving her uncertain about how to approach gifting to a boy. Gu Yinan sighed in frustration, pondering why Lu Ming had not responded to her messages. What would he like? Luoluo, what do boys typically enjoy receiving from girls? Lin Luoluo was taken aback by Gu Yinan's question. Just as she was contemplating the matter, it dawned on her, and she looked at Gu Yinan in surprise. Yinan, you can't possibly have a crush on someone, can you? What? Absolutely not. Gu Yinan quickly refuted. Although her thoughts were consumed by Lu Ming, she felt embarrassed to admit her feelings for him. Previously, when Lu Ming was enamored with herself, she paid little attention to him. However, after Lu Ming ceased his pursuit, she found herself drawn to him. What would others think if they discovered such a predicament? Do not divert the topic. Quickly tell me what boys like, Gu Yinan inquired. What do boys like? Lin Luoluo pondered seriously. Perhaps cars, video games, and shoes? She certainly could not afford to gift a car, being merely a student. She was not well versed in video games, leaving only shoes as an option. Yinan, is that Lu Ming? Lin Luoluo asked in astonishment. What? Upon hearing that name, which occupied her thoughts day and night, Gu Yinan hurriedly turned to follow Lin Luoluo's gaze. It truly was Lu Ming. Just as Gu Yinan felt a surge of happiness, she noticed Shin Hanyue beside him. Initially intent on approaching Lu Ming, she hesitated upon seeing Shin Hanyue. Yinan, why have you stopped? Lin Luoluo noticed Gu Yinan's pause and halted as well. Weren't you eager to find Lu Ming? Conflicted emotions battled within Gu Yinan. She had missed Lu Ming dearly over these past days, and this rare opportunity to encounter him felt too precious to squander. However, what if Lu Ming rejected her again, as he had before? Surely, he was out on a date with Shin Hanwei. After much contemplation, Gu Yinan steeled herself. Her longing for Lu Ming was overwhelming. Regardless of the circumstances, she must speak to him. With a surge of courage, she strode purposefully towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming, Gu Yinan called out. Hearing his name, Lu Ming looked up, surprised to see Gu Yinan. What an unfortunate fate, to encounter her everywhere. Lu Ming, are you out shopping as well? Yes. Is there something you need? Lu Ming replied coolly. Gu Yinan felt a pang of sadness at his indifference. The Lu Ming of the past would have been genuinely pleased to see her and would have eagerly offered to accompany her shopping. Yet, the Lu Ming before her now was notably distant, and she longed for the warmth of their former connection. Yet, had the roles been reversed, she would have scorned him and warned him to keep his distance. This was all her fault for having been too aloof, leading to her loss. Lu Ming, shall we shop together? Gu Yinan ventured tentatively. Lin Luoluo observed that Gu Yinan had been full of surprises lately. Wasn't it customary for Lu Ming to have been the one to propose accompanying Gu Yinan shopping? Why had the tables turned? I'm sorry, but we're here to accompany Hanwei shopping, and I don't have the habit of being scolded by you for not buying you anything. Lu Ming was utterly unrelenting. Although Gu Yinan had anticipated such an outcome, when Lu Ming truly rejected her, she found herself unable to accept this reality. A sense of unwillingness enveloped her. Lu Ming, I have come to realize just how excessive I was before. I understand my mistakes now. Please, do not be angry with me any longer. Lu Ming felt somewhat speechless. When I treated you well before, you were so disdainful. Now that I have decided not to be kind, you come back asking for my goodwill. What on earth is Gu Yinan thinking? I truly cannot fathom her thoughts. Lu Ming, wasn't she the one we faced in boxing last time? Ji Zhengkai inquired, sensing the awkward atmosphere. Yes, but I am not familiar with her, Lu Ming replied, maintaining his cold demeanor, unwilling to engage further with Gu Yinan. Lin Luo observed Lu Ming's attitude and then glanced at Gu Yinan's demeanor. Although perplexed, she chose to defend Gu Yinan first. Lu Ming, it's one thing to not hang out together, but why treat a girl with such disdain? And was her previous attitude towards me justified? Lu Ming retorted, exasperated by the unreasonable nature of women. All right, Luo, that's enough, Gu Yinan interjected, halting Lin Luo. Are we done? Let us leave, Lu Ming declared. Preparing to depart, sensing that remaining with Gu Yinan would lead to no good outcomes. Shen Hanyu, feeling a pang of sympathy as she witnessed Gu Yinan's sorrowful expression, felt somewhat uncomfortable. Ming, let us invite them to join us. It will be more lively with a larger group. Today is primarily about accompanying you. What difference does it make to include them? Lu Ming understood that Shen Hanyu was unable to bear seeing others unhappy. As a fellow girl, being rejected must be quite disheartening for her as well. Shen Hanyu walked directly towards Gu Yinan's position. Yinan, let us explore together. A larger group will be more vibrant. Gu Yinan widened her eyes in astonishment at Shen Hanyu. It suddenly dawned on her why Lu Ming was attracted to Shen Hanyu. A girl so generous, kind, and beautiful was indeed striking. Shen Hanyu's magnanimity sparked envy within Gu Yinan. If she were like that, would Lu Ming not have left her? Thank you, Hanyu, Gu Yinan replied. All right, let us go. Shen Hanyu smiled, seeing Shen Hanyu and Gu Yinan standing together. Lu Ming felt a sense of helplessness, yet he acknowledged Shen Hanyu's inherent kindness. Shall we head to Huaxin Building first? Ji Zhengkai suggested, still somewhat puzzled by the situation. Sure. I've spent too long in Luochuan City. Upon returning to Qingyang City, I barely recognize it anymore. There are so many fun places, Shen Hanyu exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. Just in time for your return, I'll take you around. They've even developed an amusement center here where you can enjoy escape rooms and archery, Ji Zhengkai elaborated, drawing from his frequent visits. Haunted house. Gu Yinan's mind brimmed with various thoughts. If she were frightened by ghosts, would Lu Ming come to her rescue? Then let us head to the amusement center. It sounds quite intriguing, Lu Ming agreed. Under Ji Zhengkai's guidance, the group arrived at the amusement center, which was bustling with people due to the weekend, featuring an array of gaming facilities. Wow, Ming, Brother Ji, they even have claw machines. Shen Hanwei could not contain her excitement upon seeing the dolls. She had always cherished these plush toys the most. Gu Yinan and Lin Luo, observing the lively atmosphere around them, felt their spirits lift as well. Don't worry. I will help you, Ji Zhengkai assured. Lu Ming arrived at the arcade to exchange for game tokens, intending to help Shen Hanyu win a plush toy. Unsure of the number of tokens required to secure a prize, he exchanged 100 tokens initially. Rest assured, Hanwei, Ji Zhengkai confidently declared. Just tell me which one you like. Chapter 19. The disheartened Gu Yinan Ji Zhengkai continued to use several tokens in an attempt to grasp the toy, but either he failed to secure it entirely or it slipped from his grasp midway. Brother Ji, are you even capable of this? Shen Hanyu inquired, her faith in Ji Zhengkai's skills beginning to waver as he failed to capture a single toy. Hanyu, please don't doubt me just yet, Ji Zhengkai responded, scratching his head in confusion. It must be that this machine is faulty. It has to be. Lu Ming shook his head in resignation. You, my friend, if you lack skill, do not blame the uneven path. If your technique is inadequate, do not hold the claw machine accountable, for it is entirely innocent. Lu Ming said with a smile. Unable to resist, Gu Yinan stole several glances at the smile on Lu Ming's face. Why is Lu Ming so charming when he smiles? How could I have never noticed this before? Lu Ming, this isn't fair. It's easy for you to stand there and speak. Why don't you give it a try? Ji Zhengkai found it hard to accept the reality after Lu Ming's remark. You can't just directly attempt to grab it. First, observe the claw. Some claws are quite sturdy and grip firmly, while others are rather loose and do not hold as well, Lu Ming explained. Ming, why don't you give it a try? Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, Shin Hanwei felt a sense of trust in his expertise and believed he could certainly catch a toy. All right, I shall give it a go, Lu Ming replied. Thus, he first examined the claws of each toy machine and stood in front of a relatively new one. Hanwei, which toy do you fancy from this machine? That little pink rabbit. Shin Hanwei pointed to a cute rabbit plush in the machine. Very well, Lu Ming nodded and deposited a few coins to begin his attempt. He did not hurriedly press the button. Instead, he adjusted his position several times. Just before the claw descended, he manipulated it to rotate a few times before it finally dropped, successfully grasping the rabbit toy. As the claw lifted the toy, everyone watched anxiously, including Guinan. When the claw secured the toy and lifted it toward the opening, Shin Hanwei joyfully exclaimed. Nearby, a couple's girlfriend envied Lu Ming's success, as she and her boyfriend had nearly exhausted their coins without winning a single toy, while he had managed to win on his first try. She felt quite dissatisfied with her boyfriend. Look at his boyfriend, and then look at you. Upon hearing this, Shin Hanwei shyly lowered her head, clutching the toy. The couple claimed to be a pair with Lu Ming, and he did not refute them. This thought filled Shin Hanwei with uncontainable joy. But Guinan was not as pleased. Her face turned even paler upon hearing the word boyfriend. The male partner scratched his head, feeling quite helpless as he simply could not succeed in catching a toy. Brother, could you help us catch one? My girlfriend has wanted that toy for a long time. Sure. Lu Ming responded readily. The couple handed over their remaining coins to him, but Lu Ming opted for a different machine. Ming, why aren't you continuing with that machine? Shin Hanwei asked curiously. Well, the machine we just used has already been attempted. These machines operate on probability. Once you catch something, the likelihood of winning again decreases, Lu Ming explained. Wow, Ming, you know so much. Shin Hanwei looked at him with admiration. The couple was equally impressed. They had thought these machines relied solely on luck, unaware of the intricacies involved. Lu Ming discovered a claw machine that had eluded others for quite some time. He inserted a few coins, and the machine's music began to play. With deft precision, Lu Ming maneuvered the claw, targeting a plush toy and successfully retrieving it. The couple nearby were utterly astonished. Thank you, truly, thank you. The young man exclaimed repeatedly. They delightedly captured numerous photos with the toy, their joy palpable, before they soon departed. Lu Ming, I had no idea you possessed such a skill. That's impressive. Ji Xingkai remarked, unable to contain his admiration as he gave Lu Ming a thumbs up. Oh, it's nothing, Lu Ming humbly replied. I merely learned from tutorials online. You are truly remarkable. Guinan, who had remained silent until now, could no longer restrain herself. Thank you, Lu Ming responded with an impassive expression. Yet he offered his gratitude out of courtesy. Guinan reflected on the fact that she had never once complimented Lu Ming, not even with a smile. Lu Ming had previously done much for Guinan, yet at that time, Guinan never bestowed upon him a warm expression. There were moments when she even mocked him behind his back, calling him foolish for obeying her every command. Look over there, a haunted house. Let us venture into it. At the mere sight of the haunted house, Ji Xingkai was filled with excitement, as he adored such thrilling experiences. Oh, I can't go in. The frightening decorations terrify me. Lin Luoluo exclaimed, fear gripping her heart. All right then, is there anyone else who wishes to abstain? Ji Xingkai inquired. I shall go, Shin Hanwei replied. I have visited a haunted house before, and it was rather enjoyable. I am indifferent. I shall join as well, Lu Ming added. Then I shall go too. Although apprehensive, Guinan felt compelled to accompany them, seeking to create an opportunity for herself and Lu Ming. We require 4 tickets, Ji Xingkai tapped on the ticket booth. In the next moment, an NPC ghost, adorned with theatrical makeup, slowly crawled out, a sinister smile gracing her lips. This NPC is quite dedicated, Ji Xingkai remarked with a grin upon seeing her. After purchasing their tickets, the group entered the haunted house, which was enveloped in darkness. Guinan instinctively gravitated closer to Lu Ming, finding solace in his presence. Inside, the haunted house was filled with terrifying props, skeletal hands reaching out from their confines. Guinan's heart raced, yet Shin Hanwei appeared unfazed, her eyes brimming with curiosity, which encouraged Guinan to muster her courage and proceed further. As they neared the exit, Ji Xingkai grew somewhat bored, finding the haunted house lackluster, noting it was merely a collection of sound effects and props. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a female ghost leapt forth. Drenched in red, her face pallid, lips curled into a grotesque grin, rushing toward them with an unsettling fervor. The group was startled by this NPC and hurriedly retreated in the opposite direction. Goodness! Ji Xingkai exclaimed, cursing in shock. Guinan was terrified. Yet her thoughts instinctively turned to finding Lu Ming. As she glanced back, she saw him holding the trembling Shen Hanyue in his arms. She froze, her fear morphing into a profound sadness and despair, tears welling in her eyes. Chapter 20. The examination for Cursin University. Well, that chase scene with the NPC was absolutely exhilarating. Truly delightful. Ji Xingkai could hardly contain his exhilaration, recalling how frightened he had been moments earlier. Shen Hanwei still seemed dazed, the final apparition genuinely startling her. Thankfully, Lu Ming had been there to embrace her, shielding her from the ghost. Noticing Shen Hanwei lost in thought, Lu Ming felt a twinge of regret for not dissuading her from entering the haunted house. She appeared quite shaken. "Are you all right?" he inquired gently. "I'm fine now, Ming," she reassured him. Shen Hanwei shook her head. Lin Luoluo noticed Guinan approaching. "Inan, how was it inside? Was it enjoyable?" Guinan kept her head lowered, which struck Lin Luoluo as peculiar. "Inan, what's wrong?" "It's nothing," Guinan replied in a voice barely above a whisper, almost a murmur. Lin Luoluo turned to examine Guinan's face. "Inan, why are your eyes so red?" Lin Luoluo observed that Guinan's entire face was flushed with bloodshot eyes. Guinan dared not admit that it was because she had seen Lu Ming embrace Shen Hanwei, which had caused her to cry in secret. Such an admission would be far too embarrassing. "Oh, it's nothing. I must have gotten some dust from the haunted house in my eyes," Guinan said. Lin Luoluo accepted this explanation and refrained from pressing further. "Are you all right, Inan?" Shen Hanwei, noticing Guinan's red eyes, asked with concern. Guinan couldn't bring herself to look into Shen Hanyue's eyes. The sight of her stirred feelings of discomfort and an uncontrollable jealousy within her. Why? At first, Lu Ming harbored affection for himself, yet now he not only no longer cherishes that sentiment, but he also completely disregards his own existence. Had he ventured into the haunted house in the past, he would have undoubtedly rushed forth to protect himself. Guinan finds the shift utterly incomprehensible. She cannot bear the thought of Lu Ming being taken away by Shen Hanyue. "I'm fine, thank you," Guinan replied, suppressing her inner turmoil. "I'm sorry, but I have some matters at home to attend to, so I must leave." "Oh," Shen Hanyue felt a twinge of unease, unable to articulate why. "All right, please be careful on your way. Since Inan is leaving, I shall take my leave as well," Lin Luoluo added. Once Guinan and Lin Luoluo departed, Shen Hanwei felt a sense of perplexity. "Ming, why is Inan acting so strangely?" "How would I know?" Lu Ming replied. "I'm not a mind reader." Shen Hanwei wished to inquire further, but noticing Lu Ming's reluctance to discuss the matter, she refrained from pursuing it. Although she was aware that Lu Ming had once held affections for Shen Hanwei, he had assured her that he no longer felt the same for Guinan and that she, Shen Hanwei, was more significant to him. She firmly believed that Lu Ming never spoke untruths. Shen Hanyue glanced at her phone, which displayed 7:35. Time passes swiftly. It feels as though she has not yet had her fill of enjoyment. "It's all right. Whenever you wish to come out and have fun again, just let me know." Lu Ming consoled her. "Indeed, I always have time. If you wish to play, feel free to find me," Ji Qingkai echoed. "How wonderful," Shen Hanyue mused. In Xingyang, not only did she have a loving family and lifelong friends, but she also had the person she adored, as she glanced at Lu Ming. If only things could remain this way forever. "Ming, Jigu, the college entrance examination is approaching. Have you decided which school you wish to attend? As for me, I might just casually enroll in a vocational college in Xingyang. My father wants me to study abroad, but my English is rather poor and in an unfamiliar place. It's not nearly as enjoyable as staying here," Ji Qingkai remarked. In his previous life, had he not severed ties with his family, Lu Ming would have likely studied abroad as well. However, having been reborn, he was determined to gain admission to a prestigious university this time around. Otherwise, what would be the purpose of reliving this life? "I am to attend Cursin University," Lu Ming declared. "What? Are you referring to the Cursin University I have in mind?" Ji Qingkai asked, bewildered. "Indeed," Lu Ming confirmed. Cursin University is renowned as a premier institution with an array of distinguished programs, where the students are all top scholars. A place many aspire to attend but cannot. "Really? Ming, I too wish to attend Cursin University," Shen Hanwei exclaimed with excitement. "Ming, we could end up at the same school." Shen Hanyue has always excelled academically. In her previous life, she successfully gained admission to Cursin University and even became the top student in the city's college entrance examination. Thus, her acceptance into Cursin University seemed a foregone conclusion. However, a tinge of worry crept into her mind. It was well known that Lu Ming's grades were dismal, as he ranked last in his school. Could he truly secure a spot at Curson University? Consumed by concern for Lu Ming, Shen Hanwei contemplated the possibility of enrolling in a nearby university or applying to other institutions if he were unable to attend Curson University. Perhaps sensing her unease, Lu Ming gazed earnestly at her and reassured, "Hanwei, I know my current standing is the lowest in the school, but I firmly believe that through my forthcoming efforts, I will catch up to you and apply to Curson University together." "Yes, Ming, I believe in you," Shen Hanwei replied, her faith in him unwavering as she looked into his earnest eyes. "Hey, have you two considered my feelings as the third wheel?" Ji Zhengkai lamented, feigning a sense of betrayal. "Oh." Shen Hanwei suddenly realized that she had been locked in a gaze with Lu Ming for quite some time. Startled, her cheeks flushed, and her heart raced. "What do you mean by showing off your affection?" "Ji Gu, what nonsense are you saying?" she retorted indignantly. "If that's not showing off affection, then what is?" "Your eyes were practically sparkling," Ji Zhengkai teased, causing her blush to deepen. "Stop joking," Shen Hanwei protested, though reluctant. She acknowledged that she and Lu Ming were not yet in a romantic relationship, which left her feeling somewhat disheartened. Meanwhile, Lu Ming's thoughts were entirely different. He realized that he could not confess his feelings to Shen Hanwei just yet. With the impending college entrance examination, he could not afford to distract her. He resolved to find the right moment to express his feelings after the exams, to surprise her. "All right, I must head home," she said, though regret tinged her voice. "How will you get home? Should I accompany you?" Lu Ming inquired. "No need. My mother is coming to pick me up. I need to sleep early tonight." "Classes resume tomorrow," Shen Hanwei explained. "Okay, see you then," Lu Ming replied. "Goodbye, Hanwei. If you want to hang out again, remember to call me," Ji Zhengkai said playfully. After bidding farewell to the two, Shen Hanwei left with lingering reluctance. Chapter 21. The Wall of Confessions. Do you know Lu Ming from Class 3? Of course. Isn't he just Gu Yinan's devoted admirer? On that Monday morning, a group of gossiping female classmates engaged in fervent discussion about the matter. "Oh dear. We can't call him a devoted admirer anymore. I saw him at the school gate just the other day." That morning, nearly every student was abuzz with conversation surrounding this topic. Lu Ming and Shen Hanwei arrived at school early, only to discover that they were the subject of numerous curious glances. "Hanwei, is there something on my face today?" Lu Ming inquired. "Huh, no, not at all," Shen Hanwei replied, scrutinizing Lu Ming from side to side, unable to discern anything amiss. "I have this strange feeling of being intensely observed," Lu Ming remarked, surveying his surroundings. As he glanced around, the girls nearby quickly averted their gazes, hastily dodging his line of sight. Upon entering the classroom, the class monitor, Lu Zihao, hurried over. "Lu Ming, do you have any idea that you've become quite the celebrity at school?" he exclaimed. "What? Me? A celebrity?" Lu Ming responded, bewildered. "Yes, precisely you." Lu Zihao beamed with excitement, as if he himself had achieved fame. "Come on, monitor, stop keeping us in suspense, and tell us what's going on," Shen Hanwei urged. Her curiosity piqued. It all started when Wang Yi tried to pick a fight with Lu Ming, and Lu Ming sought the help of the school bully from Qingyangno 7 Middle School, Ji Zhengkai, Lu Zihao explained. "Later, I noticed you both returning home unscathed, only to find out that someone had recorded the entire incident and posted it on our campus wall." Lu Ming has not added the school's campus wall WeChat, as the content within is primarily filled with mutual disparagement or submissions seeking romantic partners. Lu Ming held little interest in such matters, while Shen Hanwei, being new to the school, had yet to join the campus wall. Wang He had previously dominated the school, bullying fellow students without remorse. When Lu Zihao mentioned Wang He, his disdain for him was evident. Lu Ming's recent confrontation with Wang He served as a form of vindication for his classmates. Lu Zihao shared the contact details for the confession wall with Lu Ming and Shen Hanwei, and after they added each other, their requests were promptly accepted. Lu Ming then browsed the posts shared on the confession wall. Indeed, the video of his confrontation with Ji Zhengkai had gone viral, eliciting a flurry of enthusiastic comments. Many had long harbored a dislike for Wang He, and at last, someone had taken a stand. Support was essential. Wait. Isn't Lu Ming that sycophant from senior year who fawned over the school beauty Gu Yinan? It was surprising to learn that he was acquainted with Ji Zhengkai, the notorious bully of Qingyang No. 7 High School. A bully? In truth, despite Ji Zhengkai's notorious reputation at the school, he never put on airs with his friends. Thus, in Lu Ming's eyes, Ji Zhengkai was merely a playful and carefree individual. Lu Ming continued to read on. "How incredibly handsome. Is this a case of black eating black? Suddenly, I find this sycophant quite charming as well." Fellow kindred spirits above, I have sensed Lu Ming's allure for quite some time. I merely hesitated to voice it due to his relentless adoration for Guinan. Wang He truly deserves it. Who is the girl beside Lu Ming? She seems to rival the beauty of the esteemed Gu. Does anyone have the contact information for that man named Ji Shenkai? So dashing. With a charmingly roguish appeal that aligns perfectly with my preferences. Lu Ming chuckled upon witnessing this. He had not anticipated that this lad, Ji Shenkai, was quite favored by the young ladies. Lu Ming suppressed the urge to share Ji Shenkai's contact information with the young girl in the comments section and switched off his phone. Lu Ming, it seems you have truly turned the tide, Lu Zihao remarked with a smile. You must be joking. This hardly qualifies as a blessing. Lu Ming chuckled in response. However, considering how proud Wang He is, I wonder if he will be able to withstand the pressure and return to school after this incident. Lu Ming glanced towards Wang He's desk, and to his surprise, Wang He had actually come to school. However, Wang He was wearing sunglasses and a mask, topped off with an exaggerated duckbill cap, making his appearance rather peculiar. Lu Ming instantly grasped the situation, undoubtedly aware that Wang He had endured considerable ridicule. Look, is that Zhao Jin? A classmate seated by the window suddenly exclaimed. What is happening? What is happening? Several students hurried to peer outside. Ming, what is going on? Observing the excitement of others, Shin Hanwei felt a twinge of curiosity. Let us go take a look, Lu Ming suggested to Shin Hanwei. Upon glancing outside, it was indeed Zhao Jin, who had removed his school jacket, revealing only a short-sleeved shirt as he jogged on the playground. As he discarded his outerwear, his round belly became visible, and he huffed and puffed while running, presenting a rather comical sight. Ming, Zhao Jin must be fulfilling his promise, Shin Hanwei remarked with a smile. Lu Ming, intrigued, approached and opened the window. His classroom was on the second floor, conveniently close to the playground. Any loud noise would easily carry to it. Zhao Jin, don't just focus on running. Remember what you promised me. Lu Ming called out, his voice elongated, which drew the attention of students from other classes. As Zhao Jin sprinted, he cast a glance in Lu Ming's direction, his eyes brimming with resentment. However, after a moment of hesitation, he began to bark out loud, I am a dog. I am a dog. The moment he finished, uproarious laughter erupted from the surrounding classmates. It seems Zhao Jin truly keeps his word, Lu Zihao remarked with a smile. Lu Ming understood that this should have been a subtle reminder from Ji Shenkai to Zhao Jin after learning of the incident, hence Zhao Jin dared not defy him. Zhao Jin's barking drew the attention of the director, Li Zhenghua, who promptly appeared. Without hesitation, Li Zhenghua delivered a swift kick to Zhao Jin. Zhao Jin, instead of focusing on your studies in class, you choose to bark like a dog. Zhao Jin was instantly knocked down, caught off guard, and then hoisted up by his ear by the director. Ouch. Director, please show some mercy. I see you can't resist hitting me. You enjoy this barking, don't you? Come to my office. I'll let you bark to your heart's content. With that, Li Zhenghua dragged Zhao Jin away by his ear. The classmates felt they hadn't seen enough, and the spectacle ended too abruptly, leaving them wanting more. The class bell rang. Students, it's time for class. Please take your seats, Lu Zhan instructed as she hurried into the classroom, urging those who had been caught up in the commotion to settle down. After surveying the room, her gaze settled on Gu Yinan's empty seat. Class monitor, why isn't Gu Yinan here today? Report, Gu Yinan has taken leave, citing illness. Very well. Lu Zhan adjusted her glasses. Let us continue with our lesson. Lu Ming then realized that Gu Yinan had taken a leave of absence. Her seat remained unoccupied, but he paid little mind to it. After all, he was no longer her devoted admirer. Now, he and Gu Yinan were merely classmates, which rendered the matter of little consequence to him. After class, while some students took the opportunity to rest and others headed to the restroom, a sudden shout pierced the tranquility outside the classroom. Lu Ming, come out here. Chapter 22, Be My Girlfriend. All the students turned their attention to the commotion outside, wondering who could be so audacious. Lu Ming felt somewhat exasperated. He had intended to focus on his studies at school, yet it seemed that trouble sought him out daily. Get out here. Otherwise, I shall come in. The raucous voices outside continued unabated, and Lu Ming's headache intensified. Shin Hanwei, sensing yet another troublemaker, grew concerned for Lu Ming. Ming, are you all right? Lu Ming reassured Shin Hanwei to remain calm and stepped outside. Upon exiting, Lu Ming encountered an unfamiliar face, a rather portly young man with a round visage and large ears. Excuse me, who are you? Lu Ming inquired, utterly unfamiliar with this individual. You don't recognize me? The boy exclaimed, growing agitated. I sent you a message on WeChat. Have you forgotten me so swiftly? Lu Ming pondered carefully and realized that there indeed was such a person. Are you the one who provocatively declares, "Don't mess with Brother Zhang, my nonconformist"? Lu Ming vaguely recalled a non-mainstream individual who once advised him to avoid provoking Gui Nan. Consequently, he had promptly deleted and blocked that person. Could it possibly be this fellow? Who the hell are you calling non-mainstream? Zhang Hao exclaimed, visibly irritated. Never mind. What brings you here? Lu Ming was disinterested in dwelling on trivial matters and was eager to resolve this quickly so he could return to his studies. Have you upset my goddess, Gui Nan? Zhang Hao suddenly remembered the purpose of his visit, standing tall with renewed confidence. What? Lu Ming was bewildered. How could I have done anything to her? Today my goddess is absent from class. It must be that you have angered her, which is why she is not attending, Zhang Hao asserted with conviction. Lu Ming let out a cold laugh. Am I not precisely aligning with her wishes by keeping my distance from her? How could I possibly have displeased her? Lu Ming found himself utterly perplexed. Previously, when he had played the role of an obsequious admirer to Gui Nan, she had expressed her irritation and annoyance at his behavior. Now that he had ceased to be her sycophant, could it be that Gui Nan would still harbor resentment towards him for no longer being a nuisance? How unjust that would be, leaving him feeling alienated from both sides. If not you, then who else could it be? Zhang Hao was being unreasonable. On that occasion, he witnessed Zhang Hao callously discarding his goddess, Gui Nan, on the playground. Zhang Hao clasped his hands together with an air of pretentiousness, as if he were holding Gui Nan's hand, a sight that was utterly distasteful. Driven by concern, Lu Ming approached his goddess and inquired, Nan, what troubles you? Gui Nan wept softly, yet amidst her sobs, he distinctly caught the two words escape her lips. Lu Ming. Zhang Hao, lost in his own infatuation, was unable to extricate himself from his delusions. Lu Ming felt as though his eyes were about to fail him. What kind of extraordinary man was this? He resolved not to squander any more time and turned to leave. Wait, Lu Ming, where are you going? You haven't answered my question. What is it that you require from me? Lu Ming was unwilling to remain in that place for even another moment. Weren't you performing your monologue splendidly? Zhang Hao had entirely envisioned himself as the gallant knight rescuing the princess, with Lu Ming cast as the nefarious villain who had taken her captive. Now was his chance to counter the villainess move. Lu Ming, I demand. Yet before Zhang Hao could launch his attack against the ultimate adversary, he was swiftly dealt with by a mere foot soldier on the path. Zhang Hao, you and Zhao Jin have nothing better to do every day, do you? What kind of theatrical performance is this? You enjoy acting, do you? Why not come to my office and showcase a lesson there? The thunderous voice of the disciplinary director, Li Jinghua, rendered Zhang Hao momentarily deafened. Li Jinghua then turned to Zhao Jin, who had been forced into a humiliating position during the class. Return to your post. I didn't expect you to have successors. Aren't you proud, Zhao Jin? Zhao Jin, having been thoroughly worn down, could barely manage to cough several times. I will no longer disturb my classmates on the playground, he rasped, his voice now hoarse, only allowing for a rough semblance of meaning to emerge. Lu Ming cast a sympathetic glance at Zhao Jin, who, upon feeling the weight of Lu Ming's gaze, was overwhelmed with regret. His hard-earned 10,000 yuan, meticulously budgeted in his mind, seemed to slip away like sand through his fingers, all thanks to Lu Ming, the shameless sycophant. Not a single penny had he managed to salvage. Now, he found himself not only stripped of dignity but also subjected to a scathing reprimand from the headmaster for an entire class period. How would he ever face the enchanting beauty from the neighboring class? Headmaster, my ears. They feel as if they're about to fall off. Zhang Hao's wails echoed, resembling the cries of a slaughtered pig. Come to my office, where I shall have you perform a dramatic monologue for the entirety of the class. Ah, no, please. The headmaster dragged Zhang Hao away by the ears, leaving him in a state akin to waking from a nightmare, his body trembling intermittently in response to his own pitiful cries. As Lu Ming gazed at Zhang Hao's receding figure, an involuntary wave of sympathy washed over him. The day had slipped away in the blink of an eye, and the school bell rang punctually. Ming, shall we head home together today? Shen Hanwei inquired while tidying her backpack. Regrettably, I must decline, Lu Ming replied apologetically, casting a glance at Shen Hanwei. I have tutoring sessions after school today, so I won't be returning home just yet. I see. Then, Ming, do your best. I have faith in you. Upon witnessing Shen Hanwei's earnest expression, Lu Ming felt a playful urge to tease her. Studying is so exhausting, and I lack any motivation, Lu Ming lamented, visibly weary. I've even contemplated giving up. Noticing Lu Ming's distress, Shen Hanwei hurriedly offered her encouragement. Cheer up, Ming. As long as you put in the effort, I believe you can at least place within the top 500. Shen Hanwei motivated him with fervor. Lu Ming seized the opportunity and, with a playful smile, inquired, "If I make it into the top 500, would you consider being my girlfriend?" He feigned seriousness as he gazed at Shen Hanwei. Shen Hanwei was taken aback by Lu Ming's unexpected question, her heart racing and her cheeks instantly flushed. Observing her reaction, Lu Ming felt a sense of accomplishment and chuckled. "Just teasing you. I must take my leave now. I shall never speak to you again." Shen Hanwei, realizing she had been tricked, pouted in anger and crossed her arms defiantly. "Hey, don't be upset, Hanwei." Lu Ming quickly attempted to comfort her. "But I must say, when you're angry, you look rather adorable." With that, he playfully pinched her puffed-up cheeks, his fingers sinking into her soft skin. "Who do you think you are?" Shen Hanwei's face was now crimson, nearly as if it were dripping blood. "I don't want to talk to you. I'm going home." With that declaration, she fled as if escaping, her mind still lingering on Lu Ming's earlier words. Lu Ming actually asked her to be his girlfriend and even remarked on her cuteness, which truly made her blush. The girl paused in her running, unable to suppress the thought. Could it be that Lu Ming harbors a slight fondness for her as well? Chapter 23, Commencing Tutoring. Lu Ming strode briskly to the residence of teacher Wang Lifeng. Glancing at the time on his phone, he noted it was 6:59. After waiting for a minute at the doorstep, he promptly knocked on Wang Lifeng's door. Before long, the door swung open, and the elder beamed with satisfaction upon seeing Lu Ming. Indeed, he was quite punctual. A rare smile graced Wang Lifeng's face. "Good evening, Teacher Wang. I have brought you some fruit." Lu Ming brought some milk, apples, and bananas, placing these items at Wang Lifeng's residence. "Are you attempting to bribe me? If you do not diligently study, it matters not how many gifts you present," remarked the teacher, though his smile betrayed a different sentiment. "I simply feel that your daily, unpaid instruction is quite arduous, and as a student, I lack the means to repay your kindness. Thus, I thought to bring you some fruit to soothe your throat." Lu Ming explained with a smile. "How thoughtful," Wang Lifeng replied, suddenly adopting a displeased expression. "However, you have chosen the wrong offerings. I do not particularly enjoy fruit." "That is unlikely," Lu Ming asserted with confidence. "Oh, what leads you to that conclusion?" Wang Lifeng inquired, somewhat intrigued. "When I visited your home previously," Lu Ming elucidated, "I noticed that your coffee table was adorned solely with these fruits. The trash bin contained apple cores and banana peels, while the dining table held plastic bags filled with fresh apples and bananas purchased that morning. This at least indicates that these are the fruits you often consume." Wang Lifeng scrutinized Lu Ming for a moment, yet the latter remained unperturbed, returning the smile. Soon, Wang Lifeng erupted into hearty laughter. "Excellent. Truly remarkable. You are indeed a student of exceptional caliber," he exclaimed, his initial stern demeanor transformed into one of joviality. "Do come in, Lu Ming," Wang Lifeng said, stepping aside to allow Lu Ming to enter. Lu Ming entered the impeccably tidy living room, but this time, a young girl was seated on the sofa. She appeared to be around the age of a junior high school student or a freshman in high school, with a fair complexion, slightly pursed lips, and her inky black hair cascading casually over her shoulders. Her brows bore an unmistakable trace of youthful innocence. "This is my granddaughter," Wang Lifeng introduced. "Her name is Lu Qingli." "Hello." Lu Ming waved at her. "Humph." Lu Qingli glanced at Lu Ming with a cold snort before retreating to another room with the book she had just been reading. Lu Ming was somewhat bewildered. Had he inadvertently displeased this little princess? "This girl has been spoiled by me. Do not take her to heart," Wang Lifeng remarked, though his face was alight with pride. Lu Ming helplessly shook his head. "You should complete this first." Wang Lifeng handed Lu Ming a few sheets of paper, which contained some handwritten questions. Lu Ming sat on the sofa, meticulously reviewing the material before him. This time, the questions were all fundamental, markedly less intricate than those presented previously. The initial set of such challenging questions was intended to assess whether you have been constrained by your so-called textbooks, explained Wang Lifeng. However, no matter how you study, your ultimate goal is to excel in the college entrance examination, which is why the problems I am teaching you are derived from your textbooks. Lu Ming nodded in understanding. Having scanned through the questions, most of which could be solved merely by applying the relevant formulas. "I will grant you only half an hour," Wang Lifeng stipulated. "Regardless of your approach, I require you to complete all these pages of questions within that time frame." Lu Ming was taken aback, although it was merely a few pages. There were quite a number of questions. "Let us begin." Wang Lifeng set the alarm clock to the designated time and placed it before Lu Ming, which inadvertently added a layer of intangible pressure on him. Lu Ming hastily put pen to paper, yet having studied for less than a month, He was still not particularly well acquainted with the formulas, often finding himself in a state of confusion. The alarm clock emitted a steady beeping sound, marking a moment of unparalleled focus in Lu Ming's academic endeavors. He was engrossed in but two tasks: reading the questions and crafting his answers. There was no time to entertain any extraneous thoughts. Time seemed to quicken, slipping away like sand through fingers. Just 10 minutes left. Then 5. Wang Lifeng's reminders pierced through the air, akin to a death knell, heightening the tension in Lu Ming's heart. Nevertheless, he found himself becoming increasingly adept at tackling the latter questions. With 10 seconds remaining, Wang Lifeng glanced at the clock and began the countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2. Completed. Lu Ming dropped his pen and laid his head upon the desk, feeling an exhaustion unlike any he had ever experienced. As though he had lifted 100 tons of bricks, Wang Lifeng pressed the timer, observing that only a single second remained. Lu Ming felt as though he had expended all the cognitive resources of both this life and the previous one on today's examination. He had never been as focused as he was at that moment, relentlessly tackling problems like a machine dedicated to learning. His mind was currently brimming with various mathematical concepts, and he had yet to recover from the intensity of the experience. "How do you feel?" Wang Lifeng inquired, examining the problems Lu Ming had solved. "It feels like a dream," Lu Ming replied, his head resting on the desk. He sensed that the effort he had poured into those questions had drained his vitality. "From this moment on, I want you to remember that feeling. When you begin to engage with problems, it must be with the same level of concentration as just now." "Understood?" "Yes, I understand," Lu Ming nodded in response. Wang Lifeng reviewed Lu Ming's answers, noting that approximately 70% were correct. Given the immense pressure, maintaining such a high accuracy rate was commendable. "Very well, Lu Ming. What I wish to impart to you now is not merely how to apply formulas, but rather the rationale behind them and their derivation," Wang Lifeng explained. "In school, teachers often focus solely on how to solve problems without ever elucidating why we approach them in that manner. They believe that such discussions would waste class time, insisting that memorization suffices. However, fostering an intrinsic understanding of mathematical thought is immensely beneficial for you as students." "Understood, teacher," Lu Ming said attentively, absorbing Wang Lifeng's insights. Initially obscure concepts became lucid under his guidance. "Roughly speaking, this is the essence," Wang Lifeng remarked, removing his glasses to wipe them. "If you have any questions, feel free to ask." "I comprehend everything, Teacher Wang." Lu Ming thought to himself. Indeed, a retired teacher from a prestigious institution exhibits an exceptionally professional teaching style. "Well then, now apply the thought process I just provided to solve the problems you previously answered incorrectly," Wang Lifeng instructed. Lu Ming, employing Wang Lifeng's recent approach, unraveled the formula and was astonished to find his thoughts remarkably clear. He not only completed the task, but also executed it correctly. "You should adopt this way of thinking during your self-study sessions at school," he advised. "Certainly, teacher," Lu Ming responded. Chapter 24. Lu Qingli's bit. Wang Lifeng glanced at the clock and noted that it was already 9 o'clock. He felt that time passed slowly while he was studying, however. Under Wang's guidance, Lu Ming's pace had more than doubled. "I shall not impose further." "Thank you, Teacher Wang," Lu Ming said respectfully. The few hours of tutoring had entirely transformed Lu Ming's perception of Wang Lifeng. He genuinely admired Wang, and it was no wonder that he was so selective in choosing his disciples. His exceptional teaching warranted such discernment. "Wait a moment, let my granddaughter see you off," Wang Lifeng said with a cheerful demeanor. "No need," Lu Ming began to decline, but before he could finish, Wang Lifeng had already summoned Lu Qingli. "Qingli, accompany your brother home," Wang Lifeng called out robustly. Before long, Lu Qingli appeared, her expression still unfriendly as she glared at Lu Ming. Lu Ming offered her a smile, yet the girl merely turned her head away, avoiding his gaze. Sighing inwardly, Lu Ming pondered when he had inadvertently offended her. They departed from Wang Lifeng's residence in silence, walking one after the other without exchanging a word. Upon descending the stairs, they encountered 4 girls, who were chattering animatedly and bursting into laughter intermittently. As Lu Qingli observed the lively group, her eyes reflected a profound sense of confusion and desolation. "What troubles you, Qingli?" Lu Ming inquired, noticing her dazed expression. "Be quiet." Lu Qingli finally spoke to Lu Ming for the first time. Contrary to her appearance, her voice was crisp yet devoid of warmth. "Ah," Lu Ming was taken aback. This girl had exuded a palpable animosity towards him since their initial encounter, leaving him perplexed. "Have I done something to upset you?" "Humph," Lu Qingli scoffed. "Do not address me in that manner. Only my grandfather is permitted to call me that. Very well. Although Lu Ming felt perplexed, he could only respond. May I call you Xiaoli? Lu Qingli glanced at him, seemingly in contemplation, and after a brief pause, she replied, I permit it. Truly a quintessential little princess. Lu Ming mused inwardly. What scores do you typically achieve in your examinations? Lu Qingli inquired with an air of interrogation. Well, Lu Ming pondered carefully. I scored 80 in Chinese, 30 in mathematics, 20 in English, and I reported my physics score honestly. Wait, Lu Qingli interrupted. Aren't you among the top 100 in your school? No, Lu Ming replied. Lu Qingli gazed at him, her eyes widening in disbelief. How could someone with such poor grades be accepted as her grandfather's student? Xiaoli, your grandfather initially mentioned I was the 9th student. But why is it that only one person was present when I arrived today? Where have the others gone? Lu Ming expressed his confusion. Humph. Because my grandfather's other students have already graduated from high school, some have gone abroad, and others have enrolled in the most prestigious universities. My grandfather's first student is currently a principal, Lu Qingli declared, lifting her chin with pride. Yet a hint of ire flickered in her gaze as she regarded Lu Ming. But you aren't even among the top 100 in the entire school, and yet you can still be considered my grandfather's student? He must have made a grave error in judgment. Lu Ming understood why Lu Qingli had disdained him from the very beginning. It was because she believed he was not performing well academically. Lu Ming, Lu Qingli suddenly exclaimed. Startled, Lu Ming responded, What's the matter? Do you dare to compete with me? Lu Qingli asked, pointing a finger at him, her expression resolute. Compete in what? He inquired. I just entered my first year of high school. Let's see who can become the top student in our entire grade first this semester. Lu Ming smiled, taken aback by the spirited determination of the young girl. Very well, let the competition commence. He accepted Lu Qingli's challenge. Excellent. Now, this is the demeanor befitting a grandchild of my esteemed teacher. Lu Qingli expressed with satisfaction. Just you wait. I shall decisively defeat you and ensure that my grandfather casts you out. All right, I shall await your arrival, Lu Ming replied with intrigue, a smile gracing his lips. With that, Lu Qingli cast a determined glance at Lu Ming before ascending the stairs. Lu Ming also returned home. Upon his arrival, he noticed that Aunt Lu was absent and found Lu Sheng, Lu Zhiping, and Jiang Wenli sitting silently on the sofa. Mom, Dad, I'm back. Why is everyone so quiet? Lu Ming inquired, sensing the peculiar atmosphere. Jiang Wenli cast a worried glance at Lu Ming, then at Lu Zhiping, her eyes filled with concern. What on earth has happened? Lu Ming asked. Lu Zhiping cast a deep glance at Lu Ming and suddenly shouted in anger, Lu Ming, kneel before me. Lu Ming appeared somewhat bewildered as he cast a glance at Lu Sheng, gradually piecing together the situation. It was evident that Lu Sheng had divulged something to Lu Zhiping. Father, Lu Ming spoke calmly, please enlighten me on what transpired. Are you truly unaware of your own actions? Lu Zhiping retorted, his eyes ablaze with fury. Darling, Xiaoming has yet to confess. How can you indiscriminately blame him? Jiang Wenli interjected anxiously. Confess? I doubt he has the audacity to do so. Is Xiao Sheng's judgment truly so flawed? Lu Zhiping's anger remained unabated. Father, I assure you, I witnessed it with my own eyes. There is no possibility of error. Lu Sheng added earnestly. Father, Lu Ming frowned and said, if I am in the wrong, I shall kneel and apologize to you. However, your son does not comprehend where he has erred. Please, could you clarify what exactly Lu Sheng conveyed to you? Lu Zhiping regarded Lu Ming's unwavering demeanor with a hint of skepticism regarding the veracity of the situation. Very well. Allow me to inquire, why did you return so late today? He asked. Because I attended a tutoring session, Lu Ming replied candidly. Tutoring? Lu Zhiping echoed, his expression revealing doubt. Observing Lu Zhiping's indecision, Lu Sheng hastily added fuel to the fire. Dad, don't listen to him. How could he possibly attend tutoring? The school closes after classes. Does he expect to find a stone bench outside for his lessons? Xiao Sheng. You. Jiang Wenli exclaimed, astonished at Lu Sheng's audacity. I was at a tutoring center, Lu Ming interjected. A tutoring center? Yet those come at a considerable cost. Where did you acquire the funds? Lu Zhiping pressed, seemingly seizing upon Lu Ming's vulnerability. The tutoring center I attended does not charge tuition, Lu Ming asserted. Huh. Lu Sheng smirked triumphantly. Lu Ming, if you're going to concoct a story, at least make it believable. How could there possibly be a free tutoring center? Do you think all tutoring centers operate as charitable institutions? It's run by a retired university instructor who only accepts a handful of students. And he does not charge for his services. Lu Ming defended. At this revelation, Lu Zhiping appeared to have a sudden epiphany, regarding Lu Ming with astonishment. Stop fabricating tales. This is merely your imagination, Lu Ming. Lu Sheng, entirely oblivious to Lu Zhiping's astonishment, continued his interrogation with fervor. A retired teacher? And he only accepts a few students? Lu Ming, what makes you think anyone would want you as a pupil with your grades? Chapter 25, The Benefactor Xiao Sheng. Lu Ming is your brother. Must you be so aggressive? Jiang Wenli remarked, although she typically did not hold the same affection for Lu Sheng as she did for Lu Ming. She had always strived to fulfill Lu Sheng's every need. However, seeing Lu Sheng defame Lu Ming in this manner made her feel as though she was encountering him for the first time. Since you claim this is a retired teacher, if he accepted you as a student, do you have his contact information? Lu Zhiping pondered for a moment before asking, Dad, do you truly believe him? Lu Sheng exclaimed, incredulous at Lu Zhiping's credulity. This is obviously a scam. I do, Lu Ming replied, producing his phone as evidence. Lu Sheng observed his demeanor and began to feel increasingly anxious. Could it be that Lu Ming was serious? What a jest. Yet, contrary to his expectations, Lu Ming truly took out his phone and dialed Wang Lifeng's number. Lu Zhiping, feeling somewhat anxious, picked up Lu Ming's phone to examine the numbers inscribed upon it. Hello? An elderly voice resonated from the other end. Is there something you need, Lu Ming? Upon hearing this voice, a wave of surprise washed over Lu Zhiping's face. He would never forget it. Is that you, dear teacher Wang? Zhiping. The elderly voice on the line expressed astonishment. Is Lu Ming truly your son? Yes. Lu Ming is indeed my son. The realization left several, including Lu Ming, in a state of bewilderment. How could his father possibly know teacher Wang? So, Lu Ming is really receiving tutoring from you? Lu Zhiping inquired. Indeed, that young lad is a rare talent, much like you were in your youth. The elderly man replied with a tone of satisfaction. What seems to be the matter? Lu Zhiping then realized that he had been deceived. He cast a fierce glance at Lu Sheng, causing Lu Sheng to shudder. Teacher, this is all a misunderstanding. It is merely a disgrace of our family. Lu Zhiping exudes a formidable presence at home. However, before Wang Lifeng, he displays utmost deference, which surprises several onlookers. Teacher, how about we meet when you have some time? But I must first attend to some family matters, Lu Zhiping remarked. Upon mentioning his familial obligations, Lu Sheng's complexion gradually paled. It's over. All right. It has been quite some time since we last connected. I wonder if you are still as unambitious as before. I shall await your response. Lu Sheng realized that his scheme had failed, and he felt utterly disheartened. Father, can you now explain what transpired? Lu Ming inquired after his innocence had been vindicated. Lu Ming, in Lu Ming's memory, it was the first time Lu Zhiping had addressed him in such a calm manner. It is my fault. I wronged you. Lu Zhiping cast an apologetic glance at Lu Ming, followed by an irate look at Lu Sheng, whose complexion had turned pale. Lu Sheng informed me that you had not truly severed ties with Gui Nan. Rather, you sought her out again today. Lu Zhiping attempted to clarify. But Lu Sheng asserted that your promises were merely a ruse to secure my funds, enabling you to continue your subservient devotion to Gui Nan. Lu Ming cast a glance at Lu Sheng. Indeed, it was he who had spread the rumors. Although Lu Sheng was entirely unfamiliar with Gui Nan, he consistently sought to undermine Lu Ming by invoking her name. Xiao Sheng, though you were adopted, we have never considered ourselves indebted to you. Yet you dare to speak ill of your brother. Jiang Wenli could scarcely comprehend this, despite the occasional awkwardness in her interactions with Lu Sheng. There had always been a semblance of harmony. She had never anticipated that Lu Sheng would defame Lu Ming. Lu Sheng never anticipated that events would unfold in such a manner. Initially, he intended to exploit this opportunity to diminish Lu Zhiping's trust in Lu Ming. However, the situation not only deviated from his expectations, but also ensnared him in a predicament of his own making. No, I must have misjudged the situation, Lu Sheng hurriedly clarified. It must be that I was mistaken. Lu Zhiping gazed at Lu Sheng with an air of menace, stating at the outset, you asserted with unwavering certainty that you had not erred, yet now that the truth has been revealed, you claim to have misjudged. Do you truly believe me to be so easily deceived? Lu Zhiping felt a surge of irritation, realizing he had been manipulated like a pawn. Had it not been for the fortuitous tutoring session, he might have fallen prey to Lu Sheng's deceitful words. This thought ignited a flame of unnameable anger within him. No. Indeed, Lu Ming must have merely sought out someone to absolve him of his wrongdoings. I, Lu Sheng, still wish to justify myself. Enough. Lu Zhiping interrupted him decisively, asserting, that is my teacher, my benefactor. I have faith in my teacher's character. Lu Sheng now found himself devoid of any means of evasion, compelled to relinquish his struggle. Do not forget your own identity, Lu Shang. This is both your first and final warning. Do not blame me for not reminding you, Lu Zhiping threatened. I understand. Lu Xing replied, already despondent, casting a fierce glare at Lu Ming. I have no desire to see you at this moment. Ascend the stairs and reflect upon your actions. Lu Zhiping instructed. Lu Xing could only return to his room. As he passed by Lu Ming, he heard Lu Ming murmur softly, reflect well, dear brother. Upon hearing this, Lu Xing gritted his teeth and cast a glance at Lu Ming, who was brimming with mirth and provocation. What was happening? Why did it seem as though Lu Ming had transformed into a different person since his last return home? Xiaoming, mother always knew you were not deceiving us, Jiang Wenli said, grasping Lu Ming's hand with a sense of relief. It's just that Xiao Sheng has truly disappointed us by falsely accusing you. That child. Jiang Wenli's voice trailed off with a sigh. Mother, I am fine, Lu Ming reassured her, gently patting Jiang Wenli's shoulder. As long as there are no misunderstandings. I wish for our family to have no further rifts. Coughing lightly, Lu Zhiping interjected to this mother-son exchange. Lu Ming, please come to my study for a moment. Oh, very well. The two entered Lu Zhiping's study together. This study, meticulously cleaned by Aunt Lu, was adorned with a plethora of books on business. Lu Zhiping retrieved a slightly yellowed tome and scrutinized it intently. Lu Ming, how did you come to know Teacher Wang? He inquired. Consequently, Lu Ming recounted his experiences with Wang Lifeng in great detail. Is that so? Lu Zhiping nodded thoughtfully. Lu Ming, you must take me to meet Teacher Wang next time. It has been quite a while since we last saw each other. Father, was Teacher Wang also your instructor? Lu Ming felt this coincidence was rather remarkable. Indeed. It was a long time ago, Lu Zhiping replied, stroking the book. It was thanks to Teacher Wang that I achieved what I have today. Leading to the establishment of the Lu Group. It turned out that Teacher Wang was not merely his father's mentor but also his benefactor. No wonder he felt such excitement upon hearing Teacher Wang's voice. Chapter 26. Father and son reconciled. Lu Ming. I was once a mere ruffian, spending my days indulging with my so-called brothers, gradually neglecting my studies. Your grandfather initially intended for me to inherit the family business, but upon witnessing my attitude, he chose to abandon that notion. Lu Zhiping reminisced, as if the events of that year unfolded right before his eyes. Lu Ming. My prior opposition to your servile behavior towards others stemmed from the reflection of my former self, a petty hoodlum. Lu Zhiping gazed at Lu Ming, as if he could discern his own reflection in his son. Perhaps it was fate that you encountered my former teacher. Placing his hand on Lu Ming's shoulder, Lu Zhiping noticed his son's momentary surprise. Such intimate gestures had never been exchanged between them before. Xiaoming, I have observed your transformation. You must learn diligently from Teacher Wang. I believe you will become a person 100 times more successful than I am. In Lu Ming's childhood recollections, his father had always appeared as a stern and untouchable figure, and he had never spoken such words to him before. Xiaoming. I place too much trust in that rascal Lu Xing, Lu Zhiping confessed, his brow furrowing with discomfort, to the extent that it led to numerous misunderstandings with my own son. Yet, I never even heard your side of the story, and a rift gradually formed between us. Lu Zhiping had always exhibited a fiercely competitive demeanor. This was the first instance in which he expressed words akin to an apology to Lu Ming, stirring something within Lu Ming, prompting him to listen further. My son, I am sorry. I have wronged you. Lu Zhiping finally articulated the sentiments he had long prepared to convey. Lu Zhiping recently felt that he owed his son an apology, yet due to his pride, he had struggled to voice it. He could only summon his son to the study to express his contrition. As he surveyed the room, he recalled that it had previously been a battleground for arguments with Lu Ming. This was the first time they were engaging in a calm conversation. Dad, both you and Mom have always acted in my best interest. How could I possibly hold any resentment towards you? Lu Ming replied, shaking his head. Moreover, Guinan truly does not merit such devotion from me. I have come to realize that she merely views me as a source of financial support. The mention of Guinan caused Lu Ming to frown involuntarily. Son, do not be disheartened. Whatever kind of partner you desire, your father will help you find. Lu Zhiping noticed that Lu Ming was unfazed by the unjust accusations against him, and he chuckled teasingly. Father, while other parents discourage early romance, why do you seem to be urging me to pursue a relationship? Lu Ming replied with a sense of helplessness. Lu Zhiping chuckled. You rascal, at your age, I was already married to your mother. If you were to find someone suitable, your father would not stand in your way. Are you still in contact with Hanwei? I have a feeling that girl is quite remarkable. Lu Ming was truly at a loss for words. unable to fathom that there would come a day when he would be urged to marry by a stern father. Dad, Hanyu is still busy preparing for university entrance exams. Wouldn't I be disrupting her studies by causing a ruckus? What do you know? You must learn to take the initiative. Hanyu is so beautiful if she goes to university and is wooed away by the sweet words of other young men. Don't come crying to me then. Oh, Dad, I am well aware of what I need to do. Lu Ming was astonished to discover that his usually serious father had such a gossipy side, truly a revelation. The two descended the stairs, laughing and joking, while Jiang Wenli was unaware of their conversation upstairs and feared they might be quarreling. Upon seeing them descend together in good spirits, Jiang Wenli felt utterly relieved. Reflecting on it, it had been a long time since the father and son had shared such light-hearted moments. Previously, their encounters were marked by arguments. Lu Ming returned home from tutoring with Wang Lifeng quite late, and after the commotion, it was already 10:30 by the time he entered his room. Jiang Wenli brought him a warm glass of milk. Xiao Ming, it's quite late. You should rest early. Thank you, Mom, Lu Ming replied as he accepted the milk, suddenly sensing an unusual feeling. Typically, it was Aunt Lu who performed this task of warming the milk, yet today it was Jiang Wenli. This thought reminded him that Aunt Lu was not at home when he returned. Mom, why isn't Aunt Lu here today? Aunt Lu has taken a few days off due to some personal matters, she explained. Suddenly, a realization struck Lu Ming. Oh no, in the previous life. It was around this time that Aunt Lu's abusive ex-husband came looking for her. Lu Ming had recently become engrossed in his studies, almost forgetting about a pressing matter. Aunt Lu had been married once, but her marriage was indeed a tale of sorrow. She had been ill-advised in her choice of partner. Wedded to a gambling addict who indulged in drunken violence, a man who subjected her to daily abuse. Her ex-husband would beat her mercilessly, taking out his frustrations on her whenever he lost money, behaving in a manner worse than that of a beast. After their divorce, Aunt Lu had come to work as a housekeeper for the Lu family. Due to her diligent and industrious nature, Lu Zhiping quickly raised her salary to retain her, and her wages were quite generous. However, upon learning of her newfound financial stability, her ex-husband began to frequently harass her for money, resorting to violence if she refused to comply. The thought of this infuriated Lu Ming. He could not allow that scoundrel to act with impunity. Mom, where is Aunt Lu's hometown? Well, it should be in the 13th district, I believe. Why do you ask? Nothing, Mom. I'm going to sleep now. Lu Ming took a sip of his milk. All right, dear. I'm heading to my room. You should rest. Jiang Wenli nodded and carried away the empty cup. The next morning, Lu Ming rose early, remembering that Aunt Lu would likely be confronted by her ex-husband that very morning, who would demand money for gambling. Interestingly, Gu Yinan also resided in the 13th district, had it not been for his intention to pick her up for school in his previous life. He would have remained oblivious to Aunt Lu's unfortunate past with such a vile ex-husband. In his last life, he had witnessed Aunt Lu being forcibly dragged down by her ex-husband, and he had initially intended to assist her. However, Gu Yinan had many belongings she was reluctant to part with, persistently urging Lu Ming to retrieve them for her. As Lu Ming hesitated between assisting Aunt Lu and retrieving an item for the goddess, her ex-husband violently struck Aunt Lu's face, subsequently pinning her to the ground, mercilessly beating and kicking her. It was only when the nearby police were alerted that this farce came to an end. Moreover, Lu Ming faced a severe reprimand from Gu Yinan for failing to procure the item, thereby wasting her precious 3 minutes. Lu Ming hastily freshened up before making his way to District 13, where, as fate would have it, he encountered Gu Yinan once more. Gu Yinan felt a surge of joy upon unexpectedly crossing paths with Lu Ming. She instinctively approached him. However, Lu Ming remained oblivious to her presence. Scanning the bustling crowd in search of Aunt Lu, Gu Yinan was momentarily taken aback. Surely Lu Ming had noticed her, yet he chose to feign ignorance. Was it possible that Shen Hanyue was also here? Chapter 27. The accuser strikes first. Gu Yinan glanced around, relieved to find no sign of Shen Hanyue. If Shen Hanyue were here, her chance to speak with Lu Ming alone would vanish. Lu Ming, what a coincidence. What brings you here? Gu Yinan said shyly, offering a smile that she had meticulously practiced before the mirror, hoping to rekindle Lu Ming's affection. Not just the Lu Ming of her past life, but any man would surely be captivated by such a beautiful smile. Yet, Lu Ming did not spare her a single glance, his focus unwavering as he continued his search for Aunt Lu. What are you looking at, Lu Ming? Gu Yinan, feeling a twinge of urgency, pressed on as Lu Ming ignored her completely. Nothing in particular. Do you need something? Lu Ming cast a glance at Gu Yinan. although he felt somewhat irritated. He restrained his emotions out of consideration for the young lady's dignity. It is rather fortuitous that we have crossed paths here. Shall we attend school together shortly? Guin Nan inquired, maintaining her radiant smile despite Lu Ming's averted gaze. No, I have some matters to attend to here. And I shall be meeting with Han Yu to go to school together, Lu Ming replied, declining her invitation. Upon hearing the name Shen Han Yu, Guin Nan's smile faltered, revealing a trace of sorrow mingled with her cheerfulness. Does Lu Ming truly harbor such affection for Shen Hanwei? The memory of Lu Ming instinctively protecting Shen Hanwei on that fateful day in the haunted house pierced Guin Nan's heart like 1,000 needles. You and Han Yue share such a wonderful bond. I can't help but envy her, Guin Nan remarked, a hint of bitterness lacing her words. Envy? Lu Ming replied, gazing at Guin Nan with an expression of disbelief. In the past, I devoted myself to you, trailing behind you like a loyal admirer, yet you found me bothersome. Now, as I accompany Han Yue to and from school, you express envy. It is indeed a peculiar twist. He continued, Han Yue is gentle and considerate, and having grown up together as childhood friends, it is only natural that I treat her with kindness. Lu Ming truly wished to avoid conversing with Guin Nan, and thus could only utter this remark to silence her. Lu Ming could never have imagined what was stirring in Guin Nan's heart upon hearing his words. Lu Ming has a penchant for gentle and considerate girls, does he not? If I were to transform into someone tender and caring, might he reconsider and reunite with me? With this thought, Guin Nan found her hopes rekindled. I must become gentle and attentive. Perhaps then Lu Ming will soften and treat me kindly once more. Guin Nan, deep in contemplation, nibbled on her finger, while Lu Ming, noticing her, paid her no heed. The money I gave you, you squander on gambling. Why do you still ask me for more? Do not follow me any longer. Suddenly, a woman's shrill scream pierced through the crowd, and Lu Ming recognized it as Aunt Lu's voice. He hurriedly followed the sound, and indeed found Aunt Lu, who was accompanied by a disheveled man with unkempt facial hair, her ex-husband. You wretched woman, do not attempt to leave. You still owe me, the man threatened. Many recognized him as Sun Tong, a notorious deadbeat in the area. His unscrupulous ways deterred anyone from aiding Aunt Lu, fearing the trouble it might bring upon themselves. Sun Ting, we are divorced. Why do you continue to harass me? Wretched woman, even if divorced, you shall not escape. Mark my words. You will never be free of me. As he spoke, Sun Ting raised his hand to strike Aunt Lu. Witnessing this, Lu Ming could no longer remain passive and stepped into the throng. Lu Ming, do not go. Guin Nan urgently clutched him. I know that man. He is a deadbeat. You could get hurt. Lu Ming paid no heed to these matters and simply brushed aside Guin Nan before departing. Lu Ming entered the scene amidst the onlookers, intercepting Sun Teng's hand just before he struck Aunt Lu. You little brat. Who do you think you are? Sun Teng's fury only intensified upon being obstructed by a student. Xiaoming, what brings you here? This is none of your concern. You should leave at once. Aunt Lu, upon realizing it was Lu Ming, grew anxious, not wanting him to get into trouble. To assault someone in broad daylight. You truly are audacious, Lu Ming remarked, his expression darkening. I advise you to mind your own business. This is my wife, and if you interfere, I shall deal with you as well, Sun Teng proclaimed, puffing out his chest to assert his authority, attempting to prevent Lu Ming from overshadowing him. Very well, then. If you have the guts, strike me alongside her. Lu Ming retorted, unflinching. You're courting death. Sun Ting, seeing that Lu Ming would not back down, swung a fist toward him. Guin Nan, witnessing this, could not help but scream. Yet, Lu Ming swiftly seized Sun Teng's hand, applying pressure that made Sun Teng feel as though his bones were shattering, eliciting a cry of pain from him. Seizing the moment of Sun Teng's distress, Lu Ming swiftly retaliated with a punch to Sun Teng's face. The blow was forceful enough to draw blood from Sun Teng's nose, causing him to collapse to the ground with a yelp. The crowd, momentarily taken aback by Lu Ming's decisive action, erupted in admiration for his bravery, some even cheering him on. Well done, young man. Which school do you attend? Such a noble heart, standing up for justice. Among the crowd, several young women were captivated by Lu Ming's handsome appearance and his chivalrous act. Wow, which school is he from? He's so handsome. Indeed, I wonder if he has a girlfriend. Guin Nan felt a pang of discomfort at this, resolutely believing that Lu Ming was hers alone and would not allow anyone else to harbor feelings for him. You, how dare you hit me? You'll pay for this. I'm calling the police. Just wait for your time behind bars. Sun Teng, incredulous as he touched his bleeding nose, seethed with rage. Without a care for being the villain who cried foul, He hastily pulled out his phone to report the incident. Xiao Ming, you should leave quickly. You have school to attend, and the police will be here shortly, Aunt Lu urged, growing anxious at Sun Teng's intention to escalate matters. Why should I? He started this. Lu Ming remained unperturbed. Oh dear, this child. Aunt Lu was at a loss for words, her heart filled with guilt toward Lu Ming. Before long, the police arrived. Everyone disperse. No gathering allowed. The officers commanded as they cleared the crowd. Who called the police? It was me. Officer. Sun Teng quickly approached, clutching his nose. This little punk. He assaulted me. He pointed at Lu Ming, blood still streaming from his nose. The villain cries foul first. Lu Ming shot a glare at Sun Teng, who, frightened, cowered behind the police officer. He instigated the trouble first. He extorted money from others, Lu Ming articulated with deliberate clarity. All right. You all will accompany me to the police station, the officer declared. Lu Ming took a seat in the police car, displaying not a trace of fear. Lu Ming. Gui Nan hurriedly caught up with him. Your timing is impeccable. Upon seeing Gui Nan approach, Lu Ming's expression lightened, shedding some of its earlier gloom. Initially, Gui Nan had anticipated that Lu Ming would express some heartfelt sentiments, yet she was left disappointed. Could you please convey to Han Yu that I have a matter to attend to and shall not accompany her to school today? Chapter 28. The police station within the precinct, a myriad of cases, both great and small, kept every officer exceedingly occupied. Lu Ming and Aunt Lu sat on the chairs in the police station, while Sun Teng beside them had blood continuously oozing from his nose. You little brat. You are doomed. Lu Ming, undeterred, continued to play on his phone, yet Aunt Lu seemed increasingly restless. Xiao Ming, why are you so impulsive? Alas. It is all Aunt Lu's fault. I've led you astray, she lamented with a heavy heart. Aunt Lu, I chose to confront that scoundrel myself. You didn't coerce me into it, so why do you feel guilty? Lu Ming reassured her with a gentle pat on the shoulder. My dear Xiao Ming, you are simply too young. You think it's just a matter of striking someone, but if the school finds out, they will surely record this incident against you. It will stain your record for life. Aunt Lu fretted. Come now, Aunt Lu, it's not that serious. Please, stop overthinking it. Seeing Lu Ming's nonchalant demeanor only heightened Aunt Lu's anxiety. You young man, remember your words now. Don't come crying for help later. Sun Teng boasted arrogantly. Before long, a commanding voice echoed. Who was responsible for the altercation? A middle-aged police officer in uniform inquired. Officer. It was him, that's the one. Sun Teng exclaimed, as if he had found his savior, pointing an accusatory finger at Lu Ming. What transpired? The officer asked. Oh, officer, this is my ex-wife. Sun Teng gestured towards Aunt Lu. Ever since our divorce, I've longed to see her, but she always tries to leave. I stopped her. And this young lad thought I was bullying my ex-wife. He continued, indicating his bloodied nose. Look what he did to me. Lu Ming smiled, finding the rogue's feigned innocence utterly amusing. Had he not experienced rebirth, he might have been convinced. Officer, this is all a misunderstanding. It has nothing to do with Xiao Ming. Aunt Lu hastily interjected. Misunderstanding? Sun Teng seethed, jabbing a finger at his own nose. Then tell me, did I inflict this upon myself? Officer, I was wrong, Lu Ming declared, though his expression betrayed no remorse. Xiao Ming. Aunt Lu was taken aback. Didn't this apology merely confirm that Lu Ming had indeed assaulted someone? Furthermore, Lu Ming's demeanor had shifted drastically. Sun Teng, caught off guard by Lu Ming's sudden admission, erupted into laughter. What's the matter? Have you wet your pants in front of the police? Where was this courage when you struck me? The middle-aged officer frowned at Sun Teng's taunts, but turned his attention to Lu Ming. How old are you? 19. 19. The officer's brow furrowed deeper. You are of legal age. Do you understand the consequences of violence? I do. Despite the officer's words, Lu Ming exhibited no sign of fear. Officer, quickly arrest him. Sun Teng urged, sensing the tide turning. Wait a moment. Let us have your guardian come down. Although this isn't a case of serious injury, we still need to address it. Uncle, I wish to report Sun Teng for extortion, Lu Ming stated. This revelation sent shockwaves through the crowd. You little brat. What nonsense are you spouting? Sun Teng panicked upon hearing this. What was this boy scheming? Though Sun Teng was aware of his own extortion, he had never openly acknowledged it. How could this boy possibly know? Classmate, one must speak with evidence. Do you have any? The officer, though astonished, recognized the necessity of impartiality and could not solely rely on Lu Ming's word to condemn an innocent individual. Officer, how could he possibly have evidence? Sun Teng exclaimed incredulously, I am a good citizen. I certainly do. At last, Lu Ming's backpack, which he had carried since morning, was proving its worth. This revelation left Aunt Lu utterly stunned. Lu Ming produced a stack of papers, which the police officer promptly received. Aunt Lu was astonished to discover that the documents contained withdrawal slips, all of which were kept in a box beneath her bed, and notably, they were all substantial amounts. "Officer, I had no knowledge of this," she exclaimed, hurriedly gesturing towards the slips in an attempt to clarify. "Why are you so anxious if it has nothing to do with you?" Lu Ming replied with a calm demeanor. "You." Sun Tung suddenly recalled that Lu Ming possessed no evidence of the money being intended for himself. Let me explain, he stammered. "Then what is the purpose of showing me these?" The middle-aged officer inquired. "I do not possess this money. It is evidence provided by Aunt Lu concerning Sun Tung," Lu Ming stated. At this, Sun Tung exhaled in relief, as the evidence lay within Aunt Lu's text messages. "What?" Sun Tung, just having relaxed, was taken aback by Lu Ming's revelation. How did he know about the frequent threats conveyed through text messages? Aunt Lu then remembered to retrieve her mobile phone. In her previous life, she had indeed contemplated reporting the matter to the authorities, but she could never seem to locate Sun Tung. She had informed the police, yet they often abandoned the case due to the inability to find him. Consequently, she had stored all the withdrawal evidence beneath her bed, and now, Lu Ming astonishingly seemed to be aware of it. Lu Ming was aware that Sun Tung concealed himself in a location known to no one, only emerging when he was in dire need of money. After collecting his funds, he would vanish once more. To assist Aunt Lu in resolving the matter with Sun Tung, it was imperative for both Sun Tung and Lu Ming to visit the police station. "You dare to scheme against me." Sun Tung finally realized he had been outwitted, and as he spoke, he attempted to strike. "This is the police station. Go ahead and try," the officer declared with authoritative vigor. Sun Tung, deflated like a punctured balloon, fell silent. Upon reviewing the chat history between Sun Tung and Aunt Lu, it was filled with vile language. Sun Tung had even threatened to harm her entire family if she did not provide him with money. Realizing he was cornered, Sun Tung attempted to flee, only to be restrained by several officers. A middle-aged officer documented the evidence with photographs. "You will come in and have a word with me." "Absolutely not," Sun Tung protested, unwilling to accept such an outcome. "That kid hit me. You should be in prison too." "Officer, my earlier defense was made out of fear. But now I must speak the truth. He was just demanding money from me and assaulted me." Although Aunt Lu typically avoided confrontation, she quickly divulged the truth upon witnessing the changing dynamics. She could not let Lu Ming's goodwill be squandered. With that, Aunt Lu revealed the scars on her arms, new and old wounds intermingled, a sight that was truly harrowing. The situation had unmistakably shifted, and Sun Tung could not fathom that it would escalate to this point. "So, classmate, did you strike Sun Tung because he extorted you?" the officer inquired incredulously. "Aunt Lu is like family to us, and she has always treated me with kindness. Seeing her bullied by such a person compelled me to stand up for her," Lu Ming asserted with conviction. The middle-aged officer gazed at Lu Ming with newfound respect. Such a young individual possessed such remarkable sense of responsibility. Chapter 29. Do not worry indeed. While your intentions were to assist her, resorting to violence is still unacceptable. The officer spoke sternly as the situation became clearer. "However, considering the severity of your actions and your status as a student, I will only require your parents to come and for you to write a reflection. This is your final warning. I hope you will not repeat this behavior." "Understood, sir," Lu Ming nodded. "Xiao Ming, you should hurry to school. You must be late by now." Aunt Lu expressed her concern. "True, but it's likely too late for me to make it." "Which school do you attend?" the middle-aged officer inquired. "I attend number 1 high school," Lu Ming replied. "Conveniently, my colleagues are heading to that vicinity for some business. You may ride with them and have them explain the situation to your teacher." "That would be very helpful," Lu Ming politely acknowledged. At the entrance of No. 1 high school, Li Jinghua glanced at his watch intermittently as he stood by the gate. A police car pulled up at the school entrance, piquing his curiosity. What is going on? Why is there a police car at the school? In the next moment, Li Jinghua beheld Lu Ming descending from the police vehicle. "Lu Ming." Li Jinghua's face betrayed his astonishment. "What have you done? Why have you emerged from the police car?" Although Lu Ming struggles academically, Li Jinghua still holds a deep trust in Lu Ming's character. Lu Ming is merely a young man enamored with the pursuit of romantic interests, and recently, he has undergone quite a transformation. The boy harbors no ill intentions. How could he possibly emerge from a police vehicle unless something untoward had transpired? "Director, this is a lengthy tale. You must be Lu Ming's teacher," the young officer inquired as he exited the driver's seat. "Ah, yes. May I ask if Lu Ming has erred? Li Jinghua asked, his voice tinged with anxiety. Well, it could be considered an error, yet it may not be entirely so. The young officer elucidated the matter to Li Jinghua in detail. The situation unfolded thus. Had the boy not resorted to such methods, his actions would undoubtedly be deemed commendable. The young officer continued, explaining that due to this incident, Lu Ming had been delayed, and he had kindly offered him a ride. I see, Li Jinghua said, casting a satisfied glance at Lu Ming and patting him on the shoulder. You performed admirably, Lu Ming. This reflects the spirit of our school as students. However, next time, try to refrain from such impulsiveness. We must learn to employ our intellect rather than resort to force. Li Jinghua imparted these words with gravity. I understand, Director. Lu Ming replied, nodding in agreement, determined to refrain from further mischief. Excellent. I shall speak with your homeroom teacher. This incident shall be deemed an unfortunate accident, and you will not be marked tardy. Now, hurry back to your class. Lu Ming offered a slight bow to Li Jinghua before returning to the teaching building. Li Jinghua gazed at Lu Ming's receding figure, feeling a myriad of emotions. Not long ago, this young man was a source of constant concern, yet now, witnessing Lu Ming's remarkable transformation, he felt a deep sense of relief. Gui Nan, recalling the events of the morning, felt a surge of anxiety. How was Lu Ming faring now? Surely he wouldn't be detained? With this thought, the girl's heart raced with unease. Whenever she recalled the moment Lu Ming struck Sun Tong, her heart fluttered. Lu Ming embodied justice and exuded a captivating masculinity. His demeanor at that moment was undeniably striking. However, as she remembered Lu Ming's request for her to relay a message to Shen Hanyue before he was taken away, a wave of frustration washed over her. Why did Lu Ming care only for Shen Hanyue and refrain from sharing anything with her? After all, she harbored genuine concern for his well-being. Shen Hanyue, too, pondered over the puzzling absence of Lu Ming from school for such an extended period. Lu Ming had only asked Gui Nan to inform him that she would not be coming to school together, yet now, after such a considerable amount of time had passed, he had still not arrived. Could something have happened? As the two pondered this, they spotted Lu Ming entering the classroom, and the weight in Gui Nan's heart was finally lifted. Hanyu, I am back, Lu Ming announced as he settled into his seat. How are you? Did you miss me? Observing Lu Ming's nonchalant demeanor only fueled Shen Hanyue's irritation. Lu Ming, where have you been today? Why did you arrive so late? Why didn't you respond to my messages? Shen Hanyue was on the verge of panic, while Lu Ming appeared utterly unfazed. I witnessed someone bullying Aunt Lu today, Lu Ming revealed, noticing Shen Hanyue's distress and deciding to be candid. What? Shen Hanyue gasped. Because of Lu Ming, she had known Aunt Lu since childhood. Aunt Lu had always treated Shen Hanyue with kindness, often taking her out for meals. Is Aunt Lu all right? Shen Hanyue inquired anxiously. She's fine. When I saw that scoundrel about to strike Aunt Lu, I intervened and gave him a punch, Lu Ming said with a chuckle. Now? He certainly wouldn't dare to bully her again. Ming, you are truly brave, Shen Hanyue admired Lu Ming. Recognizing that her upbringing had instilled in her a gentle, yet timid nature, one that could never embody the courage that Lu Ming displayed. However, she quickly shifted her tone. But Ming, you were rather impulsive. What if that person had a knife and sought revenge? The thought sent a shiver down Shen Hanyue's spine. Oh please, look at me. I'm perfectly fine, Lu Ming reassured her. Lu Ming gently ruffled Shen Hanyue's hair, which cascaded in glossy black waves, as soft and smooth as silk. A delightful sensation to the touch. However, as Lu Ming gazed at Shen Hanyue, he chuckled. Were you worried about me just now? Shen Hanyue, taken aback by his question, felt a twinge of panic. Her heart raced as she looked at Lu Ming's face, an unprecedented proximity that left her breathless. She clearly observed the depth of his dark, penetrating eyes, which sparkled with a rare maturity and wisdom for one so young, reflecting her own figure within their depths. His nose was finely sculpted, as if chiseled from stone, while the corners of Lu Ming's mouth curled slightly, exuding an air of nonchalance characteristic of a worldly young gentleman. Shen Hanyue recalled their childhood days spent together, and now, as she beheld Lu Ming's transformed visage, stripped of youthful innocence and radiating maturity, her affection blossomed anew. Ming, it's only natural for me to worry about you when you haven't visited in so long, and Haven T replied to my messages on WeChat, she confessed. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she shyly lowered her gaze, feeling the weight of her own heartfelt words. Lu Ming felt a warmth in his heart as he looked at Shen Hanyue, surprised by how much she cared for him. After all, the thoughts of a girl are often intricate and delicate, something that someone as carefree as Lu Ming could hardly comprehend. I am truly sorry, Hanyue, Lu Ming said, placing his hand gently over hers, his gaze penetrating into her fair and rosy face. His tone was tender as he continued. It was my recklessness that caused you such concern. I intended to accompany you to school this morning, but the incident with that man necessitated a visit to the police station. The situation was rather urgent, and I assure you, I will inform you next time. Oh, the police station? So you were— I'm fine, he reassured her. The officer merely offered me a few words of guidance before I returned. That's a relief, Shen Hanwei exhaled, her eyes lingering on the hand that rested upon hers. Chapter 30. Side by side in battle, what are you two up to? Suddenly inquired Lu Zihao, the class monitor, who appeared out of nowhere, observing them with a casual demeanor. Ah, Shen Hanwei gasped, startled, instinctively withdrawing her hand as her ears grew warm. How embarrassing. She hoped that their previous interaction had not been witnessed by the class monitor. Lu Ming felt a sense of helplessness as the atmosphere he had painstakingly cultivated was abruptly shattered by Lu Zihao's antics. He resolved that he must find an opportunity to exact some form of revenge on this fellow. Oblivious to the disdain directed towards him, Lu Zihao moved closer, dramatically collapsing onto the table with a loud lamentation. Oh, what am I to do? What troubles you? Lu Ming inquired, unable to restrain his curiosity at Lu Zihao's exaggerated display. Do not even mention it. The school's summer sports meet is approaching, and I am tasked with compiling a list of students willing to participate. Can you guess the outcome? What is it? Stop teasing and tell me. Not a single soul. Lu Zihao despaired, raising a finger in exasperation. I have no one to report for the events. The deadline to inform the homeroom teacher is fast approaching. Each class must submit a few participants. What am I to do now? He collapsed onto the table once more, envisioning the grim expression of the homeroom teacher as if it were the end of the world. Is your social circle truly so dismal? Not a single person willing to join. Lu Ming jested. Not at all. Lu Zihao replied dramatically, shaking his head. However, our class is a liberal arts class, with an abundance of girls and a majority of boys who are rather lazy. Thus, no one is inclined to participate. He then produced the registration form from his pocket, which listed various events and the names of participants, but the latter section remained utterly blank. Behold, Lu Zihao declared, placing the paper upon the table. Both Shen Hanyu and Lu Ming leaned in for a closer look. The form contained numerous events, including the boys' 100 meters, 500 meters, and 1,000 meters, along with the girls' 100 meters, 500 meters, and 800 meters. Besides these running events, there were also long jump, shot put, and javelin throw, among others. If not a single person registers, I shall have to compete alone. That would surely be the death of me. Lu Zihao lamented, for he was not one to engage in physical activity. His weekends typically consisted of staying home, engrossed in novels, comics, or video games. The mere thought of running even 800 meters would likely lead him to faint on the track. Lu Ming envisioned Lu Zihao single-handedly managing all the projects, and a wave of sympathy washed over him. Shen Hanwei, typically tender-hearted and unable to bear the sight of others in distress, gazed at Lu Zihao and felt a surge of concern for him. Ming, being class monitor is truly challenging, Shen Hanwei remarked, her eyes fixed on Lu Ming. Do not worry, Lu Ming reassured as he patted Lu Zihao's shoulder. I shall assist you. Really? Lu Zihao instantly sprang to his feet, looking at Lu Ming with the reverence one might hold for a savior, gripping Lu Ming's hand tightly, his eyes brimming with gratitude. I usually train and am quite adept at sprinting, Lu Ming declared. I can participate. Is that true, Lu Ming? Lu Zihao exclaimed, on the verge of enveloping Lu Ming in an embrace. You are truly my benefactor, my savior. Lu Ming noticed Lu Zihao attempting to embrace him and quickly intervened. Stop. I am not accustomed to hugging men, Lu Ming remarked with a hint of disdain. Lu Zihao had already regarded Lu Ming as his benefactor. Thus he was entirely obedient to him. Yes, benefactor. Lu Zihao promptly thrust a pen into Lu Ming's hand. Here, benefactor, please indicate what you wish to enroll in. Perhaps you should sign up for everything. Wait a moment. Lu Ming hurriedly halted Lu Zihao, fearing that he would next inscribe his name beside every event. I can't handle that. I can only register for a few. Then what do you wish to enter? Lu Zihao eagerly inquired. I suppose I shall enroll in the 100 meters and the 1,000 meters, as I am relatively adept at running. The others might be too much for me. Lu Ming replied thoughtfully. All right, I shall write your name down right now. Lu Zihao swiftly inscribed Lu Ming's name on the paper, anxious that Lu Ming might change his mind at any moment. With Lu Ming signed up for half of the events, there was still no progress regarding the girls' athletics. Suddenly, Lu Zihao gazed intently at Lu Ming. "Why are you staring at me?" Lu Ming felt a cold sweat break out under Lu Zihao's unwavering gaze. Though Lu Ming felt it was somewhat inappropriate, he nonetheless inquired, "Would you be willing to don feminine attire for my sake?" Lu Ming felt as though he had been struck by lightning. "Of course not. What nonsense are you speaking?" Lu Ming was at a loss for words. What was he thinking? If he were to dress as a girl and go to the playground, he would undoubtedly become the center of attention. Furthermore, if Lu Zhiping were to find out, he would surely flay him alive and then toss him into a pot of boiling oil to cleanse his wretched soul. Besides, he had no perverse inclination towards cross-dressing. Lu Zihao instantly felt dejected. "I can sign up for the 800 meters, Shun Hanyue suddenly interjected. Lu Zihao was somewhat taken aback. The 800 meters was no small feat for a girl. He observed Shun Hanyue's delicate and fragile demeanor, thinking she would struggle to complete it. "Let's register her," Lu Ming said with a mysterious smile. "Are you serious?" Lu Zihao looked astonished at Lu Ming's expression. It was not a matter of discrimination. Rather, Lu Zihao perceived Shun Hanyue as a sheltered girl, someone who had been pampered at home and could be swept away by a gust of wind. "It's fine. Just sign me up. I can handle it," Shun Hanyue replied with a smile. Lu Zihao hesitated for a moment, but ultimately, in the interest of self-preservation, he wrote Shun Hanyue's name down as well. As Shun Hanyue gazed at the paper, which bore only her and Lu Ming's names, she felt an unusual sensation in her heart, as if she were embarking on a battle alongside Lu Ming. This thought brought her a measure of joy. "What are you thinking about?" Lu Ming asked, noticing Shun Hanyue lost in thought. "Nothing." Shun Hanyue shook her head. "Lu Ming, what about the remaining slots for girls?" Lu Zihao inquired, glancing at the few available spaces. "I'll take care of it," Lu Ming said, taking the paper and walking to the podium. The atmosphere at the school was still quite studious, with everyone immersed in their studies. "Excuse me, everyone," Lu Ming announced from the podium. "Our school is organizing a sports meeting, and currently, only Hanyue and I are signed up. I hope everyone will actively participate." Gu Yinan was momentarily stunned upon hearing this. "Hanyue and I? They actually signed up for the competition together." Gu Yinan bit her lip, feeling a surge of anxiety. Though she was not particularly athletic, she felt compelled not to fall behind. Otherwise, what would happen if Lu Ming really ended up with Shun Hanyue? "I'll participate too," Gu Yinan raised her hand. Chapter 31. Gu Yinan's transformation. Everyone looked at Gu Yinan in astonishment. As the goddess of the school, Gu Yinan was renowned for her aloofness. Typically, when male classmates complimented her, she wouldn't even spare them a glance, let alone participate in such exhausting events. Previously, she had remarked that sports meetings were tiring and would expose her fair skin to the sun, so she wouldn't attend. Yet now, the illustrious Gu Yinan was making an exception. What could this possibly mean? Great. Lu Zihao beamed with joy upon seeing a new addition to the team, particularly when it was the illustrious Gu Daxia. This brought him one step closer to fulfilling his mission, and what a spectacle it would be at the upcoming sports meet. "I'll sign up for the 500 meters, Gu Yinong declared after a moment of contemplation. Her decision was not made lightly. The 100 meters demanded sheer speed, a domain where Gu Yinong was undoubtedly outmatched, while the 800 meters tested endurance, requiring extensive training that she lacked, as her physical activities were limited to leisurely shopping excursions. It was evident that she would struggle to endure such a distance. The 500 meters, however, was a harmonious blend of both, allowing her to pace herself. And perhaps with a touch of glamour, she might even win back Lu Ming's affections. "All right," Lu Zihao noted eagerly. Initially, the other girls were rather reserved, but upon witnessing Gu Yinong's participation, several of them felt emboldened to join in. Lu Zihao was pleasantly surprised by the ripple effect Gu Yinong's leadership had on others, filling him with excitement. "Lu Ming, is this your masterstroke? It's remarkably effective." Lu Zihao gave Lu Ming a thumbs up. Lu Ming was aware that these girls had a penchant for forming cliques. Typically, once one female classmate signed up, others would quickly follow suit. "Lu Ming, let us strive together," Gu Yinan encouraged him, hoping to capture Lu Ming's attention through this gesture. The other classmates were left agape, wondering if they were dreaming. Was this truly the aloof and enigmatic school beauty, Gu Yinan? Normally, she wouldn't spare Lu Ming a single glance. Yet today she was openly cheering him on, truly astounding. Sure," Lu Ming replied, his tone indifferent. Everyone presumed he would be elated. considering he had pursued Gui Nan for quite some time. However, to their surprise, Lu Ming's demeanor was rather tepid, as if he had no desire to engage with Gui Nan at all. How peculiar. Everything seemed turned upside down. Gui Nan had undergone quite the transformation. Had their souls somehow swapped? Wang He, witnessing Gui Nan's tender demeanor towards Lu Ming, seethed with envy, gritting his teeth. Gui Nan had never shown him such encouragement. He couldn't fathom what kind of enchantment Lu Ming had cast upon her. At that moment, Wang He felt 100 pangs of resentment. Lu Ming had not anticipated that Gui Nan would actually participate. Previously, Gui Nan detested the sun, necessitating Lu Ming to constantly hold an umbrella for her to shield her from the scorching rays. Furthermore, she insisted on drinking ice-cold water, and it had to be sufficiently chilled. On one occasion, Lu Ming braved the sun to procure iced water for her. However, upon receiving it, Gui Nan deemed it insufficiently cold, promptly throwing the drink into Lu Ming's face and scolding him to fetch another, which had caused him to suffer from heat stroke. Thus, although Gui Nan has undergone significant changes now, Lu Ming harbors no intentions of forgiving her. After all, the tragedies of his past life were largely instigated by her. And even though this lifetime has not witnessed such calamities, Lu Ming wishes to sever any ties with Gui Nan, preferring to remain merely ordinary classmates. Lu Ming believed that his sufficiently indifferent demeanor would lead Gui Nan to disregard him. However, Lu Ming could never have imagined that Gui Nan's thoughts were in stark contrast to his own. Lu Ming seems to have grown less disdainful of himself. If he were to exhibit a little more tenderness, it would surely be possible to draw Lu Ming away from Shen Hanyue and subsequently rekindle his affections. This is the notion that Gui Nan harbors. One more 500 meters. I'll take it. Wang He hastily raised his hand, seizing this splendid opportunity to impress Gui Nan. This time, he must overshadow Lu Ming. Everything appears to be unfolding seamlessly. Lu Zihao was overwhelmed with joy. The homeroom teacher, Lu Zhan, arrived punctually to commence the lesson. Surprised to find Lu Ming standing at the podium, engaged in discussion with Lu Zihao. Lu Ming usually pays little attention to class matters, and he often shows reluctance to participate in collective activities. Is he truly assisting the class monitor in managing class affairs now? Lu Ming, what are you up to? Despite having a vague answer in mind, Lu Zhan still inquired. Oh, the monitor, Lu Ming, is helping me tally the number of students participating in the Olympics. Lu Zihao informed Lu Zhan. I see. I didn't expect you to be so enthusiastic, Lu Ming, Lu Zhan acknowledged, nodding in approval. Well done. Lu Ming has indeed undergone significant changes. Although his grades have not improved, he has become much more attentive in class, no longer fixating on Gui Nan, which brings Lu Zhan great satisfaction. It is quite surprising that Lu Ming is now eager to contribute to the class as well. Thank you both for your hard work. Let's continue this after class. We should focus on our lessons for now. Due to his good mood, the usually stern Lu Zhan's tone softened. The day's classes swiftly came to an end, and Lu Ming felt revitalized since his rebirth. Although he sometimes felt fatigued, the energy was abundant, and he thoroughly enjoyed this sensation. Ming, I'm heading home now. Make sure to put in the effort during your tutoring session today, Shen Hanwei said, reluctantly packing her bag. Despite being nearly inseparable from Lu Ming, she still felt it was not enough. Every time they parted, she felt a deep sense of reluctance. All right, be safe on your way, Lu Ming nodded in response to Shen Hanyue. Lu Ming still made it a point to attend his tutoring sessions. He recalled that Lu Zhiping had once expressed a desire to see his mentor once more. Thus, he resolved to invite teacher Wang to his home for a meal after completing his studies. After Lu Ming informed Lu Zhiping of the matter, Lu Zhiping was exceedingly pleased and contemplated preparing several additional dishes to graciously host his esteemed mentor. Lu Ming was originally replying to a message from Lu Zhiping when he heard that familiar voice. Looking up, he discovered it was Lu Qingli. Shaoli, what brings you here? Lu Ming inquired with a hint of curiosity. I just came to stroll around, Lu Qingli replied, though her eyes were clearly betraying her. In any case, let us ascend together. Lu Ming could discern that Lu Qingli was waiting here for him, yet she stubbornly refused to admit it. Are you waiting for me? Lu Ming inquired with a smile. Absolutely not. Lu Qingli hastily retorted, caught off guard by his astuteness. If you're not waiting for me, then why are you here? Lu Ming questioned, gazing intently at Lu Qingli. Lu Ming, Lu Qingli said, her brow slightly furrowed as she regarded him. You shall have the opportunity to question me only after you have won our wager. Lu Ming found himself in a state of bemusement. For the other party was the granddaughter of his teacher and harbored no ill intentions. Thus, he could only indulge her whims. All right, I'll make an effort. Lu Qingli was exceedingly pleased with Lu Ming's demeanor, a smile gracing her crimson lips. Let us ascend the stairs quickly. Grandfather is still awaiting us. Lu Ming nodded and ascended the stairs with Lu Qingli. Typically, Wang Lifeng kept the front door firmly shut during his tutoring hours. However, today was a stark contrast. The door stood wide open, and Wang Lifeng awaited Lu Ming at the threshold. Teacher, how could I allow you to wait for me? Lu Ming inquired. At last, you have arrived. Wang Lifeng replied with a smile upon seeing him. Your surname is Lu, isn't it? Indeed, it is. Jiping also shares the same surname. How delightful. What a serendipitous connection. Upon hearing this, Lu Ming couldn't help but smile. It was indeed a remarkable coincidence. Who could have imagined that his current teacher would be the esteemed mentor of his father? Teacher, you have always held immense influence in my father's heart. He constantly thinks of you. Unfortunately, due to a loss of contact, he has been unable to visit, Lu Ming expressed. Upon hearing this, Wang Lifeng's face radiated with warmth and satisfaction. Then, if you have the time, I would be honored to have dinner at our home this evening. My father has long wished to meet you. Certainly, Wang Lifeng replied with a smile. As an old man with little to occupy my days, it would be delightful to see Jiping. However, we cannot neglect our tutoring session today. Understood, teacher, Lu Ming nodded in agreement. As the tutoring session concluded at the designated time, Lu Ming contacted the family driver, Lao Gao, to pick him up. The elderly man evidently placed great importance on this meeting, donning a respectable outfit and tidying his already graying hair. Grandfather, where are we headed? Lu Qingli, dressed in a beautiful white gown, inquired. To the home of one of my former students. That student happens to be your brother Lu Ming's father, Wang Lifeng replied. Regardless of his usual stern demeanor, he exhibited a gentle and affectionate disposition towards Lu Qingli. Your father was also your grandfather's student? Lu Qingli exclaimed in surprise. Indeed. It seems that dragons beget dragons and phoenixes beget phoenixes. No wonder Lu Ming caught my eye from the very beginning, Wang Lifeng remarked, adjusting his glasses with a smile. After all, his father had been trained by him. How could he not find him appealing? Lu Qingli understood that her grandfather had always had few students. And the relationship between the two students being father and son was indeed a remarkable coincidence. Just then, the driver, Lao Huang, arrived promptly, parking the car at Wang Lifeng's doorstep and opening the door. Please, step inside. Very well. Wang Lifeng and Lu Qingli entered the vehicle, while Lu Ming took his place in the front passenger seat. As Lu Ming and Wang Lifeng exchanged pleasantries, they arrived at the villa of the Lu family. Upon stepping out of the car, the elderly gentleman was momentarily taken aback by the exquisite residence. However, that astonishment quickly transformed into an expression of unmistakable realization. Teacher Wang, you have arrived. Lu Jiping placed great importance on this meeting, arriving early to await its commencement. Beside him stood the elegantly attired Jiang Wenli and Lu Sheng. Jiping, truly a testament to your potential, you have indeed achieved great success, remarked Teacher Wang with a smile. It is all due to your exceptional guidance, teacher, that I have attained all that I possess today. Lu Jiping, shedding his usual authoritative demeanor at home, smiled and said, Teacher, please do not stand outside any longer. Do come inside. Lu Jiping hurriedly led Wang Lifeng into the villa, nodding at Lu Ming. Qingli, come along. I shall escort you inside, Lu Ming said to Lu Qingli, who was still in the car. Lu Qingli nodded and exited the vehicle, only to be greeted by Jiang Wenli, who approached with a gift in hand. Clearly, Jiang Wenli, much like Lu Jiping, held Wang Lifeng's arrival in high regard. Dressed in an elegant black silk gown, she exuded beauty and grace, her earrings, necklace, and bracelet adorned with pearls, showcasing an air of sophistication and wealth. Lu Ming's striking looks were undoubtedly influenced by Jiang Wenli's elegance. Lu Qingli found herself momentarily captivated by Jiang Wenli, who resembled a celestial goddess. You must be Qingli, Jiang Wenli said with a warm smile. Gazing at the youthful and lovely Lu Qingli, you are truly beautiful. As this is our first meeting, I have brought you a small gift. Jiang Wenli revealed a shopping bag containing a stunning dress. Auntie, this is far too extravagant, Lu Qingli replied. Though she usually spoke with an air of pride when conversing with Lu Ming, she remained courteous and gentle in the presence of her elders. Please accept it, Xiao Qi. This dress is specifically for you. I have always longed for a daughter, as I adore little girls dressed in exquisite gowns, Jiang Wenli remarked. then turned to Lu Ming with a playful tease. Yet, instead of a daughter, I have this rebellious boy who only brings me frustration. Innocently caught in the crossfire. Lu Ming sighed. Mom, I am not like that. As Lu Qingli observed Jiang Wenli's affectionate demeanor, her heart softened, feeling a deep sense of gratitude for the kindness bestowed upon her. Thank you, Auntie, I truly appreciate it, Lu Qingli smiled. Come inside. I have asked the housekeeper to prepare some of my favorite desserts for you to try, Jiang Wenli said gently. Lu Qingli felt deeply touched by Jiang Wenli's tenderness. Having lost her own parents and spent her days with her grandfather, this was her first experience of maternal affection. Thank you, Auntie, Lu Qingli beamed. And although she often wore a serious expression, her smile transformed her demeanor entirely, making her appear more like a sweet little sister from the neighborhood. Lu Sheng was taken aback by Lu Qingli's stunning beauty. How could such a lovely girl exist? Her delicate face was fair and exquisite, her cherry-red lips captivating. And beneath her flowing dress, her long, fair legs were simply enchanting. Lu Sheng gazed at her, almost drooling in admiration. Just the thought of being able to take Lu Qingli out was a source of immense pride. Xiao Sheng, what are you daydreaming about? Aunt Lu noticed Lu Sheng standing there, transfixed by Lu Qingli, and found his gaze rather unsettling. What if someone else notices? Come back and eat. Your father will be anxious if you keep him waiting. Lu Sheng, disturbed by Aunt Lu, reluctantly moved away from Lu Qingli's thigh, feeling a twinge of dissatisfaction within. As the group settled at the dining table, a feast of various delicacies awaited them, an array of poultry, fish, and an assortment of desserts. You've truly risen to prominence. My boy, Wang Lifeng chuckled. I recall you were the most mischievous among my students, always causing me trouble. I remember one time you even stole my glasses, leaving me searching for them all afternoon. Nostalgia washed over them as they shared a hearty laugh. Chapter 33. The Unsavory Man Teacher, Lu Zhiping rose, holding up a glass of white liquor. It's been years since we last met. Allow me to toast to you. I'll drink this in your honor. With that, Lu Zhiping downed the entire glass in one gulp. Seeing Lu Zhiping finish his drink, Wang Lifeng followed suit, downing a full glass of liquor as well. Though time had altered Wang Lifeng's physique, his youthful spirit for drinking remained undiminished. Seeing you young folks makes me feel rejuvenated, Wang Lifeng remarked wistfully. Grandpa is still young at heart, Lu Qingli retorted, pouting. Indeed, teacher, your health is remarkable. You hardly show signs of aging, Lu Ming chimed in, supporting her. Wang Lifeng laughed heartily at their remarks. All right, I'm well aware of my own condition. Zhiping, do urge Lu Ming to find a girlfriend soon. Perhaps I might even have a grandchild to dote on. Teacher, please don't jest. Xiao Ming is still in school. Lu Zhiping chuckled uncontrollably. Humph, your thinking is more antiquated than my old bones. Today's youth are quite adept at romance, you know. Suddenly, an idea struck Wang Lifeng as he glanced at Lu Ming and then at his beloved granddaughter. How about we entrust our Qingli to your Lu Ming? He seems a reliable lad. Grandpa, how could you say that? Upon hearing Wang Lifeng's words, Lu Qingli's face flushed a deep crimson. What a ridiculous joke. Watching their playful banter, Lu Sheng felt a pang of jealousy. He thought it preferable for that old man to entrust Lu Qingli to him rather than to Lu Ming. Teacher, that's not quite right. Lu Ming has long had someone he's been pursuing at school, Lu Sheng interjected, a hint of bitterness in his voice. Upon hearing his words, the once lively atmosphere fell abruptly silent. Lu Ming was well aware that Lu Sheng would never find peace without stirring up some mischief. Oh, Wang Lifeng raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Which fortunate lady has captured his attention? Noticing Wang Lifeng's interest, Lu Sheng promptly became animated. It's none other than our school's belle. Guinan, he replied. At that time, Lu Ming pursued her with such fervor that he neglected his studies entirely. To put it simply, while I was diligently studying at night, Lu Ming was undoubtedly preoccupied with inquiring after Guinan. Lu Xing remarked that the older one gets, the more spirited one becomes. Entirely oblivious to Lu Zhiping's discontented gaze. Such dedication, is there more? Wang Lifeng continued to inquire. Additionally, during summer, he purchased ice water for her and generously spent the household funds on various gifts for Guinan. I must admit, I somewhat envy Lu Ming's bravery for renting an apartment near her home. Perhaps it's because many girls in our class pursue me, rendering such courage unnecessary for me. As he spoke, Lu Sheng turned to Lu Qingli, seeking to detect admiration on her countenance. However, it was evident that her face bore no expression whatsoever. What Lu Sheng was unaware of was that his disparaging remarks had significantly incited Lu Qingli's disdain, and the expressions of Jiang Wenli, and Lu Zhiping grew increasingly grim. Lu Sheng's words at this moment are nothing short of airing the family's dirty laundry in public. Lu Ming secretly chuckled to himself. This Lu Sheng was indeed quite foolish. Utterly oblivious to the expressions of those around him. Did he truly believe that others were so naive as not to perceive his underhanded tactics? Oh, so you are quite popular, are you? How unexpected, Lu Qingli remarked, crossing her arms. Lu Sheng felt a surge of joy upon realizing that he seemed to have piqued Lu Qingli's interest. Back then, my desk was inundated daily with love letters and flowers from those girls, leaving me utterly helpless. So, are you now together with that fortunate girl? Wang Lifeng inquired. At this, Lu Sheng was taken aback. He had merely been boasting, for there were no girls pursuing him. I wouldn't choose any of them, Lu Sheng replied, as my mind is solely focused on my studies. Lu Sheng believed that his behavior would surely win Lu Qingli's admiration, yet in reality, he had long since provoked her disdain. Who is this insipid man, boasting incessantly from the very beginning? It is truly exasperating, Lu Qingli pondered with a frown. Oh, you are quite impressive, Lu Qingli scoffed, so you must be attending a prestigious high school. At this, Lu Ming chuckled. Lu Sheng had always presented himself as a diligent student, yet he consistently resorted to copying others' exam answers. Moreover, after each examination, Lu Sheng would mock Lu Ming's scores, oblivious to the fact that he had performed worse than Lu Ming in the high school entrance exam. Consequently, Lu Ming gained admission to the elite school through his own efforts, while Lu Xing merely secured a spot at a private institution thanks to Lu Zhiping's connections. This reality left Lu Sheng somewhat embarrassed, at a loss for words. Observing Wang Sheng rendered speechless by Wang Lifeng and Lu Qingli's retorts. And with Lu Zhiping unwilling to engage due to yesterday's events, Lu Sheng could only awkwardly remain silent. All right, let us eat, Jiang Wenli suggested to diffuse the tension. Teacher. Lu Ming also sought to ease the awkward atmosphere. My father struggles with alcohol, so I would like to raise a toast to you on his behalf. Lu Ming stood up and downed his drink in one gulp. His maturity contrasted starkly with Lu Xing, further convincing Wang Lifeng that taking Lu Ming as his apprentice was indeed a sagacious decision. Jiang Wenli had often heard Lu Zhiping speak highly of his mentor and held a profound respect for him. Thus, she wore a gracious smile from the outset and, concerned that Lu Qingli might feel out of place, frequently offered her dishes with serving chopsticks. Zhiping, you are truly fortunate. Not only have you married such a virtuous and beautiful wife, but you've also sired such a handsome and intelligent son. Teacher, you flatter me. Lu Ming has indeed inherited the best traits from his mother. Had he taken after me, it would have been quite troublesome, Lu Zhiping replied modestly, his heart swelling with joy at Wang Lifeng's praise of Lu Ming. Meanwhile, Wang Sheng, who had been ignored at the side, felt exceedingly awkward but could only harbor resentment towards Lu Ming in silence. Teacher, I called you here for another matter. Lu Zhiping began as they neared the end of their meal. What is it? Whatever I can assist with, I will certainly take it upon myself, Wang Lifeng asserted confidently. Teacher, I am now 45, and managing the Lu group is becoming increasingly burdensome. It is imperative that I cultivate an exceptional successor. Lu Zhiping sighed, and upon hearing this, Jiang Wenli cast a worried glance at him. Upon hearing this, Lu Sheng felt a surge of joy in his heart. Lu Zhiping had consistently nurtured his ability to manage the company. He must surely wish for Wang Lifeng to mentor him. Lu Sheng was exceedingly confident that he would eventually become the heir to the Lu group. Chapter 34. Only Lu Ming can be called that. Lu Sheng held his breath, awaiting Lu Zhiping's response, but the words that followed left Lu Sheng utterly astounded. I would like to request the teacher to cultivate Lu Ming's knowledge in company management without impacting his studies, so that Lu Ming may eventually take over the Lu Corporation in the future. Lu Zhiping sincerely addressed Wang Lifeng. What? Jiang Wenli and Lu Sheng were utterly taken aback. Previously, Lu Zhiping had always regarded Lu Sheng as his successor, yet now he astonishingly altered his decision. Jiang Wenli felt a sense of relief, while Lu Sheng was visibly distressed. Father, you must be mistaken, Lu Sheng exclaimed with fervor. If you entrust the Lu family conglomerate to him, he will surely bring about its ruin. Lu Sheng nearly shouted, startling everyone around him. In truth, Lu Ming was not at all surprised by this outcome, not to mention that Lu Ming was the biological son of Lu Zhiping and also his eldest son. At this time in his previous life, Lu Zhiping had already discovered that Lu Sheng was constantly engaging in subtle maneuvers to collude with other shareholders, which greatly displeased Lu Zhiping. Even before his death, Lu Sheng harbored ambitions to seize control of the Lu group, Such audacity was truly remarkable. In an effort to dissuade Lu Ming from his servile devotion to Gu Yinan, Lu Zhiping sought to cultivate Lu Sheng, thereby instilling a sense of urgency in Lu Ming. With Lu Ming now having returned to a more sensible path and no longer pursuing Gu Yinan, the inheritance naturally falls to him. Lu Zhiping cast a threatening glance at Lu Sheng, clearly dissatisfied with his demeanor. He admonished Lu Sheng, stating that while his elder brother has reached maturity, he is still young and should prioritize his studies, thereby affording his brother more opportunities. However, Lu Ming's obsequiousness raises concerns. Does he not fear that Lu Ming might relinquish the company to that woman? Lu Xing was evidently infuriated, to the extent that he failed to notice the accusatory tone woven into his words. Lu Sheng, how can you speak of our father in such a manner? He is only acting in your best interest. Lu Ming cast a cold smile upon observing Lu Sheng's demeanor and remarked. Lu Xing then realized that his earlier emotions had been somewhat unrestrained. So, are you implying that my company must be under your management? Lu Zhiping refrained from expressing his anger in the presence of Wang Lifeng, yet a flicker of irritation simmered within him. No, that is not accurate. Lu Xing's demeanor instantly deflated. Very well, very well. From the outset, Wang Lifeng sensed a certain avarice in the boy's gaze, which bred an innate disfavor towards Lu Sheng. He turned his attention to Lu Sheng and said, since you harbor dissatisfaction, why not demonstrate your abilities? How about a contest with Lu Ming? Although Lu Sheng was aware that most of his academic achievements were derived from plagiarism, he still faced Lu Ming with unwavering confidence. Lu Sheng was well aware that Lu Ming relentlessly pursued Gu Yinan at school, leaving little time for his studies. While his own academic performance was not particularly outstanding, he was confident that it surpassed that of someone who merely devoted themselves to being a sycophant. Lu Xing was unaware that Lu Ming had long ceased to be the person he once was. I accept, Lu Xing remarked, casting a glance at Lu Qingli, hoping to discern an expression of admiration on the young girl's face. However, Lu Qingli maintained her usual stoic demeanor, exuding an air of unapproachability. Then I shall also accept. He continued, for as a student of my teacher, I could not allow my mentor to be shamed. Lu Ming too embraced the challenge. Lu Xing has always exhibited this competitive spirit. What was supposed to be a pleasant gathering has turned into a contest for the qualification of the Lu family's heir. Lu Ming, respect is earned, not given. I will not yield to you, Lu Sheng declared. Lu Ming was indeed quite admirable for his audacity. Despite having previously garnered numerous points through plagiarism, he presented himself as if he were a genius. Well then, Qingli, you must certainly have your exercise book with you. Wang Lifeng remarked. Of course I do, Lu Qingli replied, as she retrieved a senior year exercise book from her small bag. Lu Zhiping and Jiang Wenli were somewhat taken aback. This girl actually carried a workbook with her. Moreover, Lu Qingli, a first-year high school student, had brought along a workbook intended for third-year students. Had she already self-studied the content of the first and second years? Wang Lifeng chuckled and remarked. Qingli has been both intelligent and diligent since childhood. She typically carries a workbook everywhere she goes. She has managed to find time to study. In fact, she completed the mathematics curriculum for her third year during the summer after graduating from middle school. Upon hearing Wang Lifeng's words, Lu Zhiping and Jiang Wenli couldn't help but express their admiration. How could there be such a bright and hard-working child? Even adults might not possess such formidable self-discipline. Girls of Lu Qingli's age typically spend their vacations playing with classmates or shopping for fashionable clothes. What they carry in their bags are usually various hair accessories or makeup products. How many children would think to carry a workbook? With this thought, Lu Zhiping and Jiang Wenli looked at Lu Qingli with a newfound respect. Wang Sheng was also somewhat pleased with Lu Qingli, realizing that this girl was indeed an academic prodigy, which only strengthened his resolve to win her over. Grandfather, I'll just serve as the referee. I don't want to waste your time reminiscing with Uncle Lu, Lu Qingli volunteered. All right, so, you all have no objections? Wang Lifeng naturally agreed, but decided to consult the two contestants as well. Teacher, I have no issues at all. I know that Shaoli is always fair. Lu Ming replied. Shaoli, how dare this little rascal speak so familiarly with Lu Qingli? Lu Sheng was filled with discontent. Could it be that Lu Ming, that insufferable wretch, had developed feelings for Lu Qingli? A sense of unease began to creep into Lu Sheng's mind. However, he reassured himself that women were invariably drawn to capable men. Once he triumphed over Lu Ming, he would undoubtedly be the rightful heir to the Lu family conglomerate. Perhaps, by then, that old man would realize his misjudgment and choose to accept him as a disciple. Lu Sheng was resolute in his belief that he would win Lu Qingli's affection. I concur, he said. Very well, you may proceed to my study. It is considerably quieter there. Lu Zhiping addressed the group. Lu Ming, please escort them. As they ascended the stairs, Lu Sheng struggled to conceal his lecherous expression. His gaze fixated on Lu Qingli's figure as he inched closer to her. Which school do you attend, Shaoli? Lu Sheng inquired. Previously, Lu Qingli had considered maintaining decorum in the presence of others, but with Lu Zhiping and Jiang Wenli absent, she finally glared at Lu Sheng and declared, Only Lu Mingge can call me that. You must not. Chapter 35. The contest. Lu Sheng was taken aback, astonished that the seemingly gentle little girl would utter such words. What did you say? Lu Sheng inquired once more. I said, Lu Qingli replied without a hint of hesitation. Please do not address me in that manner. Only brother Lu Ming is permitted to call me that. Lu Sheng felt an overwhelming sense of indignation. How could he, Lu Ming, be considered anything of significance? Was he truly inferior to a mere sycophant? What should I call you then? May I address you as Qingli? He inquired, attempting to mask his displeasure with a semblance of a smile, striving to appear unaffected by the earlier interruption. Only my grandfather and elders are permitted to call me that. Lu Qingli replied with an air of superiority. Lu Sheng's eyes involuntarily twitched. Lu Ming opened the door to his study, where an array of books was meticulously arranged upon the shelves, with a pristine desk positioned at the center. Let us begin, said Lu Qingli, clutching her examination papers. Her expression grave. Despite her serious demeanor, her youthful and adorable features remained unmistakable. How shall we compete, Qingli? Lu Ming inquired. If we are to compete, it must encompass various aspects, Lu Qingli replied as she opened her book. Both speed and accuracy are essential. Moreover, since Uncle Lu aims to cultivate an heir, it is imperative to not only focus on academic knowledge, but also to consider the intricacies of business. Lu Ming nodded, aware that Lu Qingli, as the granddaughter of Wang Lifeng, possessed a considerable level of expertise in the corporate realm. Previously, while perusing Wang Lifeng's financial literature, he had discerned that the annotations within the books were likely penned by Lu Qingli herself. She retrieved several pages of questions and crafted a few additional ones on her own before presenting them to the two individuals. Holding up the watch her grandfather had gifted her on her birthday, she mimicked his serious demeanor and glanced at it thoughtfully. You each have only half an hour to complete these questions. The timer starts now. With that, Lu Qingli pressed the stopwatch, and the hands began to tick away steadily. Lu Sheng confidently took the exam paper, but his assurance was short-lived as he was soon rendered speechless upon seeing the questions. He found himself utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend the content. Observing Lu Sheng's expression, Lu Ming couldn't help but chuckle. Lu Sheng had underestimated Lu Qingli, influenced by her grandfather. Lu Qingli had long since moved beyond the monotonous knowledge presented in textbooks. Each question she crafted was a synthesis of multiple concepts, both intricate and expansive, undoubtedly posing a significant challenge. Lu Ming turned the page to explore knowledge related to finance. After a brief glance, he felt reassured. Since his rebirth, he had resolved to study the day's material thoroughly, and he often perused the financial books at Lu Zhiping's home. The questions posed by Lu Qingli were ones Lu Ming had encountered just the day before. Meanwhile, Lu Sheng was utterly befuddled. He assumed that despite his lackluster academic performance, he could not be entirely incompetent. However, he found himself utterly perplexed by Lu Qingli's questions. Initially, he had underestimated her, believing that as a girl, she would lack understanding of corporate matters. Yet, he clearly misjudged her capabilities. The questions Lu Qingli presented were remarkably astute. Only someone with profound knowledge in the field could formulate such inquiries. Nevertheless, Lu Sheng quickly regained his composure, reminding himself that he had indeed studied this subject and was undoubtedly more knowledgeable than Lu Ming, who had not even glanced at the material. Furthermore, since Lu Ming was always at the bottom of the class rankings, Lu Sheng believed he was at least in the middle tier and would surely outperform Lu Ming. He was convinced that victory in this competition was his for the taking. As Lu Sheng contemplated visiting Lu Ming, he was even more astonished. Lu Ming wrote with great focus, appearing extremely serious, which caused Lu Sheng to feel a sense of panic. Why did Lu Ming seem so engrossed in his writing? Could it be that he knew the answers to these questions? That seemed implausible. He couldn't even comprehend them. So how could Lu Ming? Surely, he must be scribbling aimlessly. 5 minutes had already passed. Lu Qingli noticed that rather than working on his own problems, Lu Sheng was fixated on Lu Ming and couldn't help but remind him. Goodness, how has time flown by so quickly? Lu Sheng hurriedly glanced at the questions he barely understood, his heart racing with anxiety. What was this? He couldn't even make sense of the questions, while Lu Ming remained unable to put pen to paper, letting time slip away. Meanwhile, Lu Ming was deeply engrossed in his work, entirely oblivious to Lu Sheng's gaze. Ever since that time at Wang Lifeng's, Lu Ming had finally discovered a method to maintain his concentration. He often practiced this technique at school, and through persistent effort, he could now focus intensely on his work, even forgetting everything around him, including the passage of time. As time flew by, Lu Ming grew increasingly steady, while Lu Sheng's cold sweat accumulated. He glanced at his own answer sheet, then back at the array of elegant characters Lu Ming had penned, beginning to feel a twinge of fear. Lu Qingli, however, paid him no mind and intently watched the clock, occasionally reminding both boys of the remaining time. After a while, her watch beeped insistently. "All right, time's up. Everyone, please put down your pens," Lu Qingli urged, as fairness was paramount. "What? This is unfair," Lu Xing protested. "There's no way anyone could finish in this time. I demand to continue." Lu Ming set down his pen and handed his paper directly to Lu Qingli. Lu Xing felt as though he had been turned to stone in an instant. What a joke. Once he regained his composure, he hurriedly snatched the paper from Lu Qingli's hands, exclaiming, "I refuse to believe that you have completed it all." However, to Lu Sheng's dismay, Lu Ming had indeed finished, his handwriting neat and the pages filled to the brim. "Now that Lu Ming has managed to write it all out, do you have any further questions?" Lu Qingli inquired. Lu Sheng truly had nothing more to say. After all, if others could articulate thoughts that he could not, it was certainly not a reflection on Lu Qingli. However, Wang Sheng could hardly fathom that Lu Ming, who usually ranked at the bottom of his class, could solve these problems in such a brief span of time. In the living room, Lu Zhiping and the others awaited the final outcome. "That Lu Sheng is your adopted son?" Wang Lifeng inquired. "Indeed, teacher," Lu Zhiping replied, recalling the day Lu Xing had slandered Lu Ming, a thought that filled him with concern. "I initially had high hopes for this child. Even when I envisioned Lu Ming inheriting my company, I contemplated granting Lu Sheng a position as well. Yet, this child harbors ulterior motives and is exceedingly ambitious. Is he not?" Wang Lifeng questioned. "How did you know?" Lu Zhiping asked, astonished. Wang Lifeng sighed, gazing at Lu Zhiping. "Zhiping, as a teacher who has interacted with countless students, I can assure you that this child is far from virtuous. You must exercise caution." Chapter 36. Heir of the Lu Corporation. In truth, Lu Zhiping had begun to sense something amiss. After nearly accusing Lu Ming of wrongdoing, he reflected on his actions. He realized that Lu Sheng had consistently fostered his disdain for Lu Ming, and coupled with Lu Sheng's collusion with others in the company, it solidified Lu Zhiping's suspicions. "I understand now, teacher. I am still observing," Lu Zhiping replied. Despite his mentor's words, he was reluctant to believe that the child he had raised could betray him. After all, even a dog, raised for decades, would surely elicit some affection. In any case, Lu Ming is a genuine genius. I believe that in a few years, he will certainly become an extraordinary individual, Wang Lifeng remarked. Hearing that her son might achieve greatness brought immense joy to his mother. Jiang Wenli was deeply moved by this revelation. Her son was finally on the path to success. "Is that true, teacher? I am truly grateful to you for Lu Ming. He has always been a handful, and I appreciate your patience," Jiang Wenli expressed with heartfelt emotion. "Ah, Jiang, there is no need for such formality. I have long regarded you and Zhiping as family," Wang Lifeng smiled. "I am an old man, and I do not know when I will meet my end. For now, I only have Qingli by my side. Her parents have both passed." As he spoke, Wang Lifeng's voice faltered, his eyes filled with loneliness and concern. Witnessing his once vibrant mentor now so despondent pained Lu Zhiping. "You are in great health, teacher. I am certain you will be there to see Qingli marry," he reassured. "Zhiping, do not comfort me," Wang Lifeng sighed and continued. "At my age, I fear nothing, but my greatest worry is for Qingli. Zhiping, would you promise me one thing? Please." "Teacher, speak freely." This was the first time that teacher Lu Zhiping sought his assistance during ordinary days, and he took it very seriously. "I will diligently mentor Lu Ming to become the pillar of your esteemed Lu family group, but I hope that should the day come when I am no longer able, you will adopt my precious granddaughter as your own," Wang Lifeng declared with unwavering resolve. "Of course, teacher," Jiang Wenli responded affirmatively. Knowing that Lu Qingli was a source of emotional entanglement for Wang Lifeng, and Jiang Wenli genuinely cherished the child. Rest assured, as long as the Lu family still has a meal to share, Qingli will never suffer any injustice. Lu Zhiping assured confidently. That is splendid news. Wang Lifeng smiled with relief at Lu Zhiping's certainty. However, Lu Zhiping felt a twinge of hesitation. The competition between Lu Ming and Lu Shang was still too close to call. In truth, Lu Zhiping harbored concerns for Lu Ming, privately. He undoubtedly wished for Lu Ming's victory, yet he was acutely aware of his son's capabilities. He recognized that while his teacher was formidable, could Lu Ming truly surpass Lu Shang, who had been immersed in the company's environment? If Lu Shang were to emerge victorious, should he indeed entrust the Lu family group to him? You need not worry, Wang Lifeng replied with a smile. Lu Ming will surely prevail. I am confident of that. His conviction was palpable. At that moment, Jiang Wenli heard the sound of a door opening from upstairs, followed by whispers. It must be Xiao Ming, they have concluded. Jiang Wenli stated, his voice tinged with excitement. Soon after, the three descended the stairs, with Lu Qingli clutching the workbook she had brought up, followed closely by Lu Ming and Lu Xing. So, what was the outcome? Lu Zhiping asked, a touch of tension in his voice. Lu Qingli placed the answer sheets from Lu Ming and Lu Shang on the table for the three to examine. Jiang Wenli anxiously picked up Lu Shang's paper, noting that with a score of 65 out of 100, his performance was fairly standard. Jiang Wenli felt a surge of surprise upon seeing the questions. Having attended university himself and being among the top students of his generation, he recognized that the questions were indeed challenging, particularly the last few, which pertained to financial matters. Lu Sheng primarily achieved a remarkable score, surpassing his peers by 40 points, having secured 30 points on a particularly challenging finance question. Given his lack of prior exposure to financial concepts, this accomplishment could be deemed extraordinary. Jiang Wenli pondered over Lu Sheng's unexpected success, considering Lu Ming's struggles with mathematics. She instinctively felt that Lu Ming was at a disadvantage. Xiao Sheng, you performed exceptionally well, she remarked, hesitant to glance at Lu Ming's results. Not wishing for the crowd to witness Lu Ming's defeat to Lu Shang, Jiang Wenli had already resigned herself to the notion that Lu Ming would inevitably fall short. Observing her reluctance to check Lu Ming's scores, one could sense an unspoken understanding. In truth, Lu Zhiping also harbored a foreboding sense of the outcome. After all, no matter how talented Lu Ming might be, it was implausible for him to eclipse others who had diligently labored for an extended period in just a few days. Lu Ming, this is merely the beginning. Do not rush. Focus on learning from Teacher Wang, and in the future, I will arrange for you to manage a department at the company, Lu Zhiping advised. What? Lu Ming responded, bewildered. Mom, Dad, what are you talking about? Why aren't you looking at my results? Lu Zhiping felt a surge of frustration upon witnessing Lu Ming's nonchalant demeanor. What outcome could possibly arise from such an attitude? Surely, he must be aware of the implications of his behavior. I believe it is unnecessary to continue observing this, Lu Zhiping remarked. Lu Zhiping was reluctant to showcase Lu Ming's achievements to others, fearing that such exposure might undermine Lu Ming's self-esteem. Especially considering that boys at this age tend to possess a robust sense of pride. Why was it unnecessary? Lu Ming was bewildered. So, are you all predetermined to succeed? If you choose to disregard my results, then why should I even take the exam? Lu Ming was bewildered. His parents were cryptically discussing Lu Sheng's exam paper, leaving him at a loss for words. Observing her son's perplexity, Jiang Wenli felt a twinge of curiosity. She glanced at Lu Sheng, who, devoid of his usual arrogance, was now staring vacantly elsewhere. A nascent thought began to take root in Jiang Wenli's mind. Could it be? Hastily, she turned her attention to the answer sheet. Upon seeing the neatly written responses and the score in the upper right corner, her eyes widened in disbelief. How could this be possible? Noticing Jiang Wenli's astonishment, Lu Zhiping quickly followed suit and was equally taken aback. This was an exceptionally challenging exam, particularly with its financial content, and yet, Lu Ming had scored an astounding 99, nearly achieving a perfect score. Lu Zhiping examined each question meticulously, while Lu Ming approached every problem with remarkable clarity of thought, arriving at identical answers. The sole point deducted was for a finance question, although Lu Ming's response to the finance query was not far from the mark. In an effort to avoid any accusations of bias, I decided to deduct a point. Lu Qingli explained that if it were their grandfather reviewing the work, it would indeed be deemed a flawless, perfect score. Thus, Lu Ming is certainly qualified to inherit the Lu family business. Chapter 37. Daily Insights. After bidding farewell to Wang Lifeng and Lu Qingli, Lu Ming took a shower. Upon noticing a video call from Shen Hanwei, he dried his hair and pressed the answer button. "Ah Ming, are you there?" Shen Hanwei exclaimed. her words barely escaping her lips before she was greeted by the sight of Lu Ming's bare upper body on her phone screen, prompting an involuntary shriek from her. In the video, Lu Ming's physique was striking, showcasing his well-defined 8-pack abs, causing Shen Hanyue's cheeks to flush a deep crimson. Ming, why aren't you wearing a shirt? You're such a weirdo, Shen Hanyue exclaimed, her eyes tightly shut. Lu Ming was bewildered, having just bathed at home. He wondered how he could be deemed perverse. With a look of helplessness, he remarked, "Could you not be so unreasonable? I have just finished bathing, and besides, you have seen me in such attire before. How dare you speak such nonsense? I have never seen anything of the sort." Shen Hanyue quickly retorted, her cheeks flushed. "Oh, in that case, if you were to be my girlfriend, I would gladly show you every day." Lu Ming gazed at Shen Hanyue's blushing face, unable to resist the temptation to tease her. "I absolutely do not wish to see it." Shen Hanyue hastily expressed her disapproval. "You truly lack seriousness." She felt that if she continued to converse with Lu Ming over the phone, she would surely perish from embarrassment. Her face was already aflame. And with Lu Ming's playful banter, she quickly ended the call to escape the situation. Lu Ming observed as Shen Hanyue hung up the phone, a smile gracing his lips. It was quite amusing how she had ended the call after only a few exchanged words. The following day, Lu Ming arrived at Shen Hanyue's doorstep as usual to escort her, only to be greeted by Li Xianglin. "Good morning, Xiao Ming. Hanyue will be ready shortly. Have you had breakfast?" "Good morning, Aunt Li," Lu Ming replied politely. "I just bought breakfast for both Hanyue and myself." As he spoke, he lifted the 2 portions of breakfast he had procured. "How thoughtful of you, Xiao Ming." Li Xianglin's affection for Lu Ming intensified upon realizing he had brought breakfast for her daughter. Such consideration was truly heartwarming. "Ming, you're here," Shen Hanyue exclaimed, her initial joy dampened by the memory of Lu Ming's chiseled abs and the droplets of water adorning his hair after his shower. Her cheeks flushed deeply at the thought. Fortunately, Li Xianglin remained oblivious to her daughter's embarrassment and said, "All right, you two head to school now. And be careful on the way." After bidding farewell to Li Xianglin, the pair set off toward their school, with Li Xianglin watching their retreating figures. Feeling a deep sense of contentment, "Xiao Ming has truly changed a great deal," she mused before returning indoors. Lu Ming and Shen Hanyue walked to the school, where the director of education beamed with joy upon seeing Lu Ming. "Ah, you finally arrived. I've been waiting for you for quite some time," Li Jinghua exclaimed cheerfully. "Waiting for me?" Lu Ming felt somewhat perplexed. Did the director have something to discuss with him? It seemed he hadn't done anything noteworthy. Could it be related to his visit to the police station yesterday? "Young man, I inquired about your incident at the police station. Although your actions were rather impulsive, they can be deemed as chivalrous. Therefore, I have decided to nominate you as our school's outstanding student representative for next month, so others may learn from your example." Li Jinghua stated. "Really? That's fantastic, Ming," Shen Hanyu exclaimed, genuinely thrilled for Lu Ming. Being selected as the outstanding student representative was indeed one of the highest honors at Yizhong. Most students were preoccupied with their studies, and to cultivate good virtues among them, the school had established this prestigious title, which was considered more honorable than merely receiving awards. Moreover, the lady you assisted yesterday sent a banner to express her gratitude. "Lu Ming, you must continue to promote acts of kindness," Li Jinghua advised. "I will, teacher." Lu Ming realized that the banner must have been sent by Aunt Lu. No wonder she hadn't returned to work after resolving the matter. She was busy with this. "Director, may I see it when you have the time?" Lu Ming inquired. "Of course, during the break, I will bring it over for you and your classmates to see." Li Jinghua replied with a smile, but then added, "However, keep this matter to yourself for now, as I have not yet made the arrangements." Li Jinghua emphasized. As he spoke, Li Jinghua felt a swell of pride. Lu Ming was indeed a student he had nurtured. Although his academic performance was not stellar and he had a penchant for romance, he possessed commendable qualities. Furthermore, Li Jinghua had observed Lu Ming's recent diligence. Whenever he caught students sleeping in class, Lu Ming was always seen diligently studying, never distracted. Recently, Lu Ming had also distanced himself from the school beauty, Guinan. Perhaps he had heeded Li Jinghua's words. Lu Ming returned to his classroom to continue solving problems. Under the guidance of Wang Lifeng, he had already completed the entire curriculum for the first year of high school through self-study. With continued diligence, achieving a commendable score in mathematics should not prove to be overly challenging. However, the college entrance examination encompasses more than just mathematics. Subjects such as Chinese, English, history, and geography also demand attention, necessitating a well-rounded approach to studies. Thus, Lu Ming took out his English book and began to memorize vocabulary. During the morning self-study session, there was no teacher to oversee the students, allowing some to engage in conversation while others focused on their vocabulary. Who do you think will be the outstanding student representative next month? One classmate inquired. Is that even a question? I am certain it will be Zhang Fenghua from class 5, replied another. Upon hearing this, Shun Hanyue felt a surge of discontent. Who was this Zhang Fenghua? The principal had clearly stated that the representative for the upcoming month would be a Ming. A Ming? Who is Zhang Fenghua? Lu Ming was originally engrossed in memorizing vocabulary when he heard Shun Hanyue's inquiry, leaving him somewhat perplexed. Why bring him up? What's the matter? Lu Ming asked. Others mentioned that Zhang Fenghua would undoubtedly be the outstanding student representative next month. Recalling the agreement with the director of education, Shun Hanyue spoke in a hushed tone. Who is this Zhang Fenghua? I have no idea, Lu Ming replied. I see. Well then. Noting that Lu Ming was also unfamiliar with him, Shun Hanyue paid it no further mind and resumed his vocabulary study. Lu Ming discovered that once he began studying, time seemed to slip away as if it were in short supply. Before he could even comprehend it, a day's lessons had already concluded. Lu Ming is, in fact, more intelligent than anyone else. Within a mere day, he memorized an entire wall of vocabulary. During his middle school years, Lu Ming performed commendably in subjects such as English. However, upon entering high school and encountering Guinan, he diverted his focus elsewhere. Thus, despite not having studied English for 3 years, he still recognizes a portion of the words from the textbook. Ming, I'm heading home now. Goodbye. Shun Hanyue bid farewell to Lu Ming. All right. Be careful on your way, Lu Ming replied. After Shun Hanyue departed, Lu Ming organized his backpack in preparation for his tutoring session. Just as he took a few steps, he heard someone calling his name. Lu Ming, wait a moment. The approaching figure was none other than Guinan. She hurriedly reached Lu Ming. Her head bowed and her cheeks flushed, her delicate arms concealed behind her back, seemingly clutching something. Is there something you need? Lu Ming asked, his tone indifferent. Guinan glanced around the classroom, noticing that everyone had left, leaving only the two of them. She had carefully observed for several days, waiting for the opportune moment when they would be alone. Lu Ming, are you all right? You weren't hurt, were you? Guinan inquired anxiously, recalling how she had been worried for him after returning that day. I was really concerned about you. It was the first time Lu Ming had heard Guinan speak to him in such a manner, since he had ceased to be her devoted admirer. Guinan had undergone a significant transformation, prompting Lu Ming to wonder if she might be unwell. Thank you. I'm fine, he replied. Although Lu Ming was reluctant to engage in conversation with Guinan, they were still classmates, and it was evident that she was concerned about him. He felt that turning away would be rather inconsiderate. Upon hearing Lu Ming's response, which was notably warmer than his previous aloofness, Guinan felt a surge of joy at his appreciation for her concern. I'm glad to hear that, she said cheerfully. After a moment's hesitation, she finally mustered the courage to ask the question that had been on her mind. Lu Ming, what is your current relationship with Hanyu? Lu Ming felt somewhat bewildered, questioning the nature of his relationship with Hanyu and why it mattered to her. The once aloof school beauty from their high school now seemed so curious about others' affairs. Whenever Hanyu was mentioned, Lu Ming couldn't help but recall the day when Shun Hanyue's cheeks flushed crimson, a sight that softened his heart immensely. She was my childhood companion, someone with whom I had shared countless moments since our youth. When Lu Ming spoke of Shun Hanyue, his expression was filled with an unprecedented gentleness. The corners of his lips curled slightly, and his eyes narrowed in a tender manner. Guinan was taken aback by the warmth that radiated from Lu Ming as he mentioned Shun Hanyue. The tenderness that Lu Ming once reserved for herself now belongs to Shun Hanyue, and the thought of this causes a subtle ache in Guinan's heart. Lu Ming, there is something I wish to present to you, Guinan said, shifting the topic. Lu Ming doubted his own hearing. It had always been others presenting gifts to Guinan, so how could there possibly be a moment when Guinan would bestow a gift upon him? At that moment, Guinan revealed the gift box she had been concealing behind her back, which contained a pair of shoes. Lu Ming, I have truly come to realize my mistakes, Guinan said, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she gazed at him. In the past, I was at fault for not treating you well, and I now deeply regret my actions. As she uttered these words, a sense of relief washed over her. She had long yearned to express these sentiments. Previously, Guinan had always held herself in a position of superiority and had never apologized to anyone in this manner. Gathering her courage, she continued, Lu Ming. I genuinely understand now that I cannot live without you. I truly care for you. I bought you a gift. Could you please forgive me and not remain angry? As she looked at Lu Ming, her voice trembled with emotion. I am uncertain of your preferences, but I have heard that boys typically enjoy shoes. Thus, I used my pocket money to purchase this pair for you. Can you find it in your heart to forgive me? Lu Ming gazed at Gui Nan, rendered speechless, as the myriad reminders from his past life echoed within him, cautioning him against forgiving a woman who had caused him such profound suffering. Lu Ming gazed into Gui Nan's eyes, which were filled with sincerity, unsure of what to articulate. He had never been one to mistreat women or utter particularly callous words. After all, one must consider a woman's dignity. Moreover, in this lifetime, Gui Nan had merely been materialistic without inflicting any real harm upon herself. Yet, it was unequivocally clear to Lu Ming that his affections for Gui Nan had waned, despite her remarkable transformation during this period. His heart now belonged to Shen Hanyu. In his previous life, he had wronged Shen Hanyu, and he vowed never to betray such a wonderful person again. I cannot accept your gift, Lu Ming declared. Why not? Gui Nan could hardly fathom this response. Gui Nan, Lu Ming continued, I cannot casually accept your gift, for we are merely classmates. I do not harbor any hatred towards you, as pursuing you is my own choice. As he spoke, Gui Nan felt as though her heart was being mercilessly torn apart. You owe me nothing, and I owe you nothing. Let us simply remain ordinary classmates, he said, gently pushing her gift back towards her. Moreover, I am currently fond of Hanyu, and I cannot betray her. Therefore, I hope you can maintain your distance. I must take my leave now. After Lu Ming finished speaking, he walked away without looking back, leaving Gui Nan standing there in a daze. Once Gui Nan came to her senses, she sprinted a few steps and called out to Lu Ming. Lu Ming, I like you. Gui Nan almost exerted all her strength to utter these words, yet Lu Ming did not turn back. He continued on his way. Gui Nan persisted, shouting, It doesn't matter if you don't like me now. I will pursue you. Lu Ming now perceives Gui Nan's behavior as exceedingly peculiar. He had always believed that if he ceased his pursuit of her, she would remain indifferent, for the multitude of admirers showering her with gifts far surpassed his own efforts. His absence would merely mean one less admirer orbiting her. To his astonishment, Gui Nan has shown remarkable concern, even professing her desire to pursue him. This is utterly bewildering, Lu Ming mused. After stepping out of the school gates, Lu Ming took out his mobile phone and downloaded an application for stock trading. If his memory served him correctly, Lu Sheng typically utilized this software for trading stocks. Upon registering his personal information, Lu Ming located the shares of Liyue Company and was taken aback by the price. The stock of Liyue Company was currently a mere 20 yuan per share. It was worth noting that in his previous life, the shares of Liyue Company had soared to 200 yuan each. In comparison to that time, the current price of Liyue Company's stock was indeed remarkably inexpensive. Lu Ming opened the stock apps community, where investors fervently engaged in discussions. Honestly, I believe that Liyue Company is destined for failure. With this money, it would be wiser to invest in Yongluan Company, which I see as having significant potential. Indeed, purchasing shares in Liyue Company is akin to digging one's own grave. They clearly lack understanding and are merely waiting to incur losses. Observing the confidence of the investors, Lu Ming smiled to himself. Digging one's own grave? In the end, it remains uncertain who will truly meet that fate. Chapter 39. Trusting Lu Ming. Lu Ming, of course, was not in want of money. However, he believed in seizing every opportunity to augment his wealth. Thus, he promptly invested in 200,000 worth of stocks. After putting away his phone, Lu Ming chose not to take a taxi to Wang Lifeng's residence, but rather opted to run there. After all, the school sports meet was just around the corner, and he felt it essential to assess his current level of fitness. Lu Ming had not engaged in physical exercise for quite some time. However, the strength he had acquired from working at a barbecue restaurant in his previous life still lingered within him. Although Wang Lifeng's residence was not far, it was certainly not near either. With his headphones on and his favorite music playing, Lu Ming commenced his run. Lu Ming immersed himself in the music. Attuning to the rhythm of the air, he inhaled and exhaled, as well as the steady motion of his legs in relentless pursuit. Gradually, he rediscovered the exhilaration of athleticism. Below, Lu Qingli awaited him, accompanied by several girls engaged in lively conversation, yet a lingering melancholy clouded her striking eyes. Shaoli, are you still waiting for me? Lu Ming inquired upon noticing Lu Qingli's steadfast presence. Surprised by the sheen of perspiration on Lu Ming's brow, she responded, "Did you run here?" "Indeed," he replied. And as he caught a glimpse of the fleeting sadness in her eyes, an understanding dawned upon him. "Shaoli, do you have close friends at school?" The question pierced Lu Qingli's heart. How could this man discern her innermost thoughts? Did he possess the ability to read minds? "No," she replied despondently. "Why not spend time with other girls?" Lu Ming continued. "That seems unrelated to you, brother Lu Ming," she retorted, her tone revealing her reluctance to delve deeper into the subject. "Your grandfather is my teacher, and my teacher's greatest concern is you. Thus, if you are happy, I have alleviated his worries," Lu Ming stated earnestly. His brief yet sincere words took Lu Qingli by surprise. His gaze was devoid of any pretense, warming her heart in a way she had not anticipated. "Why does no one like me?" Lu Qingli murmured, as if posing the question to both Lu Ming and herself. "Shaoli," Lu Ming said, gazing intently at her, "I understand that at times you feel quite alone. I hope you can articulate this loneliness. Perhaps I could assist you." Lu Ming could empathize with Lu Qingli's feelings, as if she were an outsider, abandoned by the entire world. He understood the sense of despair and loneliness all too well, having experienced a similar plight after being expelled from school in his previous life. Lu Qingli gazed at Lu Ming, hesitating, yet, upon catching a fleeting glimpse of his expression, she recognized the profound loneliness mirrored in his eyes, and she felt assured that he would comprehend her plight. "My parents passed away when I was young, victims of a tragic car accident," Lu Qingli began, her voice tinged with sorrow. "Since then, my only companion has been my grandfather, who turned down invitations from prestigious schools to care for me at the nearest one. I know he loves me dearly. Even those who exude arrogance and disdain find it difficult to discuss the loss of their parents, and Lu Qingli was no exception." A slight furrow creased her brow, transforming the youthful visage of the 16-year-old girl, adding an air of melancholy that belied her age. "I was always at the top of my class in elementary school, earning numerous accolades and being hailed as a prodigy by teachers and parents alike. But what is the value of genius?" Lu Qingli continued, her voice trembling with a sense of injustice. "I have no friends. During physical education classes, everyone pairs off, yet no one wishes to play with me. I long to find companionship." As she uttered this, a profound sense of loneliness enveloped her. "I once thought I had finally found friends, only for them to disdain me for being an orphan, abandoned due to my parents' early demise. That is why I have ceased to seek friendships," she confessed, bewildered by her own circumstances. "Does your grandfather know about this?" Lu Ming inquired gently. "My grandfather is extremely busy every day. I cannot burden him with my worries," Lu Qingli replied with a hint of resignation. "Little Li, this is not your fault. It is merely a matter of not having encountered the right people yet," Lu Ming remarked earnestly. From the very beginning, Lu Ming harbored feelings for Gu Yinan and willingly played the role of her devoted admirer. However, not only did he fail to win her affection, but he also found himself facing a fate reminiscent of his past life. Lu Ming did not believe he was at fault. Rather, he felt that Gu Yinan was simply not the person destined for him. Yet, he pondered why others could find friends while he struggled in that regard. Surely, there must be a reason. Despite his assertions, Lu Qingli remained unconvinced. This question had lingered in her mind for quite some time, leaving her without an answer, leading her to believe it was solely her own shortcoming. "Qingli, why is it that others require friends, yet you do not?" Lu Ming inquired, taking an opposing stance. Lu Qingli responded with a puzzled expression. Rarely did any question leave her at a loss, but this was one of those exceptional instances. She had never contemplated this matter before. Moreover, Lu Ming continued, regardless of the circumstances, why do they express such sentiments, while others do not? Is it not evident that the issue lies with them? This left Lu Qingli speechless. She had always assumed the fault lay with her, yet she found herself agreeing with Lu Ming's perspective. It felt as though the answers she had long yearned for were finally surfacing. "Qingli, it is not you who is lacking, rather, it is others who are at fault," Lu Ming elucidated. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingli felt clarity within her heart, reflecting on past events that made her eyes glisten with unshed tears, though her lips curled into a smile. "Thank you, brother Lu Ming." The once proud Lu Qingli, despite her bravado, harbored the tender emotions of a girl within. Her tone softened, now exuding a warmth akin to that of a neighborly sister expressing gratitude to Lu Ming. "If you ever feel lonely, I'll take you to a gathering when I have the time. There will be many girls your age there, and I am confident you will connect with them splendidly," Lu Ming offered. "Really?" Lu Qingli's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Indeed, I, Lu Ming, always keep my promises, he declared, raising 2 fingers above his head in an oath. All right, a promise is a promise. Lu Qingli gazed at Lu Ming, feeling an unfamiliar trust in him despite her reservations about his standing with her grandfather, an inexplicable faith that even she could not comprehend. Chapter 40. Where to find such a beautiful girlfriend unbeknownst to them, the sports meet commenced. Traditionally, senior students were not permitted to participate in such events. However, Li Zhengguo believed that the pressures faced by the seniors were considerable, thus advocating for their inclusion in this sports meet to allow them some respite and enhance their academic performance. Nan, why have your dark circles become more pronounced lately? Lin Luo exclaimed in astonishment, observing the stark contrast of the dark rings beneath Gu Yinan's fair complexion. It's nothing. I've just been having trouble sleeping lately, she replied. As Gu Yinan contemplated, her heart felt as though it might shatter. Ever since she had confessed her feelings to Lu Ming, only to be met with rejection. She had found her concentration wavering during classes and often struggled with sleepless nights. Recently, she had been plagued by dreams in which Lu Ming still harbored affection for her, treating her with unwavering kindness. Yet, each time she was jolted awake by the morning alarm, a wave of despondency washed over her, if only those dreams were reality. But alas, the Lu Ming who once cherished her was no longer present. Are you all right, Yinan? Perhaps you should sit out the competition, Lin Luo suggested, utterly perplexed by her deskmate's demeanor. Since Lu Ming had ceased pursuing her, Gu Yinan had been in a perpetual state of distraction, having even lost several pounds. No, I must compete, Gu Yinan replied resolutely. Why, Yinan? I truly do not understand. You are the aloof beauty of our school. Such exhausting sports are hardly suited for you. What if you get sunburned? Lin Luo remarked, observing Gu Yinan's unusual anxiety. Besides, even if you do not compete, you remain the center of attention. Simply sitting in the audience will attract a crowd of admirers. You wouldn't understand, Luo, Gu Yinan said, her gaze scanning the field, her heart racing with worry as she failed to spot Lu Ming. Lin Luo could not comprehend her feelings. She had lost Lu Ming's affection, and now he didn't even spare her a glance. She could not afford to be passive. This sports event was one of her dwindling opportunities. She had to outshine Shen Hanyu and capture Lu Ming's attention to rekindle his feelings for her. Thus, Gu Yinan resolved herself silently. Upon hearing Gu Yinan's determination, Lin Luo ceased her objections. Noticing her friend's unwavering gaze fixed on the field, she couldn't help but inquire, Yinan, what are you looking for? Where's Lu Ming? Why hasn't he come out yet? Gu Yinan exclaimed anxiously. Lin Luo felt as if she had been turned to stone. Who was this? Was this truly the aloof beauty Gu Yinan? She was actively seeking Lu Ming. Although Lin Luo had always believed Lu Ming was not lacking in any regard, handsome, wealthy, and loyal to Gu Yinan, she would have surely admired him had he not been so devoted to her friend. Yet now, Gu Yinan was making an effort to find Lu Ming and appeared so anxious. Lin Luo recalled all the times Gu Yinan had acted indifferently. Could it be that she had genuinely developed feelings for Lu Ming? While lost in thought, Gu Yinan suddenly exclaimed, Luo, Lu Ming is here. Lin Luo turned to look at the field and, indeed, spotted Lu Ming amidst a chorus of gasps from the audience. Today, Lu Ming was not attired in his school uniform. Instead, he donned a simple black t-shirt, which subtly revealed his well-defined muscles. A confident smile graced his lips, enhancing the allure of his already handsome visage. His long trousers elegantly accentuated his impeccable body proportions, captivating the attention of girls from other classes who were left in awe. Why does he look so familiar? He is incredibly handsome, one exclaimed. Isn't he Lu Ming from class 1 of the senior year? What? The one who is infatuated with Gu Yinan? Another replied. Wow, I never realized he was this charming before. Gu Yinan must be quite discerning to overlook such a striking individual. And who is that girl beside him? She is absolutely stunning. Could she possibly be Lu Ming's girlfriend? Beside Lu Ming stood Shen Hanyu, who, for the sake of convenience in her athletic pursuits, donned a simple short top and a skirt. Her youthful visage was fair, adorned with a captivating smile that radiated warmth, resembling a perfect, pure doll. Particularly striking were her long, slender legs that emerged from beneath her skirt, truly exquisite. It was said that Lu Ming had ceased his infatuation with Gu Yinan, discovering someone more remarkable instead. This girl appeared to be a recent transfer. Her beauty even eclipsed that of the esteemed Gu Yinan. A few onlookers, witnessing Shen Hanyu joyfully entwining her arm with Lu Ming's, felt a pang of jealousy towards him. Where could one find such a stunning girlfriend? Yinan, Lu Ming is right over there. Let us go and find him, suggested Lin Luoluo, who thought Lu Ming looked particularly dashing today. Though she was not well acquainted with him, Gu Yinan had once idolized Lu Ming, and conversing with him in front of so many would surely elevate her status. Initially, Gu Yinan was indeed captivated by Lu Ming's handsome appearance and contemplated approaching him. She genuinely yearned for him to speak to her, but upon seeing the beautiful Shun Hanuet, her intentions swiftly shifted. I won't go, Gu Yinan declared firmly. Not going. Why? Lin Luoluo inquired, perplexed. Just moments ago, it was Gu Yinan who wished to see Lu Ming, and now she hesitated. How curious indeed. Gu Yinan remained silent. Pulling out her compact mirror to scrutinize her reflection, she stared in dismay at the dark circles under her eyes. Although they could not overshadow her extraordinary beauty, she knew she could not compete with Shin Hanuet. How could she expect Lu Ming to rekindle his affections for her if she fell short of such standards? A wave of urgency washed over Gu Yinan, and an idea struck her. Luoluo, hurry. Let us return to the classroom, she urged anxiously. Back to the classroom? Why? I need to apply some makeup quickly. I can't let Lu Ming see me like this. Gu Yinan had long since discarded her aloof goddess persona. Her sole focus now was to win back Lu Ming's heart, disregarding any concerns for her image. Without waiting for Lin Luoluo, who was still stunned into silence, Gu Yinan took her hand and rushed off. Lu Ming reveled in the fresh air of the stadium, surrounded by a lively atmosphere that he truly cherished. Aiming. We must give our best effort. Let us strive to secure an award. Aunt Jiang will undoubtedly be delighted. Indeed, Hanue, you must also put in your utmost effort. Lu Ming affectionately ruffled Shun Hanue's hair. Although he relished the act of touching her hair, it was typically in the confines of the classroom or during private moments. This was the first time he had done so in such a public setting. Chapter 41. A determined pursuit. Shun Hanue felt a flutter of shyness. Lu Ming had brazenly touched her head in front of so many people, an act that felt exceedingly intimate. Aiming, let us find a place to sit, she quickly suggested, eager to divert the conversation and conceal her flushed cheeks. Lu Ming nodded, and the two sought a spot with a splendid view that was not overly exposed to the sun. Just as they were about to settle down, a voice called out, "You cannot sit there." Lu Ming observed a group of boys from another class casually draping their uniforms on themselves, their expressions decidedly unapproachable. "What do you have to say?" Lu Ming inquired. "You two cannot sit here," one of the boys asserted with a sense of entitlement. "Why not? The seats are clearly up for grabs," Shin Hanue retorted, somewhat indignant. "Oh, you must be that little girl from the playground," the boy sneered, a lewd expression creeping onto his face as he furtively admired Shun Hanue's graceful legs. However, before he could gaze any longer, he was abruptly obstructed by a looming figure. "Why can't we sit here?" Lu Ming questioned, his eyes brimming with menace. The boy, momentarily intimidated by Lu Ming's deadly glare, recalled an influential acquaintance and mustered his courage to respond. "This seat is reserved for our brother Zhang." His face was adorned with arrogance, and when he noticed Lu Ming and Shun Hanue's lack of recognition of the name, he was taken aback. "You don't know brother Zhang?" "Zhang Fenghua." "I do not," Lu Ming replied candidly. "Allow me to enlighten you. Brother Zhang, Zhang Fenghua, has been honored as an outstanding student representative for 3 consecutive years at our school. You must understand the significance of this accolade within our institution," he proclaimed. After a moment of contemplation, Shun Hanue asked in astonishment, "A Ming, is he the person they mentioned that day?" Lu Ming reminisced for a moment. And it seemed there truly was such a person. If he possesses this award, does that grant him the right to sit here? Lu Ming still did not comprehend. What followed was of utmost importance, as the individual raised his head and proclaimed, "Brother Zhang is the champion of our annual sports meet." "Which event specifically?" Shin Hanue inquired. "Their ISNTA specific event. He is the first in every male category," the person replied boastfully, as if the accolades belonged to him. "You all are quite something. Not even recognizing him. Regardless, he is indeed a prominent figure at our school." The fact that neither of them recognized him was somewhat understandable. Shin Hanue had just arrived at this school and had never been here before, while Lu Ming had recently been reborn. Having left school early in his previous life to work, he had long forgotten such matters, and before his rebirth, he had been wholeheartedly devoted to being a sycophant for Gu Yinan, paying little attention to anything unrelated to her. As they spoke, the individual suddenly gazed in astonishment behind Lu Ming and exclaimed, "Brother Fenghua is here." Shin Hanue, and Lu Ming turned to look, spotting several individuals respectfully surrounding a young man. The foremost among them was Zhang Fenghua, who had a fairly handsome appearance, though his eyes betrayed a calculating nature. Lu Yong, why are you still here? Did I not ask you to fetch me some water? Zhang Fenghua inquired impatiently. Can't you see I'm still parched? Lu Yong, who had just been boasting with Lu Ming and Shen Hanyue, instantly changed his demeanor upon hearing Zhang Fenghua's words. Brother Zhang, please don't be anxious. I will go buy it for you right away. However, Zhang Fenghua was not appeased. He raised 5 fingers and uttered a few words. 5 minutes. Huh? Lu Yong was taken aback, tentatively asking, what did you just say? I said 5 minutes, which means you must bring me the water within 5 minutes. That's impossible, Brother Zhang. It's hot today, and the convenience store is crowded. It'll take at least 10 minutes, Lu Yong pleaded urgently. In this place, I am the law. If you can't manage such a trivial task, then you do not deserve to be my subordinate. Zhang Fenghua retorted, his expression one of utter impatience. You have 4 minutes left. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lu Yong immediately sprinted towards the supermarket. Ming, is this what they call an exemplary student representative? What an insufferable person, Shen Hanyue remarked, casting a disdainful glance at Zhang Fenghua. Are you Lu Ming? Zhang Fenghua turned his attention to Lu Ming and Shen Hanyue. I am, Lu Ming replied, pondering how this person knew him when he had no recollection of him. I advise you to abandon any thoughts of winning Guyin and S favor through sports accolades. It is futile, Zhang Fenghua said arrogantly, fixing his gaze on Lu Ming as if the outcome of the competition was already a foregone conclusion. Today, the title of champion can only belong to me. Lu Ming was at a loss for words, perplexed by the madness of the situation. What connection could there possibly be between his participation in the competition and Guinan? Moreover, the confidence radiating from this individual was quite irksome. What does my competition have to do with Guinan? Lu Ming inquired. I understand you all too well. You simply believe that winning an award will draw Gu Yinan's attention, Zhang Fenghua retorted. Zhang Fenghua had once been one of Gu Yinan's admirers, but her aloof demeanor had left him feeling disregarded. Being a person who valued his pride, he quickly shifted his affections to a beauty from another school. Upon hearing Zhang Fenghua's words, Shen Hanyue's face turned pale for a moment. Was it possible that Lu Ming truly participated in the competition to win Gu Yinan's favor? However, she swiftly dismissed the thought from her mind, for she was convinced that Lu Ming was not that kind of person. He had already assured her that he no longer held any affection for Gu Yinan. Lu Ming had no desire to engage in conversation about Gu Yinan with this lunatic. Ever since Gu Yinan confessed her feelings for him, she had persistently inundated him with declarations of love, to which he had never responded. Yet, she continued her relentless pursuit, leaving one to question how anyone could believe that this was the aloof campus beauty, Gu Yinan. I no longer have any connection with Gu Yinan, Lu Ming declared. Moreover, the outcome of the competition remains uncertain. We shall see the truth revealed on the day of the event. Do not struggle in vain. I will ensure that you are utterly convinced, Zhang Fenghua retorted before departing. Ming, is he truly a representative of outstanding students? He is indeed quite detestable. Lu Ming remained silent, harboring a vague suspicion that this so-called honor was undoubtedly inflated. Otherwise, he would not have been a recipient of such an accolade. However, he refrained from voicing this thought to Shen Hanyue, as it was merely his conjecture. Lu Ming deftly shifted the conversation, leading Shen Hanyue away. For remaining in that place only served to amplify his discomfort. Hanyue, would you care for some water? Chapter 42. A glimpse of Lu Ming again. The weather was rather sweltering, and Shen Hanyue indeed felt a twinge of thirst. However, she hesitated to trouble Lu Ming. I'm not too thirsty. Perhaps I shall wait until after the competition to drink, she replied. The sports event commenced as scheduled, beginning with the girls' races, followed by the boys'. The first event was the girls' 100-meter dash, a race where speed was of the utmost importance. The competitors took their positions, poised for the start. And as the referee fired the starting gun, all participants surged forward. The athletes raced forth with astonishing speed, akin to bullets released from a firearm. Meanwhile, students from various classes erupted in excitement, fervently cheering for their representatives, creating a grand atmosphere that quickly lifted Shen Hanyue's spirits. Go for it. She joined in the cheering, her face radiant with joy as she watched the race. Lu Ming observed her, captivated by her pure and enchanting smile, which illuminated the scene. Lu Ming couldn't help but reflect on how he had been blind in his previous life, neglecting to pursue such a stunning beauty. instead choosing to chase after Gu Yinan. As the contestants dashed across the finish line, Shun Hanyue leaped up in surprise, only to turn and find Lu Ming gazing at her. It suddenly dawned on Shun Hanyue that her earlier actions were somewhat awkward. Our school usually holds such events with the intention of encouraging diligent study, she explained, her excitement for the competition palpable. She flashed a smile at Lu Ming, adding, "As long as you enjoy it, I was just worried you might find it too sunny." "How could that be? The sun isn't even that strong," Shun Hanyue replied. A remark that reminded Lu Ming of how Gu Yinan had once complained about the sun during a sports event, asking him to fetch her iced water. Despite the same sun, their attitudes were starkly different. The announcement for the 500-meter race echoed, "Please prepare the female participants for the 800 meters. Ming, I'm off now. Remember to cheer for me," Shun Hanyue called out. "I will. Good luck, Hanyue," Lu Ming replied with a smile as Shun Hanyue skipped away. "She truly resembles a child," Lu Ming mused, when suddenly the crowd erupted in excitement. "Wait, is that the school beauty Gu Yinan? Could it be? Isn't she known for never participating in such competitions?" On the field, Gu Yinan, adorned with a light touch of makeup and dressed in her competition attire, stepped onto the rubber track, her eyes scanning the crowd for Lu Ming. Today, she felt particularly confident about her appearance, her heart racing as she finally spotted Lu Ming's tall figure. A wave of joy washed over her, sweet as honey. Yet she was soon gripped by anxiety. What if Lu Ming didn't like her makeup? What if he noticed her dark circles? Despite these worries, Gu Yinan mustered her best smile, the one she deemed most radiant, and directed it towards Lu Ming. The moment her smile graced her lips, the atmosphere shifted. The usually aloof goddess, Gu Yinan, was smiling warmly, a stark contrast to her typical demeanor. Many in the crowd sensed something unusual and hurriedly followed her gaze, only to discover that it was directed at Lu Ming. Wait, Gu Yinan is looking at Lu Ming? Really? Isn't she supposed to despise him? Moreover, Lu Ming was merely a sycophant in her eyes. How could she possibly smile at him, and so sweetly at that? Lu Ming? What makes him worthy? A group of boys glared at Lu Ming, their eyes filled with hostility. Lu Ming, who had been merely observing, found himself bewildered to be regarded as a common enemy. What was Gu Yinan doing? She usually wouldn't spare him a glance, yet now she was not only looking at him but smiling in front of so many people. What would Shun Hanyue think when she heard about this? "Everyone, please take your positions on your respective tracks." Referee Li Zhenghua held a megaphone, his booming voice resonating like thunder, loud enough that even the deaf could perceive it. Gu Yinan reluctantly tore her gaze away from Lu Ming, determined to ascend the track and not disappoint him. The crowd buzzed with excitement. It was a rare sight to witness the usually aloof campus beauty participating in a competition, an event that warranted undivided attention. Li Zhenghua raised the starting pistol, aiming it skyward. "Ready," he bellowed, his voice ringing out. The atmosphere fell silent as everyone awaited the commencement of the race. "Start." The crack of the pistol echoed, and the stands erupted in cheers, predominantly in support of Gu Yinan. Clearly valuing this competition, Gu Yinan sprinted with unwavering determination, positioning herself near the front right from the outset. The spectators gasped in astonishment. Unprepared for the swiftness with which the esteemed campus beauty took off, Gu Yinan felt a surge of joy at her prominent position, wondering if Lu Ming would think highly of her prowess. She longed to steal a glance at Lu Ming to gauge his expression, yet she feared being overtaken by her competitors. Gu Yinan possessed explosive speed, but as the race progressed, she began to struggle, gradually losing her stamina and allowing several other girls to surpass her. "The goddess is falling behind," exclaimed a few boys from the crowd in disbelief. As Gu Yinan watched others overtake her, anxiety swelled within her. She yearned to accelerate, but found herself unable to maintain her pace. However, out of the corner of her eye, she seemed to catch sight of Lu Ming, still standing in the same spot, intently watching her. "Lu Ming is watching me." This undoubtedly instilled a great deal of confidence in Gu Yinan. As the crucial moment approached, Gu Yinan summoned her last reserves of strength and began to run. She felt as if she could not see anything before her, her legs moving mechanically until she crossed the finish line in third place. Wow, third place. Gu. The campus beauty is truly remarkable. As soon as Gu Yinan finished, numerous boys eagerly rushed to offer her water, yet she felt nothing towards them. How delightful it would be if Lu Ming were the one bringing her water. She would certainly drink it. However, recalling the time when Lu Ming fainted from heat exhaustion while fetching her water, a pang of pain shot through her heart. After running 500 meters in such heat, She couldn't imagine the discomfort Lu Ming must have endured at that moment. Gu Yinan turned her gaze in Lu Ming's direction again, only to find that he had already departed. A wave of disappointment washed over her, despite the chorus of congratulations ringing in her ears for securing third place. Yet, a sense of incompleteness lingered within her, leaving her heart feeling desolate. Meanwhile, Lu Ming had gone to the supermarket, knowing that Shen Hanyue had to run 800 meters. In such sweltering heat, the risk of heat stroke loomed large. He purchased cooling patches and ice water, planning to give them to her once she finished her race. Chapter 43. Just have to pamper her. The next event was the women's 800 meters. All participants in the women's 800 meters were required to gather immediately on the playground. As Shen Hanwei stepped onto the field, the majority of the boys erupted with excitement. Wasn't this the little girl who had just been seen with Lu Ming? Could she really manage to complete the 800 meters given her slender frame? As Lu Ming listened to the jeers from the audience, a subtle smile played on his lips. Indeed, they underestimated Shen Hanwei. The 800 meters is the longest race in women's track, demanding immense endurance, and few can complete it without gasping for breath after prolonged exertion. Shen Hanwei warmed up, feeling an inevitable twinge of nervousness, and took several deep breaths to steady herself. It was time to start. Li Zhengguo raised the starting pistol, signaling the runners to prepare. Upon hearing the command, a dozen girls surged forward, but Shen Hanwei remained at the back, lagging behind in the rankings. The audience noticed her trailing position and began to voice their disdain. See, I told you, what good is beauty if she's just a pretty vase? At least I prefer Goddess Gu Yinan. She is stunning and finished in third place. What are you all complaining about? This girl is beautiful. Isn't that enough? Why must she be the best athlete? Do you want to see such a lovely girl with muscles? A cacophony of opinions echoed, reaching Lu Ming's ears. He did not rush to refute them. He simply continued to watch Shen Hanwei run. It was not yet time. The initial pace set by the leading girls was evidently too aggressive, and after completing a quarter of the distance, the girl in third place began to gasp, her speed noticeably faltering. Hanwei, go for it. Lu Ming suddenly picked up Li Zhengguo's megaphone to cheer her on. Many were startled by the sudden encouragement, turning their heads towards Lu Ming, while Gu Yinan felt a pang of jealousy upon hearing his support for Shen Hanwei. She had also exerted herself during the race. Why hadn't he cheered for her? How could she possibly be inferior to that Shen Hanwei? Isn't that Lu Ming? He is actually cheering for another girl in front of Gu Yinan. People began to notice that Lu Ming no longer followed Gu Yinan as closely as before. Could it be that he was pursuing Shen Hanwei instead? Everyone assumed Lu Ming would only cheer for Gu Yinan, yet he was unabashedly supporting the newcomer Shen Hanwei, which was utterly unexpected. Most believed Lu Ming would offer only a few cheers for Shen Hanwei before resuming his usual support for Gu Yinan, lest she become angry. However, Lu Ming did not relent. He continued to cheer fervently for Shen Hanwei. In the first lap, Shen Hanwei remained at the back, but by the second lap, many competitors were losing steam, their speeds gradually decreasing. Just as everyone thought the rankings were settled and there was no need to continue watching, a gasp erupted from the crowd. That girl has overtaken two competitors. In the second lap, Shen Hanwei suddenly accelerated, her momentum building exponentially. Before anyone could react, she had passed 5 runners. Astonishment enveloped the spectators. If Shen Hanwei maintained this pace, she still had a chance to secure a top position. Unbeknownst to many, a multitude of individuals rallied in support of Shen Hanwei. Lu Ming took the lead, and soon the cheers for Shen Hanwei drowned out the encouragements from other classes for their own students. 5, 7, 9. Shen Hanwei swiftly surpassed 7 competitors, securing the third position. No one anticipated such a reversal. This seemingly delicate girl possessed remarkable endurance. Who just claimed she was merely a pretty face? This is astonishing. Goodness. A goddess of sports. With a quarter of the race remaining, Shen Hanwei overtook the second-place contestant. Everyone's hearts raced. With just a bit more effort, it seemed entirely possible for her to seize the first place. The leading girl felt the impending threat, maintaining a steady pace without faltering. As they approached the final few strides, Shen Hanwei accelerated once more, overtaking her rival in the last moments. Instantly, the audience erupted in applause, the excitement palpable in the air. Wow! To rise from the bottom to first place. And this is the 800 meters. Shen Hanwei, with her beauty, excels in sports as well. I dare say she surpasses Gu Yinan in allure. I hereby declare her my goddess. It's no wonder Lu Ming was willing to forsake Gu Yinan for her. A torrent of discussions ensued, and Shen Hanyue herself was astonished by her achievement. Elated, she sought Lu Ming to share her joy, who stood directly ahead of her. Ming, I did it, Shen Hanyue exclaimed, running toward him with a proud smile. She leaped into his embrace, and Lu Ming reciprocated, holding her tightly. This confirmed all the speculations. Lu Ming had indeed chosen to abandon his pursuit of Gu Yinan for Shen Hanyue. As she basked in the warmth of Lu Ming's embrace, she soon felt intense gazes upon her. Opening her eyes, she noticed everyone was watching her and Lu Ming. Realizing the situation, Shen Hanyue hastily released him. In a moment of emotional exuberance, she had instinctively reached for Lu Ming, not expecting to be under such scrutiny. Ming, why didn't you tell me so many people were watching? She chided. Didn't you initiate the hug? Lu Ming replied with a helpless smile, feeling like an unwitting participant in the drama. You're so unreasonable, Hanyue. I don't care, it's your fault. Shen Hanyue pouted, fully aware she was the one to embrace him first, yet stubbornly maintaining her stance. All right, it's my fault, Lu Ming conceded, with no other recourse but to take the blame upon himself. What else could he do? Indulge her. Gu Yinan witnessed the entire embrace of the two individuals, and she stood there in complete shock. As she overheard others praising the couple, she felt as though she might faint. What would she do if Lu Ming truly ended up with Shen Hanyue? Gu Yinan's lips trembled, her heart heavy with distress. Yinan, what's wrong? Why does your face look so pale? Lin Luoluo, who had just returned with water, inquired. It's nothing, Luoluo. Please take me to rest, Gu Yinan replied. Chapter 44. The gentle Lu Ming. The women's running competition had concluded, and Lu Ming was about to compete. Shen Hanyue entered a supermarket to buy a bottle of cold water for him. Just as her hand touched one bottle, another hand coincidentally reached for it as well. Oh, Yinan, it's you. Shen Hanyue greeted with a polite smile. Congratulations on your award. Thank you, but my third place pales in comparison to your first. Gu Yinan managed a strained smile, her mind plagued by the image of Shen Hanyue tightly embracing Lu Ming, leaving her feeling quite uncomfortable. Are you here to buy water too? Shen Hanyue asked cheerfully. In truth, Gu Yinan sought the same bottle of water as Shen Hanyue. She intended to present it to Lu Ming after his competition, hoping to atone for her previous transgressions against him. Yes, I'm quite thirsty, Gu Yinan replied, feeling guilty. She couldn't let Shen Hanyue know that the water was intended for Lu Ming. Now, please prepare for the men's 500 meters competition, the announcer declared. This was an event in which Wang He was participating. He had not left a favorable impression, so when he appeared, few in the crowd were willing to cheer for him, save for a handful of his acquaintances. Go, Brother Wang, Zhao Jin shouted, his voice nearly hoarse. But it was soon drowned out by others. Go, Brother Zhang. A group of burly men rallied loudly for Zhang Fenghua, who strode onto the field as if he had already won the race. Wang He felt his moment overshadowed and simmered with frustration. However, he understood that Zhang Fenghua was not someone to provoke, so he restrained his anger. All right, that's enough. Li Jinghua raised his hand to signal. Year after year, Zhang Fenghua's fan base behaved this way, and Li Jinghua had grown accustomed to it. Is there any need for a competition? I bet 100 that Zhang Fenghua will undoubtedly be first again this year. This has been the case every year. What is the point? A few in the crowd had already anticipated the outcome, grumbling. Their words caught the attention of the burly men, who glared threateningly at the two complainers, causing them to shudder and quickly fall silent. Lu Ming, having completed his warm-up, awaited the commencement of the competition, during which he meticulously observed the arena. Classmates, the school has generously provided water for you. Feel free to take some, announced a group of boys, hauling a box of refreshments. On such a sweltering day, thirst was palpable, prompting each contestant, including Wang He, to eagerly partake of the offered water. As the starting gun fired, all participants surged forward. Wang He, who typically eschewed exercise, summoned every ounce of strength to run, while Zhang Fenghua initially occupied a mid-position, unable to surpass Wang He. To Wang He's surprise, he found himself ahead of Zhang Fenghua, the reigning champion for 3 consecutive years. In that moment, he envisioned winning the admiration of Gu Yinan. However, amidst his triumph, an unexpected wave of sharp abdominal pain seized him. What the? Wang He exclaimed, clutching his stomach as his pace began to falter. It was not only Wang He who slowed. Others too found their speed diminishing, allowing Zhang Fenghua to seize the opportunity and overtake them, claiming first place. How could this happen? Wang He lamented, finishing in a disheartening 5th-to-last position. Frustration gnawed at him, Despite his recent efforts to regulate his diet, he could not fathom why he was suffering from such discomfort. Lu Ming silently observed the match, as if an understanding dawned upon him. Let us extend our heartfelt congratulations to Zhang Fenghua for securing the championship in the men's 500 meters, exclaimed the excited female announcer. How infuriating! Wang He felt an overwhelming sense of discontent. How could he ever win Gu Yinan's favor when he didn't even place third? In truth, Gu Yinan was hardly concerned with Wang He's ranking. She quickly touched up her makeup and, seizing the moment before Shen Hanyue approached Lu Ming, hastened to stand before him. Upon noticing that it was Gu Yinan once again, Lu Ming couldn't help but reflect on the past. Previously, he had played the role of a sycophant, and whenever he sought her out, she seemed utterly annoyed. Yet now, after refraining from pursuing her for a single day, she appeared at his doorstep every day. Lu Ming, are you feeling anxious? Gu Yinan inquired, attempting to break the silence. It's manageable, he replied. Lu Ming was reluctant to expend unnecessary words, having previously conveyed to Gu Yinan on numerous occasions his desire to sever their ties. Yet, she remained impervious to his sentiments. Thus, he decided to forego further discourse. Gu Yinan, noticing that Lu Ming was not hastily urging her to cease her visits, felt a flicker of surprise. A slight improvement in Lu Ming's demeanor towards her kindled a glimmer of hope within her. Lu Ming, you share a close bond with Han Yu. You have known each other since childhood, correct? Gu Yinan inquired tentatively. The mention of Han Yu instantly conjured memories for Lu Ming of that summer and the tearful little girl. Back then, Shen Hanyue was exceedingly introverted, a stark contrast to the person she had become today. Lu Ming's thoughts drifted to the tearful Gu Yinan from primary school, and his heart softened, a smile gracing his lips. Indeed, we have known each other since childhood. Gu Yinan, sensing that Lu Ming had no intention of recounting tales of Shen Hanyue's childhood, wisely fell silent. After all, her purpose was not to inquire about Shen Hanyue, but simply to exchange a few words with Lu Ming. At that moment, Zhang Fenghua, wiping the sweat from his brow, approached Lu Ming. So, do you understand now why I always come in first? Zhang Fenghua asked with a smile that reeked of insincerity and arrogance. Yes, quite impressive, Lu Ming replied dismissively, uninterested in Zhang Fenghua's self-congratulation. Observing Lu Ming's indifference, Zhang Fenghua's lips twitched in irritation. Why was Lu Ming unresponsive? Even a hint of jealousy would suffice, despite not receiving the praise he desired from Lu Ming. Zhang Fenghua had no intention of departing. Is there anything else? Lu Ming inquired, puzzled by Zhang Fenghua's lingering presence. Nothing much, Zhang Fenghua retorted. Yet he showed no inclination to leave. Lu Ming, you do engage in some form of exercise, right? Lu Ming noticed the palpable tension in Zhang Fenghua's eyes as he posed the question once more. Oh, I usually do not engage in running. I only partake in it occasionally, Lu Ming replied. Lu Ming remarked, and the curiosity in Zhang Fenghua's eyes vanished, overshadowed by a sense of self-satisfaction. Very well. Do your best. Participation is what truly matters, Zhang Fenghua insincerely declared before taking her leave. Do not be disheartened, Lu Ming. I firmly believe you will emerge victorious. Gu Yinan encouraged Lu Ming in this moment. Thank you, Lu Ming replied with a distant politeness. But as my competition approaches, I must take my leave. Lu Mingxi departed without a moment's hesitation, leaving Gu Yinan standing in a daze. Today, Lu Ming was truly gentle. He actually expressed his gratitude towards her, and Gu Yinan felt an overwhelming joy within her heart. Chapter 45. Just a modest gesture now. Prepare for the men's 100 meters and the men's 1,000 meters, the announcer proclaimed. Gu Yinan had eagerly awaited an opportunity to converse with Lu Ming, yet it ended so abruptly. She felt a tinge of sadness at this thought, but she managed to maintain her smile. At least Lu Ming had said thank you to her. Lu Ming, do your best. I believe in you. Gu Yinan called out again. Although she was aware that Zhang Fenghua was a 3-time champion, Gu Yinan firmly believed that Lu Ming would surpass him, though she could not articulate the reason for her conviction even to herself. Shen Hanyue found a seat near the playground and eagerly awaited Lu Ming's appearance. Upon seeing him take the stage, she quickly stood up to cheer him on. Many in the class had developed a fondness for Lu Ming after he defended Wang He, and most joined in supporting him. Go, Lu Ming, the pride of our class. Class leader Lu Zihao led the charge, his voice nearly drowning out Zhang Fenghua's cheers. Wang He felt a pang of jealousy at this sight. Why weren't you all this enthusiastic when I took the stage? Gu Yinan, unwilling to be outdone, decided to contribute as well. Seizing a nearby boy's megaphone, she shouted, Lu Ming, you're the best. This act stirred the crowd. Everyone was taken aback. What was Gu Yinan, the school belle, doing? Cheering for that guy, Lu Ming? What is up with her today? They murmured. However, since Gu Yinan was rallying for Lu Ming, others felt compelled to join in. All right, me too. Soon, the entire playground resonated with cheers for Lu Ming, completely overshadowing the shouts for Zhang Fenghua. Zhang Fenghua was taken aback that his momentum was being eclipsed by Lu Ming, the so-called admirer. He felt a sense of discontent, especially since Gu Yinan, who previously despised Lu Ming, was now cheering for him. All right, all contestants, take your positions. Li Zhenghua nearly struggled to suppress the crowd's enthusiastic support for Lu Ming. He patted Lu Ming on the shoulder, saying, "You sure have a way with people." Lu Ming merely smiled modestly, yet Zhang Fenghua felt an overwhelming sense of dissatisfaction at his demeanor. Enjoy your moment of arrogance. Soon enough, you will know the taste of defeat, Zhang Fenghua contemplated inwardly. Ready. Li Zhenghua's prolonged call elevated the anxiety of Gu Yinan and Shun Hanyue to their throats. This sprint was a contest of sheer speed. The outcome was determined in the blink of an eye, and any misstep during this brief interval could result in significant consequences. Go. At the sound of Li Zhenghua's command, the starting gun fired, and everyone surged forward instantaneously, creating a gust of wind that nearly dislodged Li Zhenghua's wig. Initially, Zhang Fenghua brimmed with confidence, but in a moment of astonishment, Lu Ming swiftly distanced himself from Zhang Fenghua, reaching the finish line in the blink of an eye, leaving Zhang Fenghua utterly bewildered. How could Lu Ming run so swiftly, to the point that his figure was barely discernible? After reaching the finish line, Lu Ming smiled at the bewildered Zhang Fenghua, internally reveling in the moment, thinking how he had humbly downplayed his abilities, yet Zhang took it seriously. Could it be? Did Lu Ming actually win? Impossible. It's not over yet. Surely Brother Zhang can still triumph. Indeed, sprinting is about endurance, and Brother Zhang must have another chance. However, Zhang Fenghua found no humor in these remarks. Had he known Lu Ming possessed such prowess, he would have. Oh dear, why does my stomach hurt so much? One athlete clutched his abdomen in agony. Zhang Fenghua watched him with deep regret, having always been cautious about athletes who complained of stomach pain, often resorting to giving laxatives to those he deemed superior. He never anticipated Lu Ming would be this formidable. With the next round approaching, he had no time to offer Lu Ming water. In the first round, 5 competitors were eliminated, and the remaining participants continued. Zhang Fenghua was already drenched in sweat, feeling utterly defeated. By the second round, any remnants of his earlier arrogance had vanished, replaced by sheer trepidation. Despite Zhang Fenghua pushing himself to the brink, he could not catch up to Lu Ming. While he managed to overtake others, a gap of several hundred meters still lay between him and Lu Ming. Could it be that Brother Zhang was holding back for Lu Ming? This disparity was too vast. But indeed, Lu Ming was incredibly swift, far surpassing Zhang Fenghua. The male onlookers were reluctant to accept this reality, while the female students erupted in excitement. Wow, Lu Ming is not only handsome, but also exceptionally fast. I sensed his charm from the start. Wasn't there a rumor about him being Gu Yinan's admirer? Yet it seems otherwise, especially since Gu Yinan has been cheering for him. Though Gu Yinan felt no anger upon hearing this, she was rather thrilled. Lu Ming truly is handsome. She realized he consistently brought her unexpected surprises, from boxing to this sprint. He must be a genius in athletics. Oh no, Zhang Fenghua was frantic. He couldn't afford to continue like this, yet he felt powerless. In the third heat, 5 competitors remained, and it was time to determine the victor. The ones who had previously endured stomach pains had nearly recovered. Zhang Fenghua returned to the starting line, resolute and prepared for battle. This time, he refused to be complacent as in the previous rounds. He had to strive harder. The starting gun fired, and Lu Ming sprinted with all his might, leaving a significant gap between himself and the second place. Zhang Fenghua lacked the strength and determination to claim first. He fell far behind, his spirit crushed. While Shun Hanyue and Gu Yinan shouted until their voices were hoarse, continuing to cheer for Lu Ming. Lu Ming emerged victorious. The announcer exclaimed with fervor, igniting a wave of excitement throughout the entire venue. Lu Ming. Gu Yinan felt tears welling in her eyes, while Shun Hanyue, already aware of Lu Ming's prowess, was filled with affirmation for him. What? Zhang Fenghua has lost. Many in the group were bewildered, yet most felt a surge of adrenaline. The timer, astonished by the stopwatch results, caught the attention of nearby teachers, who were equally stunned. Lu Ming has shattered the record in the sprint. Chapter 46. The beauty in his arms. Li Jinghua adjusted his glasses, his eyes wide with astonishment. This young man was truly exceptional. A record that had remained unbroken for so long had finally been surpassed by him. Zhang Fenghua felt a deep sense of humiliation. His long streak of victories abruptly ended by Lu Ming. He had promised a beautiful girl from Class 7 that if he won this time, they would be together. But Lu Ming had dashed those dreams to pieces. Wow, I never expected Lu Ming to win. It seems he has transformed immensely. Was he always this formidable? I believe he must have been exceptionally modest. It cannot be that he has suddenly become so remarkable. Wang He, overhearing several girls from other classes, felt a twinge of jealousy, recalling that he had placed near the bottom in the 500 meters, leaving him at a loss for words. Lu Ming, you have truly amazed me of late. Li Jinghua was thoroughly impressed with Lu Ming. If only his grades could improve a bit more, he would be perfect. A staunch materialist, Li Jinghua firmly believed that Lu Ming's transformation was likely due to a sudden epiphany, never considering the notion of reincarnation. Thus, although Li Jinghua was pleased with Lu Ming's athletic performance, his remarks were casual, never expecting Lu Ming's results to improve so dramatically again. One should be content. If Lu Ming suddenly excelled in every aspect, it would incite envy among others. Director, the surprises are just beginning, Lu Ming declared. You're quite confident, aren't you? Very well, I shall await even greater surprises from you. Perhaps Li Jinghua regarded this as mere jest, yet Lu Ming brimmed with confidence. How could he possibly continue to live aimlessly in this new life? Regardless of the circumstances, he was determined to excel and seize every opportunity. As Lu Ming contemplated these thoughts, his eyes deepened, completely incongruent with his age, as if he had suddenly matured hundreds of times. Shen Hanwei observed Lu Ming and felt as though he had transformed into an entirely different person. Running the 100 meters demanded considerable physical exertion, despite Lu Ming's daily training. He still broke a sweat. Just as he intended to seek a spot in the stands to rest, he was unexpectedly surrounded by a throng of girls. Lu Ming, already handsome, had undeniably attracted a number of admirers. Lu Ming, you are amazing. Do you usually train? Lu Ming, could you share some tips on how to exercise? Lu Ming, you are so handsome. May I add you on WeChat? Lu Ming found himself ensnared by a throng, unable to extricate himself from their midst. He felt a twinge of embarrassment, realizing that being popular could also be a burden. Just as he pondered a way out, the crowd parted, revealing Gu Yin and making her way through. The other girls, who had initially believed they might have a chance, instantly lost their confidence upon seeing Gu Yinnan's arrival. After all, she was Gu Yinnan, the belle of the first high school, and Lu Ming's initial goddess. How could they possibly compete with her? Lu Ming, you are truly impressive, Gu Yinnan said bashfully as she gazed at him, but Lu Ming's attention remained elsewhere, ignoring her presence completely. What are you looking at? Gu Yinnan inquired, perplexed. Excuse me. Everyone, please make way, Lu Ming said as he maneuvered through the crowd, disregarding Gu Yinnan entirely. Nearby, envious boys watched Lu Ming with disappointment, incredulous that he could overlook the school beauty. What is this kid doing? That is Gu Yinnan right in front of him, and he treats her like she is invisible. Surprised, Gu Yinnan followed the direction Lu Ming had taken and spotted Shen Hanwei. Ah Ming, I knew you would be first, Shen Hanwei said with a sweet smile, handing Lu Ming a bottle of chilled water. You've worked hard. You're so thoughtful, Lu Ming replied with a smile as he opened the bottle, revealing his attractive Adam's apple as he drank. Gu Yinnan looked at the bottle of cold water in her hand, feeling a pang of bitterness. Why wouldn't Lu Ming glance her way? She had brought him ice water. The other girls awkwardly observed Gu Yinnan, whispering among themselves. I heard Lu Ming has a new girlfriend now, and isn't pining after Gu Yinnan anymore. I didn't believe it at first, but it seems to be true. Humph. When Lu Ming was pursuing Gu Yinnan, she wouldn't even spare him a glance, yet she eagerly accepted all the expensive bags he bought her. Now, look at her, the cash dispenser has run dry. That is not true, Gu Yinnan retorted, unable to contain her frustration as she shouted at the girl. The girl, startled, quickly retreated. The boys had never witnessed Gu Yinnan so irate before. Why did it seem that she now cared for Lu Ming so deeply? Shen Hanwei, witnessing Lu Ming being besieged, felt a pang of sadness. She had intended to push through the crowd to deliver water to him, but found it impossible to get close. Shen Hanwei harbored a lingering belief that Lu Ming might accept Gu Yinnan's water, but recalling the embrace on the playground, she began to wonder if her feelings for Lu Ming were indeed special. Yet, after pursuing Gu Yinnan for so many years, could Lu Ming truly have no feelings for her at all? Shen Hanwei dared not contemplate the thought. When Shun Hanyue saw Lu Ming approaching her, her heart soared with a mix of joy and emotion. "Ah Ming, you are quite the popular one now," she remarked, her tone tinged with a hint of jealousy. "What's the matter? Are you feeling envious?" Lu Ming discerned the young lady's subtle thoughts and inquired with a smile. To Shun Hanyue, Lu Ming's smile radiated a gentle warmth under the sunlight, causing her heart to race. Not at all, despite the joy bubbling within her. Threatening to propel Shun Hanyue into a leap, she pouted defiantly. "I secured first place. Shouldn't you embrace me as well? Don't get too smug. You still have another match ahead, don't you?" Although Shun Hanyue yearned to envelop Lu Ming in her arms at that very moment, asserting her claim before other girls, she felt a sense of decorum was expected of her as a lady. "Are you implying that if I win another competition, I may claim the beauty as my prize?" Observing Shun Hanyue's reluctance to yield, Lu Ming cleverly shifted the narrative. Shun Hanyue had not anticipated Lu Ming would toss the question back to her. Should she acquiesce? Agreeing would render her rather bashful, yet declining would surely invite regret. Despite her myriad reservations, Shun Hanyue feigned composure and consented. "Of course. However, the condition is that you must secure first place." Lu Ming gazed at Shun Hanyue, whose face was flushed crimson with shyness, and his heart softened. Hanyue was truly adorable. "All right, it's settled then. It seems I must exert myself," Lu Ming remarked with a smile, determined to win the heart of the beauty. Chapter 47. Are Others Simply Fools? Lu Ming was previously engaged in playful banter with Shun Hanyue when he heard someone calling his name. Turning his head, he discovered it was Zhang Fenghua. Upon recognizing him as the individual who had previously provoked Lu Ming, Shun Hanyue instantly became wary. Lu Ming gently patted her shoulder, reassuring her that there was no cause for concern. "What is the matter?" Lu Ming inquired directly. "Oh, it's nothing much. I merely find you quite impressive," Zhang Fenghua replied, his face adorned with a facade of insincere smiles, striving to appear elegant, as if he were entirely unfazed by his defeat. "Of course, you still surpass me. After all, it is rare for anyone to hold the title of first place for several consecutive terms." Lu Ming wore a humble smile upon his face, and while others might perceive it as modesty, Zhang Fenghua was taken aback, sensing an underlying implication in Lu Ming's words. Did Lu Ming somehow uncover the deeds he had committed? Yet, if Lu Ming were aware, he would surely articulate it. The fact that Lu Ming remained silent suggested he was still oblivious, did it not? "Ha ha ha. I too have scarcely practiced long-distance running of late," Zhang Fenghua confessed, feeling a flush of embarrassment color his cheeks. "Otherwise, perhaps I would have set a record myself." "If that is the case, then you must have been diligently training for long-distance running recently, correct?" Lu Ming tossed the bomb to Zhang Fenghua. "What?" Zhang Fenghua was taken aback by Lu Ming's unexpected question, momentarily at a loss for words. Although he was fully aware of his lack of physical exercise, he couldn't afford to reveal the truth in front of the girl nearby. Doing so would shatter his carefully crafted image as a fitness enthusiast. "Of course, perhaps your long-distance running skills are no match for mine," Zhang Fenghua proclaimed loudly, primarily to ensure the girl could hear him. "Is that so?" Lu Ming pondered thoughtfully. "Indeed. That's precisely it," Zhang Fenghua exclaimed, noticing a hint of skepticism in Lu Ming's expression. "All right," Lu Ming nodded, "then we shall meet on the field." Lu Ming felt there was nothing left to discuss with Zhang Fenghua. He wished to take Hanyu elsewhere to rest. However, Zhang Fenghua, realizing he had been preoccupied with boasting and neglecting his duties, hurriedly blocked Lu Ming's path. "Wait a moment," he exclaimed, preventing Lu Ming from leaving. "Is there something else?" "Classmate Zhang." Hanyu observed Zhang Fenghua's demeanor with curiosity. Previously, he had exuded confidence and arrogance. Although Lu Ming had bested him now, he should not appear so obsequious, as if he were in need of Lu Ming's favor. "I had spoken ill of you before, but I have now witnessed the prowess of classmate Lu Ming." Zhang Fenghua finally got to the point. Throughout this exchange, Lu Ming maintained his gaze upon Zhang Fenghua's eyes. Gradually, Zhang Fenghua lowered his head, unable to meet Lu Ming's stare, and Lu Ming sensed the unease in his tone. "Indeed, there are always greater talents beyond our own. Since we have met today, let us consider it the beginning of a friendship." Zhang Fenghua produced a bottle of water from behind him and extended it towards Lu Ming, symbolizing their newfound camaraderie. "Let us share a drink." Upon seeing the bottle, Lu Ming instantly comprehended Zhang Fenghua's intentions. "Thank you, classmate Zhang." He feigned a look of gratitude, while inwardly scoffing. "However, Hanyu has already bought me water, so you may keep it." Zhang Fenghua, Noticing Lu Ming's reluctance, grew anxious. You could drink from my cup first. Even though classmate Shen Hanyu has also bought you water, you can certainly wait until after the long run to drink. Zhang Fenghua feigned a desire to forge a friendship, yet his tone revealed a hint of urgency and insecurity. Classmate Zhang, why is it so vital for me to drink this water? Lu Ming deliberately posed the question. A cold sweat broke out on Zhang Fenghua as he pondered whether he appeared too eager. Had Lu Ming caught on to something? Ah, I merely meant it for our friendship. He stammered. So, classmate Zhang, is drinking water the only way to forge a brotherhood? Lu Ming had long wanted to voice this question. Zhang Fenghua's excuses were utterly nonsensical. Internally, Zhang Fenghua seethed. Why is Lu Ming so verbose? Just drink the water. The school prohibits alcohol, after all. And I wish to get to know you as a brother without violating any rules, he continued, feeling increasingly absurd yet pressing on. Lu Ming understood that if he did not consume this bottle of water, Zhang Fenghua would undoubtedly persist relentlessly. Very well, hand it over to me. I shall sit over there and drink it, Lu Ming stated as he accepted the bottle, which indeed bore signs of having been previously opened. Observing Lu Ming's intent to leave, Zhang Fenghua grew somewhat anxious. I will accompany you, he declared. Upon reaching the resting area, Zhang Fenghua fidgeted restlessly. Yet Lu Ming obstinately refrained from drinking the water, instead engaging in light-hearted banter with Shen Hanwei. Zhang Fenghua hesitated to urge Lu Ming, fearing it would appear too contrived. Should he be discovered, it would spell disaster. Zhang, my friend, Lu Ming suddenly turned to Zhang Fenghua. As if recalling something significant, I nearly forgot. Our brotherhood ceremony has yet to commence. Zhang Fenghua felt a surge of joy upon hearing this. Indeed, he had almost forgotten it himself. Yes, had you not mentioned it? I would have entirely overlooked it. He feigned indifference regarding the matter. Should we not drink together then? Lu Ming remarked, unscrewing the cap with an unaffected expression. Would it not suffice for us to share a single bottle? On the surface, Lu Ming appeared indifferent, yet inwardly he was utterly speechless. Zhang Fenghua truly lacked discernment. Did he genuinely consider everyone else to be fools? Had anyone else been in his position, Zhang Fenghua's set of actions, regardless of their nature, would have raised at least a modicum of suspicion. Ah, no worries, I have a bottle here. Zhang Fenghua promptly produced his own bottle. Clearly aware that he could not share the same one as Lu Ming, for he knew all too well what lurked within Lu Ming's bottle. Lu Ming raised the bottle of water, just moments away from bringing it to his lips, when Zhang Fenghua, filled with anxiety, watched him intently. Just as he was about to drink, Lu Ming set the bottle down. Strange, it seems I forgot to bring something, he remarked. I'll go fetch it. Seeing hope slipping away once more, Zhang Fenghua felt a surge of desperation. Where is it? Allow me to retrieve it for you. Lu Ming revealed the location to him, suppressing the urge to laugh that bubbled within. Had Zhang Fenghua not been present, Lu Ming might have smiled so broadly that it would have split his lips. Zhang Fenghua left in a flurry, and Lu Ming tested the water bottle belonging to Zhang Fenghua, finding it to be unscrewed, which brought him a sense of relief. As Lu Ming seized the opportunity while Shen Hanyu was distracted by the playground, he discreetly swapped the two bottles of water, maintaining an air of nonchalance. Let us see how you fare with an upset stomach. Chapter 48, Revelation Before Long. Zhang Fenghua returned, panting heavily. All right, let us drink up, he said. Exhausted, Zhang Fenghua quickly grabbed the tampered bottle and took a sip, while Lu Ming also took a few gulps from his own bottle. Excellent. From this day forth, we are brothers, Zhang Fenghua exclaimed, barely able to contain his excitement. Just wait, I'm eager to see how you'll outrun me in the 1,000 meters, he thought, confident of his impending victory. Subsequently, Zhang Fenghua casually muttered a few words before making his exit. Ming, don't you find him rather peculiar? Shen Hanyu voiced her concerns. It's nothing, Lu Ming reassured her. Relax, my turn will come soon. Remember to cheer for me. Although Shen Hanyu still felt uneasy, Lu Ming's nonchalant demeanor eased her worries. I'll head out first, Lu Ming announced as he stood up. Shen Hanyu nodded, watching his retreating figure, murmuring to herself, perhaps I'm overthinking this. All participants for the 1,000 meters, please proceed to the playground, the female announcer called. The crowd of students in the stands buzzed with excitement, especially after witnessing Lu Ming's astonishing victory over the reigning champion, Zhang Fenghua, in the previous 100 meters. They could hardly contain their eagerness to see who would emerge victorious in the 1,000 meters. Who do you think will win? A student asked his companion. I'm definitely rooting for Lu Ming. His performance in the last race was phenomenal. It was truly a delight. I believe he can triumph in the 1,000 meters as well. Is that so? I beg to differ, scoffed one of Zhang Fenghua's underlings. While acknowledging that their leader had indeed lost to Lu Ming, he would never concede that Zhang Fenghua was inferior. However, Lu Ming's earlier victory was merely a fluke. This morning, our leader was simply not in top form. In the next race, Brother Zhang will undoubtedly annihilate Lu Ming. Although the individual felt disgruntled, he dared not voice further dissent. Li Xinghua's gaze toward Lu Ming now held a hint of admiration. Lu Ming, don't let me down this time, he remarked. Meanwhile, Zhang Fenghua felt rather neglected, realizing how he had been sidelined, despite his previous prowess. Yet, a smile flickered across his lips as he thought, let us see what you'll use to win this time. All set. Li Xinghua raised the starting gun high. This time, the spectators were not merely curious about who would seize the championship, but were equally eager to see if Lu Ming could once again best the long-standing champion, Zhang Fenghua. Begin. With a resounding bang, the starting gun fired, and all the contestants surged forward. Yet, surprisingly, Lu Ming did not take the lead. Instead, he found himself lagging behind. Zhang Fenghua felt a surge of joy in his heart, convinced that his scheme had worked. Damn Lu Ming, let us see how arrogant you can be now. Zhang Fenghua thought gleefully. If it weren't for the competition, he would have loved to dance a waltz to express his exhilaration. Shen Hanyue and Gu Yinan gasped as they saw Lu Ming trailing behind. How could this happen? A boy who had just been confident in Lu Ming's victory stared in disbelief at the unfolding event. Just as I thought. A once arrogant lackey of Zhang Fenghua now declared triumphantly, I told you our brother Zhang would win. Shen Hanyue felt anxious. How could Lu Ming, so formidable, be falling behind? Zhang Fenghua reveled in his triumph, thinking, Lu Ming, just wait for your downfall. However, as he pondered this, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. Zhang Fenghua let out a piercing cry. Why was his stomach hurting so much? Could it be? No, impossible. He distinctly recalled giving Lu Ming the cup of tainted water. How could he be suffering from it himself? Had he inadvertently consumed the contaminated water? He glanced back at Lu Ming, who was still far behind, expecting to see him drenched in sweat from the strain. To his astonishment, Lu Ming appeared perfectly fine, even smiling at him. What on earth was happening? Zhang Fenghua's stomach ached, and his legs began to falter, causing him to slow down and fall to the very back of the pack. What is going on? How could Brother Zhang be faltering too? The previously boastful lackey was now utterly deflated, astonished that Zhang Fenghua was also struggling. A thought began to take shape in Zhang Fenghua's mind. Could it be that Lu Ming had anticipated his plan? Indeed, in the next moment, Lu Ming accelerated and caught up to Zhang Fenghua's side. Zhang Fenghua, feeling guilty, dared not meet Lu Ming's gaze. And a single question from Lu Ming sent chills down his spine. How is it? Is your drink to your liking? Lu Ming asked with a smile. Zhang Fenghua realized Lu Ming had uncovered his scheme. Clearly, Lu Ming had not consumed the tainted water. It must have been switched while he was preoccupied with fetching something for Lu Ming. In an instant, Zhang Fenghua deflated, panicking at the implications of this revelation. What would happen if others found out? His legs felt weak, not merely from the stomach pain, but from the weight of Lu Ming's words. He nearly collapsed to the ground, but strained to maintain a facade of composure. He could not allow anyone to see his distress. Lu Ming, Brother Lu. I beg you, I was merely momentarily misguided, Zhang Fenghua whispered, pleading earnestly. You are putting in so much effort for a championship, Lu Ming chuckled. You really are quite determined. Zhang Fenghua discerned the mockery in Lu Ming's words, yet she could not help but continue her pleas. Lu Ming, I was merely momentarily bewitched. All I desired was to seize that championship. Zhang Fenghua grappled with the excruciating pain in her abdomen and the overwhelming fear that assailed her, rendering her nearly speechless. Momentarily bewitched, Lu Ming fixed his gaze upon Zhang Fenghua, his expression inscrutable. If you aspire to attain the championship, you could certainly train and better yourself. However, you chose not to. Instead, what occupies your thoughts is the notion of achieving your goals through the betrayal of others. Lu Ming spoke with resounding strength, forming a stark contrast to Zhang Fenghua's increasingly pallid countenance. You should take care of yourself. As Lu Ming uttered these words, he commenced his sprint, embodying the true essence of speed. Wait, Lu Ming, Zhang Fenghua called out. Lu Ming pretended not to hear and began to compete earnestly. Yet he had already fallen behind the other contestants by a considerable distance, with one more lap remaining. How infuriating! Zhang Fenghua was filled with regret, realizing that his secret had been uncovered by Lu Ming. Look, Lu Ming has accelerated. Wow, he is clearly much faster now. It seems that Zhang Fenghua is utterly unable to keep up. Chapter 49. Jealousy and rivalry. Zhang Fenghua was truly in distress, feeling utterly miserable. He could not even feign a stomachache, for that might lead to the revelation of his secret. Lu Ming's speed was indeed astonishing, akin to a sprint of 100 meters, and his endurance was exceptional. Even after a prolonged run, he appeared unfatigued. Ming, keep going. Shen Hanwei sighed in relief as she observed Lu Ming finally regain his normal state. Given Lu Ming's current pace, he might just have a chance at clinching the championship. One of Lu Ming's male classmates remarked, barely concealing his excitement. Don't be ridiculous. Zhang Fenghua's lackey clearly struggled to believe the unfolding events. He was unwilling to accept that Zhang Fenghua could be outpaced by Lu Ming. Surely, with such speed, Lu Ming would soon tire and could not possibly maintain this pace until the end. Yet, contrary to his expectations, Lu Ming continued to run at the same speed, his momentum unwavering. Lu Ming is incredibly fast, Gu Yinan exclaimed joyfully, leaping with delight. Lu Ming surpassed one competitor after another, now securing the 6th position. Everyone was astonished. They had previously thought that even with great effort from the last position, Lu Ming would not achieve a high standing. However, he exceeded all their expectations, and his momentum showed no signs of waning. In fact, it seemed to intensify. As those ahead began to show signs of fatigue, Lu Ming overtook them one by one, propelling himself to first place. How could this be? Zhang Fenghua despaired. Ming, congratulations. Shen Hanwei felt a surge of excitement as she witnessed Lu Ming triumphantly claim first place. Truly, Lu Ming never failed to impress. Your transformation is remarkable, Lu Ming. Li Xinghua could no longer view Lu Ming through the lens of his past. He was now not only helpful, but also physically robust. The director of education could not help but ponder that perhaps Lu Ming could contribute significantly to the school. All right, Lu Ming, take a moment to rest. Soon, you'll be called for the awards ceremony. I have something to discuss with you afterward. What could it be? Previously, the director had summoned Lu Ming to admonish him to focus on his studies and to refrain from being a sycophant to Gu Yinan. But Lu Ming had long abandoned such pursuits. He could not fathom what other matters the director might wish to address. You will find out soon enough. Li Xinghua replied with a mysterious smile. For now, enjoy a moment of rest and await the awards. The director departed with a cheerful demeanor, appearing as though he had shed a decade in age. It's rare to see the director this joyful, Shen Hanwei remarked. Indeed, Lu Ming and Shen Hanwei exchanged glances, silently observing Li Xinghua's retreating figure, enveloped in an awkward pause. Suddenly, Shen Hanwei recalled something that made her cheeks flush, since Lu Ming had won. Did that mean her previous promise was now to be fulfilled? The thought sent her heart racing with anticipation for that embrace. Yet she wondered if suggesting it might come across as overly forward, as if she were yearning to embrace Lu Ming. However, in the next moment, Shen Hanwei need not ponder this question any further, for Lu Ming spoke before she could utter another word. Hanwei, do you still remember our promise? Lu Ming said with a smile, which appeared exceedingly gentle and captivating in Shen Hanwei's eyes. As soon as the words left her lips, her face flushed a deep crimson. Lu Ming smiled without uttering a word, extending his arms wide. The moment Shen Hanwei saw his gesture, she instantly understood his intent. Though her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, she eagerly anticipated the embrace. With her heart racing like a startled fawn, she gradually approached Lu Ming, her hands unfurling as she surrendered herself to his embrace. This embrace was unlike the exhilaration she felt when receiving first place. It lingered longer, allowing both to feel each other's warmth. Standing at 165 meters, Shen Hanwei's head rested just against Lu Ming's chest, where she could sense his robust physique and the powerful rhythm of his heartbeat. Lu Ming felt the warmth of the girl in his arms as he gently caressed Shen Hanwei's soft hair, which was as delicate as that of a kitten or puppy. Savoring this warmth, he was soon interrupted by a piercing scream. It was Gu Yinan, who stood nearby, observing the two of them, like a startled little bird. Shen Hanwei quickly extricated herself from Lu Ming's embrace. Lu Ming found himself at a loss, bewildered by Gu Yinan's sudden outburst. It was a rare moment when Hanyu had taken the initiative to embrace him, and just as he was savoring the warmth of that connection, Gu Yinan interrupted. Is something the matter? Lu Ming inquired, somewhat exasperated. Gu Yinan's cheeks flushed, clearly overwhelmed by the situation. She had come to congratulate Lu Ming on his recent award, only to witness him in an embrace with Shen Hanyu. Why are you with her? Gu Yinan stammered, unable to articulate her feelings. What right did she have to question Lu Ming? She had consistently rejected him in the past, causing him heartache. It was only natural for him to seek companionship elsewhere. Yet, she realized she had developed feelings for Lu Ming as well. Why shouldn't I embrace her? Lu Ming replied, bewildered. What was Gu Yinnan's issue? In his previous life, he had endured the pains of solitude because of her. Now, having the chance to start anew, was he not entitled to pursue his own happiness? Must he remain bound to a life of unrequited love for Gu Yinnan? Unable to voice her turmoil, tears welled in Gu Yinnan's eyes. Lu Ming, you will regret this, she cried, her voice choked with emotion. I couldn't care less. Lu Ming retorted, perplexed. What was there to regret? Regret not bestowing his fortune upon her? Shen Hanyu, observing the unfolding drama, was perplexed. What was happening between these two? Gu Yinnan was rendered speechless, realizing she had no right to obstruct Lu Ming's happiness with Shen Hanyu. She had turned him down before, more than once, and now felt entirely unqualified to feel jealousy. With tears streaming down her face, Gu Yinnan fled, her heart heavy with sorrow. How wonderful it would have been had she accepted Lu Ming's affections earlier. Then she too could have embraced him as Shen Hanyu did. They could have been the most compatible and blissful couple in school. But now, Lu Ming had chosen Shen Hanyu over her. Is she going to be all right? Shen Hanyu, despite knowing Gu Yinnan was her rival, felt a twinge of concern for her distress. She'll be fine, Lu Ming replied gently, casting a tender gaze at Shen Hanyu, silently marveling at her warm and charming nature. Chapter 50. The medal in hand now, may I invite Zhang Fenghua, the champion of the men's 500 meters, to the stage to receive his award. In the past, Zhang Fenghua would have relished the moment, boasting and reflecting on how effortlessly he had achieved victory, proudly making his way to collect his accolade. However, the current Zhang Fenghua appeared dejected. The revelation of his secret by Lu Ming had already burdened him, and with the disappearance of his school belle girlfriend, his heartache deepened. As he accepted the award, no cheers or applause greeted him. Zhang Fenghua had fallen from grace. Compared to him, the crowd was far more eager to see Lu Ming take the stage, especially after his remarkable performance at this year's sports meet. Previously, when Zhang Fenghua ascended the podium, it was always a moment of glory and pride. However, now Zhang Fenghua experiences a lingering pain in his abdomen, a discomfort compounded by the shame of not securing a complete victory this year. This anguish arises solely from the presence of Lu Ming. Hastily accepting the medal, Zhang Fenghua hurriedly departed, fearing that others might suspect an inner turmoil. Now, it is Lu Ming, the champion of the men's 100 meters, who approaches the podium to receive his award. As Lu Ming made his entrance, the audience erupted into enthusiastic applause. Lu Ming ascended the award podium, where a beautifully attired hostess, her figure exquisitely accentuated by her elegant dress, approached him holding a trophy. Due to Lu Ming's remarkable achievements today, even the usually aloof hostess gazed into his eyes with undeniable affection. It was evident that Lu Ming had garnered much admiration. Congratulations, Lu Ming, she exclaimed, momentarily forgetting to present awards to the second and third place winners as she became engrossed in conversation with him. Thank you, Lu Ming replied, offering a polite smile that still bore a hint of unfamiliarity. The hostess found herself increasingly captivated by Lu Ming's demeanor. Truly, he was a man of exceptional caliber. If he were as easy to pursue as she imagined, she would be less inclined to engage with him. With a beaming smile, the hostess playfully brushed her fingers against Lu Ming's hand as she presented the award, suggesting, "Would you like to add me on WeChat for further discussions?" "No. That wouldn't be appropriate. Hanyu might not be pleased," Lu Ming replied. Lu Ming felt a pang of embarrassment. Fortunately, Hanyu was not present. If she were here, it would undoubtedly cause her some discomfort. The etiquette lady, upon hearing Lu Ming's words, did not retreat. Although she typically maintained a distant and aloof demeanor at school, she revealed her true nature before Lu Ming, for who wouldn't desire an exceptional man? "It's quite all right, handsome. I shall keep it a secret," the etiquette lady said in a playful manner. Lu Ming was astonished. How could this woman be so audacious in her words? Moreover, he was not the kind of person who played the field. Hence, he chose to ignore her. The etiquette lady, realizing Lu Ming's disinterest, understood his sentiments. Although she felt a deep sense of resentment, she had no choice but to conclude the interaction, secretly envying those fortunate enough to be favored by Lu Ming. After Lu Ming took a photograph with the second and third place winners of the 100-meter race, she intended to leave the podium, but was halted by Li Jinghua. "What's the matter, director?" Lu Ming inquired with a hint of curiosity. "You should not leave just yet, Lu Ming. The next event is the award ceremony for the 1,000 meters. since you will need to return to the stage shortly. It would be best for you to wait here. Lu Ming contemplated this and patiently awaited the arrival of the second and third place winners in the 1,000 meters, subsequently receiving the award once more. After receiving the award, Lu Ming pondered that this would mark the end of his connections. Just as he intended to leave, Li Jingguo once again obstructed his path. "Director, I have only participated in these 2 competitions, nothing more," he replied. "Why are you in such a hurry?" Li Jingguo was still determined to prevent Lu Ming from departing. "Congratulations to Lu Ming for being awarded the Outstanding Athlete Award," the presenter exclaimed with fervor. Lu Ming felt a sense of bewilderment. What was this award? However, he refrained from voicing his thoughts, assuming this must be the final accolade. The presenter proclaimed once more, "Congratulations to Lu Ming for breaking our school's 100-meter record, and for this, he is duly rewarded." "What? It's not over yet?" Lu Ming was taken aback. With 3 medals adorning his neck and 3 trophies cradled in his arms, he was astonished that the ceremony still continued. The presenter draped yet another medal around Lu Ming's neck, making him feel as though he had monopolized the awards podium. Furthermore, he was congratulated for receiving the most popular athlete award. Lu Ming was at a loss for words. He wondered where the school procured so many awards. Yet he felt too exhausted to voice his complaints. "Director, there can't be any more, right?" Lu Ming inquired. "Almost. There's one left," Li Jingguo replied with a cheerful smile. Once again, congratulations to Lu Ming for receiving the Best Athletic Spirit Award. These accolades were all achieved through voting, with the majority of votes coming from female classmates. Essentially, you have claimed all the individual awards. Ultimately, Lu Ming descended from the podium adorned with 6 medals and cradling 3 trophies. Resembling someone who had just acquired a bulk shipment of prizes, Zhang Fenghua watched with seething jealousy, lamenting that these awards were rightfully his, only to be claimed by Lu Ming. Initially, he had hoped to persuade his underlings to vote for him to secure a personal award, but it seemed the school's female students were utterly captivated by Lu Ming, directing their votes solely towards him. His few followers paled in comparison to the multitude of girls at the school. "Ming, how did you manage to win so many medals?" Shen Hanyu, just returning, exclaimed in astonishment upon seeing Lu Ming adorned with such an array of trophies and medals. Lu Ming smiled helplessly, feeling quite bewildered himself. The school awards were scarce, and he had single-handedly claimed a substantial portion of them. Lu Zhan, upon realizing the number of accolades Lu Ming had garnered, couldn't help but feel elated. Lu Ming truly brought honor to himself. After presenting the awards to the boys, it was time to honor the girls. Guinan initially felt joy at receiving 3rd place, but that happiness was swiftly overshadowed by Shen Hanyue, who had won 1st place in the 800 meters. Suddenly, Guinan's 3rd place seemed insignificant in comparison. As Shen Hanyue ascended the podium, her heart raced with excitement. It was her first time receiving an award at a sports meet. Previously, at her old school, there had been no such events, and the awards she received were merely for ranking among the top students. Though her collection of medals paled in comparison to Lu Ming's, the gleaming gold of the medals and trophies filled her with uncontainable joy. Next, Guinan was called to receive her award. The 3rd place prize consisted of a medal, but no trophy. Just as she accepted her award, a boy suddenly rushed forward and knelt on one knee before her. "Gu Xiaohua, I have liked you for a long time," exclaimed the bespectacled boy, his eyes brimming with admiration as he held out a rose. "Will you be with me?" Guinan had always been popular, and countless boys had confessed their feelings for her in the past. However, as she gazed at the rose, her heart skipped a beat. In the past, such declarations made her feel proud and joyful, as they were undeniable proof of her popularity. But now, she felt no happiness whatsoever. "Please, don't confess to me. What if Lu Ming sees this?" Guinan thought anxiously, searching for Lu Ming's figure, only to find that he was engrossed in conversation with Shen Hanwei. Disappointment washed over her. Why did Lu Ming seem so indifferent? She had just been confessed to by another boy. Did he not care for her at all? Guinan felt a deep ache in her heart and ignored the boy who had professed his love. He was truly a nuisance. How could he not understand that she would never reciprocate his feelings? Her heart was set solely on Lu Ming, and she had no desire to even glance at anyone else. "Yinan?" The boy who had confessed noticed that Guinan was silent, filled with confusion. "Can you accept my confession?" Guinan finally snapped back to reality. "I'm sorry, classmate," she replied, and her words spoke volumes. The onlooking students had mostly anticipated this outcome. After all, many were enamored with Guinan, yet she had never been involved with any boy, making rejection a rather commonplace occurrence. However, Gu Yinan's next words left everyone astounded. I have someone I like. Gu Yinan finally mustered the courage to voice her feelings. The crowd on the playground was taken aback. How could it be that the illustrious Gu Xiaohua had found someone to admire? Typically, she would scarcely glance at other men. Who could this fortunate individual be to have captured her affections? The boy confessing was taken aback. He had never heard anyone speak of such matters before. Could you tell me who he is? He inquired, unwilling to accept defeat without knowing his rival. Gu Yinan yearned to reveal that the object of her affections was Lu Ming, yet a shadow of apprehension loomed over her. If Lu Ming were to reject her publicly, how could she continue her life at school? I'm sorry, but I cannot divulge that information, she replied. Gu Yinan longed to profess her feelings for Lu Ming in front of everyone, but her pride hindered her resolve. It seemed impossible. Lu Ming no longer harbored feelings for her. As she uttered those words, she could not help but glance at Lu Ming, her gaze infused with tenderness and love. A moment that did not escape the notice of the boy who had just confessed. Whom is she gazing at with such affection? He wondered, following her line of sight to find Lu Ming standing there. In that instant, everything became clear to him. Gu Yinan's heart belonged to Lu Ming. I understand now, he said, sorrow flooding his eyes, realizing that with all of Lu Ming's accolades, he could never measure up. Thus concluded the splendid sports day. With Lu Ming basking in the glory of victory, the confession wall brimming with declarations of love for him. Over 50 posts, to be precise. Lu Ming, you are quite the sensation, Lu Zihao remarked enviously. Unlike Lu Zihao, who found himself without a single female companion, if there were any. They regarded him merely as a friend. Lu Ming was surrounded by the delightful presence of Shin Hanwei. Fate, it seemed, was decidedly unfair, while he received none. Lu Ming had an abundance of choices. Lu Ming finds himself in a rather helpless situation. The number of girls adding him as a friend has become overwhelmingly excessive. This is not mere bragging. He is genuinely troubled, struggling to decline their advances. Just take a look at the confession wall, brimming with posts about him. Lu Zihao showcased the school's confession wall on his phone, exclaiming, are we to be allowed to live as other boys? Lu Ming, filled with curiosity, took a glance. As he contemplated his feelings, he wondered whether he had truly moved on from the campus belle, Gu Yinan. Could this signify an opportunity for him? In response to a previous post on the confession wall, someone remarked that he should not harbor any illusions. Had they not noticed the attractive girl standing beside Lu Ming? Surely, he must be with her. Lu Ming mused that this must refer to Han Yu. Lu Ming continued to scroll down, encountering numerous posts that were largely similar, expressing admiration for his handsome appearance and a desire to add him on WeChat. Naturally, some boys felt a sense of discontent and posted rebuttals. They argued that those girls only cared about looks, pointing out that Lu Ming ranked last in academics, suggesting that it would be wiser for girls to seek out academically accomplished boys rather than someone like Lu Ming, whom they deemed a mere pretty boy. Furthermore, some claimed that Lu Ming was not even that attractive, asserting that they were more so. The wall of confessions below was undeniably inundated with counterarguments. The post at the top was particularly bitter, with a comment indicating jealousy towards Lu Ming's popularity, dismissing the critic as a common, uninspired male. They challenged him to achieve first place himself if he had the capability. Lu Ming observed with a sense of helplessness, driven by a curiosity to witness the unfolding events. He continued to scroll down and stumbled upon a rather distinctive post. Have you ever considered that Gu Yinan's affections might be directed towards Lu Ming? How could that be possible? Wasn't Gu Yinan previously the most disdainful of Lu Ming? Yet, I noticed that when Gu Yinan mentioned having someone she admired, her gaze fell upon Lu Ming. This post was swiftly overshadowed, for after all, few would believe such a notion. Lu Ming was reminded of the time when Gu Yinan had expressed her feelings for him after school, and he found himself at a loss for words. He pondered why. Despite his unwavering kindness towards Gu Yinan, she had never once glanced his way. Yet, after he ceased his pursuit, she seemed to develop an affection for him. The complexities of a woman's heart are indeed enigmatic. After school, glancing at the time, Lu Ming realized he needed to hurry to his tutoring session. As he stepped outside, a young lady blocked his path. Are you Lu Ming? She inquired. The girl was clad in a black, knee-length dress, her slender legs adorned with white stockings, and cascading waves of hair fell gracefully over her shoulders. Lu Ming could discern a hint of arrogance in her gaze. Who are you? Lu Ming asked, certain he did not recognize this person, yet she appeared to know him. Well, I'm from the neighboring school, and I happen to be the campus belle. She replied with an air of superiority. Is there something you need from me? He inquired. You won the athletic meet today, didn't you, Zhang Fenghua? The girl asked. That is correct, he acknowledged. Would you like to add me on WeChat? I have a fondness for athletic men, she suggested. Sorry, I'm not interested. Lu Ming replied coolly. The girl was taken aback, astonished that someone as attractive as herself could be turned down. A peculiar sensation stirred within her. Surely, other boys would be elated at the prospect of her seeking their WeChat. Lu Ming chose to disregard her, for he was on the verge of being late and had no time to engage in such conversation. Lu Ming? How intriguing. The girl pondered. Chapter 52. Whatever you desire, I shall acquire for you. Lu Ming, as was his custom, visited Wang Lifeng's home for tutoring. This time, Lu Ming not only brought fruits for Wang Lifeng, but also a doll for Lu Qingli. Lu Ming was unaware of what Lu Qingli favored. Yet it was likely that all girls held a fondness for these plush, furry dolls. Every time Han Yu encountered these toys, she was filled with such joy that she could hardly move. Lu Ming has been studying at Wang Lifeng's residence for nearly a month. Although it has only been a brief period, Lu Ming has already mastered all the knowledge from high school. Now, Wang Lifeng requires Lu Ming to recite various subjects' content every day. Lu Ming possessed an exceptional ability to memorize swiftly, and Wang Lifeng's smiles towards him had become increasingly frequent. You rascal, why have you brought me these fruits again? Teacher, this time I have also brought you some different fruits. You shouldn't always consume the same kind. It's essential to savor something new, Lu Ming replied, prompting a hearty laugh from Wang Lifeng. Lu Ming had indeed shown thoughtfulness. Wang Lifeng gazed at Lu Ming with great satisfaction, wishing that Lu Ming were his own son. Although he had taught several students, none had shown the same level of concern for him as Lu Ming did. Brother Lu Ming, you've arrived. Lu Qingli emerged as well. Ever since their previous conversation, her demeanor toward Lu Ming had softened, no longer marked by the same distance. Wang Lifeng had always hoped that Lu Qingli would regard Lu Ming as an elder brother. Yet there remained an inherent barrier in her youthful heart that made such closeness difficult to achieve right away. Shaoli, look at what this is. Lu Ming took out the plush doll that was nestled within a packaging bag. Upon seeing it, Lu Qingli's eyes sparkled with a mixture of surprise and delight. Although her grandfather dotes on her, he is an elderly man who does not fully comprehend the whims of a young girl. Moreover, Lu Qingli did not wish for her grandfather to spend money on such trinkets for her. Thus, her teenage home was filled with textbooks and examination papers, devoid of plush toys. Is this for me? A radiant smile struggled to break free from her composed facade, yet Lu Qingli endeavored to maintain her aloof demeanor, feigning indifference towards the doll. Lu Ming could discern that Lu Qingli secretly cherished the doll, albeit feeling too shy to express her affection openly. Yes, it is indeed for you. Do you like it? Upon hearing that it was truly meant for her, Lu Qingli's eyes sparkled with delight. Despite being an exceptionally gifted young girl, she remained, at heart, a tender-hearted maiden. It's quite nice, Lu Qingli pouted as she spoke. She accepted the doll. Though she feigned indifference, Lu Ming noticed how she held the toy tightly to her chest. As long as you like it. Lu Ming smiled as he gently patted Lu Qingli's head, causing her cheeks to flush slightly. Wang Lifeng observed the two with a sense of deep satisfaction. Should he ultimately entrust Qingli to Lu Ming, he would feel considerably reassured. Lu Ming settled into his usual study spot and retrieved his textbook. He observed Lu Qingli carefully placing the doll in the most prominent position, embodying the essence of a little girl. Lu Ming, over the past few days, I have imparted all the foundational knowledge to you, Wang Lifeng remarked, sipping his tea. The questions I have assigned to you possess significant depth. Once you master them, you will be capable of answering approximately 60% of the questions on the college entrance examination. You have now firmly grasped these problems. Lu Ming was taken aback. Wang Lifeng's tone was one he reserved for matters he spoke of with utmost certainty. The fact that Wang Lifeng made such a statement indicated that he had indeed mastered 70% of the examination questions for the college entrance examination. In other words, Lu Ming hesitantly remarked, it means that in the mathematics portion of the college entrance examination, which is scored out of 150, you can achieve at least a score exceeding 100. Wang Lifeng nodded in agreement. Mathematics is a subject that poses challenges for many, and the majority of students struggle to attain such high marks. Therefore, if one can secure over 100 points in mathematics during the college entrance examination, it would undoubtedly place them ahead of numerous competitors. Lu Ming, by the time of the final exams, you should be able to elevate your standing from the top of the school to a position in the middle tier. However, I will not allow you to settle for merely this, Wang Lifeng asserted. Indeed, Achieving a score of 100 is commendable, yet as my student, such a score is far from sufficient. If your ambition is merely to enroll in an ordinary first-tier university, this score may suffice. However, my expectations for you are to gain admission to the most prestigious institutions. Lu Ming gazed at Wang Lifeng, recognizing that their thoughts were largely aligned. Given that his target university was Curson University, he understood the necessity of exerting greater effort. What must I do, esteemed teacher? Lu Ming inquired. At this juncture, your primary focus should be on problem solving. I require you to tackle the most challenging questions, primarily those from previous year's Olympiads or final examination problems, Wang Lifeng replied, retrieving a substantial, handwritten exercise book from the shelf. I expect you to thoroughly comprehend each of these problems. Dedicate your days to solving them, and during the evenings, come to me with any uncertainties. This regimen should be your daily practice, he instructed. I understand, teacher, Lu Ming responded. Yet he felt overwhelmed by the sheer volume of exercises and was uncertain where to begin. How many problems should I complete each day? I shall not impose too great a burden upon you. Aim to solve 20 problems daily, regardless of your confidence in your abilities. It is imperative that you attempt each one independently. Lu Ming thought to himself that 20 questions a day were not particularly numerous. However, when he laid eyes on the first question, he was utterly bewildered. He couldn't even comprehend the problem. No wonder they had limited it to 20. As Lu Ming made his way home, he was unexpectedly joined by Lu Qingli, who had hurried to catch up with him. Puzzled, Lu Ming inquired, "What is it, Xiaoli?" Lu Qingli hesitated, her expression betraying her thoughts. Lu Ming noticed that she was still clutching the doll he had gifted her. "Thank you," she murmured, her voice barely audible, akin to the faint buzzing of a mosquito. "It's nothing, Xiaoli. I have always wished for a younger sister. Teacher Wang has been very kind to me, and I consider you as my sister. Whatever you desire in the future, I shall ensure you have it." Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, Lu Qingli's cheeks flushed with warmth. Apart from her grandfather, no other male had ever treated her with such kindness and tenderness. With a gentle shake of her hand, she bid him farewell. "Goodbye." Lu Ming nodded and bid farewell to Lu Qingli. However, after taking only a few steps, he heard Lu Qingli exclaim, "Although I have taken quite a liking to you now, I still remember our competition." With a serious expression on her face, Lu Qingli added, "The finals are approaching, and I am determined to defeat you." Lu Ming nodded at Lu Qingli, indicating his agreement. Chapter 53, For the Glory of the School. At first, Lu Xing was troubled by his inability to secure the qualification to inherit the Lu group. However, his thoughts have recently been consumed by the enchanting Lu Qingli. The mere contemplation of her renders him restless, tossing and turning in his bed as he resolves to win her heart. Yet, within the confines of the school, he finds himself devoid of companionship, with no one to share a romantic bond. Lu Xing understands that the key to a woman's affection lies in presenting her with cherished gifts. He is convinced that, with his good looks and a willingness to offer tokens of his admiration, Lu Qingli will inevitably fall for him. Alas, his finances have been depleted by his previous pursuits of romance, leaving him in a predicament. Suddenly, an idea strikes him. He recalls his stocks. Hastily, he retrieves his stock trading application, selling off his previous investments. With renewed determination, he accesses his phone and locates the contact of a certain individual. "Hello, Brother Zhou. I am considering purchasing more stocks. Could you assist me?" "Money is not an issue," Lu Xing flatteringly conveys to him. Unbeknownst to Lu Xing outside the room, Lu Ming overheard every word of their conversation. Lu Ming realized that Lu Shang's knowledge of which stocks were rising or falling was merely based on hearsay. "Ah, very well. I shall await your call," Lu Shang said with a smile before ending the call. "With this money, how could I possibly worry about attracting a partner?" Lu Shang exclaimed joyfully, before setting his phone down and heading downstairs. Lu Ming stepped forward and unlocked Lu Shang's phone, aware that Lu Shang had a habit of not setting a password for his device. He located the contact Lu Xing had just spoken with and made a note of it. Lu Ming returned to his room. Due to the strained relationship between him and Lu Xing, their rooms were situated at a considerable distance from one another, allowing Lu Ming to make a phone call without the risk of being overheard. After several rings, the call was answered. "Hello, who is this? You need not concern yourself with my identity. All that matters is that I can provide you with the money you desire." "Ah?" The voice on the other end was clearly bewildered. "I am unsure of what you are referring to." Lu Ming is aware that Lu Sheng is determined to ensure that others do not reap the benefits of his financial success. Thus, he is undoubtedly keeping this individual in secrecy. You are acquainted with Lu Xing, are you not? I, however, am not familiar with him. Lu Ming, uninterested in exposing him, continued speaking. Didn't Lu Xing instruct you to select stocks with the potential for rapid appreciation? If you facilitate his purchase of shares in Yonglong Company, I can offer you a significantly greater sum. The individual across from him was taken aback. Had not Lu Xing insisted that this matter must remain confidential? How could this person possibly be aware of it? Nevertheless, when Lu Ming mentioned his capacity to provide a more substantial financial incentive, the other party's interest was piqued. How much can you offer me? 5 times what Lu Xing can provide, Lu Ming asserted with confidence. In truth, Lu Ming was not one to indulge in extravagant expenditures in his previous life. He had only spent considerably on gifts for Gu Yinan. However, as he no longer played the role of a sycophant to Gu Yinan, and with Han Yu also discouraging him from excessive spending, Lu Ming had managed to amass a considerable sum. 5 times. Although the other person was astonished, they quickly regained their composure. Can you actually afford such a sum? Lu Ming felt quite confident about this, for he was aware that Lu Xing often squandered his pocket money on drinking and chasing after women, leaving him with little to spare. Lu Zhiping was stringent with the allowance, and Lu Xing would frequently pilfer from Lu Zhiping's funds, only to discreetly return the money after receiving his stock earnings, indulging in the newfound wealth. Despite this recurring pattern, Lu Xing remained rather cautious. Even when borrowing from Lu Zhiping, he would only take a small sum. Lu Ming understood that the maximum Lu Xing would allocate for that individual's information fee would not exceed 20,000. Naturally, I will honor my word. If you are skeptical, I can provide you with half of the money up front. This sum surpasses Lu Xing's contribution, does it not? Would you engage in such a guaranteed profitable venture? Yes, I shall partake. Upon hearing Lu Ming's proposition, the individual across from him was immediately tempted. After all, one who does not seize opportunities is a fool. Lu Ming had long anticipated this scenario. First, add me on WeChat. I will instruct you on what to convey to Lu Xing, and in return, you shall receive a substantial sum of money. All right. The individual on the other end promptly agreed. Shortly thereafter, Lu Ming received a WeChat request, which he accepted without hesitation. Brother, this is Xiao Zhou. You can just call me Xiao Zhou. What is your surname? I shall address you as brother. Zhou was initially rather pretentious, as he prided himself on his exceptional stock trading skills. Thus, even if Lu Xing were to provide him with funds, he would still insist on addressing him as brother. However, Lu Ming was quite different. He could elicit such generosity from Zhou with just a mere word, for Lu Ming's offerings were simply too generous to resist. Lu Ming, there is no need for further discussion. Simply instruct Lu Xing to purchase shares of Yonglong Company. Zhou Liao, brother, in my opinion. Although the stock of Yonglong Company appears to be on the rise at present, I doubt its sustainability in the long run. Lu Ming, indeed. My intention is to cause Lu Xing financial loss. Zhou Liao was somewhat bewildered upon witnessing this. If the goal was to make the opponent indebted, a rational person would simply instruct them to purchase a stock that is certain to incur losses. Yet, why opt for a stock that possesses the potential for both soaring highs and devastating lows? Unbeknownst to Zhou Liao, Lu Ming was entirely confident in his strategy, as he was certain that the company's stock would plummet significantly, rendering Lu Xing unable to bear the consequences. Lu Ming, you need not concern yourself with this matter. He has faith in you, so simply encourage him to purchase shares of this company. With that, Lu Ming transferred the agreed sum to Zhou Liao. As for the remaining funds, I shall provide them to you once the venture is successful, contingent upon your performance. Zhou Liao was astonished by such a substantial amount. Splendid. This will certainly suffice for several days of enjoyment. Zhou Liao, all right. Brother, I shall not disappoint you. Lu Ming turned off his phone. Now, he simply had to await the advantage of the opportunist. The next day, Lu Ming set out early to seek out Li Jinghua. As Li Jinghua had previously requested Lu Ming to pay him a visit, Lu Ming knocked on the office door and entered. Lu Ming, you have arrived. Come, take a seat, Li Jinghua said as he pulled out a chair nearby. Lu Ming found himself in a perplexing situation as he gazed at Li Jinghua, who wore a cheerful expression while looking at him. A sense of unease washed over Lu Ming. What is it, director? He inquired. Lu Ming, do you engage in physical exercise regularly? Li Jinghua asked. Perhaps a little, Lu Ming replied, puzzled. Upon hearing Lu Ming's admission of enjoying exercise, Li Jinghua appeared even more pleased. I would like to discuss something with you, he said. Please, go ahead, Lu Ming responded. I noticed your impressive performance at the recent sports meet. Would you be interested in participating in the provincial sports competition to bring honor to our school? Li Jinghua proposed. The provincial sports competition? Lu Ming was taken aback, as students at their school typically prioritized academics, resulting in few accolades at the provincial level. Me? He asked, pointing to himself in disbelief. Indeed, Lu Ming. I am confident that you will have no trouble in the selection trials. The key is to secure a prize in the finals, Li Zhenghua assured him with a smile. Moreover, the benefits of participating in the provincial competition are substantial. Not only will you earn a medal, but you will also enjoy advantages as an athlete during college entrance examinations. To preclude any possibility of Lu Ming declining, Li Zhenghua enumerated all the potential benefits. Lu Ming was acutely aware that this indeed represented a remarkable opportunity. A provincial sports trophy is not something that is easily attainable by just anyone. What are your thoughts, Lu Ming? Li Zhenghua inquired, noticing Lu Ming's silence. Director, I believe this is a splendid opportunity, Lu Ming responded. However, I have not dedicated much time to networking, as my focus must remain on my studies. Li Zhenghua hesitated, contemplating how to persuade Lu Ming. After all, should he neglect to establish connections, what if he were to miss out on the award? Although Li Zhenghua held great faith in Lu Ming's capabilities, he was acutely aware that students from other institutions were not to be underestimated. Lu Ming was well aware of what Li Zhenghua was contemplating and recognized that Li was considering his best interests. Li hoped that Lu Ming could seize this opportunity, potentially allowing him to take the entrance examination as an athlete, which might enable him to gain admission to a better school. However, with teacher Wang as his ace, Lu Ming was hardly inclined to pursue the physical examination. Rest assured, Director, even without training, I can achieve awards, Lu Ming declared with unwavering confidence. His foundational training from middle school, coupled with the various laborious tasks he undertook in his previous life, had cultivated his abilities over time. In his past life, Lu Ming's athletic prowess had surpassed that of his peers after he dropped out of school. His current physique was unparalleled, especially when compared to a group of students, which bolstered his self-assurance. Upon witnessing Lu Ming's steadfast confidence, Li Zhenghua initially intended to caution him against arrogance. Yet, the sincerity in Lu Ming's eyes led him to believe that the young man was not fabricating his capabilities. Rather, he possessed genuine talent. Thus, the words of admonition were swallowed back. Very well, if that is the case, I trust you, but I still hope you will further develop your athletic skills. As I truly believe you have a gift, Li Zhenghua conceded with a nod. Thank you, teacher. I appreciate your support, but I have other plans, Lu Ming replied. I intend to participate in the mathematics competition to secure a recommendation for admission. His words were deliberate, imbued with resolute determination. Li Zhenghua was taken aback, gazing at Lu Ming in astonishment. Was he serious? It was not that Li underestimated Lu Ming. He understood that for an ordinary student, gaining a recommendation was almost an unattainable dream, particularly for someone like Lu Ming, who struggled to place in competitions. Having dreams is undoubtedly a good thing, and the director will support you. However, Li Zhenghua hesitated, unwilling to dampen the spirit of a student with aspirations, especially one as ambitious as Lu Ming. Lu Ming smiled. He was well aware that Li Zhenghua would never believe that he could be granted a direct admission. After all, he was, without a doubt, the lowest-ranking student in the entire grade. No worries, Director. In due time, you shall see. Lu Ming spoke mysteriously, stating that Li Zhenghua would undoubtedly have disbelieved him in the past. However, considering Lu Ming's current transformation and diligence, Li Zhenghua found himself inexplicably trusting Lu Ming wholeheartedly. Very well, Lu Ming, I believe in you, Li Zhenghua declared. Director, I must return to my class now. I have yet to complete today's assignments, Lu Ming replied. Naturally, Li Zhenghua would not hinder a student's learning time, and glancing at the clock, he noted that class was about to commence. Yes, you may go back. But do not let me down, Lu Ming, Li Zhenghua said, handing him a piece of paper, which was the registration form for the provincial sports meet. Lu Ming politely accepted the document and exited the office. Recently, Lu Ming has been diligently solving problems at his desk, both during and between classes. Seeing him in such earnest concentration, Shen Hanwei felt reluctant to disturb him. Gu Yinan, on the other hand, faced repeated setbacks and was frequently summoned to the teacher's office. Although Gu Yinan's academic performance was commendable, ranking among the top 200 in the school, she initially took pride in her achievements. However, upon learning that Shen Hanwei had previously ranked among the top 10 in her former school, Gu Yinan felt a sense of dejection, questioning why she could not measure up to Shen Hanwei in any regard. Lu Ming was working on the problems left for him by Wang Lifeng, which were not easy, as they consisted of Olympiad questions or challenging final problems. The English teacher, Pang, noticed Lu Ming with his head down, seemingly engrossed in something obscure, which incited considerable irritation within him. Pang was a figure whom no one dared to provoke, not due to his authority, but rather because he often vented his personal frustrations on students to satiate his own vanity. This behavior had fostered discontent among many students, yet they remained silent in their grievances. Lu Ming, stand up. Upon hearing this command, Lu Ming complied. What is it, Teacher Pang? He asked calmly. Explain a problem to me. Pang snapped impatiently. He was convinced that Lu Ming had no idea what was being discussed, as he typically did not pay attention in class. Pang anticipated that when Lu Ming failed to respond, he would have the opportunity to berate him mercilessly, a thought that brought a smirk to his lips. Oh, question 11, choose C, Lu Ming replied with an air of composure. Pang was taken aback that Lu Ming had actually provided an answer. How could this be? What good is just providing an answer? Are you planning to only select A, B, or C during your exams? Surely you're not deaf. What I require is your reasoning. Do you understand? The classmates in the room were visibly displeased with Pang's attitude. Lu Ming had committed no wrongdoing, yet Pang resorted to personal attacks. The correct reasoning was that A is an adverb and thus irrelevant, B bears no relation to the original text, and while D may appear acceptable, it cannot be generalized. Hence, C must be selected. Lu Ming replied, and Pang was evidently taken aback that Lu Ming could provide an answer, and moreover, it was indeed correct. In truth, Lu Ming was currently engaged in listening to the lecture while simultaneously solving exercises, having cultivated his concentration to an extraordinary level. He had mastered the ability to divide his attention, listening to the teacher's discourse with one ear while contemplating the problems in his workbook with his mind. However, Pang, eager to assert his dominance, was not about to let Lu Ming off easily. What were you just doing? Why weren't you paying attention to the lecture? He inquired. I was studying, Lu Ming replied. Chapter 55, Striving for the Top 200 Studying? Pang scoffed, clearly skeptical of Lu Ming's assertion. You, Lu Ming, are always at the bottom of the class. You call that studying? You're deceiving yourself. Although Lu Ming had committed no wrongdoing, Pang, in a foul mood, felt compelled to vent his frustrations on Lu Ming. Your parents sent you here to receive an education, and look at you, squandering your time day after day. At this rate, you'll become nothing more than a societal failure, merely wasting the precious moments of your life. Pang stood atop his moral high ground, gesticulating emphatically. Many classmates were perceptive enough to understand that Lu Ming had done nothing wrong. Pang simply sought to unleash his anger upon him. Yet, no one dared to speak up, for those who had previously provoked Pang and had not met with favorable outcomes. Lu Ming discerned the unmistakable fury concealed within Pang's words. Although Pang claimed it was for Lu Ming's own benefit, Lu Ming understood that Pang sought to assert his authority. Teacher, while my academic performance may be lacking at present, the future remains uncertain. Is it truly the hallmark of a teacher's professionalism to casually mock a student and arbitrarily dictate the course of another's life? Lu Ming spoke with remarkable composure, his face betraying no hint of embarrassment or trepidation. His classmates, upon hearing his audacious remarks, gazed at him in astonishment. Such boldness was indeed rare. After all, Pang was notorious for his lack of professionalism, having previously been summoned by the head teacher due to his conduct. Moreover, Pang was a particularly petty individual, intolerant of any student who dared to point out his flaws. Lu Ming's words would undoubtedly provoke Pang's ire. As anticipated, Pang's face turned crimson with anger. How dare a student confront him in such a manner, especially one who appeared utterly unafraid, undermining his authority? What do you mean by that? Am I not allowed to speak to you at all? Pang inquired. Teacher, I meant no offense. You called on me to answer a question, and I responded. Lu Ming replied, raising an eyebrow, his countenance devoid of fear. However, your unwarranted personal attack on me demonstrates a lack of the professionalism expected from an educator. Have I spoken incorrectly? You. Pang found himself at a loss for words, rendered speechless by Lu Ming's assertions, which were entirely justifiable. How dare you defy a teacher? Get out of my classroom this instant. Although Pang recognized his own fault, he was unwilling to relent to Lu Ming. Shenhanyue, distressed by the unfair treatment of Lu Ming, protested, Teacher, Lu Ming has done nothing wrong. You have no grounds to expel him. She stood up, her voice firm. While other classmates viewed Shenhanyue as a timid girl, they were taken aback by her staunch defense of Lu Ming. Seeing Shenhanyue's support, Guinan could no longer remain silent. Teacher, I believe Hanwei is right. What has Lu Ming done wrong that warrants this treatment? Shouldn't you clarify? Guinan also rose to speak. As the two prominent girls in the class defended Lu Ming, the rest of their classmates began to voice their support as well. Indeed. Teacher, what has Lu Ming done to deserve this? Lu Zihao asked, perplexed. I feel that Lu Ming has committed no wrongdoing, he asserted, leading others to rally in his favor. Pang Yin, already on shaky ground, found himself increasingly overwhelmed by the mounting dissent. So, you all wish to rebel, do you? Pang Yin's face oscillated between shades of red and white, realizing that this group of students had grown audacious. Yet, after some contemplation, he chose to feign magnanimity to avoid inciting further outrage. Lu Ming, I may refrain from expelling you, if you claim to be diligent in your studies. Then should you place among the top 200 in next week's quiz, I shall apologize to you, Pang Yin stipulated, though his conditions were more self-serving. However, if you fail to achieve that, do not expect to attend my English classes. You will be excused from every session. Upon hearing Pang Yin's words, everyone held their breath. Such a condition was utterly unacceptable. While Pang Yin appeared to negotiate impartially, deep down, he was convinced that Lu Ming would never achieve such a score. The top 200? How could that possibly be? Guinan understood Lu Ming's academic struggles and vehemently opposed this notion. Very well, it is settled then. Lu Ming promptly acquiesced, and upon hearing his unexpected agreement to Pang Yin's demands, Guinan gazed at him in astonishment. In Lu Ming's eyes, there was not a trace of fear. Instead, they brimmed with an icy resolve. He felt no trepidation towards a petty man like Pang Yin. While other students might hesitate to speak out against their teachers, as educators often embody an aura of authority within the school, it is this very mindset among students that fuels the arrogance of teachers like Pang Yin. However, Lu Ming, having been reborn, possessed a maturity that transcended his youthful years. His prior experiences in the world had long since forged within him a character unafraid of authority. Lu Ming, having lived 2 lifetimes, has always adhered to the principle of not offending others if they do not offend him. However, despite his efforts to remain untroubled, he finds himself confronted by those seeking to provoke him. Naturally, he feels no obligation to indulge a teacher like Pang Yin, who lacks professional ethics. Nevertheless, Lu Ming added, if I manage to place within the top 200, you shall tender your resignation of your own accord. When Lu Ming articulated this demand, Pang Yin's complexion turned pale for a fleeting moment. This position was one he had painstakingly secured, and he certainly did not wish to resign. However, upon reflection, Pang Yin could not fathom how Lu Ming could possibly rank among the top 200. It was simply implausible. Fine, I shall acquiesce to your request. Despite his unease, Pang Yin was well aware of Lu Ming's lackluster academic performance, and the notion of him placing in the top 200 was nothing short of fanciful. Thus he consented. Ming, how could you agree to that? Shen Hanwei exclaimed in astonishment. That teacher is clearly targeting you. Shen Hanwei felt as though she might burst into tears. How could this fool Lu Ming acquiesce to such a demand? Was he not effectively leaping into a pit of fire? To her surprise, Hanwei seemed genuinely concerned for him. And Lu Ming felt a warm surge within at the sight of her anxious demeanor. It's all right, Lu Ming reassured her, playfully pinching Shen Hanyue's cheek. The outcome remains uncertain. Although Shen Hanyue had faith in Lu Ming, the agreement was evidently inequitable. Lu Zihao approached after class, patting Lu Ming on the shoulder. No worries, my brother. You've stood by me in times of need, and I shall certainly support you too. Lu Ming gazed at Lu Zihao and Hanyu, a smile gracing his lips. He resolutely vowed not to falter, for doing so would betray the expectations held by the two. Guinan observed the three, her thoughts lingering on the edge of expression. She knew she must devise a way to assist Lu Ming. Lu Ming gazed at the mathematics problems he had solved, a sense of confidence beginning to take root within him. This time, let us aim for the top 200. Chapter 56, The Beautiful Tutor. Lu Ming awaited the arrival of Shen Hanwei and Lu Zihao at home, ever since the altercation with Pang Yin. Although Lu Ming had consistently declined and insisted that he could study independently, Shen Hanwei and Lu Zihao remained resolute in their insistence to come to his residence to assist him with his studies. Lu Ming awaited at home, and before long, Shen Hanwei sent him a message. Shen Hanwei, brother Lu Ming, are you ready? We have arrived. Lu Ming, understood, I shall descend now. Shen Hanwei, by the way, Lu Ming, Nan expressed her desire to assist you as well. She is quite concerned about you. Seeing her so distressed, I decided to bring her along. Lu Ming was momentarily stunned by the message sent by Shen Hanwei. Who? Guinan? After finally enjoying a day of peace without having to see Guinan, Hanyue unexpectedly brought her along. Just as he was feeling troubled, the doorbell rang downstairs. Lu Zihao, still in shock, marveled at the fact that Lu Ming lived in a grand villa located in an affluent neighborhood. He had never encountered such a beautiful house with such opulent decor. It was no wonder Lu Zihao was astonished. Lu Ming usually led a remarkably low-key life, dressing and purchasing items like an ordinary person. Yet, who could have anticipated that Lu Ming's family was so wealthy? Gu Yinan had always been aware of Lu Ming's affluence, given that the gifts he had presented her were worth hundreds of thousands. No ordinary student would be so extravagant in their affections for a goddess. Now, Gu Yinan felt a sense of unease. She had arrived here through Shun Hanyue and wondered if Lu Ming would welcome her presence. "You've arrived." Hearing that familiar voice, Gu Yinan felt a surge of nerves as Lu Ming opened the door. "Lu Ming!" Lu Zihao exclaimed, his face filled with indignation. "You traitor!" Confronted by Lu Zihao's anger, Lu Ming was bewildered. What had happened? He couldn't recall having done anything to betray his friend. "You're actually a rich second-generation heir. I thought you were merely a bit better off than us, but you live in a villa." Lu Zihao could not believe that his seemingly ordinary friend was, in fact, a member of the affluent elite. The revelation was more painful than any betrayal. All right. I didn't mean to conceal it from you. I'll treat you to a meal sometime," Lu Ming replied with a smile. Ming, let us hurry inside. Time waits for no one," Shen Hanwei urged, eager to ensure that Lu Ming achieved excellent results in his upcoming exams during the holiday. As they entered, Gu Yinan hesitated, wanting to say something to Lu Ming but fearing he might not acknowledge her. Lu Xing descended the stairs with the intention of pouring himself a glass of water, only to be greeted by the sight of the two stunning beauties, Shun Hanyue and Gu Yinan, in his home. "Hello, we are classmates of Amin. Here to provide him with supplementary lessons," Shun Hanyue explained upon seeing Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng gazed at the two stunningly beautiful women with fair skin and long legs, overwhelmed with an unbearable sense of jealousy. Lu Ming, that impudent lad, actually knows such two stunning beauties and even invited them to his home for private tutoring. How does he deserve such enchanting instructors? Contemplating his own lack of romantic prospects, Lu Sheng felt a twinge of jealousy arise within him. "You two may head upstairs. I will fetch Aunt Lu to prepare some fruit for you," Lu Ming remarked while disregarding Lu Sheng. Shen Hanwei and Lu Zihao ascended the stairs, yet Gu Yinan lingered, wishing to steal a moment alone with Lu Ming. "Lu Ming, wait a moment," Gu Yinan called out, despite feeling somewhat exasperated by her presence. Lu Ming acknowledged that Gu Yinan was here to assist him with his studies, though he didn't particularly require it. He felt it would be impolite to appear dismissive, lest he come off as ungracious. "What is it?" Lu Ming glanced at Shun Hanyue and inquired. "I would like to help you cut the fruit," Gu Yinan said nervously. "There's no need for that," Aunt Lu interjected, emerging from behind with an assortment of fruit. "I can handle it. You both should go upstairs and relax." Gu Yinan was taken aback to discover that Lu Ming had a housekeeper. It dawned on her that Lu Ming was indeed a young master born with a silver spoon, accustomed to being attended to at home. Previously, Lu Ming had treated her with the utmost care, and how could she have been so ungrateful, failing to appreciate him? As these thoughts churned in her mind, Gu Yinan felt a pang of regret. She resolved to treat Lu Ming with the same kindness he had once shown her. Upon reaching the upper floor, Aunt Lu eyed Lu Ming curiously. "Xiao Ming, who is that girl? She seems quite fond of you," she remarked. Lu Ming was taken aback by Aunt Lu's unexpected remark. After all, she was merely an ordinary classmate, and their relationship was insignificant. "I beg to differ," Aunt Lu asserted. "Having experienced your era, I am quite certain she harbors feelings for you." If Aunt Lu were to discover that the girl in question was none other than Gu Yinan, the one Lu Ming had once eagerly fawned over, she would undoubtedly be left astounded. In the past, Lu Ming had been quite devoted in his admiration for Gu Yinan. Yet her current demeanor suggested that she had now assumed the role of the admirer. If he were to disclose this to Aunt Lu, she would certainly find it hard to believe. "Hold on, Aunt Lu, your curiosity is rather excessive," he interjected. Lu Ming hurriedly took measures to mitigate his losses. For Hanyu was upstairs. What if there was a misunderstanding? Alas, Aunt Lu only wishes the best for you. That girl is exceptionally beautiful. It would not hurt to engage with her. I understand. I shall ascend to study now," Lu Ming quickly replied, unable to endure any further. "Oh dear. This child," Aunt Lu said with a resigned shake of her head. Upon returning to Lu Ming's room, Shen Hanyu promptly got to the point, instructing Lu Ming to solve problems while the three of them worked to provide answers. Although Lu Zihao was there to tutor Lu Ming, He felt that the likelihood of Lu Ming ranking among the top 200 in school was exceedingly slim. After all, Lu Ming had consistently been at the bottom of his class. Even with an extraordinary effort, he might only achieve an average score. Nevertheless, at this moment, all he could do was strive to help Lu Ming improve slightly. Every additional point counted. Lu Ming was working on the mock exam brought by Shen Hanyue. Due to his tutoring sessions at Wang Lifeng's house, he merely glanced at the questions and swiftly conceived a general approach. Indeed, he could even discern some answers at a single glance. Thus, instead of tackling the initial questions, Lu Ming directly approached the final problem. To his astonishment, the challenging question that he usually found incomprehensible now seemed manageable, as he could roughly outline a method for his response. Although he still could not arrive at a definitive answer, this represented a significant advancement. Lu Ming began to write with an air of disregard for his surroundings. The earnest demeanor of Lu Ming was a sight that Shen Hanyue had never encountered before. She couldn't help but marvel at how handsome he appeared in his seriousness, which added an air of maturity to his countenance. Guinan found herself in a boys' room for the first time, enveloped in Lu Ming's presence. Her thoughts of supplementary lessons had long since faded, for her sole purpose in being there was to behold Lu Ming. Chapter 57. Competition breeds envy. During Lu Ming's study session, Lu Zihao occasionally glanced at the exercises he was tackling. Initially, upon witnessing Lu Ming's flawless execution of the early questions, he was impressed, acknowledging Lu Ming's evident diligence. However, after a while, as Lu Zihao observed Lu Ming's progress, he found himself utterly astonished, his mouth agape in disbelief. Lu Ming had now completed half of the examination paper, progressing at an astonishing pace, and upon verifying his answers, he found that not a single one was incorrect. Lu Ming, exclaimed Lu Zihao, utterly speechless with astonishment. What is the matter? Inquired Shen Hanyue, her curiosity piqued. Upon seeing the questions Lu Ming had answered, she too was left in awe, mirroring Lu Zihao's disbelief. No way, you all have underestimated me, Lu Ming replied, a hint of exasperation in his voice. Ming, I know you are intelligent, but I never anticipated you would be this brilliant. Shen Hanyue exclaimed, her delight palpable. Her current academic success was the result of years of diligent study, yet in a mere few months, Lu Ming had managed to catch up to her. As for Lu Zihao, who typically achieved high scores through consistent effort, this was the first time he had encountered someone like Lu Ming, who could excel on a test in such a short span of time. Lu Ming's exam paper is capable of scoring at least 110, and if he could improve in other subjects, achieving a place among the top 200 in the school is certainly within reach. Wow, you can actually accomplish such a feat. It truly is a case of the competition being so fierce that it leaves one feeling disheartened, Lu Zihao exclaimed, astonished. He could hardly fathom that had Lu Ming devoted himself to his studies instead of pursuing Guinan, he might have already secured the top position in the school. Yet, Lu Zihao quickly recalled that Guinan was present, and he hesitated, realizing that such a statement would only cause her embarrassment. Guinan perceptively grasped Lu Zihao's unspoken words, but she bore no anger. After all, she had come to recognize how much time Lu Ming had wasted previously. Ming, I have faith in you. It is quite possible for you to gain admission to Curson University through the college entrance examination. The others, seeing that Lu Ming did not require their assistance, returned to their studies, while Guinan felt a profound sense of urgency. She had yet to converse meaningfully with Lu Ming before parting ways, but at least she now knew where he lived, which made her feel that her visit was not in vain. The small test at Yizhong arrived as scheduled. Since the seating arrangement was determined by academic performance, Lu Ming found himself at the back of the examination hall. The invigilating teacher approached with evident disdain, fully aware that the students in this room were among the lowest performers, and that this venue was notoriously conducive to cheating. She needed to be vigilant. Hand in your cheat sheets. I advise you all to abandon any nefarious thoughts. If I catch you, you will face dire consequences. Upon hearing this, the students let out a collective groan of despair. Zhao Jin, who ranked second to last in the entire school, sat directly in front of Lu Ming, as Lu Ming consistently provided him with the lowest scores. Previously, Zhao Jin had often mocked Lu Ming, both openly and subtly. But since the last incident that severely humiliated him, he had avoided appearing before Lu Ming. Oh no, I know this invigilator. She is notoriously strict. What a predicament for me. My mother warned that if I score poorly again, she will break my legs. Despite feeling a lingering fear of Lu Ming due to the previous encounter, Zhao Jin turned around to face him. Lu Ming, what do you plan to do? Are you still aiming for the last place? At that time, Zhao Jin was present when Lu Ming made a bet with Pang An. He thought to himself that those who wagered against Lu Ming seldom fared well, much like himself. However, no matter how mythologized Lu Ming became, it was implausible for him to ascend from the bottom ranks to the top 200 in the entire school in an instant. Was that even conceivable for a normal person? Thus, Zhao Jin was certain that Lu Ming would resort to every possible means to cheat. Yet, the invigilator was no pushover. If Lu Ming attempted any deceit, this teacher would undoubtedly catch him in the act. What to do? Lu Ming asked nonchalantly. About that top 200, Zhao Jin replied, his gaze fixed on Lu Ming. You haven't forgotten, have you? Oh, I haven't forgotten, Lu Ming responded. Zhao Jin noticed the twitch in his eyelids as he observed Lu Ming's seemingly indifferent demeanor, which suggested a quiet confidence. The teacher began distributing the test papers, and Zhao Jin turned away, convinced that Lu Ming was doomed. The exam commenced as scheduled, the first subject being familiarity. Lu Ming took a cursory glance at the test paper, which resembled the one Shen Hanyue had given him previously. Given that it was a quiz, the questions were relatively straightforward and posed no significant challenge. Lu Ming had diligently reviewed the entire paper before he began to calculate earnestly. Zhao Jin initially contemplated sneaking a glance at the first option chosen by the candidate seated in front of him while the invigilator was distracted. However, upon noticing the invigilator's unwavering gaze fixed upon him, he promptly abandoned that notion. No matter, I have Lu Ming to rely upon, Zhao Jin mused. For no matter how poorly he performed, Lu Ming always occupied the last position, and as long as he was not second to last, he could accept the outcome. As time elapsed, the majority of the candidates in the examination hall had surrendered to despair, resting their heads on their desks in slumber. After an hour had passed, Lu Ming rose and approached the podium. Teacher, I wish to submit my paper, he declared. The invigilator, assuming Lu Ming had likely failed to answer any questions, intended to remind him that only those who had completed all questions could submit their papers. You must finish all the questions before you can submit, the invigilator replied coldly. Indeed, I have completed them all, Lu Ming asserted. As Lu Ming spoke, all those present in the examination hall gazed at him in astonishment. How could this be possible? It had only been an hour, let alone the fact that the students in this examination room were among the lowest achievers. Even the top scholars could not possibly complete the exam in such a brief span of time. They were certain that Lu Ming must have simply filled in the answers at random. Very well, then, you may leave. The invigilator felt it inappropriate to stop Lu Ming, especially since she noticed that his answer sheet was densely filled with writing. Lu Ming exited the examination room in full view of all the students present. The invigilator, intrigued by his performance, thought to herself that she would examine his paper. Upon reviewing the first question, she was taken aback to find it answered correctly. It appeared that this student was not merely scribbling randomly. As she continued to peruse the paper, her astonishment grew with each passing moment. Although she possessed no answer key, she mentally calculated the problems, only to discover that her solutions matched Lu Ming's precisely. She was aware that Lu Ming was among the lowest performers, yet this underachiever had managed to answer the majority of questions correctly, causing her to doubt her own judgment. Could it be cheating? Unthinkable. She had observed him closely and knew that Lu Ming had been diligently working on his exam, with no opportunity for deception. Chapter 58. Disparate treatment. Lu Ming exited the classroom after submitting his paper ahead of schedule. In the past, Lu Ming would often be found dozing at his desk. This newfound experience of completing his work early felt rather delightful. Ming, you actually finished as well? Hanyu was taken aback to see Lu Ming emerging early. Yes. I generally managed to complete it. Once I was done, I left, he replied. Had it been the old Shen Hanwei, she might have worried that Lu Ming would not take the exam seriously. However, after witnessing Lu Ming's performance on the test paper that time, she came to believe that he was no longer the same Lu Ming of yore. Ming, since there aren't many people around, shall we go grab some milk tea? Hanyu suggested. Lu Ming was indifferent, as he found the milk tea offered at school excessively sweet, a taste he did not particularly relish. However, since Hanyu desired a drink, he saw no reason to object. The two of them strolled side by side to the milk tea shop, which, as anticipated, was relatively empty, with only 2 staff members engaged in their tasks. Hello. We would like 2 cups of pearl milk tea, Lu Ming announced upon entering the establishment. The staff, who had been conversing, suddenly brightened upon catching sight of Lu Ming's face. Hello there. Are you a student at this school? You seem somewhat familiar, one of the employees inquired. Attempting to establish a rapport, Lu Ming cast a glance at the shop assistant, not particularly recognizing her. Yet out of courtesy, he replied, "I am a student at this school. Perhaps my infrequent visits for milk tea account for this." Lu Ming smiled as he spoke. "Do you have a girlfriend?" The shop assistant inquired cheerfully, her eyes brimming with anticipation. At that moment, Shun Hanyue stood behind Lu Ming, listening intently, her gaze fixed on him, eagerly awaiting his response. "I do not have a girlfriend," Lu Ming stated, causing the shop assistant's eyes to brighten, while Shun Hanyue felt a twinge of disappointment. Although they had yet to establish any relationship, hearing Lu Ming's words still left her somewhat disheartened. "However, I do have someone I admire," Lu Ming continued, casting a smile in Shun Hanyue's direction. Feeling his gaze, Shun Hanyue's cheeks flushed with warmth, and the shop assistant, understanding the implication, awkwardly shifted the conversation away from that topic. After exiting the milk tea shop, Shun Hanyue remained silent, likely due to the shyness induced by Lu Ming's earlier comment. Lu Ming, aware of her feelings, gently took her hand. Shun Hanyue looked in astonishment at their entwined fingers. Initially, she felt somewhat self-conscious. But as she sensed the warmth of Lu Ming's hand, her apprehensions gradually melted away. Aside from mathematics, other subjects posed little challenge for Lu Ming. He possessed an exceptional capacity for memorization, diligently studying every day, which made managing examinations a relatively effortless endeavor. Lu Ming is heading back to the examination hall, while Shun Hanyue is preparing to part ways with him. Ming, best of luck with your exam." Lu Ming gently ruffled Shun Hanyue's hair and released her hand. "Well, you too, keep striving." Lu Ming returned to the examination hall, once again amidst the same group of individuals from the morning session. The two students who had resorted to cheating earlier were warned that should they attempt any such antics again during this segment, a score of 0 awaited them. The invigilator, maintaining her stern demeanor from the morning, noticed Lu Ming at the entrance and her expression shifted slightly. Initially, she had presumed this examination room was filled with irredeemable students. Yet upon reviewing Lu Ming's written paper, she became convinced that he was exceptional. "Please take your seat, Lu Ming," the invigilator said with a gentle smile, gesturing for him to return to his desk. The other candidates, including Zhao Jin, were left bewildered by the unexpected warmth displayed by the typically stringent invigilator towards Lu Ming. What was the meaning of this? Just earlier, she had appeared as a fierce taskmaster. The student who voiced this thought recalled their own experience of being caught cheating in the morning and felt a pang of trepidation. Lu Ming found the subsequent examinations to be relatively smooth, and soon the 2-day assessment came to a close. The students in the class breathed a sigh of relief upon completing their tests. "Ming, shall we go out and unwind a bit now that the exams are over?" Shun Hanyue suggested. Recently, Lu Ming has indeed refrained from going out for a considerable time in preparation for his examinations. He has been burning the midnight oil in his studies, which has caused Jiang Wenli a great deal of concern. "So, where shall we go?" Lu Ming inquired. "I recall that a new shopping mall has recently opened. Shall we go and have a look?" Shun Hanyue pondered before responding. Lu Ming nodded, suddenly recalling that he had not spoken to Ji Xinkai for quite some time, and he wondered what that young man had been up to lately. Just as he thought of this, coincidentally, he received a message from Ji Xinkai as soon as class concluded. "Ji Xinkai, Lu Ming, what have you been doing recently?" Lu Ming observed the panic in Ji Xinkai's tone, feeling a sense of bewilderment. What could have caused this young man to be so flustered? It was the first time he had witnessed such a display of anxiety. "Lu Ming, I have been quite occupied with my studies lately. Is there something amiss?" "Ji Xinkai, it's a long story. I shall visit you tomorrow evening. Let us convene at our usual barbecue spot." "What is the matter?" Shun Hanyue inquired. "I am uncertain. Even that rascal Ji Xinkai seems oblivious to the situation. He refuses to divulge anything. So let us inquire further during our barbecue outing tomorrow." Lu Ming replied with a hint of exasperation. Upon hearing that Ji Xinkai was involved in some trouble, Shun Hanyue felt a twinge of concern. "I will accompany you tomorrow." The following day, Lu Ming dressed casually, planning to indulge Shun Hanyue with a few gifts. As he had previously only bought items for Guinan and had yet to purchase many clothes for Shun Hanyue. "Son, are you going out?" Lu Zhiping, perusing the newspaper downstairs, noticed Lu Ming's attire, which suggested he was about to leave. "Yes, I am going out with Shun Hanyue to explore a newly opened store." "Oh, a new store, is it? Do enjoy your outing," Lu Zhiping responded, his expression revealing understanding, leaving Lu Ming somewhat puzzled. Lu Zhiping harbored a fondness for Shun Hanyue, and he had never opposed Lu Ming's pursuit of romance. However, Guinan's incessant flirtation with Lu Ming left much to be desired, as she clearly did not possess virtuous qualities. This was why Lu Zhiping vehemently disapproved of Lu Ming purchasing gifts for Guinan. Upon learning that Lu Ming intended to go on a date with Shen Hanwei, Lu Zhiping was quite pleased. When going out with a young lady, it is imperative that she does not bear the expense. Here, take my card, Lu Zhiping cheerfully offered, presenting his card. No need, Dad. I have plenty of my own money, Lu Ming replied, as he typically refrained from spending extravagantly, and he had more than enough to treat Hanwei. Oh, my dear child. Your meager funds are hardly sufficient. Do take it, Lu Zhiping insisted, producing his black card and extending it towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming initially intended to decline. Yet Lu Zhiping, with unwavering determination, compelled him to accept it. All right, off you go, don't keep the young lady waiting, Lu Zhiping said with a cheerful smile. Lu Ming accompanied Shen Hanyu to the newly opened mall, where a throng of people bustled about, and an abundance of goods was on display. Particularly, the array of handbags and jewelry captivated Shen Hanyu, her eyes sparkling with delight. "Ah Ming, there are so many beautiful items," she exclaimed, flitting about like an excited little bird, glancing left and right. In Chapter 59, The Rectification of Superficiality, Shen Hanyu's gaze was immediately drawn to a striking pearl necklace. Upon seeing the price tag nearby, she was utterly astonished. This seemingly ordinary necklace cost 3,000? Although Shen Hanyu's family was somewhat more affluent than the average household, this price was still exorbitant for her, and she ultimately decided to forego the purchase. Lu Ming discerned Shen Hanyu's thoughts. If it were Gu Yinan, she would purchase not merely 3,000 but even 10,000 without a second glance, as it would be her own expense. And Gu Yinan would not mind spending a single penny. "Don't worry, Hanwei. If you like it, I shall buy it for you," Lu Ming declared. Upon hearing his words, Shen Hanyu felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. Lu Ming was exceedingly kind to her, considering he was willing to purchase such an expensive necklace. However, she harbored some reservations, not wishing for Lu Ming to spend so much on her. "Isn't this a bit inappropriate, Ah Ming? It's quite extravagant," Shen Hanwei hesitated to say. "What is wrong with that? I came out specifically to treat you. I certainly can't expect you to pay for it yourself," Lu Ming replied. "Ah Ming, your words are more than enough." Shen Hanwei felt deeply moved. Even her parents would not indulge her in such a manner. Yet, she decided against it, thinking that the necklace wasn't truly that remarkable. While Shen Hanwei adored the necklace, she did not want Lu Ming to bear such expenses, thus she gently pulled him away, feeling touched that he would express such willingness to spend on her. Lu Ming discerned Shen Hanyu's thoughts, contemplating how naive she truly was. "Shall we take a look at some clothes?" he suggested upon noticing a women's clothing store, its exquisite garments captivating his attention. The shop, adorned in opulent decor, clearly catered to a luxury clientele. "I must say, that woman just now looked so shabby, yet she meandered here for ages without purchasing a single item," a saleswoman clad in a uniform remarked with indignation. "What do these penniless customers expect? They find a 5,000 yuan dress too expensive. If they can't afford it, they might as well shop for second-hand goods beneath the overpass," she continued with a scathing tone. "Enough of this chatter. We have customers approaching." The saleswoman turned her gaze toward Shen Hanyue and Lu Ming as they entered the store. Spotting Lu Ming's modest attire, she internally concluded he was yet another impoverished patron. "Excuse me, may I try on this white long dress?" Shen Hanwei inquired, her eyes fixed on a beautiful piece. The saleswoman scrutinized Shen Hanwei from head to toe, realizing she was not particularly affluent. Although she did not appear destitute, the saleswoman nonetheless rolled her eyes. "Madam, this dress is rather expensive, 15,000 yuan. If you can't afford it, perhaps you should refrain from trying it on?" Taken aback by the saleswoman's harsh words, Shen Hanyue was momentarily speechless. "What do you mean by that?" Lu Ming queried with a stoic expression, though his eyes glinted with a hint of menace. The saleswoman, sensing the intimidation in Lu Ming's demeanor, felt a slight tremor of fear but maintained her haughty facade. "What? Am I mistaken? Ah Ming, perhaps we should just leave," Shen Hanyue whispered, tugging at Lu Ming's sleeve, feeling apprehensive about potential conflict. The saleswoman's expression was one of impatience, her eyes filled with disdain. "So you believe I cannot afford this 15,000 yuan dress?" Lu Ming, having lived as a wealthy second generation for an extended period, found it rather disconcerting to be told that he could not afford a piece of clothing. "Could you possibly afford it?" The sales clerk, upon hearing Lu Ming's remark, felt a twinge of fear. Could this individual truly be affluent? Surely not. One's intuition in assessing others is seldom mistaken. Lu Ming casually picked up a garment from the hanger and inquired, "How much is this?" The sales attendant, slightly anxious, urged, "Please put it down quickly. What if you soil it? Can you afford to pay for it?" Lu Ming directly threw the garment onto the ground and stepped on it. "I cannot afford this. Summon your boss to speak with me at once." Lu Ming's expression was devoid of emotion, emanating an aura of formidable power that momentarily intimidated the salesperson and other patrons in the store. You are finished. Just wait." The salesperson exclaimed furiously before hastily seeking out his superior. "What should we do now?" Shen Hanwei asked, her voice tinged with panic. "Fear not," Lu Ming replied, unperturbed. "If compensation is necessary, so be it. However, I shall not acquiesce to the arrogance of such a pretentious clerk." "What has transpired?" inquired a middle-aged man clad in a tailored suit as he approached. "Boss, this destitute fool has ruined our clothing. And that piece was a limited edition worth 100,000. The salesperson, upon spotting the manager, rushed to voice his grievances. "What? A limited edition?" The manager's astonishment was palpable. Such exclusive garments yielded the highest profit margins, and he was determined to see this matter through. Yet, upon laying eyes on Lu Ming, his bravado evaporated, leaving only sheer surprise etched across his face. "Boss, what is the matter?" The clerk had anticipated the manager would demand restitution from Lu Ming, but instead, the boss stood there, lost in thought, gazing at Lu Ming. What could possibly be unfolding? "You are Lu Ming, the son of Lu Zhiping, are you not?" the manager asked, his astonishment evident. Lu Ming was somewhat taken aback. He did not recognize this individual, yet it appeared that this person was acquainted with him. "Is it me? What is the matter?" "My goodness, you came out to shop in person. If you have a preference, simply let me deliver it to you. Why come here to browse?" The manager, shedding his earlier irritation, now donned a demeanor of flattery, leaving the previously arrogant sales clerk utterly astonished. "Boss, how could he possibly dirty our limited edition garments?" The sales clerk attempted to voice a complaint, only to be silenced by a fierce glare from the manager, forcing the words back down his throat. "Do you know my father?" Lu Ming inquired, genuinely unaware of this person's identity. "Indeed, I am your Uncle Liang. I even held you when you were just a child," the manager replied, his face alight with joy. The sales clerk was taken aback by the manager's unusual warmth towards Lu Ming. It was common knowledge that the manager usually exuded an air of authority, never engaging in such friendly discourse, especially with someone as young as Lu Ming. "Hello, Uncle Liang. My friend Han Yue and I came here to purchase clothes. But your sales staff not only refused to let us try anything on but also claimed we could not afford your items. Is this your establishment's way of treating customers?" Although Lu Ming's tone was not harsh, it was evident that he was not inclined to let this matter slide. "What is going on?" Manager Liang inquired, a hint of displeasure in his voice. "I apologize, sir. I will fetch the appropriate size for your girlfriend right away." Chapter 60. All from the Lu family. Shen Hanyue did not anticipate such a drastic shift in circumstances. The sales clerk, who had just been mocking her, was now respectfully offering her the chance to try on clothes. "All right, go ahead and change," Lu Ming said indulgently as he watched Shen Hanwei holding the garment. She felt a surreal sensation. "Miss, allow me to escort you to the fitting room," the sales clerk offered. Shen Hanwei was astonished at the duality of human nature. The sales clerk who had just ridiculed her was now serving her with utmost courtesy, leaving her feeling somewhat uneasy. "Thank you for your help," she replied. Despite the sales clerk's previous harshness, the sales clerk accompanied Shen Hanwei to the fitting room, and shortly thereafter, she returned, her transformation evident. "Am I looking good, Ming?" Shen Hanwei asked shyly. Her appearance captivated Manager Liang, who recognized the remarkable potential in her. Shen Hanwei's fair complexion made the garment shine even more brilliantly. With the keen eye of a shrewd businessman, Manager Liang envisioned a significant opportunity if only Shen Hanwei could model for him. She needed only to don these outfits to showcase their beauty. Any young lady who beheld Shen Hanwei in these garments would surely be compelled to purchase them. "Xiao Ming, is your girlfriend a model? These garments appear exceedingly exquisite on your girlfriend." Lu Ming also smiled. Indeed, Han Yu looked exquisite in such attire, accentuating her fair skin and slender figure, resembling a fairy unique to a celestial realm. She was undeniably beautiful, for Han Yu was inherently lovely. Lu Ming unabashedly lavished her with compliments. Upon hearing Boss Liang's unreserved praise, Shen Hanyu's cheeks flushed, especially when Boss Liang referred to her as Lu Ming's girlfriend. And Lu Ming did not refute it. Shen Hanyu felt a delightful sweetness in her heart. "It's all right," she humbly replied, her face still aglow. "All right. We shall purchase it," Lu Ming declared, producing his black card. The sales clerk's eyes sparkled at the sight of the card. After all, It was a black card. How many individuals in Qingyang City possessed one? She realized with dismay that she had mistaken a wealthy patron for a mere pauper, and had even dared to speak with derision. Terrified, the sales clerk wondered if Lu Ming would seek retribution for her disrespect. The boss treated Lu Ming with utmost reverence, indicating that he was indeed a person of significance, and she had foolishly angered such an important figure. Shen Hanyu felt a mix of confusion when Lu Ming offered to buy her the dress, for it was exceedingly expensive. Although Lu Ming's family was affluent, she did not wish to burden him with excessive spending. Ming, perhaps we should reconsider. It's simply too extravagant. Let us explore other options, she suggested. Neither the sales clerk nor Boss Liang anticipated Shen Hanyu's response. Typically, when a wealthy man like Lu Ming willingly spends on a woman, she would be overjoyed to accept, yet Shen Hanyu was resolute in her desire to save him money. Boss Liang was increasingly impressed by her demeanor. Initially, he had assumed she was a gold digger, eager to latch onto a wealthy heir like Lu Ming. But he was pleasantly surprised to find that she had no intention of squandering his wealth. You look splendid, and I am fond of it, so please do not hesitate, Lu Ming insisted. Kindly wrap it up for us, thank you. As she witnessed Lu Ming's assertive nature, Shen Hanyu's heart raced. He truly dotes on her. Very well. The sales clerk felt elated at Lu Ming's words, as the commission from this sale would be substantial. Wait, Boss Liang interrupted the sales clerk. Xiao Ming, how can I allow you to spend? Please, take your time to choose whatever you desire. It will all be on me. The sales clerk's eyes widened in disbelief at her boss's proclamation. Was he out of his mind? Giving away so many garments could result in significant losses. Uncle Liang, surely this is not appropriate. Lu Ming remarked that although Uncle Liang was acquainted with his father, their relationship was not particularly close, and he did not wish to be indebted to anyone. How could that be? Mr. Liang responded with a smile characteristic of a businessman. After all, we are all family. The opportunity for me to open a store here is a gift bestowed by your father. I am immensely grateful. At this point, Lu Ming appeared somewhat bewildered. He could not comprehend the connection between Mr. Liang's store and his father. Uncle Liang, you flatter me. What does your store have to do with my father? Mr. Liang, taken aback by Lu Ming's question, was equally perplexed. Huh? Isn't this entire mall under your father's name? My ability to open a store here is entirely due to your father's influence. Observing Lu Ming's bewildered expression led Mr. Liang to realize something. Has your father not informed you? At this moment, Shen Hanwei and the sales assistant were astounded. Although Shen Hanwei was aware that Lu Ming came from a wealthy family, she had no idea of the immense power the Lu family possessed. The revenue generated by such a luxurious building in a single minute was likely beyond what an ordinary person could earn. The sales assistant was taken aback, her smile faltering. She had assumed Lu Ming was merely an ordinary second-generation wealthy individual, yet this entire building belonged to him. Now, she wished she could slap her own face. Had she realized how affluent Lu Ming was, perhaps she could have endeavored to gain his favor? Oh, right, Lu Ming suddenly recalled. This indeed belongs to my family. Mr. Liang was astonished by Lu Ming's nonchalant attitude. Was he so unfazed by such a significant revelation? This was not entirely Lu Ming's fault, as his family's vast wealth rendered it rather unremarkable. Uncle Liang, regardless, I cannot allow myself to owe you a favor. Uncle Liang regarded Lu Ming with admiration, seeing in him a reflection of Lu Zhiping's former self. Xiao Ming, actually, I was hoping your girlfriend could assist me with a small favor, Mr. Liang stated candidly. What do you need my help with? Shen Hanyue inquired, puzzled. Well, while our store specializes in luxury brands, the recognition of our brand is still quite low, Mr. Liang sighed. Would you be willing to serve as a model for our brand? You wouldn't have to do much, just wear our store's clothing and take a stroll. You can wear whichever piece you like, and if anyone asks for a link, simply introduce them to our store. The compensation will be quite favorable. Chapter 61. The pearl necklace. Shen Hanyue appeared somewhat at a loss. Can I really do that? I have never done anything like this before, Shen Hanyue hesitantly remarked. However, the prospect of earning some pocket money and donning beautiful attire stirred her interest. What girl wouldn't be enchanted by such a notion? Yet, her lack of experience in such endeavors made her anxious about her ability to succeed. Do not worry, Lu Ming observed her hesitation. If you wish to do it, then go ahead. His reassuring words eased Shen Hanyue's concerns, for besides her family, she trusted Lu Ming the most. All right, I am willing to participate. The enthusiasm in Boss Liang's eyes was palpable upon hearing Shen Hanyue's acceptance. With a beauty like hers to serve as a model, he was certain that substantial profits awaited him. Wonderful. You there. Boss Liang pointed to his sales clerk. Pack all our new arrivals for Lu Ming's girlfriend. Ah, certainly. The sales clerk promptly set to work. Ultimately, Shinhanwe did not change back into her own clothes. Instead, she emerged from the store clad in a stunning, pure white gown, her arms laden with an assortment of bags filled with new garments. So many clothes. I am so thrilled, Shinhanwe exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she admired the numerous bags, for every girl adores such apparel and accessories. Clad in that exquisite outfit, she drew the attention of many customers browsing the store. That girl is so beautiful. I wish I could get her WeChat. Forget it. Did you not notice the handsome guy beside her? He must surely be her boyfriend. Sigh. The clothes they bought are not cheap at all. How could they afford so many? A perfect match. And he is so wealthy, how can anyone compete? Lu Ming merely smiled upon hearing the conversations of those around him. Time is of the essence. Let us seek out Ji Shenkai. Certainly, Shun Hanyuan nodded in agreement. The group arrived at the barbecue stall frequently visited by Ji Shenkai and Lu Ming, where Ji had already been waiting for quite some time. What is the matter? Lu Ming inquired curiously upon noticing Ji Shenkai's serious demeanor. Lu Ming, Ji Shenkai exclaimed with the fervor of one who has encountered a savior upon seeing Lu Ming. I have found my true love. Ji Shenkai's expression was one of exhilaration, as if he had stumbled upon a beacon of hope. Lu Ming was momentarily taken aback. It was the first time he had witnessed this young man in such a state of excitement. In his previous life, Ji Shenkai had never even entertained the notion of a romantic relationship. Indeed, it was akin to a millennium-old iron tree blossoming. What is going on? Have you finally found someone you adore? Lu Ming inquired, astonished. Precisely. That is why I require your guidance on matters of love, Ji Shenkai replied. Lu Ming felt somewhat bewildered, unable to comprehend why such a matter had befallen him. After all, he had yet to experience love in either of his lifetimes. In his previous life, he had been preoccupied with fawning over Guin An, which certainly did not count as a genuine romance. In this current life, although he was no longer in the role of a sycophant towards Guin An, his relationship with Hanyu had yet to be formally established. Lu Ming gazed at Shinhanwe, recognizing that there was no urgency to pursue a relationship with her at this moment, especially since she was preoccupied with the impending college entrance examination. Any developments could certainly wait until after the exams. However, what on earth is happening, Jigo? Shinhanwe was nearly at her wit's end. It was her first encounter with Ji Shenkai in love. Recently, a girl transferred to our class, Ji Shenkai began, and she has captured my interest. And then, Lu Ming inquired further. I added her on WeChat, but she seems rather aloof. What have you discussed with her? Shun Hanyue felt an ominous premonition creeping in. Ji Shenkai shared their chat history with Shun Hanyue and Lu Ming, and upon reading it, they were taken aback. Ji Shenkai, hello? Qin Zishuan, hi. Ji Shenkai, what are you doing? Qin Zishuan, eating. Ji Shenkai, what are you having? Qin Zishuan, ramen. Ji Shenkai, how much is the ramen? Qin Zishuan, 10 yuan. Ji Shenkai, is it delicious? Qin Zishuan, it's average. Ji Shenkai, did you order a large or small portion? How well done is it? Are you having anything else? Did you drink any beverages? Have you finished eating? Ji Shenkai continued with a plethora of trivial inquiries, leaving Shinhanwe and Lu Ming utterly speechless. Ji Shenkai was indeed a quintessentially straightforward man. Had he directed such questions to Guin An, she would have blocked him countless times by now. Qin Zishuan must possess remarkable patience to respond to Ji Shenkai's mundane queries. Jigo, you are exceedingly oblivious, Shinhanwe remarked, exasperated. She had always known Ji Shenkai to be rather blunt, yet she never expected him to reach such an extreme level of obliviousness. If there were tiers of obliviousness, Ji Shenkai had undoubtedly ascended to the pinnacle. I merely wish to know her better. Ji Shenkai was oblivious to how his behavior was quite bewildering. If you wish to pursue this girl further, you must at least invite her out to meet in person. Lu Ming patiently explained, urging understanding that one should not incessantly inquire. Furthermore, girls are particularly fond of sweet words from boys. One cannot merely bombard them with trivial questions. Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, Ji Shenkai experienced an epiphany, realizing that courting a girl entailed more subtleties than he had assumed, believing that merely conversing with her would suffice. Shall I invite her out for dinner now? Ji Shenkai suggested, promptly darting away to message the girl. Shun Hanyue watched Ji Shenkai with a hint of concern, pondering whether his approach would truly yield favorable results. If he continued down this path, he risked a solitary existence. Ming, you say, Shun Hanyue began, but was interrupted by a sudden chill against her neck. She quickly turned to find a beloved pearl necklace from the mall adorning her. Ming, Shinhanwe exclaimed, momentarily speechless, having long forgotten about the necklace. She was astonished that Lu Ming had secretly purchased it for her. It is likely that girls cherish those who remember their words and surprise them with thoughtful gestures. Do you like it? Lu Ming inquired, gazing at Shen Hanwei with a smile. He had initially intended to buy it outright, but Shen Hanwei had persistently deterred him. Thus, he had seized the opportunity to acquire it while she was momentarily distracted. Ming, Shen Hanwei said, deeply touched, her eyes glistening with tears. Lu Ming's kindness made her feel unworthy of such affection. Chapter 62. Deservedly single. Observing the redness in Shen Hanwei's eyes, Lu Ming felt somewhat at a loss. Silly girl. Why are you crying? He asked. It's nothing. It's just that Ming is too good to me, Shen Hanwei replied. Admiring the pearl necklace that sparkled under the lights, realizing that it was a gift from Ming. What does this mean? Lu Ming felt somewhat helpless. He had not done anything significant, yet this foolish girl was so moved. In the past, when he had been a sycophant for Gu Yinan, such gestures had failed to impress her at all. Whatever you fancy in the future, I shall procure for you, he jested. And after gifting you a mere pearl necklace. You are already so touched. Imagine when I present you with a diamond ring. You might faint from joy. I certainly wouldn't. In response to Lu Ming's teasing, Shen Hanwei indeed ceased her tears, pouting defiantly. Good news. Ji Shenkai exclaimed joyfully, brandishing his phone. Zishuan, she agreed. She said she has time to come out right now. Really? Shen Hanwei was genuinely happy for Ji Shenkai, sensing that there was still hope for the girl in him. She said she would be here shortly. Initially overwhelmed with excitement, Ji Shenkai's anticipation soon morphed into anxiety at the thought of his goddess approaching. Lu Ming, Hanwei, what should I do? I'm so nervous. Don't worry. Just watch for our cues when the time comes, Lu Ming advised. Remember, avoid asking random questions. Shen Hanwei urged. Absolutely. I shall leave it to my brother's performance. Ji Shenkai replied, giving an okay gesture. The group ordered a delightful array of dishes, including lamb skewers, grilled fish, pork belly, and chicken legs, accompanied by grilled eggplant, cauliflower, and corn. Shortly after placing their order, the sizzling, aromatic meats arrived, yet Ji Shenkai did not touch a single bite, his eyes scanning eagerly for the arrival of his goddess. Lu Ming has been close friends with Ji Shenkai since childhood, yet this is the first time he has seen Ji Shenkai in such a manner. After a while, a girl wearing a mask stepped out of a taxi, and as soon as Ji Shenkai laid eyes on her, his expression brightened. She has arrived. Ji Shenkai eagerly waved at the girl. Zishuan, over here. The moment Ji Shenkai spotted Qin Zishuan, it was as if he had discovered a treasure, his eyes sparkling with delight. Upon seeing Ji Shenkai, Qin Zishuan made her way toward them. Zishuan, these are my two childhood friends, Lu Ming and Han Yu. This is Zishuan. Ji Shenkai introduced Qin Zishuan to Shen Hanwei and Lu Ming. Qin Zishuan sported a high ponytail, her long hair cascading down to her waist. While she may not have been breathtakingly beautiful, she possessed a gentle charm that became more captivating upon closer inspection. Hello, I am Lu Ming. Lu Ming said as he and Shen Hanwei stood up. I am Shen Hanwei, pleased to meet you. Although Qin Zishuan's demeanor was not overly enthusiastic, she politely nodded in acknowledgement. Greetings, I am Qin Zishuan. Lu Ming noticed that Qin Zishuan was somewhat reticent, perhaps due to their lack of familiarity. As the group sat down to dine, an uncomfortable silence enveloped them, prompting Lu Ming to discreetly signal to Ji Shenkai. Receiving Lu Ming's glance, Ji Shenkai quickly turned to Qin Zishuan and inquired, Zishuan, how did you arrive here? Lu Ming, Shen Hanwei. Ji Shenkai had utterly failed to grasp Lu Ming's intention. Lu Ming was subtly urging Ji Shenkai to order some dishes for Qin Zishuan, yet Ji Shenkai clearly remained oblivious to this notion. Lu Ming noticed that Qin Zishuan's right eye twitched, yet she remained composed and answered earnestly. By taxi. Qin Zishuan felt somewhat exasperated. Wasn't that a redundant question? She had just alighted from a cab. What kind of car? Ji Shenkai believed he had stumbled upon a splendid topic to discuss. Enough, Ji Gil. Shen Hanwei could no longer bear it. Can't you ask something more pertinent? Ji Shenkai then realized the implication of her words. Hanwei, please eat more. Lu Ming discreetly placed a morsel of meat and vegetables onto Shen Hanwei's plate, hoping to convey to Ji Shenkai the futility of his incessant inquiries. The moment Ji Shenkai witnessed Lu Ming's gesture towards Shen Hanwei, a sudden clarity washed over him. He finally grasped Lu Ming's intention. Zishuan, Ji Shenkai exclaimed. Lu Ming and Shen Hanwei gazed expectantly at Ji Shenkai. Qin Zishuan responded, turning her attention to Ji Shenkai. You appear to be slightly heavier than Hanwei. Perhaps you should indulge in more vegetables and refrain from consuming meat. With that, She served Qin Zixuan a helping of cold dishes. At this point, Lu Ming and Shen Hanwei were utterly speechless, feeling completely at a loss. Qin Zixuan weighed no more than 90 pounds at most. And the weight of a girl is often a sensitive subject. Ji Xinkai's blunt remark about her weight was truly a misstep of epic proportions. Lu Ming pressed his forehead in contemplation, pondering the peculiar intellect of Ji Xinkai, who was destined to remain single. Qin Zixuan fell into a prolonged silence, and Ji Xinkai, who initially considered himself quite the gentleman, began to feel an unusual discomfort in the face of her extended quietude. Zixuan, what troubles you? He inquired. Yet, Qin Zixuan remained mute. Zixuan? You're being insufferable. Qin Zixuan, who had just moments ago exuded gentleness, suddenly interrupted Ji Xinkai with a loud outburst. Her voice startled both Lu Ming and Shen Hanwei, drawing the attention of patrons at nearby tables. Zixuan, what has come over you? Ji Xinkai was taken aback. Having assumed his goddess was a paragon of tenderness, he was utterly unprepared for this unexpected side of her. Qin Zixuan, casting aside her previous demeanor, casually flicked her long ponytail and adopted a cold expression. I traveled a great distance to find you, expecting some improvement. Yet here you are, still prattling on about trivialities. She exclaimed in fury, leaving Ji Xinkai utterly speechless, astonished by her transformation. Zixuan, what is wrong? Are you unwell? Ji Xinkai stammered, at a loss for words. Unwell? You say? You insufferable straight man. You ask me a million questions just to add me on WeChat. Am I your reporter? You inquire about everything. And even when I answer, you keep asking. I was pleased to be invited to dinner, yet here you are, still interrogating me. Qin Zixuan finally unveiled her irritable nature, voicing her grievances about Ji Xinkai's incessant pestering over the past few days. Ji Xinkai stood in shock, his gentle goddess having morphed into an irate woman. Typically the school-s delinquent, his expression was now one of bewilderment, and Lu Ming regarded him with a tinge of sympathy. Honestly, what a waste of my time. I'm leaving, Qin Zixuan declared, swiftly switching back to her earlier gentle demeanor as she turned to Shen Hanwei and Lu Ming. Thank you both for your hospitality. I shall return home now. It was a pleasure meeting you. With a dismissive glance at Ji Xinkai, she grabbed her bag and departed. Chapter 63. Cheating? Ji Xinkai remained rooted in place, still grappling with the shocking transformation of his goddess into a tempestuous figure. Ji Gil, what are you dawdling for? Go after her, Shen Hanwei admonished, exasperated. Oh, right. Ji Xinkai finally realized he ought to pursue Qin Zixuan and hurriedly dashed off. Honestly, if he carries on like this, he may never find love. Shen Hanwei began to fret for Ji Xinkai's future. Lu Ming smiled. Shen Hanwei believed that Ji Xinkai would end up lonely and alone. But Lu Ming held a different view. Qin Zixuan still harbored some interest in Ji Xinkai. Otherwise, she would not have anticipated his performance. Lu Ming chose not to disclose his inner thoughts to Shen Hanwei and instead stood up to settle the bill. All right, let us return home, Hanwei, Lu Ming said as he took Shen Hanwei's hand. She responded with a soft and walked hand in hand with Lu Ming onto the bustling street. Although Lu Ming and Ji Xinkai grew up together, Shen Hanwei genuinely felt that the emotional intelligence of these two individuals was worlds apart. If only Ji Xinkai possessed even half of Lu Ming's qualities, he would have no trouble finding a partner. The two of them hailed a taxi and took their seats in the back, while the driver, along with Shen Hanwei and Lu Ming, sat quietly in the vehicle. Shen Hanwei thought it inappropriate to hold Lu Ming's hand at that moment, feeling a touch of embarrassment with the driver present. Yet, Lu Ming did not release her hand, and she had no desire to part from him either. Their hands remained intertwined until they reached her home. Before she could fully grasp the moment, Lu Ming spoke gently. Let us head back. We have school tomorrow, so you should get some rest. Reluctantly, Shen Hanwei let go of Lu Ming's hand, wishing they could remain together. If they ended up living together, such dilemmas would cease to exist. It dawned on Shen Hanwei that, despite not officially being a couple, she was already contemplating the idea of cohabitation. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment at such a sentimental thought, prompting her to swiftly pat her face to regain her composure. The following day, Lu Ming and Shen Hanwei arrived at the classroom as usual. Alas, our exam papers have been graded. Did you hear? One classmate exclaimed. What? So soon? I feel like I haven't even lived enough yet. I performed terribly this time. If my mother finds out, my doom will be imminent. Haha. When have you ever performed well? Get lost. You're just rubbing salt in my wounds. Shen Hanwei listened to her classmates' discussions with a growing sense of concern. Lu Ming, why were the results released so quickly? I'm a bit worried about not doing well this time. Lu Ming gazed at her with a hint of helplessness. In her previous life, Hanyu had ranked among the top few in the city during the college entrance examination. Thus, her claim of not performing well was likely a standard that others could scarcely aspire to. Lu Ming, I advise you to cease your futile struggles and accept your fate as the last in the rankings. Zhao Jin had approached without Lu Ming noticing. Each time results were announced, he felt compelled to belittle Lu Ming, as Lu Ming consistently occupied the last position, while Zhao Jin was merely second to last. Therefore, prior to the release of results, Zhao Jin always took the opportunity to deride Lu Ming. However, due to the influence of Ji Shenkai, Zhao Jin was now hesitant to be excessively harsh. Reflecting on Ji Shenkai, Lu Ming recalled how he had pursued Qin Zixuan the day before, wondering how that young man was faring with his goddess. Oh, it appears you will now be in last place, Lu Ming remarked coldly, devoid of any emotional inflection. Zhao Jin's provocation seemed ineffective. Lu Ming's unwavering demeanor left Zhao Jin perplexed. Why was it that Lu Ming exhibited no signs of embarrassment or anger? Presently, Wang He had chosen not to provoke Lu Ming, leaving Zhao Jin alone in his attempts to taunt Lu Ming, which diminished his bravado considerably. Just then, their homeroom teacher, Lu Zhan, entered the classroom, prompting Zhao Jin to retreat in defeat. All right, the results are in. I will announce everyone's scores, Lu Zhan declared, holding a stack of exam papers. Upon hearing the results were about to be revealed, a wave of lamentations arose from the students. Now, I shall begin with the top scorer. Lu Zhan adjusted his glasses, preparing to read. The first place goes to student Shen Hanyue with a score of 735, making her the top student in our school. Let us all congratulate her. As soon as the words left Lu Zhan's mouth, all the students turned in astonishment toward Shen Hanyue, who had not only been exceptionally beautiful, but also academically gifted. Shen Hanyue had never boasted about her past academic achievements. Leading her classmates to assume she was merely an average student, they were utterly surprised by her remarkable performance. Shen Hanyue herself was pleasantly astonished, realizing she had made progress compared to her previous school, which would surely delight her mother. The second place went to class president Lu Zihao with a commendable score of 710. Upon hearing his results, Lu Zihao exhaled a sigh of relief. Lu Zhan continued reading through the list, revealing a mix of emotions among the students as they heard their scores. Guinan, 590 points. Inan, you have clearly not been in your best form lately. I hope you take heed. Upon hearing her score, Guinan's complexion paled further. Her recent daydreaming about Lu Ming had affected her performance, leading to a significant drop from her usual scores above 650. I understand, teacher, she replied. Wang He, 350 points. Although this score is low, you have made a remarkable improvement of 50 places. Keep up the good work. Zhao Jin stared at Wang He in astonishment, realizing that Wang He had been secretly striving to better himself. What could be more disheartening than witnessing a brother compete against himself? Wang He cast a confident glance at Guinan's retreating figure, his eyes brimming with pride. Lu Ming, observing this spectacle, found himself perplexed by Wang He's intentions. Zhao Jin, with a score of 230, perhaps you should contemplate your future endeavors, the homeroom teacher remarked, his expression reflecting disdain whenever Zhao Jin's name was mentioned. Zhao Jin, who not only neglected his studies but also consistently deducted points from the class, was a source of significant irritation for the teacher. Embarrassed, Zhao Jin lowered his gaze, aware that Lu Ming would be the next subject of discussion, as had been the routine previously. However, to Zhao Jin's surprise, Lu Zhan did not continue with his remarks but instead took out the textbook to commence the lesson. Teacher, you haven't mentioned Lu Ming's score yet, Zhao Jin queried, a hint of curiosity in his tone. Upon hearing this, a flicker of hesitation crossed Lu Zhan's face. He had intended to speak with Lu Ming privately after class, but since Zhao Jin had already inquired, he felt compelled to respond. There are suspicions of cheating regarding Lu Ming's score, hence it will not be included in the records. Lu Ming, please come to the office after class. A wave of astonishment swept through the classroom. The revelation of Lu Ming cheating was shocking, despite his previous poor performance. Lu Ming had never engaged in such misconduct, and the penalties for cheating in a senior high school examination were severe. Chapter 64, Proving Innocence That's Impossible. How could a Ming possibly cheat? Shen Hanwei exclaimed, her surprise palpable. She had never anticipated such an accusation. Her faith in Lu Ming's character was unwavering, especially since he had been diligently studying lately. All right, we will discuss this matter in my office after class. Now, let us begin the lesson. Despite Shen Hanyue's desire to voice her thoughts, Lu Ming gently interjected. Enough, Hanwei, please take your seat, he said calmly. as though it were Shen Hanyue facing the false accusation rather than himself. Though concerned for Lu Ming, Shen Hanyue complied and sat down upon hearing him speak. When the bell rang, Lu Ming made his way to the office. Initially, Shen Hanyue intended to accompany him, but Lu Ming declined her presence. Reasoning that it was not an awards ceremony necessitating a crowd, Lu Ming called out to report and then entered the office. Several teachers inside were holding Lu Ming's exam papers, their expressions somewhat grave. Among them was Pang and Lu Ming. Speak, Pang said with a hint of derision. Did you cheat? Absolutely not, Lu Ming replied emphatically, as he would never admit to something he did not do. Lu Zhen also harbored doubts about Lu Ming's character, as he had undergone significant changes recently. Yet the inexplicable nature of Lu Ming's results could not be overlooked. You're talking nonsense, Pang shouted loudly. Do you honestly believe that someone who perpetually ranks at the bottom could score so highly? You didn't even take your own performance into account while cheating. The dean, Li Zhenghua, was present as well, and he frowned slightly. He genuinely wished to inquire how Lu Ming had managed to improve so remarkably in such a short time. However, with Pang adamantly accusing Lu Ming of cheating, Li Zhenghua felt compelled to classify Lu Ming's paper as questionable. Lu Ming, the teachers trust that you did not intend to cheat. If you confess to cheating, we can consider a lighter punishment. Rest assured, we would never defame any student, Li Zhenghua assured him. Pang Laosher, do you believe I cheated? Lu Ming turned to Pang An. Those who have nothing to hide fear no accusation. Do you dare claim I cheated? Pang An asked, emboldened. What evidence do you have that I cheated? Lu Ming replied coldly, his words devoid of warmth, causing the other teachers to momentarily pause. Since you believe I cheated, does that imply the invigilator has said so? Lu Ming inquired. He looked towards the invigilator, seeking confirmation in her gaze. No, I can assure you, Lu Ming did not cheat during the exam, the invigilator stated. Although she was also taken aback by Lu Ming's results, her eyes conveyed her unwavering belief in his integrity. Then he must have stolen the questions, Pang An insisted, hastily throwing accusations at Lu Ming with unshakable conviction. You don't understand. This boy openly defied me in class, claiming that if he ranked in the top 200, I should resign. That is his motive for cheating. Lu Zhen frowned slightly upon hearing Pang An's remarks, as he despised when other teachers publicly declared concerns about students in his class. It felt like a slap in the face. Pang Laosher, let us not rush to judgment. I know this child very well. Aside from his infatuation, he truly has no significant flaws. Perhaps this is all a misunderstanding? Lu Zhen defended Lu Ming. Enough, teachers. Can you at least tell me what score I achieved? Lu Ming asked. What score? You dare to inquire about the marks you obtained through cheating? Pang An continued to point fingers, even mentioning Lu Ming's parents. Did your parents bring you here to encourage you to cheat? You are a student. Yet do you not see how you present yourself as one? Pang An wished to continue speaking, but was interrupted by Lu Ming's timing. You fell silent. As Lu Ming turned to Lu Zhen and inquired, Teacher, what score did I achieve? Although Lu Zhen hesitated momentarily, he ultimately handed the test paper to Lu Ming. Lu Ming gazed at his mathematics examination paper, where the striking figure of 143 was inscribed in red ink, nearly approaching a perfect score. Lu Ming continued to examine his scores. Chinese 132, English 95, History 85, Geography 89, and Political Science 92, with a total of 636 points. Yet, his rank stood at 187th. Lu Ming gazed at his results with a sense of satisfaction, for the final problem of the mathematics quiz was not particularly challenging, and he managed to solve it. Although he lost points on 2 questions due to a momentary lapse in focus, and aside from his lingering uncertainties in English, achieving this score marked a significant improvement for him. Teacher Pang, since you are so resolute in accusing me of cheating, why not grant me another opportunity to prove my innocence? Lu Ming remarked slowly upon reviewing his score. What opportunity? Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, Lu Zhen became increasingly convinced that Lu Ming had indeed not engaged in any dishonest behavior, prompting her to inquire eagerly. I hope to request that every teacher present observe me as I once again tackle this examination paper. If I manage to attain the same score, then I would require Teacher Pang to restore my reputation. How can that be possible? Is our time to be squandered? Pang An was the first to express his discontent, as an instinctual warning echoed within him, urging him to reject Lu Ming's request without hesitation. Teacher Pang, this is the only way we can substantiate Lu Ming's innocence. Lu Zhen replied, her dissatisfaction evident. Lu Zhen detested unfounded accusations, and Pang An's unwavering insistence on Lu Ming's alleged dishonesty irked her greatly. The fact that Pang was unwilling to allow Lu Ming the chance to vindicate himself only intensified her frustration. Initially, he had professed a commitment to justice, vowing not to let any student cheat. Yet now he was obstructing Lu Ming's opportunity to clear his name. What was his true intention? Enough. Li Jinghua interjected. I support Lu Ming's proposal. Let us grant him this opportunity to prove his innocence. Director. How can this be? Pang, taken aback by the director's agreement, protested in alarm. Teacher Pang, you may voice your objections later. Conveniently, I have extra papers here. Lu Ming, you may begin now, Li Jinghua stated. Lu Ming nodded, took the paper, and began to work on it, while several teachers nearby held their breath, intently observing him. Lu Ming quickly found his rhythm and began working diligently, having thoroughly mastered the method of problem-solving that Wang Lifeng had assigned to him. Despite the presence of several teachers observing him closely, Lu Ming remained entirely unfazed. For other students, the scrutiny of these teachers, even without any wrongdoing, would undoubtedly induce some pressure. However, Lu Ming felt no such burden. Instead, he answered the questions with remarkable speed, leaving the teachers in a state of astonishment. Chapter 65. Originally intended to remain low-key, Pang gazed in astonishment at Lu Ming's swift pace. How could this young man work so rapidly? A closer inspection revealed that Lu Ming's answers perfectly matched the correct solutions. Had Lu Ming not intended to cheat, Pang would have certainly suspected that he had memorized the answers. Lu Ming's second attempt was markedly more adept than his first, at times. He could discern the correct answers with just a fleeting glance. This time, he paid particular attention to the two questions he had previously answered incorrectly and rectified them accordingly. Goodness, even the top student in the grade could hardly achieve such speed. The teachers from various subjects nearby marveled in astonishment. Pang's face gradually paled, while Li Jinghua felt a surge of excitement upon seeing Lu Ming's answer sheet. Previously, when he had heard about Lu Ming's aspirations for a direct admission, he had deemed such dreams impossible. However, upon witnessing Lu Ming's remarkable progress in just a month, he began to believe that it was indeed feasible. Li Jinghua could scarcely imagine the heights Lu Ming might reach by the end of the semester if he maintained this momentum. Lu Ming swiftly completed the mathematics examination and handed it to Li Jinghua, who stood by observing. He then hurriedly proceeded to retrieve the English paper. Such speed! Lu Jin and the teachers, including Pang, were utterly astonished, yet the invigilator in Lu Ming's examination room remained relatively unfazed, having already witnessed Lu Ming's extraordinary pace before. Quickly, please grade this paper, Li Jinghua urged as he passed the exam to the mathematics teacher beside him, while he continued to watch Lu Ming's responses. The mathematics teacher, eager to compare the answers, discovered with astonishment that every response was indeed correct. Although Lu Ming has not yet mastered the English language to an extraordinary level, he has nearly completed the translation of his textbook. Thus, during his second round of study, he is able to discern the answers simply by glancing at the questions. The entire office is enveloped in silence, punctuated only by the sound of Lu Ming's pen gliding across the paper. Upon finishing each sheet, he hands it to Li Jinghua, who then passes it to the teachers in proximity for grading. Each instructor's countenance reflects a profound astonishment. Finally, upon completing the last significant question in geography, Lu Ming breathes a sigh of relief, presenting the paper to Li Jinghua and setting his pen aside. Teacher, I have finished, he declares. While the other teachers remain ensnared in their astonishment, only Li Jinghua and Lu Jin display excitement, marveling at the prodigy they have nurtured. Quick, let's see the scores. Li Jinghua inquires eagerly. Initially, each grading teacher assumes that such rapid completion must have resulted in careless errors. Thus they scrutinize every answer and punctuation mark Lu Ming has penned. However, it becomes evident that they are mistaken. Not a single error can be found in Lu Ming's extensive answers. They cannot help but exclaim in disbelief, questioning whether this student is indeed human. For such excellence is extraordinary. English, 98 points. History, let us see, 89 points. In Chinese, despite not achieving full marks for the essay, he still scored 87 points. Geography is surprisingly 89. On my end, politics, 94 points. As Li Jinghua listens to the reports of Lu Ming's scores from various subjects, he feels an uncontrollable surge of excitement. Yet, Lu Ming's mathematics score remains unannounced. Has Lu Ming's math score not been revealed? Li Jinghua, noticing the silence from the teacher who had just reviewed the math paper, cannot restrain his curiosity. It has been released, the teacher finally responds. Then why the delay in announcing it? Li Jinghua presses. Lu Ming achieved full marks in mathematics. Upon hearing the series of impressive results, Pang is visibly incredulous. How can this be? This is absolutely impossible. Mr. Pang, do you have anything to say? Lu Jun queries, taking pride in the brilliance of his student. Having endured Pang and S' previous disparagement of Lu Ming, Lu Jun now relishes the opportunity to celebrate. Lu Ming's math score even surpasses his initial results, leaving no room for allegations of cheating. Bravo, Lu Ming, you are truly a marvel. Li Zhenghua cannot help but laugh heartily. Lu Ming, what secret did you employ to achieve such scores? Perhaps I should have some of my students from other classes learn from you. A teacher from another class inquires with genuine interest. Ah, this is our student. I haven't even asked yet, and you're already inquiring. Lu Jun replies with a smile. While everyone else rejoices, Pang still grapples with disbelief, as if caught in a dream. All right, Lu Ming. You may return to your class now. Lu Ming has already missed several classes. And Li Zhenhua's greatest fear now is that this prodigy will fall behind even a single lesson. The consequences could be dire for his chances of entering a prestigious university. Well, I shall take my leave now. Thank you for your hard work, esteemed teachers. Teacher Pang, remember our agreement, Lu Ming said to Pang'an. Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, Pang'an felt an even greater sense of frustration. Lu Ming returned to the classroom, initially intending to keep his remarkable score of 636 to himself. He believed that this achievement was insufficient and that he needed to exert more effort to gain admission to Curson University. However, to his surprise, upon entering the classroom, he found that everyone was gazing at him as if he were a peculiar creature. Lu Ming was initially puzzled by the situation when suddenly Lu Zihao dashed in front of him. Lu Ming, you actually scored 636. You performed remarkably well on the exam that day, but I never anticipated your rapid progress. Lu Zihao felt that the current Lu Ming was entirely different from the person he once knew. Previously, he regarded Lu Ming as a good brother, but now, he perceived him as a formidable scholar, the kind who secretly studies on his own, an infuriatingly diligent scholar. How did you find out? Lu Ming asked, a hint of helplessness in his voice, as he had intended to keep this under wraps. Out of concern for you, I, along with the class monitor, decided to investigate. To our astonishment, we uncovered such an unbelievable truth, Shun Hanyue explained to Lu Ming. Lu Ming felt helpless. He initially wished to maintain a low profile, yet unexpectedly found himself unable to do so. The once leisurely atmosphere in the classroom transformed following Lu Ming's influence, prompting everyone to embark on their studies earnestly, including him. As he aspired to excel, Ming, I too must study, otherwise I will inevitably be surpassed by you, pouted Shin Hanyue, displaying her dissatisfaction. Zhao Jin, however, stood utterly dumbfounded, unable to accept the harsh reality of his position as the last in class. Gu Yinan quietly rejoiced for Lu Ming, relieved that he would no longer face expulsion from the English teacher. Yet, upon reflecting on her own academic performance, a wave of inadequacy washed over her. I must strive to keep pace with Lu Ming, she vowed silently. Chapter 66, Confronting Lu Ming. Yinan, I have harbored feelings for you for quite some time. Please be with me, Wang He declared, holding out a love letter to Gu Yinan. Standing before him, Gu Yinan's expression remained inscrutable as Wang He presented the letter he had painstakingly composed. You mentioned previously that you admired diligent students, thus, I have been striving to improve my studies. Look, my grades have shown some progress, he hastily added, hoping to touch Gu Yinan's heart. Initially, upon hearing of someone's intent to confess, Gu Yinan had imagined it was Lu Ming rekindling his feelings for her. However, disappointment set in as she realized it was Wang He instead. Please, be with me, Yinan. I will treat you well, Wang He implored. Gu Yinan pondered a direct rejection. After all, her affections already lay with Lu Ming. What if Wang He's confession reached Lu Ming's ears? As she gazed at the love letter, her emotions swirled within her. In the past, she would have discarded such a note without a second thought, mocking the meager effort Wang He had made. Yet a thought struck her. Had she not yet fully recognized her own feelings for Lu Ming, perhaps she too might have expressed herself in a similar manner. Such a realization would surely cause Lu Ming distress. I'm sorry, but I already have someone I like, Gu Yinan stated with unwavering conviction. Wang He was taken aback. The notion that Gu Yinan had affections for someone else astounded him. Noticing her changed demeanor towards Lu Ming, a sense of foreboding gripped his heart. What? Your affections aren't directed at Lu Ming, are they? Wang He questioned incredulously, unable to fathom what made Lu Ming so remarkable, especially in comparison to himself. Feeling her secret laid bare by Wang He's direct inquiry, Gu Yinan felt a flush of embarrassment. The mere mention of Lu Ming's name now sent her heart racing. Please, do not speak so loudly. Gu Yinan blushed as she spoke. Wang He gazed at her flushed face, feeling as though he had been struck by lightning. He had always perceived Gu Yinan as an aloof goddess, never imagining that she could possess such a youthful demeanor. Witnessing this side of her only intensified Wang He's jealousy towards Lu Ming. It was infuriating to think he was being overshadowed by someone he deemed beneath him. Since the last incident where the disciplinary head had dragged Zhang Hao to the classroom by his ear, he had refrained from troubling Lu Ming again. However, Zhang Hao was indeed the second most devoted admirer of Gu Yinan, following closely behind Lu Ming. Now, as he left class, he intended to seek out Gu Yinan, but upon seeing her standing with Wang He, he was taken aback. How could he have another rival? Dealing with Lu Ming was already bothersome enough, when had another contender emerged. As fate would have it, Wang He attempted to grasp Gu Yinan's hand. Questioning why she had developed feelings for Lu Ming, Zhang Hao perceived this action as a form of coercion. Enraged at the sight of his goddess being mistreated, Zhang Hao erupted, declaring, "How dare you bully my brother's woman? Are you tired of living?" He lunged onto Wang He, employing what he believed to be an imposing demeanor. A tactic learned from late-night readings of domineering CEO novels. Surely, this would captivate Gu Yinan. Wang He was utterly bewildered by the sudden appearance of this hefty individual, who had now drenched him in saliva. Not only was Wang He disgusted, but he was also infuriated. Being eclipsed by Lu Ming was already vexing enough. Now, he was being mounted by this unknown portly figure. Once a formidable bully in his school, he now found himself degraded to this state by Lu Ming. "Get off me, you fat fool. Are you trying to crush me?" Wang He gasped for breath, summoning his last ounce of strength to shout. "Do you think that by using this method, you can escape my wrath? Dream on. Since you dare to bully my woman, I shall make you understand what regret truly means." Zhang Hao continued his one-man show, oblivious to the crowd that had gathered to witness the spectacle. In this moment, Zhang Hao glanced towards Gu Yinan, anticipating her reaction, convinced she would be moved. However, in reality, Gu Yinan had already fled at the first sign of conflict between the two. As Wang He felt he might suffocate, he mustered all his strength to push Zhang Hao away. "Are you out of your mind? Can't you see I'm trying to confess?" Wang He bellowed. "Your confession is futile. I can sense that my goddess still has feelings for me." Zhang Hao was lost in his own fantasies, unable to extricate himself. Wang He looked at him, his eyes twitching. The sight of Zhang Hao's corpulent form was already repugnant enough, and this foolish glutton was so deluded. "Forget it. Gu Yinan currently favors Lu Ming," Wang He said angrily, his tone brimming with defiance. "What?" Upon hearing Wang He's words, Zhang Hao felt a surge of indignation. He believed Lu Ming was no better than himself. That brat had everything going for him. Why should he be the one to win the affection of the goddess? If I had the means, I would surely deal with him. Zhang Hao's declaration was merely an attempt to project bravado, for deep down, he was quite timid. However, Wang He, upon hearing Zhang Hao's boastful words, contemplated how he might exploit this individual, for he appeared rather dim-witted. Perhaps, once Lu Ming encountered misfortune, he could then pursue Gu Yinan himself. With this thought, Wang He regarded Zhang Hao with a mysterious glint in his eye. "Do you genuinely wish for Lu Ming to face retribution?" "Of course. I, Zhang Gu, never forget a grudge. I have yet to avenge the tears he caused my goddess," Zhang Hao asserted confidently. "Then let us form an alliance. We shall teach that brat Lu Ming a lesson," Wang He suggested, his eyes darting with scheming intent. "What sort of lesson?" Zhang Gu asked, a hint of skepticism in his voice. He certainly did not wish to provoke Lu Ming. After all, the last time he tried to teach Lu Ming a lesson, he was reprimanded by Li Jinghua for 2 whole classes, leaving him with a lasting psychological scar. Yet, he had just portrayed himself as fearless. To back down now would be to reveal his cowardice. Chapter 67. Public confession. You have received a WeChat message. Wang He, how is that matter progressing? Wang He tossed and turned in bed, uncertain whether Zhang Hao was up to the task, feeling that he seemed rather unreliable. "Don't provoke Zhang Gu. It's settled, but I feel that the method I chose lacks integrity, so I opted for an alternative approach." In truth, Zhang Hao was rather timid, fearing that should Lu Ming discover this affair, he would come seeking retribution, which would be a net loss. Though Wang He harbored some doubts about Zhang Hao, his sole desire was for Gu Yinan to grow to detest Lu Ming through this incident. He knew that if he became too involved and Gu Yinan found out, it would not bode well for him. So despite his concerns, Wang He refrained from voicing them. The next day, when Lu Ming arrived at school, he noticed many people whispering and pointing at him. Initially puzzled, he soon saw a crowd gathered around the blackboard, staring intently. How could this be? This is utterly despicable. They were initially engaged in discussions, but upon seeing Lu Ming, they hastily distanced themselves. Lu Ming found this peculiar. What was happening? As he entered the crowd, he noticed a piece of paper with a single sentence inscribed upon it. Lu Ming resorted to foul play during the sports meet, administering drugs to secure first place, an utterly despicable act. Lu Ming raised an eyebrow upon seeing the note. He was aware of who was behind the act of poisoning the water. Could it be that Zhang Fenghua was attempting to turn the tables and frame him? Lu Ming swiftly dismissed the notion that Zhang Fenghua could be behind his predicament, reasoning that there were only two potential time frames for such a scheme. The first would be after the sports meeting, allowing Zhang to claim the accolades intended for him. The second possibility revolved around the selection for the Outstanding Student Award, of which Zhang was unaware that he would be the next recipient. Publicizing this matter would not serve Zhang's interests. Hence, Lu Ming concluded that he could not possibly be the architect of this mischief. How could this be? I once thought Lu Ming was quite dashing. Lamenting the time I harbored a secret affection for him, even contemplating writing him a love letter. Yet, given his current actions, am I to relinquish my admiration for him? This feels akin to a celebrity's fall from grace. Several girls who secretly admired Lu Ming were left in disarray. Meanwhile, Zhang Hao watched with smug satisfaction as Lu Ming's expression shifted, relishing the thought that Lu Ming might now be at a loss for how to win the affections of the goddess, Gu. Initially, Wang Yi contemplated broadcasting an announcement to the entire school, but he quickly dismissed the idea, realizing it would undoubtedly implicate him in the scandal. He was determined to remain uninvolved. Upon hearing the news that morning, Gu Yinan felt a surge of anxiety, firmly believing that this incident was a fabrication. She was convinced that what Lu Ming truly needed at this moment was her companionship. What is this? Whose notes are these? Gu Yinan pondered as she examined the papers. And upon closer inspection, she found the handwriting oddly familiar. Lu Ming remained silent, tearing down the note without a word. Others presumed he was anxious, wishing to obliterate the evidence, yet he headed in another direction, seemingly towards the director's office. No way. Gu Yinan gazed at Lu Ming's retreating figure, resolute in her decision. Lu Ming, wait for me. I shall accompany you. A few boys nearby, observing Gu Yinan's demeanor, were taken aback. Why was the renowned school beauty suddenly pursuing Lu Ming? Zhang Hao, witnessing Gu Yinan join Lu Ming, was also bewildered. Shouldn't his goddess despise Lu Ming after seeing that note? Why was she going to the office with him? Inside the director's office, Li Zhenghua furrowed his brow upon seeing the note. The matter of spiking someone's drink to induce stomach pains was indeed serious. Over the past few sports meets, there had been instances of athletes experiencing stomach issues. But Li Zhenghua had thought it merely due to poor dietary choices and the stress of competition. Given that not many athletes were affected, it had not raised significant alarm. However, reflecting on it now, there seemed to be a genuine problem. Director, I assure you, Lu Ming did not act with malice. Gu Yinan exclaimed anxiously. This unexpected defense surprised Li Zhenghua. As the school's aloof beauty, Gu Yinan rarely lowered herself to advocate for others, especially not for someone she previously regarded as the epitome of insincerity. I will ascertain the truth, Li Zhenghua replied, shaking his head. The primary issue is that we cannot ascertain who authored this note. We lack the means to confront them directly. The content of this note has circulated significantly, causing considerable impact. We will take this matter seriously and investigate further, but he hesitated before continuing. If we cannot determine the author of this note, any efforts made would be futile. Gu Yinan felt deflated, akin to a punctured balloon. There were no surveillance cameras in that area, leaving them clueless as to who had posted it. Analyzing handwriting would prove exceedingly difficult amidst the thousands of students. It was implausible to compare each individual. How could this happen? Gu Yinan murmured to herself, feeling a pang of distress. Witnessing the one she admired being unjustly slandered while feeling powerless was agonizing. Biting her fingers in frustration, an idea suddenly sparked in her mind. Lu Ming, sensing that the situation might not yield a favorable outcome, decided to retreat and devise a strategy. However, he had yet to come to a conclusion when a chorus of lamentations erupted from all the boys in the class. No way, my goddess. How could this happen? Initially troubled by Lu Ming's predicament, Shen Hanyue's expression, which had been furrowed in concern, transformed into one of pallor, which struck Lu Ming as peculiar. What is wrong, Hanwei? Shen Hanwei remained silent and handed her phone to Lu Ming. Lu Ming came across a post by Gu Yinan on the confession wall. Hello everyone, I am Gu Yinan. I hope you can help me identify the person who left a note on the blackboard, as this matter pertains to the reputation of my secret admirer. I wish to assist him. Thank you all. Almost all the boys in the school were left in despair. After all, she was the goddess of their dreams. The fact that she had feelings for Lu Ming was akin to heartbreak. My goddess Nan, how could you possibly like that scoundrel Lu Ming? I cannot possibly compete with him. The declaration from the esteemed goddess Gu was akin to a public confession. Indeed. The phrase a devoted admirer ends up with nothing is a fallacy, for look at Lu Ming. He has captured the heart of the school's belle. Yet, there was a period when Lu Ming ceased to play the role of the devoted admirer. What could have caused this shift? Lu Ming gazed at the post, his heart laden with complexity. It seemed the situation was about to become troublesome. Chapter 68. Is Gu Nan a love-struck fool? Gu Nan's post had stirred considerable commotion at the school, leaving many of her admirers distraught. Numerous boys were plunged into melancholy, unable to accept the reality, while the girls at school were equally disheartened. The thought that their idol was being pursued by the school beauty, Gu Nan, rendered their own hopes of being together even more elusive. Nan, did you see today's post? Inquired her desk mate, Lin Luoluo, who herself felt a sense of surrealism. She had always believed that Gu Nan would never harbor feelings for Lu Ming. Yet, ever since Lu Ming had expressed his disinterest in Gu Nan, it was astonishing that she had now taken the initiative to pursue him. What is the matter? Have you found a clue? Gu Nan, lost in thought, perked up at Lin Luoluo's call, anxiously inquiring. No, not at all, Lin Luoluo replied, observing Gu Nan's excitement and feeling an unfamiliarity towards her. She had never seen this side of Gu Nan before. Oh, Gu Nan said, her head drooping in disappointment. She yearned to assist Lu Ming. Yet there had been no progress, leaving her in a daze. Nan, Lin Luoluo could no longer restrain herself. How could you possibly like Lu Ming? You always said you could have anything you desired. How could you chase after someone like him? These words had been bottled up within Lin Luoluo for quite some time. Yet seeing Gu Nan in a daze compelled her to speak out. What do you mean, someone like Lu Ming? Gu Nan retorted, feeling a surge of agitation at Lin Luoluo's characterization of Lu Ming. Why can't I say that? Does Lu Ming deserve to be pursued by you? Lin Luoluo increasingly felt that Gu Nan was becoming a stranger to her. Lu Ming was undoubtedly exceptional, so capable and gentlemanly. Yet as Gu Nan spoke, her shyness deepened, and her cheeks flushed. Observing Gu Nan's demeanor, Lin Luoluo felt a mix of exasperation and bewilderment. It was ironic that Gu Nan, who had previously looked down upon Lu Ming, was now ensnared in the quagmire of romantic illusions. When Lin Luoluo had previously advised her against being too harsh on Lu Ming, it was Gu Nan who had reacted with anger. Now, she seemed unable to extricate herself from the enchanting web of love. However, despite her declarations of affection, Lu Ming had not reciprocated, which troubled Gu Nan. Nonetheless, she resolved to be kind to Lu Ming until he once again held feelings for her. Imagining a future where Lu Ming would once more prepare her meals, hold an umbrella for her on rainy days, and embrace her gently filled Gu Nan's heart with indescribable happiness. By the way, could you assist me with something? Gu Nan suddenly recalled, turning to Lin Luoluo. What is it? At present, Lin Luoluo is utterly intimidated by Gu Nan, and she has no desire to hear any more of Gu Nan's statements that might challenge her understanding of reality. If any boys from other classes write me notes in the future, please do not allow them to deliver them, Gu Nan asserted, gesturing towards the desk overflowing with love letters. Just inform them that I am currently pursuing Lu Ming. I fear that their actions might lead to misunderstandings on his part. Lin Luoluo was at a loss for words. She herself acknowledged Lu Ming's considerable charm, handsome, athletic, and excelling academically. What girl could resist such a lure? Yet, the most striking transformation was in Gu Nan, who had metamorphosed from the aloof campus goddess into a bashful little fan, making Lin Luoluo feel as though Gu Nan had been possessed. Gu Nan, feeling shy, contemplated discarding the love letters, but suddenly recognized the handwriting within one of them as remarkably familiar. She hurriedly pulled it out to compare it with a note on her phone. Identical. Luoluo. Who is this love letter from? She exclaimed. Ah, isn't this from Zhang Hao? Lin Luoluo remarked, glancing at the note Gu Nan had handed her. Let us go. I must inform Lu Ming. Gu Nan's heart brimmed with joy. If she could aid Lu Ming, perhaps there was a chance for them to reunite romantically. When Wang Yi was summoned to the office, he was utterly bewildered. Upon entering, he found Zhang Hao, who had been sobbing just moments before, now vehemently pointing at him. Director, it was he who made me write this note. The principal character in the incident involving Lu Ming observed the unfolding farce with a sense of bewilderment. While others experienced rebirth with remarkable advantages, He found himself ensnared in a series of misfortunes and entangled with troublesome individuals, and it seemed to be an unending ordeal. What? You dare to betray me? Wang He was taken aback, but upon realizing he had inadvertently revealed the situation, he hastily covered his mouth, though it was too late. His departure had already exposed him. The director gazed at the two with a sense of perplexity, grappling with the chaotic nature of his students, who seemed to delight in concocting absurdities. Wang He, why did you conspire against classmate Lu Ming? Even Zhang Hao has admitted that this matter has nothing to do with him, inquired Li Zhenghua. Wang He glared at Zhang Hao with indignation, having long sensed the unreliability of this individual. However, he could not have anticipated how quickly Zhang Hao would betray him. Reluctant to speak, Wang He remained silent, while Guinan, understanding his temperament, turned her gaze towards Zhang Hao. Just a fleeting glance from Guinan sent Zhang Hao's heart soaring. Being noticed by the goddess was a momentous occasion, and he resolved not to disappoint her. Director, it was Wang He who confessed his feelings to our goddess Gu, but she does not reciprocate his affections. In his humiliation and rage, he acted in this manner. Zhang Hao could scarcely contain his eagerness to divulge Wang He's shameful secret. Upon hearing this, Guinan's face turned pale. She had never anticipated that the situation was linked to her, which meant she had inadvertently implicated Lu Ming, forcing him to bear the brunt of this injustice. Lu Ming was utterly speechless upon hearing this. Why, after failing to confess to Guinan, would you come to ensnare me? He no longer held any affection for Guinan, so why seek trouble with him? Lu Ming cast a glance at Guinan, his heart filled with a tangle of emotions. In his previous life, it was indeed Guinan who had brought him misfortune, and now, in this new existence, he had finally hoped to sever ties with her, yet he still found himself ensnared in calamity. Li Jingguo was at a loss for words. The management of early relationships at the school was not particularly stringent, turning a blind eye as long as things did not escalate too far. Wang He's actions, however, were excessively radical. Thus, the rumors of drugging during the sports meet were merely baseless, were they not? As Li Jingguo grasped the situation, he posed one final question. Indeed, someone had been drugged. A female voice echoed. Chapter 69, The School Bell of Number 7, Xia Chuxian. Li Jingguo initially believed this matter was drawing to a close. Yet he was taken aback by the unexpected developments and quickly turned to the girl who had uttered those words. Lu Ming also turned his gaze toward the girl, feeling an uncanny sense of familiarity. Clad in the uniform of Qi High School, her attire did little to conceal her striking beauty. Her long hair cascaded down her back in voluminous waves, her lashes were long and gracefully curled, and her neck was elegantly elongated. With her eyes brimming with a yearning for freedom, "Excuse me, are you?" Li Zhenghua was certain she was not a student from his school, especially since both the front and back entrances of First High School were manned by security. How did the student manage to slip in? "Hello. I am Xia Chuxian from the neighboring school," she replied. Zhang Hao suddenly recalled that Xia Chuxian was the campus belle of Qi High School. To witness the two school beauties together was indeed a visual delight. "How did you manage to get in?" Li Zhenghua asked in astonishment. "There's security at the entrance. And since I couldn't get in through the front, I had to climb over the wall," Xia Chuxian explained. Lu Ming suddenly recalled that this was the person who had previously stopped him at the school gate. Back then, Xia Chuxian had straight hair, but now it seemed she had just permed it. Upon noticing Lu Ming's gaze, Xia Chuxian proudly lifted her chin. "It appears that you still remember me. At that time, when I asked for your WeChat, you refused, yet now you still rely on me to clear your name." Guinan sensed a hint of danger from the girl's words. Who is this woman, and why does she seem to have a connection with Lu Ming? The more women Lu Ming becomes acquainted with, the more trepidation fills Guinan's heart. She fears that he may one day forget her in the presence of another. Speaking of which, Xia Chuxian, could you elaborate on the rumors regarding the poisoning at our school sports meet? Li Jingguo, sensing a deviation from the topic, hastily inquired. It's quite straightforward. In previous years, numerous competitors have experienced stomachaches during the sports meet, yet it is evident that your school has not taken this matter seriously. Xia Chuxian replied with poise. Given that the poisoning occurred during the event, there must be a motive behind it. What could that motive possibly be? It must be the pursuit of accolades. Over the past few years, there have been instances of competitors suffering from stomach pains after drinking water. Why not consider who has won the most awards in the earlier editions? Li Jingguo listened in astonishment as the young woman spoke, realizing that there was only one individual who had garnered the highest profits in previous years. Are you suggesting Zhang Fenghua? Guinan asked in surprise. Certainly. Lu Ming couldn't help but admire the young girl. He recalled that when he first met Xia Chuxian, she boldly proclaimed herself the belle of the neighboring school. Coupled with the gossip he had previously heard from Han Yu about Zhang Fenghua, who could potentially win and pursue relationships with other belles, it became evident that Xia Chuxian was well aware of Zhang Fenghua's situation. The belle in question was most likely her. However, Xia Chuxian's actions seemed to betray familial loyalty. One could not help but wonder why she chose such a path. Li Jingwa still found it difficult to accept this series of events. After all, Zhang Fenghua was a student he held in high regard, and the notion of such a scandal was simply unfathomable to him. Classmate, I understand that you seek to vindicate Lu Ming, yet one must recognize that all claims must be substantiated with evidence, Li Jingwa remarked. Lu Ming could not comprehend why. Despite having only met Xia Chuxian once, she felt compelled to go to such lengths to prove that she had not been responsible for the incident. Evidence. Indeed. I possess it, Xia Chuxian declared. Then, allow me to see your evidence. Lu Ming could surmise that Xia Chuxian possessed evidence, especially since she nearly became Zhang Fenghua's girlfriend. Surely, evidence was abundant. Xia Chuxian then produced her mobile phone, revealing her chat history with Zhang Fenghua. Li Jingwa hastily took a look, and as he did, his expression darkened progressively. Lu Ming could almost predict the nature of their conversation. Zhang Fenghua, with his flamboyant demeanor, was not the type to conceal matters within himself. Whatever he acquired, he would undoubtedly seek to flaunt. However, he could never have anticipated that the girl who almost became his girlfriend would betray him in such a manner. I see now. No matter how fond Li Jingwa was of Zhang Fenghua, he could not show bias. Initially, Li Jingwa had perceived Zhang Fenghua as a diligent and enthusiastic student, but it appeared this was merely a facade. Thus, the matter reached its conclusion. Wang He and Zhang Hao were suspended from classes for 2 weeks, while Zhang Fenghua was summoned to the office, emerging utterly dejected. Can you add me as a friend now? Xia Chuxian inquired, proffering her WeChat QR code to Lu Ming. Why would you expose Zhang Fenghua? What benefit does that bring you? Lu Ming questioned with curiosity. Of course, it's to add you as a friend. I quite admire you. Xia Chuxian replied with a playful squint directed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming felt a sense of helplessness. If Zhang Fenghua were to discover that the campus belle he admired had exposed his feelings merely to connect with him on WeChat, it would undoubtedly shatter her. Nevertheless, feeling indebted to Xia Chuxian for a favor, Lu Ming added her as a friend. I'm leaving now, handsome, Xia Chuxian exclaimed. Her heart brimming with joy upon seeing Lu Ming's friend request, her tone considerably friendlier. Thank you for today, Lu Ming replied to her. Xia Chuxian waved her hand dismissively and climbed over the wall to exit. The director of education permitted you to leave through the front gate, Lu Ming remarked, a hint of exasperation in his voice. Observing the interaction between the two, Gu Yinan felt a surge of jealousy. She had almost become a pivotal figure in this scenario. Yet, it was Xia Chuxian who had stolen her thunder. Otherwise, she would have been the one conversing with Lu Ming. However, Gu Yinan recalled that this predicament stemmed from her own actions, as Lu Ming's tarnished reputation was a consequence of Wang He's misdeeds. A wave of resentment towards Wang He surged within her. How dare he ruin her prospects? I always thought Lu Ming was too handsome to engage in such ludicrous behavior, she mused. To her astonishment, it was Zhang Fenghua behind this incident, an act she deemed despicable. I wondered why he was always first, she thought. Does this mean I can continue to harbor feelings for Lu Ming? The girls in the classroom fervently discussed the matter. Oh, don't even mention it. This incident was explained to Lu Ming by a campus belle from Class 7. I feel utterly hopeless now. Class 7 belle? That must be Xia Chuxian. Yes, indeed. Her beauty is unmatched. A pang of envy washed over Shen Hanyue as she listened to the girls' chatter, her complexion growing paler and her lips trembling uncontrollably. Would Lu Ming truly fancy Xia Chuxian? Shen Hanyue pondered. Are you listening, Hanyue? Lu Ming was engaged in conversation with Shen Hanyue, but noticing her deep in thought, he inquired with confusion. Shen Hanyue snapped back to reality upon hearing her name and asked, what is the matter? Why do you look so downcast, Hanyue? Lu Ming questioned, puzzled. It struck him as odd. Typically, she was brimming with vitality at such moments, yet today she appeared listless, leaving him somewhat bewildered. Ming. Shen Hanyue paused, gazing intently at Lu Ming. His curiosity piqued by her serious demeanor, he asked, what's wrong? Who is Xia Chuxian? Shen Hanyue finally voiced the question that had long lingered in her mind, one she had hesitated to ask until now. Xia Chuxian? Lu Ming found it rather puzzling why Shen Hanwei would mention her. He had not taken Hanwei to the office today, So how could she possibly know this individual? Are you suggesting that she is unfamiliar with her? No, I only met her today. What has the sudden mention of her about? Lu Ming inquired. Could it be that Shun Hanyue's displeasure stems from Xia Chuxian? Yet Xia Chuxian and Shun Hanyue have never crossed paths. Even Lu Ming had only just met Xia Chuxian today. Lu Ming could hardly fathom why Shun Hanyue harbored resentment towards Xia Chuxian. Was Xia Chuxian truly that attractive? After a prolonged silence, Shen Hanwei finally uttered those words. Huh? Lu Ming was momentarily taken aback, yet he was not oblivious. It didn't take long for him to realize the source of Shun Hanyue's ire. No way, Hanyue, are you feeling jealous? Lu Ming chuckled, taken aback by the realization that Shen Hanwei would actually feel jealous of him and Xia Chuxian. I wasn't jealous at all, she retorted. A hint of fluster creeping into her demeanor as Lu Ming exposed her hidden thoughts. All right, whatever you're pondering is clearly etched upon your face. Lu Ming gently ruffled Shun Hanyue's hair, for Hanyue was indeed exceedingly easy to read. Her thoughts were almost transparently reflected on her face. Is it truly so? Shen Hanwei responded with a flustered touch to her own face, questioning whether her expressions were truly that discernible. Lu Ming grasped the hand that Shun Hanyue used to caress his face, expressing his disinterest in Xia Chuxian, stating that he had only just met her today. At this moment, Lu Ming's expression was exceedingly earnest. Shen Hanwei understood that Lu Ming never spoke insincerely during such times. However, others had remarked that Xia Chuxian was remarkably beautiful. Shen Hanwei hesitated, acknowledging that she had often been praised for her beauty since childhood. Yet the words of her classmates earlier had stirred a sense of concern within her. Lu Ming felt a sense of helplessness. This silly girl always seemed so preoccupied with the opinions of others. Yet, the reality often diverged sharply from what those people expressed. Hanyu, you are quite beautiful in your own right. At least in my eyes, you surpass Xia Chuxian by leaps and bounds, Lu Ming stated earnestly. Really? Shen Hanyue could hardly believe Lu Ming's words. Women often harbor doubts when interacting with those they hold dear, in the presence of someone she admired. Shen Hanyue frequently feared that she might not appear attractive or that her attire or hairstyle might not meet his approval. Of course, Lu Ming replied, understanding that what Shen Hanyue needed most at that moment was a definitive answer. He realized that if he spoke ambiguously, Shen Hanyue might spend the night fretting over her unanswered questions. But what if one day I become unattractive? Shen Hanyue inquired, despite feeling elated by Lu Ming's response. A hint of anxiety still lingering. Well, I would simply continue to care for my little monster, Lu Ming replied, playfully pinching Shen Hanyue's smooth, delicate cheek. Who is yours? Shen Hanwei feigned indignation, pouting despite the joy swelling within her. I refuse to walk with you any longer. Farewell. Hey, wait for me. Lu Ming laughed as he hurried to catch up. Upon returning home after escorting Shen Hanyue, Lu Ming encountered Jiang Wenli and Lu Zhiping, both impeccably dressed, leaving him puzzled about their intentions. Mother, father, where are you headed? Lu Ming inquired. Jiang Wenli noticed Lu Ming's hesitance, which only deepened his confusion. It is as follows. Dear Ming, today marks your grandfather's 88th birthday, and your father and I are going to celebrate this occasion with him. In Lu Ming's memory, Grandfather Jiang had always been a figure of stern demeanor, and he had not engaged much with him in his previous life. Lu Ming had always believed that Grandpa Lu harbored a dislike for him. However, the truth was that the old man simply struggled to articulate his feelings. After all, in his youth, Grandpa Lu had commanded the business realm with formidable prowess, having long been accustomed to its darker facets. Jiang Zuda had cultivated an expression devoid of levity, instilling fear in all who crossed his path. In his childhood, Lu Ming would often meet with his grandfather. However, as time passed, Lu Ming's relatives frequently resorted to mocking him in such places, comparing him unfavorably to their own children to highlight his perceived inferiority. Lu Zhiping and Jiang Wenli were equally dismayed by the situation. Despite being relatives, they could not help but engage in mutual sarcasm. However, out of respect for their familial ties, neither Jiang Wenli nor Lu Zhiping felt they could voice their discontent, and thus, they could only endure in silence. Jiang Wenli also discerned that Lu Ming was not fond of that particular gathering, and as a result, she decided not to take him along. Mom and Dad, I would like to join you this time, Lu Ming declared. What? Jiang Wenli was utterly taken aback by Lu Ming's unexpected request. After all, he had previously loathed attending such events. This was truly astonishing. Are you feeling all right, my son? Jiang Wenli placed her hand on Lu Ming's forehead, concerned that he might be unwell. Mom, Lu Ming replied, a mixture of amusement and exasperation evident in his tone. It is my grandfather's 88th birthday, and as his grandson, I should at least make an appearance. However, your aunt and others will also be there. Jiang Wenli expressed her lingering apprehension. Wenli, it is a positive sign that our son wishes to attend. After all, it would indeed be somewhat unreasonable for Lu Ming to abstain from such an occasion. If he desires to go, we should allow him to accompany us, Lu Zhiping advised. Indeed, then, Xiao Ming, change into some proper clothes, and let us go together, Jiang Wenli concluded. Lu Ming nodded and ascended the stairs. What has happened to Xiao Ming? He has changed so much that at times I hardly recognize him, Jiang Wenli remarked. She felt joy at Lu Ming's transformation, yet occasionally sensed that he no longer resembled her son. Growth is inevitable, Lu Zhiping said with a reassuring smile. Lu Sheng just changed his clothes and was about to head downstairs when he overheard Jiang Wenli and Lu Zhiping praising Lu Ming. Humph. Lu Ming receives accolades simply for celebrating his grandfather's birthday, while I have been gone for so long and remain unnoticed. Lu Sheng was deeply displeased, contemplating how to embarrass Lu Ming at the banquet. Chapter 71, The Antique Expert. Lu Ming returned to his room and retrieved an object wrapped in paper from the cabinet. As he gazed at it, he recalled an incident from a week prior. This is the largest antique market in Qingyang City. You should take a look, the introducer remarked to Lu Ming. Very well, thank you for your assistance, Lu Ming replied with a courteous nod. In his previous life, Lu Ming often found himself captivated by the myriad of television programs broadcasting in the barbecue restaurant, one channel devoted entirely to antiques, a subject that had piqued his interest. Recently, he was struck by a thought. Since he had been reborn, why not leverage the memories from his past life to explore the antique market and perhaps stumble upon a priceless treasure? With this in mind, Lu Ming hastened to the antique market, where a vast array of artifacts awaited. Though their authenticity remained questionable, he chose to proceed with caution. Greetings. Would you care to examine our millennium-old treasures? If you possess an eye for beauty, they are yours for a mere 200,000, exclaimed an individual who exuded the unmistakable demeanor of a charlatan, eagerly pitching his wares to Lu Ming. Lu Ming waved his hand at the individual, indicating his disinterest. The so-called millennium treasure appeared less like an ancient artifact and more akin to something freshly minted. Lu Ming had no desire to be taken for a fool. Alas, it was evident that everything here was counterfeit. And how could this swindler dare to demand 500,000? How about a mere 5,000? A group of individuals, who bore the semblance of petty thugs, were haggling with a middle-aged man. 500,000, not a cent less, the middle-aged man replied coldly, his tone devoid of any warmth. You must be joking. Our boss only entertained you because he found this trinket appealing, yet you remain so ungrateful. In that case, keep your worthless junk. With that, the thugs, incensed and humiliated, stormed away. The middle-aged man's demeanor piqued Lu Ming's interest considerably. He sensed that this individual was far from ordinary. Lu Ming stepped forward and observed that the middle-aged man was purchasing an array of ancient paintings along with exquisite handcrafted artifacts, all of which were remarkably beautiful, yet bore an air of suspicion regarding their authenticity. He seemed genuinely interested in examining them closely. The manner in which this middle-aged gentleman conducted his purchases was characterized by simplicity, starkly contrasting with the slick, glib demeanor often displayed by other vendors. Lu Ming picked up a painting and examined it closely. How much is this piece? He inquired. Upon hearing the question regarding the price, the individual raised his gaze to the artwork. To Lu Ming's astonishment, the person he recognized was none other than the esteemed master of appraisal, Zheng Dian, a figure he had seen countless times on television in his previous life, making it impossible for him to be mistaken. This is worth no less than 500,000, Zheng Dian asserted. However, reflecting on the earlier demeanor of the ruffian, he added, if you deem it unworthy, feel free to leave it there. Lu Ming recalled that Master Zheng had previously shared his life experiences on a television program. He had a passion for collecting antiques. However, due to unforeseen family circumstances, Master Zheng was compelled to part with his most cherished treasures. It took a considerable amount of time for the majority to acknowledge Master Zheng's true abilities. He once lamented on television about his regret in selling his beloved blue and white porcelain vase for a mere 50,000, when its value at that time was at least 10 million. Lu Ming felt an overwhelming sense of excitement. How could 500,000 be deemed insufficient? It was undoubtedly a genuine masterpiece from the Qing dynasty, destined to appreciate to a staggering 50 million in value. It could not be undervalued any further. Noticing Lu Ming's unwavering gaze upon him, Zhang Dian felt a twinge of curiosity. "Do you know me?" he inquired. "I believe we shall become acquainted shortly," Lu Ming replied with a smile. Just a moment ago, Zhang Dian was enveloped in confusion, but in the next instant, he heard Lu Ming declare, "I shall take everything here." Zhang Dian could hardly believe his ears after spending so long in this place. Not a single person had suggested that his items were anything but counterfeit. Yet, here was Lu Ming, not only willing to purchase, but intent on acquiring everything. "Are you jesting?" Zhang Dian exclaimed, excitement bubbling within him. This was a golden opportunity to support his family. He had thought these items would remain unsold indefinitely. "Please, could you tally them for me and provide a precise figure?" Lu Ming's declaration of intent to purchase brought a profound sense of relief to Zhang Dian. "By the way, how much is this exquisite blue and white porcelain?" Lu Ming inquired, pointing at a stunning piece. Upon noticing that Lu Ming was indicating her favorite antique, Zhang Dian felt a pang of sorrow in her heart. This was indeed her most cherished piece, and to part with it without a hint of regret would be disingenuous. Yet, she found herself in dire financial straits. If she did not sell it, she would face severe hardship. "It's 50,000, Zhang Dian replied, her heart aching. She had initially hoped to negotiate for a higher price, but feared that Lu Ming might walk away. He was her last ray of hope, and she needed to seize this opportunity. "Could you assist me in delivering this blue and white porcelain to someone?" Lu Ming asked. "Of course. To whom shall I send it?" Zhang Dian responded. "This piece shall be a gift from me to you," Lu Ming stated. "Please ensure that the other items are well taken care of." Zhang Dian was taken aback, pondering the identity of this young man and the motives behind his actions. "You need not harbor any concerns. However, selling such a valuable artifact to me at such a low price leaves me with a sense of obligation. I noticed your fondness for this blue and white porcelain, and thus, I deemed it fitting to present it to you as a mere token," Lu Ming explained. Lu Ming understood that for Zhang Dian, self-esteem was paramount. He could certainly provide financial assistance directly to Zhang Dian's family to secure his future support. However, such an approach would make Zhang Dian uncomfortable and create distance between them. By purchasing something from him and presenting it as a gift, Zhang Dian would find it more acceptable, thereby preserving his dignity. It would be disingenuous for Zhang Dian to claim he was not moved. After all, receiving a gift that he cherished made him feel as though he were in a dream. "Young man, may I inquire your name?" Zhang Dian asked. Touched by the kindness he encountered, he felt that he must have done something virtuous in a past life to meet such a benevolent benefactor. "Of course. My surname is Lu, and my name is Lu Ming," came the reply. Lu Ming, Zhang Dian repeated, committing the name to memory. "All right, I shall remember it. I, Zhang Dian, will surely find a way to repay your kindness." Lu Ming smiled, taking away those treasures worth millions. Naturally, he did not require any gratitude from that individual, for the mere acquisition of these precious items had already proven to be a significant profit for him. After recalling his memories, Lu Ming gazed upon the collection of antiques and selected the most magnificent painting among them. After all, it was a congratulatory gift for Grandfather Lu, and the more precious it was, the better. He thought to himself, "I shall see how those individuals will mock me and my parents then." Chapter 72. Celebrating a Birthday. Lu Ming casually donned an outfit and sent a message to Lu Qingli, having previously promised to introduce her to some friends. The gathering would be filled with girls of Lu Qingli's age, ensuring she would not feel lonely. "Mom, I'm ready. Let's set off," Lu Ming announced as he descended the stairs. "Oh my son is truly handsome, especially in formal attire," Jiang Wenli remarked, admiring Lu Ming's dapper appearance. "They say daughters inherit from their fathers, while sons take after their mothers. Mom, if you say I look good, aren't you essentially praising your own beauty?" Lu Ming chuckled. "Oh dear, such a silver-tongued boy," Jiang Wenli playfully chided, her finger pointing at Lu Ming's head, though her expression radiated pride. "Are we all set?" Lu Zhiping emerged from the washroom after tidying his hair. "Ready. Let us depart," Lu Ming replied. Lu Zhiping appraised Lu Ming's appearance today with great satisfaction, giving his shoulder a reassuring pat. "You should wear such attire when the time comes for you to inherit the Lu Corporation." A single remark from Lu Zhiping rendered Lu Sheng's countenance even more ashen. The group boarded the vehicle and set off towards the private villa of old Master Lu. "Wenli, you have grown even more beautiful after all these years." Lu Ming's aunt, Zhu Yi, had been waiting outside the villa for quite some time. "Indeed, you still possess your charm," Jiang Wenli remarked with a smile as she linked arms with Zhu Yi. The two women, long acquainted, found themselves with an abundance of conversation after a prolonged separation, and Jiang Wenli quickly engaged Zhu Yi in delightful discourse. Mother, if you wish to reminisce with Auntie, at least step inside to do so, Lu Ming suggested as he exited the car, a composed smile gracing his features. Zhu Yi was taken aback to see Lu Ming present to celebrate the old gentleman's birthday, knowing well that her sister-in-law always had a penchant for teasing him mercilessly. It was hardly a scenario one would wish to enter, where one is subjected to incessant mockery. Lu Ming's aunt, Wang Ping, is an exceedingly formidable woman. Relying on her son's commendable academic achievements, she often directs scornful jibes at Lu Ming. Her derision stems from the belief that, despite his lineage from the Lu family, Lu Ming lacks ambition and is destined for a life of toil, thus bringing shame to the family name. Dear Aunt, it has been quite some time since we last met, and you seem to grow ever more youthful with each passing day. While such words might be dismissed as mere flattery by others, Lu Ming's sincerity is unmistakable. There is no trace of insincerity in his tone. Indeed, how sweet your words are today, little Ming. Do come inside. A single remark from Lu Ming instantly made Zhu Yi's heart blossom with joy. As women enter middle age, they often worry about the fading of their beauty. However, Lu Ming's compliment significantly uplifted Zhu Yu's spirits. In the living room, Lu Zuda sat in the main seat, exuding an air of authority. At the old gentleman's birthday banquet, not only were his various relatives present, but also notable figures from the business realm. All gathered to pay their respects to the man who once wielded considerable influence in the commercial world. Oh dear, Wang Ping. You must be exceptionally proud of such an astute son. How did you manage to cultivate such a talented child? A chorus of sycophantic voices echoed throughout the banquet. Wang Ping raised her head with a sense of arrogance, relishing in their flattery, her triangular eyes appearing even more acerbic as she looked down upon them. Such brilliance needs no instruction. My son is naturally intelligent and requires no rigorous training. You all may take your time to comprehend this. Wang Ping had no intention of revealing that this was the result of her investment in expensive tutoring for Lu Boshang. Your children should focus on mastering a skill, for academia is clearly not suited for them. Lu Boshang, upon hearing the praises from everyone, echoed his mother's biting words, proclaiming, I am nothing like that Lu Ming, who is akin to mud that cannot be molded. Lu Bo would never squander the opportunity to elevate himself by disparaging others. He quickly brought Lu Ming into the conversation. Since you claim that I am like a mud that cannot be lifted, do you believe you can be raised? As soon as Lu Ming spoke, all attention at the banquet was drawn to him. Lu Ming? Lu Boshang gazed in astonishment at Lu Ming, for this young man had never attended such occasions. It was indeed unexpected that he had chosen to appear this time. Lu Ming donned a simple yet not inexpensive suit, with every strand of hair meticulously styled. Lu Ming was already handsome, and with just a touch of embellishment, his remarkable features appeared even more striking. Wow, who is that person? I have never seen him before. He seems like a celebrity. With such height and looks, if he were a star, he would undoubtedly have numerous admirers. You may not be aware, but this is Lu Ming, the son of Lu Zhiping from the Lu Group. A few daughters of business magnates chattered excitedly, completely disregarding Lu Boshang. Just look at how effortlessly Lu Ming carries himself. Even in casual attire, he looks stunning, while Lu Boshang, dressed like a flamboyant peacock, pales in comparison. The girl who made that comment lowered her voice as she spoke, but those who heard it could likely guess what she would say next. Upon hearing this, Lu Boshang's expression darkened gradually. Lu Ming did not initially acknowledge Lu Boshang and Wang Ping, the two women, but instead made his way to Lu Zuda. Bowing deeply before him, Grandfather, I have come to celebrate your birthday, wishing you a joyous 88th year. With blessings as vast as the eastern sea and longevity surpassing that of the southern mountain, this display of filial piety left Lu Boshang and Wang Ping somewhat taken aback. Although they had come to pay their respects to the elder, they had been preoccupied with showcasing themselves, thereby neglecting the true protagonist of the occasion, the venerable elder. Lu Ming's actions rendered Lu Boshang and Wang Ping rather unfilial in comparison. Old Master Lu felt a sense of being valued at last, and the sternness on his face softened considerably. Lu Ming understood that this was a sign of satisfaction from Old Master Lu. Very well, come and take a seat, Old Master Lu said, giving a slight nod to Lu Ming. Lu Ming's actions left Lu Boshang quite displeased. What is Lu Ming trying to portray? Ah, Lu Ming, It has been quite a while since we last met, and you have changed so much, Wang Ping remarked, her tone betraying an unmistakable sharpness. Indeed, Lu Ming replied with a smile. But you, on the other hand, remain utterly unchanged. Many were taken aback by Lu Ming's response, which implied that Wang Ping still embodied her acerbic demeanor. Those who had been flattering Wang Ping moments earlier stifled their laughter upon hearing Lu Ming's retort, having long grown weary of her biting sarcasm. Wang Ping's expression darkened for a moment upon hearing Lu Ming's words, yet she quickly regained her haughty composure. Well, you certainly have become quite the smooth talker. Why not learn from your cousin Boss Hang? Look at him, so grounded. If you possessed even half of his qualities, you wouldn't be in such a predicament. What should I learn? Lu Ming inquired. Why, our ability to learn, of course, Wang Ping replied with a sense of entitlement. Let me be frank, Lu Ming, with your current grades, you wouldn't even qualify for a regular undergraduate program, let alone a vocational school. You need to put in more effort. Her tone dripped with sarcasm. Our Boss Hang, however, is a different story. He truly embodies the genius of the Lu family, destined for a prestigious university like 985 or 211. Wang Ping shot a disdainful glance at Lu Ming, adding, I wonder if I'll ever see you make it to a top-tier university. Her words elicited stifled laughter among the relatives, who were eager to witness Lu Ming's discomfort. However, contrary to their expectations, Lu Ming appeared rather cheerful. In his past, Lu Ming would have hesitated to confront Wang Ping, but now he was indifferent to the so-called familial bonds. After all, these relatives only engaged in mockery during idle moments. And when real issues arose, they distanced themselves. They professed concern for his well-being, yet their actions only served to undermine his self-esteem, leaving Lu Ming feeling quite repulsed. Wang Ping's harshness stemmed from her belief that no matter how angry Lu Ming became, he would not dare to challenge her, as she was his elder and he was expected to listen with respect. She had long exploited her seniority to dominate her younger relatives, satisfying her sense of superiority, and few dared to oppose her. But Lu Ming was not one to indulge her. Aunt, Lu Ming finally spoke up. What do you mean by wondering if you'll see me get into a top-tier university? Are you wishing for my failure? Lu Ming gazed earnestly at Wang Ping, his eyes brimming with concern. Wang Ping was taken aback, utterly unprepared for Lu Ming's words, which felt akin to a curse upon her existence. What did you just say? She stammered, her face paling with indignation. Caught off guard by such a pointed remark, she found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Aunt, do you fear that you may not live to see me attend university due to some grave illness? Lu Ming feigned a semblance of being moved, while the other relatives exchanged bewildered glances upon hearing his words. They were uncertain whether Lu Ming was deliberately acting or genuinely concerned about Wang Ping's health. However, dear aunt, do not fret. Once you depart this world, I shall ensure that your final arrangements are executed flawlessly. Rest assured, I will provide you with the finest offerings, including paper money and a splendid coffin, so that you may leave in grandeur. What nonsense are you spouting? Wang Ping was nearly driven to the brink of fainting by Lu Ming's remarks. How dare you curse my mother? She has always acted in your best interest, and her words are meant to aid you. If you cannot appreciate her efforts, that is one thing, but to curse her in such a manner is utterly unacceptable. My mother is advanced in years and still manages your affairs. How arduous it must be for her. Upon witnessing this, Lu Boss Hang hastily remarked, seemingly displaying a facade of weakness, yet in truth, it was a calculated effort to portray himself as exceptionally understanding and filial, thereby contrasting sharply with Lu Ming's apparent lack of filial piety. Wang Ping, observing her son's words, swiftly joined in, eager to ensure that others would perceive Lu Ming as entirely at fault. Oh, I merely wish to express my concern for you, and yet you wish me harm. Truly, my good intentions have been met with ingratitude. Lu Ming regarded Lu Bosshan with utter disdain, perceiving him merely as a pampered son who, devoid of his mother's influence, amounts to nothing. Confronting him was as effortless as a mere flick of the wrist, for Lu Bosshan and his mother were of entirely different calibers. Indeed, it is true that your mother has faced considerable hardships. After all, raising a leech like you, who likely does not even know how to wash his own socks, is no small feat. Is her concern for my well-being really an expression of worry for you? Hasn't she faced difficulties since the moment you entered this world? You seem to spend your days doing nothing, relying entirely on her efforts. At no point did you consider the burden your mother bears, especially when it comes to affording such exorbitant tutoring classes. I truly feel for my aunt for having such an ungrateful son as you. Lu Ming delivered a powerful retort that left Lu Bosheng utterly speechless, rendering all the relatives present in a state of astonishment. What has come over Lu Ming? Were it not for their skepticism towards metaphysics, they would undoubtedly believe that Lu Ming had undergone a complete transformation. For he was no longer the casual individual they once knew who could easily be challenged. Lu Ming chuckled inwardly, for they truly believed they were the ones to be bullied, as if they were masochists. In his previous life, while working at a barbecue stall, he encountered numerous customers who spoke foully and sought trouble. Lu Ming was unable to resort to physical confrontation. He could only retaliate with words. Over time, he became quite adept at this verbal sparring. Lu Ming's skill in retorting is nothing short of extraordinary. Even if 50 Wang Pings were to confront him, they would likely not stand a chance against Lu Ming's prowess. Lu Bosheng, a minor antagonist of little significance, now stands in astonishment with his mouth agape, rendered speechless by Lu Ming's scathing remark. Has Lu Ming consumed gunpowder today? His words are so fierce that he cannot counter them himself. Wang Ping certainly does not wish to be defeated here, yet alas, Lu Ming's tongue is too swift. Wang Ping can only resort to alternative means to retaliate against him. Xiao Ming, what purpose do you serve by saying such things? I am only looking out for your well-being. Lu Ming silently scoffed. For my own good? I suspect it is merely for your own satisfaction. The way she relentlessly embarrassed others, Lu Ming could hardly believe it was out of concern for anyone else. Aunt, are you really going to claim that you have consumed more salt than I have rice? Lu Ming inquired. Indeed, I have ingested more salt than you have rice. As an elder, I possess far more experience than you, Wang Ping hastily replied, attempting to reclaim her footing in the conversation. However, she was unaware that she had already fallen into Lu Ming's trap. No wonder you seem so unoccupied. Lu Ming chuckled before continuing. It was in this moment that Wang Ping found herself utterly defeated by Lu Ming. She was infuriated at being outmaneuvered by such a young brat. Oh dear, Xiao Ming. Do refrain from speaking. You cannot solely blame your aunt, interjected one of Wang Ping's sycophants, eager to defend her. Have you considered why your aunt treats you this way while being kinder to others? There must be a reason for it. Upon hearing this, Lu Ming silently scoffed. Recognizing a clever manipulation of concepts, it was indeed a skillful play. If one were to adopt her reasoning, it would imply that there are scarcely any innocent individuals left in all of China. However, Lu Ming chose not to elaborate further. Instead, he approached Wang Ping and Lu Bosheng, delivering a swift slap to each, leaving them momentarily dazed. Aunt, do ponder why I have chosen to strike you and not others, he remarked. Lu Ming smiled and departed amidst the astonished gazes of others. Chapter 74. The blue and white porcelain vase. Several relatives exchanged glances, the atmosphere decidedly awkward. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave, one of them remarked. The women, who had been lavishing flattery moments ago, hastily sought excuses to escape, fully aware that if they lingered any longer, Wang Ping's temper might erupt, and they certainly did not wish to be caught in the crossfire. This infuriating Lu Ming drives me to madness. Wang Ping seethed, struggling to contain her anger in front of so many witnesses, her frustration palpable. Goodness! This lad has transformed into someone entirely different. Lu Bosheng, clutching his recently bruised face, expressed his anger. Despite his fury, he dared not confront Lu Ming without the support of his mother. Had Lu Ming truly erred? At that moment, a voice slowly emerged, startling both Wang Ping and Lu Bosheng. Lu Zuda maintained his usual demeanor, yet his words were as cold as ice. He spoke the truth, under the guise of benevolence. You relentlessly belittled others. Do you truly believe that the blood of the Lu family flows with the propensity to mock others? Lu Zuda's voice remained as moderate as before, yet it resonated with a compelling authority. As he spoke, those engaged in casual conversation in the realm of business hastily approached, eager to curry favor. Master Lu, while your words bear weight, today marks your 88th birthday. Please do not take offense. One individual quickly interjected with a forced smile. Wang Ping, listening to the elder's discourse, dared not utter a single word. Even within the confines of her own home, she refrained from challenging the patriarch. For the Lu group's largest shares still resided in Lu Zuda's hands. Remarkably, while the elder typically dismissed Wang Ping's barbed jests, he unexpectedly came to Lu Ming's defense today, a development that took Wang Ping entirely by surprise. Lu Ming was unaware of the minor incident that transpired at the banquet after his departure. He arrived at the courtyard outside the villa, sensing that Lu Qingli had likely arrived by now. On his way, he coincidentally encountered Jiang Wenli and Lu Zhiping. Son, did anyone say anything to you? Jiang Wenli expressed her concern for her son. No, Mom, they were merely inquiring about my well-being. Lu Ming discerned his mother's apprehension and reassured her. Is that so? Jiang Wenli asked, her skepticism evident. Of course. Well then, I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Lu Ming hastily departed before Jiang Wenli could pose another question. Oh dear, this child. Jiang Wenli initially believed that others had upset Lu Ming, leading to his demeanor, when in reality, the situation was entirely the opposite. Lu Ming was utterly apprehensive that Jiang Wenli would become enraged upon discovering how he had confronted his own aunt. He could confront those he despised, such as Lu Ming, but Jiang Wenli was someone he could neither confront nor speak ill of. Lu Ming awaited patiently until a car came to a gentle halt. Lu Qingli and Wang Lifeng descended from the vehicle, with Wang Lifeng accompanying her. Initially, Wang Lifeng believed it would be best for Qingli to come alone, but ultimately, his concern for Lu Qingli prompted him to join her. Brother Lu Ming. There are so many people here, Lu Qingli expressed her apprehension. Although she had longed to engage with her peers, the prospect of actual interaction left her feeling somewhat uneasy. It's all right, little Li. The girls here are quite friendly. There is no need for you to worry. Lu Ming gently held Lu Qingli's hand and remarked that the daughters of the business world are typically raised with strict morals, which put him at ease regarding her upbringing. Lu Qingli felt a subtle stir in her heart as she gazed at Lu Ming, surprised that he would genuinely fulfill his promise. Initially, she had assumed he would be the type to make grandiose plans without substance, yet he completely defied her expectations. Thank you so much, Lu Ming, she expressed gratefully. Wang Lifeng, observing Lu Ming's tender guidance of Lu Qingli, felt deeply moved. Being older, he found it challenging to understand the sentiments of young girls. Yet witnessing Lu Ming's gentle approach towards Lu Qingli touched him profoundly. Sir, you are too kind. Allow me to escort you inside. Lu Ming offered as he led Wang Lifeng into the venue. Due to Wang Lifeng's understated attire, few noticed him, but he remained vigilant, watching Lu Qingli. He felt reassured when he saw a few girls take her aside to enjoy some cake. As the banquet progressed, some guests began to dine, a time when those in business often sought to flatter Lu Zuda. After all, Lu Zuda had made significant contributions to the commercial district in his youth, and gaining his favor was invaluable. Father, today marks your 88th birthday, so I have brought Wenli and my son to celebrate with you. Today, I raise a toast to you, Lu Zhiping declared, downing his glass in a single gulp. Lu Ming was aware that the relationship between Lu Zhiping and Lu Zuda could not be described as particularly amicable. Although Lu Zuda had essentially entrusted the significant power of the Lu family to Lu Zhiping, the majority of the shares remained firmly in Lu Zuda's grasp. Although Lu Zhiping appears to be flourishing in his everyday life, there are times when he finds himself the subject of idle gossip. Lu Ming gazed at Lu Zuda, acutely aware that what he most required at this moment was the invaluable experience of Lu Zuda in the realm of commerce. Although Wang Lifeng had been imparting some business insights to him, his focus was primarily on academic matters, given that Lu Ming was still a student. This approach, however, fell significantly short of what Lu Ming truly desired. He aspired to establish his own company, and to do so, he needed to glean all of Lu Zuda's unique expertise. Otherwise, the endeavor of launching a business would prove exceedingly challenging. Old Master Lu, I have brought you a distinctive gift, and I sincerely hope that your 88th birthday brings you joy, a businessman with a prominent gold tooth flatteringly exclaimed. Alas, I too have something to present. Please take a look. Lu Ming observed the array of golden offerings presented by the guests, and upon glancing at Lu Zuda's dissatisfied countenance, he could not help but let out a sneer. Lu Jia is currently most abundant in wealth. The gold and silver hold little value for Lu Zuda. While the gifts from merchants may be considered precious by others, to Lu Zuda, they are merely commonplace, utterly devoid of distinction. Lu Boshang presented his grandfather, Lu Zuda, with a calligraphic work of his own making. Although the characters were conventional in style, they were imbued with heartfelt sentiment. It was not until Lu Sheng also stepped forward that the chaos subsided. Grandfather, I have brought you a gift as well, to celebrate your 88th birthday with joy. After Lu Sheng finished speaking, he opened a delicate box and took out a blue and white porcelain vase. Lu Ming raised an eyebrow. If he was not mistaken, this should be the very vase he had gifted to Zheng Dian. Why was Zheng Dian's blue and white porcelain vase in Lu Sheng's possession? Chapter 75. Lifting a stone to crush one's own foot, Uncle Gao. Lu Ming waved to Uncle Gao. Although Uncle Gao usually only drove for the Lu family, his honest nature assured Lu Ming that he would diligently undertake any other tasks assigned to him, which gave Lu Ming considerable peace of mind. What is it, young master? Uncle Gao inquired. During this banquet, Have you seen a middle-aged man, approximately 1 meter 70 tall, dressed rather shabbily? Ah, indeed, there was someone fitting that description. However, due to his inappropriate attire, he was not permitted entry. Lu Ming pondered for a moment and roughly deduced what was happening. Had he encountered Lu Sheng? Indeed. But the young master's demeanor left Gao Shu at a loss for words. I understand now. Please, Gao Shu. Bring him in and inform him that I have permitted his entrance. Very well, I shall proceed at once. Lu Sheng provided a brief introduction to the exquisite blue and white porcelain, capturing the attention of everyone present. There was nothing more to say. The porcelain was simply breathtaking, shimmering under the multicolored lights. While others presented gifts that could be acquired with wealth, Lu Sheng's offering was not something that could be purchased merely with money. This was indeed a piece of Qing dynasty blue and white porcelain. Lu Sheng proudly declared that although it cost him a considerable sum, its sentimental value was immeasurable. As long as his grandfather appreciated it, that was all that mattered. Lu Sheng's words garnered the approving glances of all those present. It was truly extravagant to give away such ancient artifacts so readily. Old Master Lu felt an overwhelming sense of nostalgia upon seeing the exquisite ancient artifact. Typically stern and unsmiling, he could not help but break into a satisfied smile at the sight of the relic. Lu Zhiping, noticing his grandfather's expression of delight, reciprocated with a pleased grin directed at Lu Sheng. Truly, as the grandson of old Master Lu, his generosity was remarkable. If I had such a dutiful grandson, I would gladly embrace death. However, what you may not know is that Lu Sheng is not his biological grandson. What? Not biologically related, yet so lavish? Indeed. The individual seated there is the only one who truly shares the Lu family bloodline. And look at his empty hands. He is likely just here for a meal. Similar discussions arose among the guests, growing increasingly louder. Lu Ming cast a glance at the smug Lu Sheng, aware that these comments were undoubtedly instigated by him. Lu Ming, I trust you have brought a gift for grandfather as well? All eyes turned to Lu Ming, who displayed no signs of panic. The truth was that he simply learned of this too late to prepare anything. Had he known, he would have certainly brought a gift. Jiang Wenli, feeling somewhat anxious, initially believed it would not matter if Lu Ming brought a gift, as long as no one mentioned it. However, with Lu Sheng's remark, it would indeed seem quite unfilial if Lu Ming did not present something. Indeed. Your Lu Ming has a tendency to forget matters of importance, even in haste. He ought to have brought something to signify his respect. Wang Ping, who had previously been reprimanded by Lu Ming, seized the opportunity to mock him. Yes, such a significant occasion for grandfather. Of course, I brought a gift, Lu Ming declared. What? Lu Sheng was momentarily taken aback. Lu Ming had only just realized that today marked their grandfather's 88th birthday. How could he possibly have prepared a gift in such short notice? So what have you prepared? Lu Sheng harbored a semblance of doubt, convinced that Lu Ming was merely posturing. I do not wish to present it now. Rather, I prefer to privately offer it to grandfather Lu. Lu Ming cast a pointed glance towards Lu Sheng, lest he feared that certain individuals might harbor inappropriate intentions. Lu Sheng felt a twinge of anxiety under Lu Ming's gaze, yet he feigned bravado and retorted, Who would be interested in your shabby gift? It seems you were entirely unprepared. Clearly, unless I present it, you would not relent, would you? Lu Ming inquired. Of course, we are merely testing your filial piety, Lu Sheng asserted with conviction. Very well, Lu Ming clapped his hands, prompting Aunt Wang to bring forth an item draped in cloth on a small cart. Lu Zhiping, somewhat puzzled, had not anticipated that Lu Ming had indeed prepared something. Please unveil it, Aunt Wang, he requested. Nodding in acknowledgement, Aunt Wang lifted the cloth. As it was revealed, everyone was rendered speechless by the sheer beauty of the painting, which rivaled Lu Sheng's blue and white porcelain. Even Lu Zuda widened his eyes slightly. Having encountered countless exquisite items throughout his life, he found that at that moment, all of them paled in comparison to the captivating artwork before him. At this moment, Lu Ming rose to his feet and addressed Lu Zuda. Grandfather, I find the majority of the well wishes directed towards you today rather problematic. While everyone is extending their congratulations on your 88th birthday, I, however, wish to diverge from their sentiments. Lu Ming smiled as he observed Lu Sheng's flustered demeanor and said, Grandfather, today I simply wish to extend my heartfelt blessings for your health and ever-youthful spirit. Well said. Lu Zhiping applauded for his son, which completely took him by surprise. He never anticipated that Lu Ming could be so thoughtful. It was truly a moment of pride for him. A faint smile graced Lu Zuda's face. A rare expression indeed for one typically so serious. Mr. Lu Ming, is that you? A robust, middle-aged voice inquired. Who is causing the disturbance? Others remain enraptured by the allure of these treasures, and such a loud interruption is rather disheartening. Indeed, it is you, sir, Lu Ming surmised, recognizing the voice as that of Zheng Dian. Mr. Lu Ming, I did not expect to find you here. Is this the venue for Lu Zuta's celebration? Yes, I am his grandson. Do you happen to know my grandfather? Lu Ming responded. Zheng Dian? Is that truly you? Lu Zuta looked at Zheng Dian with an expression of disbelief, a rarity on his face. Upon seeing Zheng Dian's countenance, Lu Zuta's excitement was palpable. It truly is you. My dear sir, your presence brings me immense joy. I must extend my gratitude to your grandson for facilitating this encounter. Otherwise, I would still be burdened by my debts. The crowd, hearing this, stared at Lu Ming in bewilderment, utterly perplexed by the situation. Was this an acquaintance of the venerable elder? Observing Zheng Dian's tattered appearance, they found it hard to believe. What is happening? Lu Zuta inquired. It is as follows. Due to circumstances at home, I have amassed a considerable debt, prompting me to sell my cherished antiques. However, no one would purchase what they deemed to be fakes. It was your benefactor, Lu Ming, who acquired my antiques, and seeing my reluctance to part with my precious blue and white porcelain vase, he generously bought it and gifted it back to me. By the way, have you received the blue and white vase I sent you? You must adore it, haha. Everyone was taken aback by Zheng Dian's words, while Lu Ming sneered. Truly a case of bringing misfortune upon oneself. Chapter 76, Reaping the Consequences. Suddenly, the banquet erupted into a cacophony of confusion. What was happening? Wasn't this blue and white porcelain meant to be a congratulatory gift from Lu Sheng to the elder? The overwhelming revelation led all eyes to turn towards Lu Sheng. But the friendliness in their gazes had vanished. The elder became instantly alert, having begun to piece together the unfolding events. What is the meaning of this, Lu Sheng? Did you not claim that you purchased this blue and white porcelain? The elder's anger began to rise. Lu Sheng was astonished. How could the situation have escalated to this point? He had originally prepared a different gift, but in a moment of impulse, swayed by the sight of what Zheng Dian wished to present, he acted irrationally. He had believed his plan was foolproof, yet he never anticipated such an outcome. Zheng Dian, equally bewildered, quickly regained his composure and furiously pointed at Lu Sheng, exclaiming, "Did you not promise to deliver my gift to the old master?" At this moment, everyone present grasped the gravity of the situation. The old master's face was a portrait of fury. How dare you deceive me? The atmosphere in the banquet hall turned tense, as none dared to speak or even breathe audibly, for they had never witnessed such wrath from the venerable Lu Jiping. Is this truly the exemplary son you have adopted? Questioned Lu Zuda. Lu Jiping initially intended to showcase his abilities today in hopes of bringing joy to his father, perhaps even leading his father to be a tad more lenient regarding the shares. However, he never anticipated that the entire situation would be disrupted by Lu Sheng. Father, please do not be angry. Lu Jiping glanced at Lu Sheng with a hint of anger and exclaimed, I never anticipated that the son I have diligently nurtured over the years would turn out to be such a petty individual. Rest assured, I shall find a way to resolve this matter. Lu Jiping assured Lu Zuda. Upon hearing Lu Jiping's words, Lu Zuda felt a modicum of relief, and his expression softened slightly. Mr. Zheng, I apologize if I have caused you any embarrassment. However, I must inquire why you entrusted such a precious item to Lu Sheng? Lu Zuda remarked, his tone tinged with reproach. After all, Lu Zuda is a businessman, and one must acknowledge that merchants are often concerned with their image, especially with numerous media representatives present at the banquet. Had Mr. Zheng not given this to Lu Sheng, this unfortunate incident would have been entirely avoidable. I would have preferred otherwise. It was merely because your security deemed my attire too shabby to grant me entry. Mr. Zheng retorted, visibly irritated. It was Lu Sheng who barred my entrance, claiming he would relay my request. If it were not for young Master Lu Ming, would that scoundrel Lu Sheng not be taking credit for another's efforts? Lu Ming, you have done well. Lu Zuda nodded at Lu Ming. Had it not been for Lu Ming inviting Zheng Dian, he would have not only missed seeing his old friend, but would have certainly remained in the dark. Upon hearing the elder's words, everyone looked at Lu Ming with the same admiration as the elder, a stark contrast to their earlier mockery. Lu Qingli, observing this scene, felt a profound disdain. The very group that had just been flattering Lu Xing was now fawning over Lu Ming, a sight that made her feel nauseous. Humph. Just moments ago you were all targeting brother Lu Ming, and now that the tide has turned, you are here to commend him. How shameless. After Lu Qingli's remarks, those individuals appeared somewhat bewildered, embarrassed to be chastised by a young girl, their faces turning crimson. No, I didn't say anything just now. Yes, I didn't say anything either. The group turned their gaze toward the one who had spoken the loudest moments before, their eyes filled with contempt. Lu Xin was taken aback to discover that the one who spoke those words was actually Lu Qingli. A wave of shock coursed through him. How dare this insufferable woman speak of him in such a manner, all the while maintaining an air of superiority? His expression darkened with each passing moment as he cast a malevolent glance at Lu Qingli. Very well, if you have chosen Lu Ming over me, I shall utterly ruin you, forcing you to inevitably choose me. The young lady was right. The Lu family has no place for those who simply go with the flow. Lu Zhu spoke slowly, asserting that he must set an example. Initially, he had contemplated expelling Lushing from the Lu family to alleviate his grievances. However, considering Lu Ming's status as an adopted son, such an act could potentially create societal repercussions. Thus, Lu Zhu redirected his animosity towards the individuals present. Security, expel those individuals. He commanded. The Lu family shall no longer welcome them. The aforementioned individuals, upon hearing this, were rendered speechless. They had belittled Lu Ming only because they had accepted money from Lushing. Yet, they had not anticipated that their association with the Lu family would lead to such dire consequences. Their respective businesses relied heavily on the Lu family support. Severing ties would jeopardize their standing in the commercial sphere. Lord Lu, we were wrong. Please spare us. They pleaded, prostrating themselves in apology. In the next moment, several security personnel arrived to drag them away. Young Master Lu Ming, you are magnanimous. In the next life, I will serve you as a humble beast, they cried. But before they could utter more, they were forcibly removed. Lu Ming smiled, reflecting on their self-inflicted misfortune. This incident was not mentioned again, and the banquet continued, albeit with an air of apprehension among the guests. Wang Ping, still shaken from earlier, had also mocked Lu Ming and feared incurring the patriarch's wrath. Fortunately, the elder had not pursued the matter, but he cast a warning glance in her direction. Old Zung, it has been a while since we last met. Come, let us converse. Lizard beckoned, also inviting Lu Ming to join. Meanwhile, Lushing was left in isolation, as the elder showed no inclination to acknowledge him, and others refrained from approaching him to avoid trouble. Lu Ming, you have surprised me today. You are entirely different from the last time we met, Lizard remarked. Indeed, I can repay the loan entirely thanks to you. Lu Ming, I owe you a favor. Should you require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask. Though I possess nothing now, I shall offer help wherever I can. Zhang Dian said earnestly, his sincerity evident. Well, since Mr. Zeng has spoken so, I shall hold you to that, Lu Ming replied with a smile. Lu Ming, your performance today has greatly pleased me. Whatever you desire, I am willing to fulfill. Lu Ming turned to Lu Zuda and said, speaking of which, there is indeed a matter I wish to request of you, grandfather. Lu Zuda initially believed that what Lu Ming desired was merely a few material possessions, such as stocks or properties. However, Lu Ming's aspirations diverged entirely from his expectations. Speak. What do you wish for? Lu Zuda inquired. Grandfather, I wish to establish my own company, and I hope you can guide me, Lu Ming replied. Everyone present, including Jiang Wenli and Lu Zhiping, was utterly astonished by Lu Ming's declaration. To open one's own company? Setting aside the fact that Lu Ming was likely to become the heir of the Lu family enterprise, the endeavor of founding a new company is far from a trivial matter. Firstly, the requisite financial resources, material support, and human capital, along with a manager's unique vision and strategic insight, are indispensable. Furthermore, the risks associated with launching a company are considerable. In the event of bankruptcy, losses could range from a few million to potentially billions. Currently, Lu Zhiping is the heir of the Lu family conglomerate, and Lu Ming possesses a significant chance of becoming the head of the Lu clan, while others might aspire to inherit the Lu family's prestigious enterprise. Lu Ming's desire to start his own venture was perplexing. Why would he disregard an established company as vast as the Lu Group? Was this not sheer foolishness? What does this mean? Do you find the Lu Group beneath your notice? Lu Zuda asked with a serious expression, seeing Lu Zuda's stern demeanor. Jiang Wenli and Lu Zhiping exchanged worried glances. Indeed, Lu Ming, you are being exceedingly ungrateful. The Lu family has the Lu Group, and you still wish to create another company? Wang Ping interjected hastily. Lu Ming did not refute Wang Ping. Instead, he turned his gaze towards his aunt, Zhu. Aunt, how is your beauty salon faring these days? Huh? Zhu Yi was momentarily taken aback, puzzled as to how the conversation had shifted to her beauty salon. Well, it's still doing quite well, and the profits remain substantial. Lu Ming looked towards Wang Ping and said, Aunt, our family is connected to my aunt. So why do you choose to visit other beauty salons instead of hers? Lu Ming skillfully shifted the question back to Wang Ping, leaving her at a loss for words. Do you believe that your aunt's beauty salon is inadequate? Lu Ming inquired with a smile. Aunt, you truly fail to appreciate what is good. You are speaking nonsense. Wang Ping, flushed with anger, could only cast a resentful glance at Jiang Wenli. Jiang Wenli, look at the state your son is in now. Lu Ming harbored concerns about Jiang Wenli's potential anger, yet Jiang Wenli regarded Lu Ming with an encouraging gaze. I apologize, but I truly believe my son has no issues. Very well. Your entire family is just like this. You have had enough. Lu Ming was truly reluctant to endure Wang Ping's lengthy and tedious discourse, so he hastily interjected. Grandfather, while I acknowledge that the Lu group is indeed impressive, I do not believe it aligns with my aspirations. Lu Ming gazed at Lu Zuda, who, in turn, perceived the two words reflected in Lu Ming's eyes. Ambition. I yearn to strive for myself, to forge a company that is truly mine. Merely being a shareholder of a company is not my aspiration. All present fell silent, eager to witness Lu Zuda's reaction to this matter. Ah, Zhiping, you and your son are becoming more alike by the day, Lu Zuda murmured. Upon hearing Lu Zuda's words, Lu Zhiping cast a glance at Lu Ming, his eyes brimming with admiration for him. Well then, Lu Ming, let me anticipate your performance in the business world. Do not let me down. Lu Ming understood that this was approved by Lu Zuda. Thank you, grandfather. After this brief interlude, old Master Lu retired to his room to rest, while those who had not yet had their fill of enjoyment could continue at the Lu residence. Lu Ming, come out with me for a moment. Lu Zhiping called to Lu Ming. Lu Ming initially presumed that Lu Zhiping intended to discuss matters concerning the company. However, Lu Ming was mistaken. What is your perspective on the situation involving Lu Sheng? Lu Sheng has today brought disgrace upon the Lu family, and Lu Ming is acutely aware that this matter cannot be taken lightly. Father, do you have any thoughts on this? If there are no unforeseen circumstances, Lu Sheng's actions will undoubtedly make headlines tomorrow. The Lu family cannot afford to bear the shame of his misdeeds. Lu Zhiping took a puff of smoke and exhaled it in frustration. Moreover, due to Lu Sheng's unique status, we cannot expel him. Lu Ming understood that Lu Zhiping had grown to detest Lu Sheng to an extreme degree. Father, regardless of our status, we cannot condone such behavior. Lu Zhiping gazed at Lu Ming, and gradually, an answer began to form in his heart. So what do you mean? Lu Ming elegantly sipped the red wine from his glass. While we may no longer acknowledge the identity of the Lu family, out of respect for our prior relationship, we decided to send Lu Sheng away, covering all his expenses. After all, the Lu family would not mind an extra pair of chopsticks at the table. A punishment so lenient, could it possibly be unjust to you? After all, he intended to humiliate you in front of so many people this time. Father, as a grown man, what do I have to feel aggrieved about? A man does not shed tears easily, after all. Lu Zhiping took another drag of his cigarette, pondering for a considerable time before finally nodding in agreement. Lu Ming returned to the banquet, only to suddenly discover a group of individuals huddled together, whispering conspiratorially in a particular corner. Lu Ming felt a sense of bewilderment upon entering, only to find Lu Bosheng firmly grasping Lu Qingli's hand, preventing her from leaving. What good does an apology do? Do you have any idea how expensive this garment is? I truly did not intend for this to happen. I will ensure my grandfather compensates you. Your grandfather? Who is he? He is certainly not some random old man rummaging through refuse who can afford to reimburse me for this designer attire. Lu Qingli, who typically exuded pride, had never been subjected to such scrutiny and condemnation from a crowd. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, and she felt a profound sense of fear welling within her. Let her go? Lu Ming rushed in and pulled Lu Qingli behind him. With slightly reddened eyes, Lu Qingli gazed at Lu Ming. Brother Lu Ming, it's all right. I will handle this, he assured her, steadying her. Lu Ming, it's you again. Are you planning to steal all the limelight today? Lu Bosheng felt a surge of anger upon seeing Lu Ming, as he had intended to showcase his prowess today. However, he was utterly unprepared for the fact that all the attention was monopolized by Lu Ming. What do you intend to do? Bully a young girl? Are you still a man? Lu Ming shielded Lu Qingli behind him, his expression darkening as he spoke. I have been wronged by her. Look at my clothes. All drenched by that wretched woman. Do you have any idea how expensive this outfit is? I did not do it on purpose, Lu Qingli retorted defiantly. I will compensate you for any clothing, she added, but if you continue to press me, I shall not hold back. Humph. Lu Ming, you underestimate me far too much. Let me assure you, I am destined for great success in the future. Lu Bosheng proudly introduced the well-dressed man beside him, exclaiming, "This is my esteemed teacher, a graduate of a prestigious university. With just a little dedication to my studies, I too shall gain admission to an esteemed institution." Lu Boxiang gazed at the envious glances directed towards him, his inner vanity thoroughly gratified. Chapter 78. Displaying arrogance in the wrong place. "Thus, you believe?" Lu Ming scoffed disdainfully and remarked, "Do you truly believe you can gain admission to a prestigious university merely by the presence of this gentleman beside you?" "Lu Ming, I perceive your jealousy. After all, I am fortunate to have such an excellent teacher. What do you possess? In the end, I foresee you amounting to little more than a junior college candidate. I shall also secure my share of the stakes." Once Lu Bosheng gained confidence, he no longer hesitated to utter such words in public. "When the time comes, grandfather will undoubtedly allocate the shares to me. After all, you are merely a worthless individual who has just managed to enter a junior college. As soon as I obtain the shares, I will be the first to expel you from the Lu family." As Lu Ming listened to Lu Bosheng's words, he wore no expression, merely feeling a profound sorrow for the man before him. "Why do you believe this teacher can secure your admission to a prestigious institution? Sir, is that even a question?" Huang, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke up. "I graduated from a renowned school and possess several years of teaching experience. Every student under my tutelage can become a genius among geniuses." Huang held his head high, an air of pride evident on his face. "Moreover, the esteemed Master Wang Lifeng is my mentor." At this revelation, many were taken aback. "Master Wang? I recall that he rarely accepts students, and even when he does, they are nothing short of prodigies. I once took my child to his residence, and no amount of money could persuade him to accept." Lu Ming was somewhat taken aback. This individual was, surprisingly, also a student of teacher Wang? "That person is certainly not my grandfather's student. I am well acquainted with all of his pupils." Lu Qingli whispered to Lu Ming. Initially skeptical, Lu Ming's conviction grew stronger. This person was nothing but a fraud. In another setting, teacher Huang might have successfully deceived others. However, Lu Ming was indeed a genuine student of teacher Wang, and he would not permit this individual the opportunity to show off. "Since you claim to be a student of teacher Wang, do you know this girl?" Teacher Huang cast a disdainful glance at Lu Qingli, barely even acknowledging her. "Isn't this girl merely a reckless little brat? I fail to see how this relates to my acquaintance with teacher Wang." Lu Ming raised an eyebrow and inquired with a smile, "What if I were to say that this girl is the beloved granddaughter of teacher Wang? If you are indeed a student of teacher Wang, you must surely be acquainted with her, wouldn't you?" As soon as Lu Ming spoke, everyone was taken aback. It is said that Wang Lifeng's granddaughter is a prodigious young lady. Yet, apart from her striking appearance, she bears no semblance of a genius. "What nonsense are you spouting? This girl, who doused me with water, could never be teacher Wang's granddaughter." "Lu Ming, are you jesting?" Lu Bosheng pointed at Lu Ming with his finger. But Lu Ming furrowed his brow and swatted Lu Bosheng's hand away. "Not only must I assert that this young lady is the granddaughter of Wang Lifeng, but I must also proclaim that I am indeed a student of Master Wang." As soon as Lu Ming spoke, everyone was taken aback in astonishment. "Lu Ming is a student of teacher Wang? How could that be possible? What nonsense are you spouting? Do you even believe what you are saying? Should I reveal your score from the last final exam in front of everyone?" Lu Bosheng wore a face of disbelief, relentlessly provoking Lu Ming. Meanwhile, teacher Huang, who stood beside him, felt a tinge of anxiety at Lu Ming's unwavering confidence. Could it be that this young man was truly a student of teacher Wang? Impossible. That esteemed educator could only select a single student from a multitude of 1,000. How could Lu Ming possibly be one of his pupils? Suddenly, Lu Qingli called out, "Grandfather!" It turned out that Wang Lifeng had just returned. Having endured such a considerable injustice, Lu Qingli's eyes instantly filled with tears upon seeing her grandfather, and she hurriedly rushed towards him. "What is the matter?" Wang Lifeng asked, his heart aching at the sight of his granddaughter in distress. "Huh, Lu Ming. You dare to claim that this wretched woman's grandfather is Wang Lifeng. You truly are a master of exaggeration. Do you even have the audacity to suggest that this ragpicker is the distinguished educator Wang Lifeng?" Lu Bosheng continued to speak fervently, yet teacher Huang's face suddenly turned pale. "My goodness, is this truly Wang Lifeng? What are your thoughts?" Lu Ming restrained the corners of his mouth from curling upwards. How pretentious. Clearly, he has chosen the wrong moment to flaunt himself. In my opinion, he certainly does not belong here. Dressed in such tattered clothing, this old man must have sneaked in. Regardless of his actual status, one thing is certain, he must compensate me for my brand name attire. Wang Lifeng felt a surge of anger. His boundary was defined by his granddaughter, Lu Qingli, and this man was being utterly unreasonable towards her. "So, you are Lu Boshang, are you?" "Indeed, it is I." "The young master. Do you have an issue with that?" Lu Boshang was still unaware of the impending storm, observing teacher Huang's silence beside him. He found it somewhat peculiar. "Teacher Huang, why do you not speak? Do not utter another word," Huang retorted. "Indeed, Lu Boshang, is it not? I recall you frequently seeking tutoring. Do not hesitate to approach a teacher from now on. I am quite eager to see which instructor would dare accept you as a pupil." One woman, astonished, covered her mouth as she gazed at the photograph on her phone. "Wait a moment, he truly resembles teacher Wang." She had seen Wang Lifeng long ago and saved a picture, so upon initially encountering him, she merely felt a sense of familiarity. However, upon closer inspection, the photograph confirmed that it was indeed Wang Lifeng himself. "What? He is genuinely teacher Wang Lifeng." The people nearby were equally astonished. After all, Wang Lifeng, dressed modestly and appearing as an ordinary elder, bore no distinct differences. Furthermore, since his retirement, he had lived a reclusive life, making his presence at the banquet all the more surprising. What could this mean? Lu Boshang felt somewhat bewildered. Was this old man truly not joking? "Teacher Wang, we have met before, do you remember?" At that moment, teacher Huang disregarded his earlier composure and hurried to flatter. "Met before? But teacher Huang, didn't you just say you were teacher Wang's student?" Lu Boshang inquired in astonishment. Lu Boshang felt increasingly perplexed. How could everyone have gone to Lu Ming in such a short span of time? "From now on, do not refer to me as your teacher. I do not know you." Teacher Huang hastily turned his back. He could not afford to be associated with this individual, lest he also offend teacher Wang. "No, but you have accepted money from my family." At this moment, Lu Boshang finally deduced the reason with his own limited intellect. Could it be that Lu Ming was indeed telling the truth? Was he truly Wang Lifeng? It was then that Lu Boshang realized that everyone had already rallied around Lu Ming. "Wait a moment, Lu Boshang. I am aware that your mother often seeks connections with teachers, attempting to spend money to secure you a place in a prestigious university. Such matters have never concerned me. But now you shall not even come close to that institution." Lu Boshang is now in a state of utter panic, lamenting his own missteps. "I implore everyone to remember that Lu Qingli is my granddaughter. Anyone who bullies her is opposing me. Moreover, amongst those present, only Lu Ming is my student." Chapter 79, The Ungrateful Receptionist. "Very well, please take care on your journey." Lu Ming breathed a sigh of relief as he bid farewell to the last group of guests at the banquet. Ever since Wang Lifeng revealed to them that he was a student of Wang Lifeng, their jaws dropped in astonishment. He then recalled how he found himself surrounded by a throng of individuals eager to inquire about his experiences, expressing their desire for their sons to learn from Lu Ming. Lu Ming finds himself unable to depart. Lu Bushan's entire face flushed crimson, his lips trembling uncontrollably, overwhelmed by regret. He was acutely aware that offending Wang Lifeng was utterly inadvisable. Should he provoke Wang Lifeng, Lu Boshang would find himself in a precarious position, oscillating between uncertainty and dread. "You truly are teacher Wang?" Lu Boshang inquired, gazing intently at Wang Lifeng. "Indeed, I am," came the reply. Lu Boshang was utterly terrified, filled with regret that gnawed at his insides. "You are that prodigious young lady from the municipal level," he addressed Lu Qingli. "Indeed," she replied. "You are a student of teacher Wang." Finally, Lu Boshang turned his gaze towards Lu Ming. "Of course," Lu Ming said with a smile. Lu Boshang could no longer bear the overwhelming situation and fainted right before a crowd of onlookers. When Lu Ming thought of the visage of Lu Boshang, he couldn't help but chuckle within. "Brother Lu Ming, are you listening?" Lu Ming suddenly realized that it was Lu Qingli calling out to him. What is the matter?" "The guests have all departed. I came to inform you." "All right." The two fell into a moment of silence before Lu Ming turned his gaze toward Lu Qingli. "Qingli, it is entirely my fault that you have endured such distress." "How could that be, Lu Ming go?" Lu Qingli's tone was surprisingly gentle. "I want to express my gratitude to you. Today, I made many friends, and I truly felt joyful," Lu Qingli said, her face beaming with happiness. Yet, in the next moment, her expression grew hesitant. "Lu Minggu, may I ask you for a favor?" "What is it?" Lu Qingli mustered her courage to meet Lu Ming's eyes. "For future events like this, may I accompany you, Lu Minggu?" After a brief pause, she continued. "I have never felt this happy before. I am truly grateful to you, Lu Minggu. When you pulled me behind you back then, I felt an immense sense of security." Lu Qingli smiled at Lu Ming, her smile appearing even more enchanting under the soft glow of the lights. "Of course, you can, as long as you enjoy it." Lu Ming gently stroked Lu Qingli's head, a wave of tenderness washing over him. In the next moment, Lu Qingli leapt directly into Lu Ming's embrace. At that instant, she was nothing like her usual aloof and distant self. Instead, she resembled a small kitten, yearning for the warmth of reassurance. Lu Qingli's unexpected gesture took Lu Ming by surprise. "Brother, thank you," she expressed. Her first display of tenderness directed towards someone other than her grandfather. In Lu Qingli's past, she believed that no one was worthy of her trust except for her grandfather. However, Lu Ming's genuine kindness towards her unveiled a unique warmth that she had never experienced before. Lu Ming was taken aback by Lu Qingli's markedly different demeanor today compared to her usual self. He realized that this transformation stemmed from her shedding her fade. Contemplating this, Lu Ming embraced Lu Qingli in return. The following day, Lu Ming was summoned to the Lu Corporation by Lu Zhiping. Although he felt a twinge of curiosity regarding the purpose of this summons, he knew he could not decline the invitation. The Lu Group undoubtedly stands as the largest corporation in Qingyang City, vast in size and abundant in personnel, with each individual's countenance reflecting a duality of professionalism. "Good day. I am in search of Mr. Lu Zhiping, the esteemed general manager." Lu Ming addressed the receptionist in charge of the welcoming duties. "Mr. Lu?" The server glanced at Lu Ming, her tone laced with impatience. "I am aware." Lu Ming felt quite perplexed. "Is there an appointment?" "No, there isn't." Lu Ming asserted with conviction. "An appointment? Do I need to schedule a meeting just to see my own father? Such a notion is absurd. If you have matters to discuss with me without an appointment, feel free to do so." The receptionist, however, paid him no heed and instead picked up her phone to amuse herself. "Your inquiries regarding General Manager Lu are beyond your jurisdiction," she retorted. Lu Ming chuckled. "Humph. What else could you possibly want? Surely, you aren't here to borrow money?" Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, the receptionist's expression instantly soured. Though this man possessed striking good looks, he truly lacked self-awareness. Did he believe that he could meet President Lu at will? "If you have something to discuss, simply tell me, and I shall assist you." Lu Ming felt that the receptionist was truly ungrateful. It was merely a matter of making a phone call to convey a message. Yet the receptionist chose not to proceed in that manner. "Is it you who intends to speak on behalf of your president, who summoned me here?" Lu Ming began to exhibit signs of impatience. "Our president is looking for you?" The receptionist wore an expression of disbelief. "Impossible. What could the president possibly want with this young man? How could that be? Do you think me a fool? If everyone claimed to know the boss in order to meet him, wouldn't he be utterly exhausted?" Lu Ming was left speechless. How could this receptionist be so impervious to both gentle persuasion and stern authority? "What if I were to claim that I am the son of your boss?" "Impossible. Do not toy with me. I assure you, I have met the true heir of our esteemed boss." Lu Ming was taken aback. He had met his biological son, yet he had never encountered her. "So, who is the biological son of your boss?" "Humph, it is undoubtedly Lu Xing. I must inform you that our boss's biological son seems to have a bit of interest in me. Who knows, I might just become the lady of the house." The receptionist spoke with great pride, as if envisioning herself stepping into a life of luxury in the very next moment. "Lu Sheng? Biological son?" Lu Ming instantly comprehended that it must have been Lu Sheng who disseminated such information within the company. Moreover, this woman wore an expression of pride, believing she could ascend to the status of a wealthy family's wife. There are countless women who have had affairs with Lu Sheng. Does she truly consider herself to be an exception? Lu Ming observed the woman before him, and any inclination to engage in conversation dissipated entirely. He promptly turned towards the inner sanctum of the company. "If you want to take me, I shall seek entry myself." "Wait, you cannot go in." The receptionist, noticing Lu Ming's determination to breach the premises, swiftly positioned herself in his path. "What is all this commotion?" A supervisor clad in a crisp white shirt emerged, frowning at the scene before him. "Oh no, that's our supervisor, Bai. You're in trouble now." The receptionist exclaimed, exasperation evident in her voice. "Supervisor Bai. This man insists on seeing our boss without an appointment and is attempting to force his way in," she reported urgently. "Old Bai, it's been a while." Lu Ming greeted Supervisor Bai with a smile. "You, how dare you address our supervisor in such a manner?" The receptionist, initially poised to say more, was interrupted by Supervisor Bai. "Ah, young Master Lu, what brings you here?" Supervisor Bai's expression transformed into one of obsequiousness. Chapter 80. The only son of the Lu family. What? Witnessing Supervisor Bai's obsequious demeanor towards Lu Ming, even the most naive of receptionists could grasp the gravity of the situation. She had initially presumed Lu Ming was merely boasting, never anticipating that he was indeed the son of the president. Did Lu Xing not claim to be the biological son? Could it be that this Lu Ming is an adopted child? Please come in. Allow me to escort you to meet our esteemed CEO, said Supervisor Bai, hastily leading the way while casting a fierce glare at the receptionist. This woman truly lacked discernment. When the young master reported her to the CEO, she would surely face dire consequences. The receptionist was thoroughly frightened, yet she recognized her blunder and felt a surge of regret within. Lu Ming was escorted to Lu Zhiping's office. Situated on the top floor of the building, the office, though simply adorned, exuded an undeniable elegance. Countless documents were scattered across the marble-topped desk, while a grand floor-to-ceiling window graced the front of the desk. Lu Zhiping gazed down from the floor-to-ceiling window, observing the scene outside. "Father, I have arrived." "Ah, my son, come here." Upon hearing this, Lu Ming approached, and Lu Zhiping gestured to Supervisor Bai, who then withdrew. "What is it, father? Is there something amiss?" "Take a look at the scenery outside the window." Lu Ming gazed out of the window. From his lofty vantage point, the surrounding buildings appeared diminutive, while the bustling traffic below created a lively scene. The Lu Group's remarkable achievements to date were no small feat. They were the culmination of his grandfather's relentless dedication. Should he ascend to the role of heir to the Lu Group, an abundance of rewards would undoubtedly await him. Upon hearing Lu Zhiping's words, Lu Ming realized that his uncle intended for him to relinquish his aspirations of establishing his own company. Your uncle, who failed to ascend to the helm of the Lu Group in the past, continues to covet it with watchful eyes. No matter how one might argue, Lu Xing is not truly a member of the Lu family, and he has brought about such disgraceful incidents. Lu Zhiping observed Lu Ming's reaction. Lu Ming did not speak, but listened intently. Therefore, Lu Ming, you are now my hope. I wish for you to manage the Lu Group after you enter university. When you earn your grandfather's approval, you will be able to acquire a significant portion of the Lu Group's shares. Why embark on the uncertain endeavor of establishing a new company? Lu Zhiping's assertions lack substance, a truth well understood by Lu Ming. Presently, Lu Zuda wields control over the majority of shares in the Lu Group, a coveted asset for many. Should Lu Ming heed Lu Zhiping's counsel and embark on the journey of mastering the art of corporate succession, any modest achievement would surely pave his path to becoming the company's sovereign. Yet, Lu Ming's aspirations lie elsewhere. Lu Ming understood that Lu Zhiping was paving the way for his future, yet was that truly what he desired? To be unable to break free from control? To willingly become a mere pawn? Father, I comprehend your intentions, but I do not wish to live my life in such a preordained manner. Lu Ming candidly expressed his thoughts. I am aware that the Lu family conglomerate is impressive. However, what I aspire to is the establishment of my own enterprise. When that time comes, my ambition is not to create merely a local company in Qingyang City, but to forge a global corporation that reaches far beyond borders. If Lu Ming were in his previous life, he would certainly have acquiesced to Lu Zhiping's demands. However, having been granted a second chance at life, why not strive for greater strength and success? In due time, I am confident that my grandfather will recognize my endeavors, and I believe he will entrust me with the majority of the shares. Lu Ming asserted with conviction that although Lu Boshang was also a grandson of Lu Zuda, he understood that Lu Boshang was not cut out for the business world. Lu Zhiping was initially somewhat hesitant. As a CEO, he was a rather formidable individual. Had it been someone else, he would undoubtedly have insisted that they follow his preferred path. However, his current role as a father complicated matters. Was it truly in the best interest of his son to impose solely his own aspirations upon him? Lu Ming, you have truly surprised me. Lu Zhiping gazed out of the floor-to-ceiling window, a smile gracing his face. How wonderful! So filled with ambition, I am confident that my son will be extraordinary. Lu Ming initially believed that Lu Zhiping would not easily acquiesce, so when Lu Zhiping uttered those words, there was a hint of surprise on his face. Then, let us strive forward. I eagerly anticipate your performance. Lu Ming gazed at the bustling traffic outside, a sense of resolve gradually taking shape within him. Indeed, a throng of reporters had gathered outside the company, drawn by a breaking news story that had just surged to the forefront of trending topics. The future heir of the Lu family, Lu Xing, has been accused of moral depravity, provoking the ire of Lu Zuda, the founder of the Lu Group. These journalists speak nonsense. When did Lu Sheng become the sole heir of my family? Lu Zhiping. Lu Zhiping angrily hurled his phone onto the table. Lu Ming understood that this was all due to the rumors disseminated by Lu Xing earlier, because Lu Ming had previously remained in the shadows. Playing the sycophant to Gu Yinan, Lu Zhiping found it embarrassing and thus never publicly acknowledged Lu Ming. This gave Lu Sheng a sense of pride, as he often boasted in the company about being the sole heir. As the tale circulated, it became widely known. Father, since these journalists are so eager to report such matters, why don't we reveal a few ourselves? Lu Zhiping understood that Lu Ming was referring to the outcome of their discussion from the previous night. Initially, he had felt a twinge of hesitation, but now he was resolute. Then let us proceed, Lu Ming. Inform those reporters of what they wish to know. Lu Zhiping beckoned to Lu Ming, who understood his intent and followed suit. The entrance of the Lu group was besieged by reporters, creating an atmosphere where movement was nearly impossible, as each journalist clamored for exclusive insights. Consequently, when Lu Ming and Lu Zhiping emerged, a wave of excitement rippled through the crowd. Mr. Lu, are you aware of the alleged theft attributed to you? Can you comment on the veracity of these claims? Given your son's involvement, will he still be able to assume control of the Lu group? In the midst of the chaos, a throng of reporters eagerly posed their inquiries. Please, everyone, quiet down. Lu Zhiping spoke without any expression on his face. Although the reporters were eager to pose further questions, the moment Lu Zhiping began to speak, everyone fell silent. Please take a good look at this person's face. Lu Zhiping urged Lu Ming to step forward, drawing the attention of all present towards him. What is remarkable about this individual? How is he connected to the matter at hand? The reporters were left in a haze, utterly perplexed. Long ago, in a bid to engage in philanthropy, I adopted a child, concealing this act from the public to shield the child from discrimination. I, Lu Zhiping, have always held my conscience clear regarding this child, yet he has committed actions that fill me with shame. This individual is none other than what you perceive to be the sole heir of the Lu family, Lu Xing. As Lu Zhiping spoke, everyone was taken aback, quickly engaging in discussions. What I have not revealed to you is this. Lu Zhiping pointed at Lu Ming. This is my biological child, the sole heir of the Lu family. Lu Ming. Chapter 81. The Unbecoming Materialistic Woman. At this revelation, everyone was taken aback. A cacophony of discussions erupted. I had assumed this handsome gentleman was merely an employee of the company, yet it turns out he is the sole heir of the Lu family? What sensational news! Quickly, capture this moment. A throng of journalists hurriedly raised their cameras, snapping photo after photo of Lu Ming's visage. Lu Zhiping, undeterred, continued his discourse. Previously, I sought to safeguard my son, allowing him to attend school as a normal individual. However, my adopted son harbors grand ambitions, continually proclaiming himself the sole heir of the Lu family, even resorting to acts of thievery. Reflecting on Lu Sheng's actions, Lu Zhiping furrowed his brow. Our family cannot condone such behavior. Henceforth, I declare that Lu Ming is the only son of the Lu family, and Lu Xing is no longer my child. Witnessing this farce, the receptionist, who had just confronted Lu Ming, was utterly disillusioned upon hearing Lu Zhiping's declaration. The individual she had been entangled with was nothing more than a deceitful pretender. She had even disparaged the true heir. The receptionist felt a wave of dizziness overcome her. How could this happen? That despicable conman, Lu Sheng, had led her to betray herself in a desperate attempt to win his affection. Now, all was for naught. He was devoid of even the most basic manners. Lu Xing, I shall never forgive you. The receptionist thought with indignation. This incident swiftly gained momentum on the internet, stirring considerable commotion. Apart from Lu Zihao, everyone in Lu Ming's class was taken aback. How could the son of the president of the Lu group resemble their classmate Lu Ming so closely? Wait a moment, Lu Ming's surname is also Lu. Lu Ming usually maintains a low profile in class, even refraining from flaunting the luxury items he purchases for Guinan. Thus, his classmates perceive him merely as a sycophant of the school beauty. Who could have imagined that this seemingly unimpressive student would transform into a super-rich heir? Yinan, have you seen the headline news? Lin Luoluo exclaimed, shaking Gu Yinan's arm excitedly, feeling as though she were in a dream. Luoluo, please don't distract me. I'm still trying to master the art of courting boys. Gu Yinan replied, slightly annoyed, furrowing her beautiful brows. Lu Ming. Lin Luoluo spoke hesitantly. Lu Ming. What about him? Gu Yinan's heart raced with concern upon hearing Lu Ming's name. Look. Lin Luoluo raised her phone, revealing Lu Ming's face on the screen. Gu Yinan quickly snatched the phone to take a closer look. It truly was Lu Ming. She was astonished to discover that he was the son of the president of the Lu group. Although she had sensed his wealth, she had never anticipated it to be this substantial. Yet, at this moment, Gu Yinan found herself unconcerned with Lu Ming's financial status. What captivated her was the undeniable handsomeness captured in the photograph. Luoluo, this picture of Lu Ming is so handsome. Send it to me, she exclaimed excitedly, wishing to set it as her phone wallpaper to see him whenever she unlocked her device. Lin Luoluo observed Gu Yinan's infatuation with bemusement. Yinan, he's a super rich heir. She reminded her. In the past, Gu Yinan would have felt more entitled to request things from Lu Ming, reasoning that he wouldn't miss a few extra luxuries given his immense wealth. After all, if Lu Ming were to buy something, Lin Luoluo could benefit as well. However, the current Gu Yinan was no longer inclined to ask Lu Ming for money, which meant she would miss out on any potential advantages. Yinan, you need to be realistic. If he is this wealthy, you shouldn't just let it slide. Enough, Luoluo. Gu Yinan interrupted, her tone unexpectedly firm. Do not speak like that again. Lu Ming's wealth is not simply a windfall. I will not ask him for money. Lin Luoluo was utterly taken aback. Wait, weren't you the one who used to say that men are your cash cows? A blush crept across Gu Yinan's cheeks as she pondered whether Lu Ming would reconsider his feelings for her, should he learn of her transformation. Yinan, wake up. Wasn't it you who said that men are your source of wealth? As Lin Luoluo exposed her, Gu Yinan's face instantly flushed. She had already transformed. Why must she be reminded of her past? I have changed now. Can I retract my previous words? Of course you cannot. Lin Luoluo retorted. Yinan, wake up. Lin Luoluo recalled that if she were to lose Gu Yinan as a close friend, she would gain not a single penny. Thus, she took a deep breath, striving to maintain her composure. A new handbag has been released at the luxury store, but we cannot afford it. Currently, Lu Ming is the only one who can purchase it for us. If you go to him and speak sweetly, won't we acquire it? In truth, Lin Luoluo was filled with ulterior motives. She cared not for Gu Yinan's well-being, only desiring the new handbag. Lin Luoluo, Lu Ming is not my piggy bank, and I shall not ask him for money in the future, Gu Yinan declared firmly. Lin Luoluo was utterly unprepared for the fact that Gu Yinan was no longer swayed by her words. Fine. Since you have chosen Lu Ming, I shall no longer be your friend. Lin Luoluo unleashed her final card. In the past, merely threatening to sever ties was enough to prompt Gu Yinan to plead for her friendship, thus achieving her goals. If we are to part ways, so be it. I will not ask Lu Ming for money. I want to date him, not merely seek his wealth. With that, Gu Yinan took her bag and departed, leaving Lin Luoluo stunned in place. Watching Gu Yinan's retreating figure, Lin Luoluo began to feel a twinge of regret. She had not anticipated that Gu Yinan would truly sever their friendship over Lu Ming. If she fell out with Gu Yinan, her chances of acquiring the handbag would be entirely dashed. That wretched Gu Yinan. Lin Luoluo felt an urgent anxiety, but then a thought struck her. Since Gu Yinan was unwilling to ask Lu Ming for money, she could still do so herself. Previously, Lu Ming had distanced himself from Gu Yinan due to her materialistic tendencies, but Lin Luoluo was not so foolish. She merely needed to showcase her charm to Lu Ming, making him fall for her, and then she could have whatever she desired. Lin Luoluo envisioned a series of scenarios where a domineering CEO would fall in love with her, secretly resolving to pursue this path. Chapter 82. How to Cope with Overwhelming Popularity. Lu Ming, here is breakfast I brought for you. Can we add each other on WeChat? Lu Ming, do you think this little dress looks good on me? The next day, when Lu Ming arrived at school, he was encircled by a throng of students. The girls in the school gazed at Lu Ming with the fervor of ravenous wolves eyeing their prey, tightly surrounding him. Lu Ming could not help but feel a flush of embarrassment. What on earth is happening? It is a common fantasy among young women to aspire to marry into a wealthy family. Lu Ming is not only handsome, but also the sole heir of the Lu group, embodying the quintessential image of a domineering CEO in the hearts of many young women. Lin Luoluo, observing the throngs of people surrounding him, felt a surge of anxiety. She had initially intended to bring breakfast to Lu Ming. How could there be so many competitors vying for his attention? Shen Hanwei had never anticipated that in just one night, she would find herself faced with an unexpected multitude of rivals, which instilled in her a growing sense of urgency. As Shen Hanwei momentarily lost her focus, she nearly stumbled amidst the crowd. Be careful, she murmured. Lu Ming's gentle voice echoed beside Shen Hanwei's ear. Lu Ming embraced Shen Hanwei, steadying her form to prevent her from collapsing again. Ladies and gentlemen, if there are no pressing matters at hand, I kindly ask you to disperse, as it would be unfortunate to tread upon someone. Lu Ming addressed a group of girls, astonished by their fervent enthusiasm. Although each girl yearned to engage in conversation with him, they obediently dispersed in an effort to leave a favorable impression on Lu Ming. How popular he has become, thought Shen Hanwei with a tinge of jealousy. While it is a universal desire for everyone to see the one they admire flourish, Shen Hanwei secretly wished that Lu Ming belonged solely to her. What are you dawdling for? Hurry up and go. Lu Ming pinched Shen Hanwei's face and said, I fear they might return to cause more trouble. Ming, you are now quite the celebrity at school. Shen Hanyue emphasized the word celebrity as she spoke. Hanyue, your jealousy is rather palpable. I can almost taste it, he teased. Humph. It's good that you are aware, Shen Hanwei pouted, feigning annoyance. All right. I too am astonished by their fervor. Initially, I wondered what was happening when a throng of girls surrounded us. Lu Ming and Shen Hanwei returned to the classroom, playfully teasing one another. Lu Ming was taken aback when he discovered his desk brimming with love letters of various hues. The boys in the class gazed with palpable envy, for the girls at school were exceedingly enthusiastic towards Lu Ming. If only they could receive even a fraction of the affection expressed in Lu Ming's letters, they would awaken from their dreams with smiles of elation. Lu Ming gazed at the colorful love letters with a sense of helplessness, wondering if it was truly necessary to be so extravagant. Lu Ming, Lin Luoluo exclaimed as the crowd surrounding him finally dispersed, and she hurried over. Today, Lin Luoluo had put considerable effort into her appearance, thinking to herself, I shall win you over today. As for matters concerning Gui Nan, she declared, do not mention it. I have nothing to say. Lu Ming spoke candidly, noting that Lin Luoluo typically sought him out concerning Gui Nan. How annoying, Lu Ming. I know you don't harbor any dislike for Gui Nan. I am fully aware that you no longer have feelings for her, so of course, my intentions are not related to her. Lin Luoluo, aware of Lu Ming's affection for Shen Hanwei, spoke in a high-pitched voice. She believed that by adopting a charming demeanor, she would surely capture Lu Ming's heart. Lu Ming's face had turned an ominous shade of black. What on earth is this woman? Why does she insist on speaking in such a shrill tone? What is the matter with you? Lu Ming felt a wave of nausea wash over him. Has Lin Luoluo been possessed by a ghost? Lu Ming, what are you talking about? She replied, I'm perfectly fine, aren't I? Or is it that your throat is inflamed? Lu Ming inquired with concern. Upon hearing Lu Ming's rather straightforward response, Lin Luoluo and Shen Hanyu stifled their laughter behind their hands. Lin Luoluo initially anticipated that Lu Ming, charmed by her endearing nature, would utter some tender words. However, she was entirely taken aback when he mentioned that his throat was inflamed. Lu Ming, does my voice not sound pleasant? Gui Nan, observing Lin Luoluo approaching Lu Ming, felt an unsettling discomfort in her heart. Lin Luoluo was acutely aware of her affection for Lu Ming. What was her intention in seeking his company now? Lu Ming felt a profound sense of shame. What on earth is happening in this world? What exactly does Lin Luoluo intend to accomplish? Lu Ming could only direct his gaze towards Shen Hanwei, who appeared somewhat perplexed. Ming, why are you staring at me? She inquired. Oh, it's nothing. I merely find you pleasing to the eye, he replied. After all, Lin Luoluo was quite a sight for sore eyes at the moment. Noticing that Lu Ming was entirely ignoring her, Lin Luoluo felt a twinge of embarrassment. Minggu, please take another look at me. She continued to pout charmingly. Lu Ming found himself at a loss for words. While Shen Hanyue's playful demeanor was undeniably charming, Lin Luo's strained voice fell far short of that mark. What a pity. Lin Luoluo, could you perhaps step aside? Your presence is obstructing my sunlight. Observing Lu Ming's apparent indifference to her affections, a sense of urgency began to swell within her. Despite her evident allure, why did Lu Ming remain unmoved? Lu Ming, do you harbor any feelings for me? As soon as those words escaped Lin Luoluo's lips, an astonished silence enveloped the room. None had anticipated that she would utter such a bold declaration. Why would you assume I have feelings for you? Could you please refrain from acting this way? Lu Ming was utterly astonished. What on earth have I done to lead you to believe that I harbor feelings for you? Is it not permissible for me to change? Lu Ming. Upon realizing that Lu Ming exhibited no interest in her whatsoever, Lin Luoluo grew somewhat anxious. I am furious. I shall no longer engage with you. This time, Lin Luoluo mimicked the way Gu Yinan had expressed her anger previously, as Gu Yinan's reactions had always caused Lu Ming to panic and pursue her. Yet, Lin Luoluo had already distanced herself significantly, and still, Lu Ming remained utterly unmoved. Why is this so? Is my allure insufficient? Oh, she has finally departed. This woman is exceedingly peculiar. Aha. Lu Ming felt a chill run down his spine as he spoke. Shen Hanyue suppressed her laughter. And only after Lin Luoluo had departed did she feel at ease to burst into hearty laughter. Lu Ming observed Shen Hanyue laughing so hard that she could scarcely catch her breath, although he felt a sense of helplessness within. The memory of Lin Luoluo's earlier antics brought a smile to his face. Hanyue, you are quite unfair. You didn't lend me a hand back then, he remarked. Humph. Who told you, Ming, to be so popular? Shen Hanwei retorted, sticking out her tongue playfully. Lu Ming, Teacher Pang is calling for you. A student shouted as the two continued to chuckle. Teacher Pang? How dare he call for you? Shouldn't he have resigned by now? Upon hearing that name, Shin Hanwei pouted, expressing her disbelief. After all, Pang An had spoken so disparagingly of Lu Ming before. How could he still find the audacity to seek him out now? Lu Ming gently patted Shin Hanyu's shoulder. It's all right. I shall meet him. Chapter 83. A model teacher. Lu Ming, you have arrived, Pang An remarked, his demeanor shifting from previous sharpness to cordiality upon seeing Lu Ming enter through the door. Teacher Pang, is there something you wish to discuss with me? I recall you promising that should I rank within the top 200, you would resign. Yet, I find you still here. What has changed? Lu Ming inquired leisurely, aware that Pang An sought him out likely to discuss this matter. Lu Ming, you seem to harbor quite a grudge against the teacher, he remarked. Though Lu Ming's words left Pang An somewhat embarrassed, he was not one to easily back down, shedding his usual bravado. Teacher, is it I who hold a grudge? Or do you wish to retract your words now? Lu Ming did not reciprocate Pang An's attitude, for after all, Pang An had previously sought to embarrass him in front of the entire class. Lu Ming, please don't act this way. If you fail to rank within the top 200, do you truly believe the teacher would allow you to attend class in the hallway? Pang An said, somewhat awkwardly. Despite feeling a sense of guilt, he was determined not to let it show. Lu Ming was at a loss for words. He was certain that had his identity not been disclosed prior, Pang An would never have come to teach him if he had failed to rank among the top 200 of the school. This individual certainly possessed a talent for portraying himself as noble and upright. Moreover, you are my student. My remarks were intended to ignite your ambition. My true aspiration is for you to dedicate yourself to your studies. The Pang An before him, exuding the demeanor of a wise mentor and friend, was a far cry from the one who had berated Lu Ming in class. Indeed, it was precisely due to my encouragement that you achieved a position within the top 200 this time, and your significant progress is a testament to that. Is it not? Therefore, you ought not to blame your teacher. Rather, you should express your gratitude. Wouldn't you agree? Lu Ming never anticipated that Pang An would be so shameless, claiming all the credit for his impressive exam results that were undeniably due to Lu Ming's own efforts. Teacher, do not attempt to engage in semantic trickery with me. Since you had made a promise at that time, as an educator, you ought to honor your word. Lu Ming, weary of engaging in futile conversation with Pang An, unequivocally asserted his stance to prevent any further entanglement. Lu Ming, please don't be this way. I promise I won't behave like this again. I won't interfere with you during my class. It's quite challenging for a teacher to maintain this position. Can we discuss this matter amicably? Observing Lu Ming's resolute demeanor, Pang An grew anxious, realizing that he could not afford to lose his position, which had been hard-won. Lu Ming gazed intently at Pang An, recalling the myriad of behaviors Pang had exhibited towards his students in the past. Lu Ming, I am aware that you are the sole heir of the Lu group. As a mere commoner, you cannot possibly comprehend the arduous struggle we ordinary folk face in securing a position such as this. I implore you to let this matter slide, Pang An said, his demeanor replete with obsequiousness, as he dared not utter a harsh word to Lu Ming. Initially, Pang intended to brazenly deny any wrongdoing, believing that Lu Ming, despite his antics, was merely a student and that, as a teacher, he could evade accountability. However, he had never anticipated that Lu Ming was the only son of the chairman of the Lu group. When he learned this news yesterday, he nearly fainted in shock. After all, it was the Lu group. How could he have possibly antagonized its heir? Teacher Pang, if I were not the scion of the Lu group, would you still speak to me in this manner? Pang An's heart raced at this question, yet he could only begrudgingly respond in the affirmative. Very well, but Teacher Pang, do you not recall how you habitually cloaked your malice in the guise of concern for your students? Previously, when a girl's grades declined, you callously informed an orphan student that she was a child without a mother, which ultimately led to her expulsion. Lu Ming presented each matter before Pang An, leaving him with no room for rebuttal. Is it truly in the girl's best interest for her to withdraw from school, as you believe? Previously, you openly referred to a chubby boy who enjoys painting as a worthless loser, declaring that he would never amount to anything. You subjected him to punishment by making him stand outside, while inciting other students to bully him. Is this what you deem as kindness towards your students? Although Lu Ming spoke with an air of calmness, an inexplicable fury simmered within him. Bound by the constraints of his identity, he felt powerless to act against the injustice. Yet he could not simply disregard it. Beyond his own plight, numerous students were enduring torment at the hands of this unworthy educator, and he knew he could not stand idly by. Lu, they are not like you. What sets you apart? We are all students, under the guise of benevolence. How many lives have you harmed without comprehension? Countless students from impoverished families have refrained from offering you gifts, only to be barred from attending class. Some students struggle academically. Their loved ones are gravely ill, yearning for one last glimpse of their grandmother. Yet you dismiss their anguish, coldly remarking that if they die, they die. Why should they concern themselves with anything but their studies at this moment? Your indifference has robbed them of the opportunity to bid farewell to their own family. Lu Ming was initially filled with exuberance, yet as he spoke, he grew increasingly composed, while on the contrary, Pang En's complexion paled considerably. Lu Ming, my dear classmate. Pang En wished to articulate further thoughts, but found himself utterly speechless, bereft of any words to express, for Lu Ming's declarations encompassed all the transgressions he had committed. Teacher, you may not perceive the repugnance of your actions, however, the words you have uttered may cast a long shadow over the lives of those students. And you, despite being unworthy, you continue to proudly fulfill the role of a people's educator. Lu Ming's words rendered Pang En utterly speechless. Despite his usual eloquence in retorting to students, he found himself at a loss for words this time. Mr. Pang, do you have anything else to say? A stranger's voice pierced the air as the office door swung open forcefully. The principal? And the director? What brings you here? Just as Pang En was grappling for breath after Lu Ming's verbal onslaught, the sight of the principal and the director sent him into a deeper panic. Mr. Pang, we have consistently emphasized the importance of moral integrity for teachers, yet it appears you possess even less virtue than your students. The principal's brow furrowed with severity, as he had come to the office for a routine inspection only to discover that his school harbored such an undisciplined educator. Principal, please allow me to explain. Terrified, Pang En was overwhelmed with profound regret. Chapter 84. Settling past grudges very well. Mr. Pang, it seems the awareness of a single student surpasses your own. Do you not feel a sense of shame? After hearing the principal's words, Pang En felt utterly deflated. He realized his situation was dire. Lu Ming, you may return now. As principal, I shall lead by example and will not condone any detrimental influences within our school. Lu Ming nodded and left the office, while Pang En found himself unable to deny the truth of the matter. After school, Lu Ming advised Shen Hanyue to return home early, while he himself headed to Wang Lifeng's residence for tutoring. Lu Qingli was still waiting for him at the same spot. Brother, you're here. Since that incident, Lu Qingli had begun to address Lu Ming as brother. He could sense a shift in her demeanor. She no longer regarded him with the same animosity as when they first met. How has Lu Jing been lately? Now that my father has disowned him, he has been living independently, although out of sentiment for the years they shared, he purchased him a house quite far from Qingyang City. Oh, Lu Qingli replied somewhat absent-mindedly, falling silent thereafter. What's wrong? Why did you suddenly bring him up? It's nothing. I just thought I saw him last night and again this morning. Where? Lu Ming, feeling a sense of unease, inquired. It's probably near my home. Xiaoli, please refrain from venturing out alone recently. If anything arises, do not hesitate to contact me promptly. Lu Ming spoke solemnly to Lu Qingli, who, upon witnessing his serious demeanor, obediently nodded in response. Lu Sheng should not be in Qingyang City at this moment. It is evident that he has recently been keeping a close watch on Lu Qingli. Lu Sheng is a rather radical individual. Recently, he has lost his status as the adopted son of the Lu family, and it is certain that he will not easily relent. This thought made Lu Ming more cautious. Brother, shall we proceed inside? Lu Qingli inquired, noticing Lu Ming's grave demeanor. Indeed, let us go, he replied. Lu Ming had been reviewing for over an hour upstairs when Lu Qingli, having completed her homework, prepared to head out. Xiaoli, where are you off to? Wang Lifeng inquired as he emerged from the kitchen with a freshly brewed pot of tea. Grandfather, it seems my package has arrived. I'm going downstairs to retrieve it. Very well, but do be swift. It is already dark outside. Wang Lifeng did not pay it much mind. As deliveries in their neighborhood often occurred at this hour, there had been instances before when packages were delivered at such late times. Lu Ming furrowed his brows tightly and stood up. Teacher Wang, I shall go check on Qingli. Very well, you may go, replied the teacher. Lu Ming did not catch up with Lu Qingli and walk alongside her. Instead, he quietly trailed behind. It was only when Lu Qingli approached a courier to collect a package that Lu Ming silently exhaled, wondering if he had indeed been overthinking the situation. However, the next moment he glanced at Lu Qingli. His heart leapt into his throat. She had vanished. Lu Ming hurriedly ran outside in search of her. Just moments ago, he had seen Lu Qingli, so she could not have gone far. As he sprinted past a small intersection, he faintly discerned the sounds of someone struggling. Lu Ming was certain that the person was right here, so he hastened to pursue. In the next moment, he caught sight of Lu Xing. wearing a baseball cap and a mask alongside Lu Qingli. Lu Qingli's hair and clothes were disheveled, with her garments torn open in several places. "Help me, brother. Save me," Lu Qingli cried out, her face flushed with fear and her eyes brimming with tears. Fortunately, Lu Ming had arrived just in time. Otherwise, Lu Xing might have succeeded in his malicious intentions. "Lu Ming, it's always you who foils my plans." Lu Xing observed the growing fury in Lu Ming's eyes and hastily donned his clothing, drawing a small knife and pressing it against Lu Qingli's neck. "Lu Xing, what kind of skill is it for a man to vent his anger on a woman?" Lu Ming endeavored to compose himself. The small knife was exceedingly sharp, poised to slice through Lu Qingli's throat at the slightest movement from Lu Xing. Regardless of gender, this vile wretch, as long as she is aligned with you, stands in opposition to me, Lu Xing. The last time I beheld Lu Xing, he radiated vitality, yet after these recent tribulations and the loss of his identity, he appeared as though he had aged decades, completely devoid of his former self. "Damn it, it is all your fault, you insufferable sycophant, that I have been reduced to this state. No, it is solely your doing," Lu Ming calmly stated, gradually advancing step by step towards Lu Sheng. "Do not come any closer." As Lu Sheng observed Lu Ming approaching him, he directed the tip of his knife towards Lu Ming. Yet, Lu Ming did not retreat. Instead, he continued to draw closer to Lu Xing, step by step. "This predicament is entirely of your own making. Had you behaved with honesty from the very beginning, the Lu family would have surely guaranteed you a life of prosperity. However, you chose to conspire against me, resorting even to thievery. No, it is not I. It is you." At that moment, Lu Sheng heard the blaring sirens of the police car, and panic overtook him. "You beast, Lu Ming, have you actually called the authorities? Very well, since you refuse to allow me any peace, I shall ensure that this little girl accompanies me to my doom." Lu Sheng grinned maliciously. But in the next moment, Lu Ming suddenly dashed forward and seized the knife from Lu Sheng's hand. In a moment of astonishment, Lu Sheng was caught off guard as Lu Ming swiftly kicked the knife aside and delivered a direct punch to Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng winced in pain and hurriedly released Lu Qingli, all the while cursing under his breath. In the next moment, Lu Ming swiftly subdued Lu Xing. "You scoundrel! Lu Ming, in my next life, even as a ghost, I shall never forgive you." In the next moment, Lu Sheng heard Lu Ming's voice softly uttering, "In the next life, there will be a next life. For now, let me settle the grievances from our past lives." Lu Sheng gasped upon hearing Lu Ming's words. The tone was chillingly ominous, reminiscent of a being that had emerged from the depths of hell. "Police, raise your hands." When the officers arrived, they found Lu Ming firmly restraining Lu Sheng. Shortly thereafter, the police took Lu Sheng away, summoning both Lu Ming and Lu Qingli to provide their statements. Lu Qingli, still in a state of shock, trembled uncontrollably. Wang Lifeng, realizing the gravity of the situation, rushed over with a sense of urgency. He felt a wave of dread wash over him, contemplating the potential consequences had Lu Ming's beloved granddaughter been implicated. Upon seeing Lu Ming, Wang Lifeng could hardly conceal his excitement. "Benefactor, you are a savior to our family," he exclaimed as he prepared to bow deeply in gratitude. Lu Ming hastily stopped Wang Lifeng, realizing he could not accept such a profound bow. "Teacher, what are you doing?" With bandages still wrapped around his hands, Lu Ming felt a surge of gratitude from Wang Lifeng. Alas, if only I had been more cautious from the outset, Wang Lifeng could not help but chastise himself, overwhelmed by an incessant wave of guilt and trepidation. What if something happened to Lu Qingli? How could he ever face her parents? "Teacher, please, don't be anxious. Sit down first," Lu Ming urged, assisting Wang Lifeng to take a seat. Chapter 85. The Jade Pendant. Though seated, Wang Lifeng could not quell the tumult of emotions within him. "Grandfather, you have finally arrived." Lu Qingli rushed over, tears streaming down her face. Her clothing torn in several places, draped in Lu Ming's coat for modesty. "Qingli, if anything were to happen to you, I would not be able to endure it," Wang Lifeng exclaimed, embracing Lu Qingli tightly, tears flowing freely. "Lu Ming, what on earth has transpired?" Jiang Wenli and Lu Zhiping hurried over, taken aback by the sight of Wang Lifeng and Lu Qingli clinging to one another in sorrow. "You are the parents of Lu Ming and Lu Xing, correct? Please come with me," a police officer instructed, leading Jiang Wenli and Lu Zhiping away to explain the situation. "Lu Ming, come with me for a moment." Wang Lifeng finally managed to calm himself, addressing Lu Ming. Lu Ming nodded, aware that Wang Lifeng was about to discuss matters he preferred not to address in front of Lu Qingli. Wang Lifeng gradually made his way to a secluded spot outside. "How's your hand, Lu Ming?" he inquired. It's nothing, teacher. A little blood is inconsequential for a man, Lu Ming replied. Wang Lifeng gazed at Lu Ming with gratitude, then sighed deeply. Indeed, fate can be quite capricious. Lu Ming had always found Wang Lifeng's demeanor rather peculiar. He did not inquire about Lu Sheng, instead wearing an expression of helplessness. Teacher, what troubles you? Wang Lifeng sighed deeply. When Qingli was just a child, her parents passed away. Thus it has been I, this old man, who has kept her company. As Qingli matures, my heart grows increasingly fearful. I often ponder, should I, this little leader, meet my demise? What would become of her? Humans are creatures of emotion. As time stretches on, these feelings can spread like a toxic vine. While I relish the moments spent with Qingli, I also wonder if my presence might one day cause her harm. With this thought, a haze of confusion clouded Wang Lifeng's eyes, a rarity for one of his wisdom. Today, I have been consumed by apprehension. No matter how diligently I exercise, I cannot truly safeguard Qingli. She has a long and arduous journey ahead, and I fear I will not be able to accompany her. Lu Ming gazed at the elderly man's pallid face, as if he had aged in an instant. Therefore, once I have completed my mentorship of you, I intend to retire to a tranquil place where I shall remain unseen. It is better to endure a brief pain than a prolonged suffering. When the tranquility of my absence settles, even as your teacher, it will be of no consequence. Lu Ming interrupted Wang Lifeng. Have you considered Shaoli? In her heart, no one can replace you. Wang Lifeng sighed softly with a smile. This is for you. He produced a piece of cloth from his pocket, within which lay a jade pendant, meticulously wrapped. Teacher, this is far too precious. I cannot accept it, Lu Ming replied. This jade pendant was gifted to me by a student and has accompanied me throughout my years of teaching. As for the matters concerning Qingli, I have no means to repay you, so I can only offer this, the elderly man lamented. Although Lu Ming hesitated, he ultimately accepted it upon seeing Wang Lifeng's resolute gaze. You may take it with you, should you encounter my old friend one day. He will surely recognize this jade pendant and will assist you. Teacher, Qingli. Lu Ming wished to articulate further thoughts, yet Wang Lifeng had no intention of listening. Gazing intently out of the window at Lu Qingli, Jiang Wenli and Lu Zhiping, upon hearing about Lu Sheng's actions, felt a surge of indignation. Unable to fathom that Lu Xing would dare to target Lu Qingli, it was astonishing to realize that Lu Sheng could embody such a wretched creature. Lu Zhiping, filled with indignation, lit a cigarette, reflecting on how he had taken Lu Xing in as an adopted son only to witness the emergence of such a societal miscreant. Even Jiang Wenli, typically the gentlest of souls, was infused with a palpable fury. Jiang Wenli also held a fondness for Lu Qingli, and the thought that Lu Sheng would dare to lay a hand on her, injuring Lu Ming in the process, was beyond comprehension. The group sat together in silence, each lost in their own tumultuous thoughts. Go after him. The perpetrator has escaped. Suddenly, a police officer shouted, prompting several detectives to dash out in pursuit. Lu Ming was somewhat astonished. Could this truly allow him to escape? Useless. You big men cannot even apprehend a mere child? The captain was exceedingly furious. This was a first for the police department. You all go chase over there. Several officers dispersed to search, while Lu Xing emerged from the muck. At this moment, Lu Sheng was indeed in a disheveled state, his usually pristine attire and face now in utter disarray. Lu Ming, it is all because of you, wretched sycophant. Although Lu Sheng is currently filled with fear, he has already lost so much. What does it matter if he is captured again? Wait, that's right. I still have my stocks. Lu Xing hastily retrieved his mobile phone, for the information he possessed had been purchased. The informant had assured him that this particular intelligence could yield substantial profit, as long as he managed to escape and subsequently sell the stocks. He would amass a considerable fortune. With such wealth, he could indulge in a life of luxury. After all, what could one not achieve with ample resources? Lu Xing hurriedly glanced at his phone, opening his stock page, yet the anticipated hue of red failed to materialize. To his astonishment, the stock of Yonglong Company had actually declined. What on earth? Lu Sheng was taken aback, his face instantly paling to a ghostly white. It was inconceivable. He had purchased the intelligence, and he had never suffered a loss before. How could it be that this time he encountered such a misfortune, incurring substantial losses? In the past, even if he had faced a deficit, he could have relied on the company's funds, but now he found himself utterly destitute, wondering how it could have come to this. At that moment, Lu Xing received a call from Lu Ming, but he had no intention of answering. You only wish to ascertain my whereabouts, do you not? I am no fool. I shall not entertain your call. Shortly thereafter, seeing that Lu Xing was not picking up, Lu Ming opted to send him a message instead. Lu Sheng felt a sense of curiosity, yet he still clicked to take a look. Lu Ming, I never anticipated that the stock of the Brave Blue Company would plummet. Lu Sheng was somewhat astonished. How did Lu Ming know that he had purchased shares of Yonglan Company? He had never disclosed to him that he was currently engaged in stock trading. Lu Ming, the individual from whom you purchased intelligence proves to be rather unreliable. Merely doubling his payment led to his betrayal. Lu Ming, however, it is a pity that this may serve you little purpose, for in your next life, you too shall find yourself imprisoned. It is indeed unfortunate not to witness your anxious demeanor. Lu Ming. Image Lu Sheng trembled as he opened the photograph, revealing the vibrant crimson he had longed for. The Li Yue company had surged. Lu Ming, you oppose me at every turn. Lu Sheng bellowed. Lu Sheng was at a loss. Wondering how he could confront Lu Ming when he possessed nothing at all. Lu Sheng had resigned himself to his fate. In his moment of despair, he found himself encircled. Chapter 86. I want it all. Lu Ming, tomorrow is the preliminary selection. How have you prepared for the sports meet? The director inquired with a hint of anticipation in his voice. Well, I should be fine, Lu Ming replied. Ever since Lu Sheng was incarcerated, Lu Ming's life had become significantly more comfortable. The absence of a certain individual whose presence had been laced with sarcasm brought him a sense of relief. That's good to hear. This time, you must bring honor to our school, Li Jinghua remarked, seemingly envisioning Lu Ming's triumph. Although Lu Ming had only entered this one competition, Li Jinghua harbored an inexplicable trust in him. Excuse me, teacher, I would like to inquire about the competition. Lu Ming has become increasingly focused on mathematics competitions. For if he were to secure the first place in the city, it would grant him a direct admission to Cursin University. Li Jinghua hesitated, initially. He did not take Lu Ming's aspirations seriously, as at that time, Lu Ming's academic performance was certainly insufficient to represent the school in competitions. However, now Lu Ming excels in mathematics, ranking among the top students in the school. Were it not for his lesser performance in other subjects, he would undoubtedly be among the highest achievers. Lu Ming, the teacher said, I truly wish to award you this opportunity. But your current grades do not place you among the top students. The school must prioritize those who rank higher. Li Jinghua hesitated further. Moreover, the competition coincides with the sports meet on the same day. Although the timings differ, I am concerned that you may find it overwhelming. Teacher, Lu Ming interjected. If I manage to rank among the top students in the upcoming final exams, would you grant me this chance? Lu Ming inquired about his ranking in the school. Li Jinghua initially believed that Lu Ming would be content if he ranked within the top 200. However, it seemed that Lu Ming was still dissatisfied. Of course, if you can place within the top 5, you will secure this opportunity, Li Jinghua replied. Once students achieve high rankings, it becomes increasingly challenging for them to make further progress, as their foundational knowledge is typically solid, and they primarily rely on tackling difficult problems to earn points. The prospect of Lu Ming descending from the top 200 to within the top 5 was indeed a formidable challenge. Nonetheless, Li Jinghua harbored concerns regarding the upcoming sports meet. If Lu Ming participated without any reservations, he likely stood a good chance of winning an award. However, balancing participation in competitions could be quite taxing. Li Jinghua feared that if Lu Ming performed poorly in both events, it would be a regrettable outcome. No worries, director. I have faith in my abilities, Lu Ming reassured him. Lu Ming smiled confidently, declaring that only children make choices, for he desires it all. By the way, teacher, may I forego the Outstanding Student Award? It seemed Lu Ming had recalled something. What? Why? Li Jinghua was taken aback. The Outstanding Student Award was a prestigious honor at the school, one that many students fervently vied for. Yet, he had never anticipated that Lu Ming would actually wish to decline such an accolade. Lu Ming felt utterly helpless, as he could truly describe his recent experiences as nothing short of a calamity. Each time he ventured out to purchase breakfast, he found himself besieged by female classmates. With the confession wall inundated with requests for his contact information, his desk was overflowing with love letters, and the girls seeking him out after class could effectively block the corridors. His homeroom teacher, Lu Zhan, had previously addressed this issue with Lu Ming. But what could he do? He merely wished to complete his final year of high school in peace. Currently, due to the impending final exams, the fervor of his ardent admirers had somewhat subsided, yet Lu Ming was resolute in his desire to prevent this accolade from reigniting the fervent pursuits of those infatuated admirers. Director, he expressed, I sincerely hope that this award can be bestowed upon my classmates, as I feel I am far from deserving it, and would prefer it to be given to others who are more worthy. Lu Ming humbly remarked, which further deepened Li Zhenghua's admiration for him. While all the students were striving fiercely for the award, Lu Ming's willingness to graciously yield it to others was truly magnanimous. Very well, Lu Ming, I respect your sentiments. The head of teaching remarked with satisfaction as he gazed at Lu Ming. However, I still hope you will deliver a speech in recognition of students during next Monday's school term summary. We must acknowledge your achievements in some way. Although Lu Ming felt a twinge of hesitation, he reasoned that delivering a speech was a much lighter burden compared to the weight of receiving an award. Lu Ming did not disappoint the expectations of the director of education and merely nodded. Ming, I can't help but notice that you've been quite busy lately. What occupies your time? Shen Hanyue inquired curiously as she organized her backpack. It seemed to her that Lu Ming had been leaving school promptly after classes, giving off an air of busyness. Oh, I've been completing my assignments and then going for runs. What's on your mind, Hanyue? Lu Ming answered truthfully, believing there was no need for any concealment regarding this matter from Hanyu. Hanyu responded with a slight acknowledgement, but her demeanor shifted to one of vigilance in the next moment. With whom? A boy or a girl? What do they look like? How do you feel about her? The tension in Hanyu was a rare sight, and these pointed inquiries left Lu Ming momentarily bewildered. Hanyu, what is wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Lu Ming, bewildered, placed his hand on Shen Hanyue's head, wondering if the girl was all right. Lu Ming carefully sensed for a moment, yet there was no fever. Please be serious and answer me. Who is it? Shen Hanyue shook her head and pushed Lu Ming's hand away, asking earnestly, who else could it be but myself? Lu Ming felt utterly perplexed as he spoke. Is that so? Shen Hanyue believed wholeheartedly in Lu Ming's words, for she trusted him implicitly. If there were anything of importance, he would certainly confide in her. What on earth has been troubling you lately, my dear? Lu Ming smiled helplessly, sensing that Shen Hanyue had been unusually cautious lately. Well, it's just that there are so many girls around you recently. Shen Hanyue hesitated, admitting that she felt she might be overthinking things. Ha ha ha, Hanyue. You are quite the jealous one now. Your feelings of jealousy are exceedingly evident. Lu Ming chuckled, gently ruffling Shen Hanyue's hair. How could she be so endearingly charming even when feeling jealous? What are you laughing at? I'm genuinely worried. Upon witnessing Lu Ming's amusement at her expression, Shen Hanyue felt a surge of indignation. Despite her deep concern for him, he chose to jest at her expense. Hanyue, you are incomparable to them. Lu Ming candidly remarked that the heart of a woman is as enigmatic as the depths of the ocean, forever inscrutable. Is that truly the case? However, I am rather ordinary, Shen Hanyue hesitated to respond. Despite Shen Hanyue's excellence, it is a common sentiment among women to feel inferior in the presence of the man they admire, fearing that the object of their affection may not reciprocate their feelings. Yet, to me, you are anything but ordinary. Lu Ming gently caressed Shen Hanyue's smooth and delicate face, tenderly expressing, you are my favorite girl. Chapter 87, Returning Home with Lu Ming. As soon as Lu Ming uttered those words, Shen Hanyue's fair face flushed with a rosy hue. Confronted with such candid remarks from the person she cherished, it would be disingenuous for Shen Hanyue to claim she was unembarrassed. I must return home now. Farewell. With that, Shen Hanyue hastily rose, clutching her backpack, and fled with astonishing speed. Lu Ming, feeling helpless, could only speak the truth. He was utterly perplexed by Shen Hanyue's shyness. Just as he contemplated this, Gu Yinan quickly approached him upon noticing Shen Hanyue had left. Upon noticing Gu Yinan drawing closer, Lu Ming felt an intensification of his headache. For the past few days, Gu Yinan had been stealthily trailing him after school. Whenever Lu Ming turned to glance at her, she would swiftly conceal herself. Lu Ming was at a loss for words. Were it not for the fact that Gu Yinan was a girl, he would have truly considered calling the police. Who would believe such a tale? The once aloof campus belle was now following her former admirer after school. Even if he were to summon the authorities, they might not be inclined to believe him. What on earth was happening? Lu Ming, with a headache, lamented that the more he feared something, the more it seemed to come to pass. The more he wished to avoid any connection with Gu Yinan, the more insistent she became in seeking him out. Can we walk home together after school? Gu Yinan asked, her head bowed, unable to meet Lu Ming's expectant gaze. No, he replied. Lu Ming resolutely dismissed any intention of indulging Gu Yinan, unwilling to engage in further entanglement with her. Gu Yinan, feeling rejected, looked at him with a sense of grievance. Did Lu Ming truly have no desire to accept her at all? Lu Ming, as a girl returning home alone. I feel rather apprehensive. Your martial arts skills provide me with a greater sense of security, she implored, mimicking the demeanor she had observed online. attempting to present a vulnerable front to Lu Ming. Miss Gu, the campus belle, Lu Ming's side, is tone-laced with exasperation. Do you not recall that our paths do not align? Are you suggesting that you would accompany me only to retrace your steps back home? Previously, Lu Ming had always been considerate enough to escort Gu Yin home, only to receive a dismissive glance and a remark about meddling. Nevertheless, he consistently ensured her safe passage before returning to his modest rented apartment nearby. Faced with Lu Ming's revelations, Gu Yin felt her cheeks flush slightly. Yet her determination to walk alongside him remained unwavering. Lu Ming, I simply wish to spend some time with you. Is that too much to ask? With newfound resolve, she grasped his arm tightly, unwilling to let go. Today, she was determined to seize the opportunity to be with Lu Ming. Lu Ming was utterly taken aback by Gu Yinan's unexpected actions. What on earth does this woman intend to do? Let go of me. What are you doing? What if others see this? Lu Ming was taken aback. If others were to witness this, they might mistakenly believe he was embracing Gu Yinan. Gu Yinan, disregarding her own reputation, declared, I still wish to maintain my innocence. I will not let go, unless you agree to my request. I have feelings for you, Lu Ming. Grant me the opportunity to pursue you. Gu Yinan clung tighter as she professed her affection for Lu Ming, deliberately raising her voice. The more she shouted, the more she tightened her grip. Although some time had passed since school let out, there could still be people lingering in the corridor. If Gu Yinan continued to speak so loudly, it would spell disaster if someone overheard. All right, let us walk together. But first, release your hold. Lu Ming truly found himself at a loss when it came to Gu Yinan, who was behaving quite unusually. Upon hearing Lu Ming's agreement, Gu Yinan felt an immense joy swell within her, prompting her to obediently release her hold on him. It's settled then. No backing out, Gu Yinan exclaimed, her happiness palpable as she hurried to retrieve her backpack. Lu Ming pressed his forehead in exasperation. This Gu Yinan was indeed quite a challenge. Lu Ming, you are moving too swiftly. I can hardly keep up. Gu Yinan pouted in protest. If you cannot keep pace, then return home. I shall not escort you. Lu Ming walked rapidly, acutely aware that he was on the bustling street. Should Gu Yinan act rashly, his innocence could be irrevocably tarnished. Lu Ming, just wait a moment. In the next instant, Gu Yinan collided with an elderly man, exclaiming in surprise. She quickly offered her apologies. I am so sorry. I wasn't paying attention. However, the old man said nothing, merely gazing at Gu Yinan with a foolish grin. Lu Ming felt something was amiss and approached the elderly man. Sir, what seems to be the matter? The old man chuckled foolishly. Son, why haven't you returned home? It was evident to Lu Ming that the old man was experiencing some mental distress. Grandfather, where are your family members? Lu Ming inquired. My son, when shall you bring home a daughter-in-law for me, one who is truly beautiful? As he spoke, he took Gu Yinan's hand and smiled at her foolishly. Gu Yinan was initially taken aback, but upon realizing that the elder mistook her for Lu Ming's girlfriend, her heart blossomed with joy. Indeed, Grandpa, I am Lu Ming's girlfriend. Please take good care of me. Lu Ming was taken aback. This was utterly nonsensical. Lu Ming began to search the old man's belongings, knowing that generally, elderly individuals would have left behind a contact number to prevent them from getting lost. Indeed, he discovered a string of phone numbers on the old man's arm. Ah, this must belong to the grandfather's family. I should reach out to them. Gu Yinan took the initiative to make the call, thinking that this might endear her to Lu Ming. All right, I've made contact. It's a girl, and she said she would arrive shortly. Gu Yinan anxiously gazed at Lu Ming, hoping for a compliment. However, Lu Ming remained silent, patiently waiting for the family member to arrive, which left Gu Yinan feeling a tad disheartened. Before long, a flashy sports car pulled up, and a young woman emerged from the passenger seat. The more Lu Ming looked, the more familiar she seemed. Isn't that Xia Chuxian? Xia Chuxian was equally astonished to see Lu Ming, completely taken aback by the coincidence. Lu Ming, what a surprise. You've helped me this time. How can I repay you? Xia Chuxian asked, feigning shyness. No need for that. Just take good care of your elderly relatives, he replied. Lu Ming remained utterly unfazed as he spoke. Hey, it was clearly I who made the call, Gu Yinan retorted, fully aware that Xia Chuxian had been casting flirtatious glances at Lu Ming, which instantly soured her mood. Humph. Xia Chuxian let out a cold huff, evidently displeased that Gu Yinan had interrupted her chance. Grandfather, let us depart, she said, leading the elderly man to the luxurious vehicle. Before leaving, she playfully winked at Lu Ming. Thank you, young sir. I shall treat you to a meal when I find the time. Gu Yinan was seething with frustration. What was this woman thinking, attempting to steal her man? Meanwhile, Lu Ming found himself somewhat helpless, bemused by the encounter with two inexplicably vexing individuals. Gui Nan, I am almost home. You should take your leave as well. Do you intend to accompany me back? Lu Ming's right eyelid twitched as he remarked to Gui Nan. What is the matter with this woman? She is almost pursuing me to my doorstep. However, Gui Nan interpreted this entirely differently, believing that Lu Ming actually intended to take her home. All right, I will go home with you, she exclaimed joyfully. To her dismay. Chapter 88. Disposing of rubbish in the bin. Grandma, I'm back. Ultimately, Gui Nan returned, but did not visit Lu Ming's home, feeling a tinge of disappointment. Nevertheless, having conversed extensively with Lu Ming that day, her spirits were lifted at the thought. Grandma? After a prolonged silence, Gui Nan felt a sense of perplexity. Usually, her grandmother would have emerged by this time. Why was there no response now? As anxiety set in, she called out, Grandma, please respond. What is the matter, Nan Nan? Gu Fengxiao appeared, her demeanor somewhat frail as she coughed lightly. Grandma, what is wrong? Gui Nan inquired anxiously. What could be wrong? I simply didn't rest well during the afternoon, Gu Fengxiao replied with a few coughs. Gui Nan was clearly unconvinced. Let me take you to see a doctor. What ailment? I will be fine after a few days. It is merely a common cold. I am well aware of my own health, Gu Fengxiao asserted. Gui Nan understood her grandmother's stubbornness once Gu Fengxiao had made up her mind. It was nearly impossible to sway her. If you feel unwell, please tell me sooner, Gui Nan expressed with concern. All right, I understand, dear, Gu Fengxiao assured her. And upon seeing her grandmother's promise, Gui Nan reluctantly felt a sense of relief. Lu Ming, it's all right. It's just a selection competition. You can do it. At the Qingyang City Sports Center, athletes from various schools had gathered, and Lu Ming was dressed in his athletic attire, ready for the competition. Li Jinghua, while proclaiming that Lu Ming would surely succeed, still exhibited a slight tremor in his legs. It's fine, director. I believe I'm ready. Could you please stop shaking? Lu Ming felt a sense of helplessness. Why was the director appearing more anxious than he was? Oh dear, you've caught me, the director replied with an embarrassed smile. Realizing how uncharacteristic it was for him, a person of his stature, to lack the composure that Lu Ming exhibited. Lu Ming, please wait here for a moment while I fetch you something to drink, Li Jinghua said as he walked away, determined not to let his own emotions affect Lu Ming. Lu Ming was engrossed in his mobile phone when he soon sensed a shadow looming before him. Lu Ming believed it was Li Jinghua who had returned. But upon raising his head, he was met with several unfamiliar faces. Hey, you, go buy me some water, commanded a girl with an elegant appearance. Her hair tied up in a bun, directing her order at Lu Ming. A group of girls surrounded another individual clad in sportswear, identical to Lu Ming's attire. And he soon recognized the person as Yang Fei. Why? Lu Ming raised his head and arched his brow in inquiry. Upon catching a glimpse of Lu Ming's appearance, several individuals, including a girl with her hair tied in a bun, gasped in astonishment, covering their mouths. Wow, he is incredibly handsome. Yang Fei, overhearing this, momentarily contorted his expression, casting a defiant glance at Lu Ming. He's just a pretty boy. The girl, taken aback by Lu Ming's striking looks, was momentarily at a loss for words. In any case, you should fetch us some water, or you shall not enjoy the fruits of your labor. Xiaojia, don't frighten this pretty boy, or he might wet his pants. Chen Fei chuckled mischievously. The group soon noticed the name on Lu Ming's sports attire, and their pride swelled. Qingyang No. 1 Middle School? Huh. I knew he was just a pawn. The competitors from No. 1 Middle School are always just there to make us look good. Xiao Jie exclaimed, playfully leaning on Chen Fei's shoulder. Unlike my brother Chen Fei, who always ranks in the top 3. Xiao Jie's exaggerated antics made Lu Ming's lips twitch, and a thought involuntarily surfaced in his mind. My dear Han Yue is truly adorable. What is that expression on your face? Hurry up and get us some water. Zhang Xiaojia, feeling a mix of embarrassment and anger at Lu Ming's disdainful gaze, retorted. Zhang Xiaojia, leveraging her modest beauty to gain Chen Fei's attention, found that most boys fawned over her. However, Lu Ming's demeanor left her infuriated. Lu Ming gazed at Zhang Xiaojia with the tender eyes of one who cares for children with disabilities. Remember to take your medication next time you go out. Zhang Xiaojia, taken aback, immediately pointed an accusatory finger at Lu Ming's nose and shouted, You! How dare you insult me? Do you even know who I am? I am a figure of beauty at our school. Lu Ming felt somewhat bewildered, wondering why these campus beauties were scattered all around. Are you from Qingyang No. 7 Middle School? Lu Ming, with a hint of curiosity, inquired. Upon finally receiving a question from him, Zhang Xiaojie began to revel in her own delight. It was clear that this man was captivated by her beauty, which was entirely reasonable given her striking appearance. It was only natural for someone to be enamored with her. However, Lu Ming recalled that the belle of Qingyang No. 7 Middle School was none other than Xiachu Xian. When had this Xiaojie emerged as a contender? As he scrutinized Zhang Xiaojie, Lu Ming mentally compared her with Gu Yinnan and Xiachu Xian. To be fair, while Zhang Xiaojie was indeed attractive, she paled in comparison to Gu Yinnan and Xiachu Xian. Feeling somewhat pleased that Lu Ming was fixated on her, Zhang Xiaojie mused that perhaps he was indeed fond of her. Otherwise, why would he be so engrossed in his gaze? She felt a surge of satisfaction after all. Lu Ming was not unattractive himself, and he might just be a suitable match for her. Well, since you seem to fancy me, I shall reluctantly provide you with my contact information, though I must clarify that I am not particularly interested in you, as I have many admirers, and it will depend on your performance, she declared with an air of arrogance, handing her contact details to Lu Ming. Lu Ming was utterly taken aback, bewildered by the inexplicable behavior of this woman. After uttering a barrage of nonsensical words, why did she hand him a crumpled piece of paper? Observing Lu Ming's stunned expression, Zhang Xiaojie couldn't help but feel a surge of delight. Indeed, this man must have taken a liking to her. He would surely feel elated after acquiring her contact information. However, in the next moment, Zhang Xiaojie was left astounded. Lu Ming directly tossed the note handed to him by Zhang Xiaojie into the trash bin. In that moment, Zhang Xiaojie was completely taken aback. Lu Ming had actually treated the note she had given him as mere refuse, discarding it into the bin. Lu Ming gazed contentedly at the trash bin, affirming the proper order of things. Waste rightfully belongs in the refuse container. How dare you discard my note? Zhang Xiaojie could scarcely believe it. This Lu Ming was utterly oblivious to his own folly. Lu Ming, you are doomed. I shall summon my brother Chun Fei to teach you a lesson that will send you scurrying back to your school. Zhang Xiaojie exclaimed, seething with rage. Dear sister, do you require assistance? Come, allow me to fetch you some water. What is the matter? Are you disabled? Do you lack hands or legs? Lu Ming was rendered speechless. Before I even had a chance to speak, he continued to ramble incessantly, even tossing trash into others' hands. I merely assisted by disposing of the rubbish in the bin. What fault lies with me in that? Lu Ming innocently inquired. Chapter 89. Yuan Hanyu. Zhang Xiaojie was utterly taken aback. Just as she was about to retaliate against Lu Ming, she suddenly realized something was amiss. Lu Ming indeed seems to be correct. He certainly did not claim that it was his contact information. Xiaojie, please do not be upset. One of Zhang Xiaojie's sycophants hurriedly consoled her to prevent an outburst. Do you realize that what you just discarded was Sister Zhang's contact information? Many people from our elementary school have long desired to possess Sister Zhang's contact details. How could you have thrown it directly into the trash? Are you regretting your actions now? A few individuals fixated intently on Lu Ming's face, hoping to catch a glimpse of any remorse. Excuse me. Could you please make some room? Lu Ming gazed at these individuals with a sense of helplessness. What? Zhang Xiaojie appeared somewhat taken aback. You are obstructing my sunlight. Lu Ming sincerely remarked, you truly lack appreciation. Do not come to regret your choices. Zhang Xiaojie's face instantly flushed with a myriad of colors due to her indignation, yet she refrained from displaying it, lest she concede defeat. Enough, Xiaojie. This individual is utterly blind to value. I dare say such a person will likely never find a girlfriend. Chun Fei interjected, grasping Zhang Xiaojie's arm while casting a disdainful glance at Lu Ming, his eyes brimming with contempt. Lu Ming had no desire to squander his energy on these individuals. He merely wished to take a moment's respite. Initially, he thought they would depart shortly, but it became evident that they had no intention of leaving. Lu Ming, you are from No. 1 high school, right? Did you come to watch the competition last year? Chun Fei inquired, his face brimming with pride. No, came Lu Ming's terse response. Huh, what a pity you didn't attend. Zhang Xiaojie feigned surprise, exclaiming, last year our No. 7 high school utterly defeated your No. 1 high school. But then again, you all from No. 1 are merely a bunch of bookworms. It seems sports are quite beyond your reach. As she spoke, Zhang Xiaojie and the girls beside her erupted into laughter. Wow, you were truly impressive. Lu Ming feigned surprise as he addressed a few individuals. In truth, anyone with discernment could perceive that Lu Ming's compliments were insincere, merely a form of perfunctory acknowledgement of their words. Lu Ming, you ought to refrain from being so envious. It is evident that your school has no chance of victory today, Chun Fei remarked, having discerned Lu Ming's disingenuousness. feeling quite displeased. What do you mean by that? Lu Ming inquired with a smile, eager to see what these individuals might articulate. Humph, I fear that should you voice your thoughts, you might altogether abandon the idea of competing. Initially anticipating Lu Ming's questions, Zhang Xiaojia found herself dismissed, compelling her to awkwardly continue. Let me enlighten you. The champion of the previous competition was our senior, who happens to be Chun Fei's elder brother. Individuals of your caliber are no match for Chun Fei. Xiaojia, please refrain from speaking further. I prefer to maintain a low profile and keep my prowess under wraps, Lu Ming replied modestly. Although Chun Fei beamed with pride at Zhang Xiaojia's comments, he feigned humility. Brother Chen, you remain excessively modest. This year, victory will undoubtedly be yours. The inept from our school should abandon their delusions and return home to dream. Zhang Xiaojia boasted shamelessly. Enough. The competition is imminent, and I must showcase my abilities. Chun Fei declared proudly, then cast a pitying glance at Lu Ming. Do not be disheartened, Lu Ming, perhaps in 10,000 years. You might catch up to half of my prowess. With laughter, Chun Fei and his companions departed, while Zhang Xiaojia, casting a triumphant glance at Lu Ming, followed suit. Alas, I should have brought Han Yu along. Lu Ming was engulfed in a myriad of emotions, pondering why even a sports event could attract such eccentricity. If only Han Yu were here, they could at least share in some light-hearted banter together. It had already been 3 hours since he last saw Han Yu, and he missed her dearly. Just then, Li Jingwa dashed back, announcing, Lu Ming, it will be your turn shortly. It's time for you to warm up. Lu Ming nodded, and soon heard Zhang Fei's name called. As this was a selection competition, the teams were divided into 2 lines, with the top 5 contestants earning the opportunity to compete. Go, Brother Chun. Crush those younger ones. Some individuals cheered for Chun Fei, eliciting displeasure from others nearby. Who are those noisy people? They are truly annoying. Shoo. Those individuals are from the 7th high school. Be careful what you say, or you might find yourself in a predicament. Upon hearing this, the initially disgruntled crowd fell silent. Before long, the first team commenced their competition. Since it was a selection event, there was only 1 round, and everyone aspired to present their utmost form. Shortly after, the referee fired the starting gun, and a multitude of competitors surged forward. Chun Fei secured a commendable 2nd place. Brother Chen, you are incredible! Several onlookers whistled and cheered. All right, keep it low-key. Chun Fei beamed with delight. If it weren't for giving that short fellow a chance, I would have claimed 1st place, but I feared inciting jealousy over my prowess. So I let him have it. Brother Chen is truly formidable. Humph, that Lu Ming pales in comparison to your very hair. Reflecting on Lu Ming's earlier retort, Zhang Xiaojia felt a sense of vindication. Soon, the announcement for the next group of competitors echoed through the speakers, and Lu Ming was among them. Look, it's that Lu Ming taking the stage. Zhang Xiaojia remarked disdainfully. Humph. I bet that useless Lu Ming won't even secure a spot in the competition. Indeed. Just look at how he was silent earlier. He must have been too intimidated by us to speak. They all laughed, eagerly anticipating Lu Ming's embarrassment. Lu Ming engaged in a brief exercise, awaiting the commencement of the competition. Given that this was a selection event, he chose not to take it too seriously. Securing a position among the top 5 was his sole priority, rendering everything else inconsequential. Achieving a higher rank might inadvertently designate him as a recognized adversary. A risk not worth taking. Why does Lu Ming appear so unfazed? Zhang Xiaojia, observing his demeanor, felt a pang of annoyance. He must have given up the struggle. Now he is pretending to be nonchalant just to avoid a humiliating defeat. It must be so, Chun Fei asserted, convinced that Lu Ming had indeed surrendered to despair. As the referee signaled the start, the competitors sprang into action. Lu Ming, however, did not exert himself fully and comfortably settled into the 5th position, thereby qualifying. How can this be? Zhang Xiaojia exclaimed. If he places in the top 5, that guarantees him a spot in the competition. I have my suspicions. He must be cheating. Chun Fei mirrored her dissatisfaction, incredulous that this mere pawn had risen to his level. How can I accept this? Classmate, one must adhere to evidence. Lu Ming underwent checks prior to the competition and was found free of performance-enhancing substances, all conducted in front of numerous witnesses. If you lack proof, I suggest you remain silent. Li Jingwa admonished with authority. Though the group was boastful, Li Jingwa's stern countenance silenced their protests. Humph, let us go, Chun Fei declared, leading his entourage away. This is merely a stroke of luck for him. Zhang Xiaojia muttered under her breath, only to catch Li Jingwa's glare. Let us move. Quickly, she urged, hastily ushering her companions along. Mom, Aunt Lu, I'm back, Lu Ming announced, having returned after the competition, which took place on a Saturday. Welcome back. How did the competition go? Jiang Wenli and Aunt Lu inquired anxiously. Isn't it obvious? I passed. Wonderful. Aunt Lu rejoiced for Lu Ming. I must share this delightful news with your father, Jiang Wenli exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Wait, Mom. Lu Ming quickly stopped Jiang Wenli, remarking that having merely passed the preliminary selection did not warrant such enthusiasm, as it was not akin to winning first place in a competition. Lu Ming gazed at Jiang Wenli, remarking on the exaggerated reaction of the latter. One might think that Lu Ming had led the national football team to victory, given Jiang Wenli's enthusiasm over his advancement in the sports selection. My dear child, do you not realize that this sports event is of provincial significance? It could very well enhance your college entrance examination scores. You might even secure a spot in an undergraduate program, Jiang Wenli exclaimed with fervor. However, unbeknownst to Jiang Wenli, Lu Ming's aspirations extended far beyond a mere undergraduate degree. He aimed for the prestigious Caution University. He had refrained from disclosing his previous test results to his parents. Although they were aware of the remarkable capabilities of Teacher Wang, they merely believed that Lu Ming could achieve an average performance at best. Lu Ming has decided not to inform his parents, wishing to surprise them instead. All right, Mom, I am going upstairs to rest, he said, without elaborating further on his assent. Lu Ming returned to his room and opened the exercise book given to him by Wang Lifeng. During this period, he had diligently worked through the problems day and night, and this thick volume of exercises had been thoroughly mastered by him. Lu Ming planned to request additional problems the next time he visited Wang Lifeng's home. At this moment, Lu Ming received a message, which was sent by Ji Shinkai. Ji wrote, Lu Ming, ever since our last barbecue, I have engaged in profound self-reflection. I realize that I have indeed been somewhat too much of a straightforward man. Lu Ming thought to himself, you are aware of this. Remove the phrase a bit. Ji, therefore, I have resolved to diligently study the art of eloquent expression rooted in emotional intelligence, and today I have achieved mastery. Ji, I have indelibly etched the concept of emotional intelligence into the very fabric of my being. If emotional intelligence were to be ranked, I would surmise I have ascended to the imperial level. Lu Ming directly disregarded the heap of nonsense emitted by Ji Shinkai and simply responded with 3 words. Lu Ming, get to the point. After Lu Ming sent that message, there was a moment of silence on the other end before a reply finally came through. Ji Shinkai, now Zishuan has directly blocked me. I have worked diligently for so long, yet it seems to have borne no fruit. I suspect that those so-called emotional intelligence masters have been deceiving me. Lu Ming felt an ominous premonition upon reading this message and decided to block him. What could Ji Shinkai have said to provoke such a reaction from the other party? Lu Ming, what did you say? Ji Shinkai, I'm not quite sure. I merely shared a few tender words I recently learned with Zishuan. Lu Ming, sweet nothings? Upon hearing Ji Shinkai's words, Lu Ming's ominous premonition intensified significantly. Lu Ming, please send me the screenshot. Ji Shinkai soon obediently forwarded the screenshot. Ji Shinkai, Zishuan, are you purchasing flowers? Qin Zishuan, no, I am not. Ji Shinkai, but we have an event. Qin Zishuan, what event? Ji, it's about your heart's flutter. Following that, Ji Shinkai sent several rose emojis. Yet Qin Zishuan did not respond. However, it was evident that Ji Shinkai was undeterred, as he continued to send numerous messages related to this theme. Although Lu Ming felt quite awkward, it seemed that Qin Zishuan had not yet reached the point of blocking Ji Shinkai. It was only when Lu Ming saw the last message that everything changed. Ji Shinkai, Zishuan, do you perhaps have body odor? Qin Zishuan. Ji Shinkai, otherwise. Why are you so enchanting like a little vixen? Subsequently, Qin Zishuan chose not to respond any further, and when Ji Shinkai attempted to send another message, he discovered that he had already been blocked. Lu Ming held great admiration for Ji Shinkai, whose emotional intelligence was truly at a negative level. Lu Ming, where did you acquire this knowledge? Please recommend that person's WeChat to me. Ji Shinkai, what is the matter? Do you also wish to practice emotional intelligence? Lu Ming, no, I must report them as a fraudulent group. Ji Shinkai feels somewhat wronged. He enrolled in a 200 yuan emotional intelligence course, but learned nothing. And to make matters worse, the person he likes has blocked him. Ji Shinkai, Lu Ming, am I too much of a straightforward man? Am I destined to be single for life? Lu Ming truly wished to affirm to Ji Shinkai that it was indeed the case. However, he felt that it would be too disheartening for Ji Shinkai. Despite Ji Shinkai's formidable reputation as the school bully, exuding an air of authority, his romantic experience was, paradoxically, non-existent, a fact that few would readily believe if it were revealed. Lu Ming, my brother, I recall that the last time we met, Zixuan seemed a bit. Lu Ming recalled the terrifying sight of Qin Zixuan unleashing her fury upon Ji Shinkai. Although this was quintessentially her character, Lu Ming felt there was nothing inherently wrong with it. However, he remembered that Ji Shinkai was fond of gentle and tender-hearted girls. Lu Ming, I recall that you previously had a fondness for gentle types of girls. Do you also harbor feelings for someone like Zixuan? Ji Shinkai took a long time to respond to Lu Ming. The chat box intermittently displayed, typing before vanishing again. Surely, this fellow is not deliberating over his words. Is he? Lu Ming couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of Ji Shinkai typing in the input box. Yet he also felt that Ji Shinkai must indeed have feelings for this girl. Ji Shinkai remarked, initially, upon discovering her personality. I recognized that she was not my ideal type. I intended to forget Zixuan and pursue a gentle girl whom I desired. However, during class, I found myself constantly glancing at Zixuan and wishing to assist her with anything she needed. I realized that my gaze was perpetually searching for her. Ji Shinkai continued. It is only now that I comprehend that my affection does not lie with gentle girls, but rather with Zixuan. I cherish her, regardless of her nature. I simply adore her. Lu Ming felt a stirring in his heart as he read the words penned by Ji Shinkai. He was taken aback by the profound sentiments expressed by the usually carefree Ji Shinkai. Lu Ming, it seems that your lessons in emotional intelligence have not been in vain, given your ability to articulate such sentiments. Lu Ming, I am expressing this with utmost sincerity, and you respond only with mockery. Ji Shinkai is not accustomed to uttering such sentimental words, and to be ridiculed after finally mustering the courage to speak them is truly disheartening. Lu Ming, very well. Since you hold her in such high regard, as a brother, I shall extend my assistance. Ji Shinkai, is that true? Lu Ming, Lu Ming. Stand by my words. Ji Shinkai, thank you so much, Lu Ming. I am willing to have you as my adoptive father forever. Lu Ming helplessly gazed at the lengthy expression of gratitude sent by Ji Shinkai. You should find a way to add him back as a friend before anything else. This novel can be downloaded via the open source and free Xingxuan downloader developed by Xingyu. If you obtain the novel file through an alternative download and the vendor has not provided the software source code or an open source address, please request an immediate refund and report the vendor. Author's email, xingyu@outlook.com, Author's QQ, 201-759-3710. Official QQ group, 149050832. Official TG group, https, me-fqtool. Chapter 91, The Love Strategist. Therefore, the answer is, do you understand? Lu Ming nodded, comprehending the steps of the problem in merely a few seconds. Observing Lu Ming's affirmation, Wang Lifeng felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Although Lu Ming had only been here for 2 months, his progress surpassed that of his peers, which brought Wang Lifeng great solace. Lu Ming, allow me to see how you fared on the exam I previously assigned to you. Lu Ming took out a thick stack of exercises, the once pristine workbook now filled with densely packed formulas. As Wang Lifeng flipped through the pages, his astonishment grew with each turn. Have you completed all of this? Wang Lifeng said, somewhat incredulously. Indeed, came the affirmative response. Lu Ming remarked that tackling these problems was indeed a formidable task. Although Wang Lifeng had set a specific number of questions, Lu Ming often burned the midnight oil, frequently working until 11 or 12 o'clock. Wang Lifeng looked at Lu Ming with a hint of astonishment. Other students typically required at least half more time than Lu Ming to complete a set of problems, yet he managed to finish in just a month. Lu Ming dedicated an entire month to mastering all the foundational subjects of high school, followed by another month delving into these advanced challenges. Is this not the hallmark of genius? Very well, Lu Ming, starting tomorrow, you need not return here. Upon hearing this, Lu Ming felt a bit bewildered. Had he done something wrong? Why was he being denied the opportunity to continue his studies? Teacher, have I erred in any way? Wang Lifeng chuckled in response. It is not that you have committed any mistakes, but rather that you have excelled beyond expectations. He patted Lu Ming on the shoulder with a warm smile. In such a brief span of time, you have acquired so much knowledge. I truly did not misjudge you. Wang Lifeng was filled with admiration for Lu Ming. Generally, students can be categorized into 3 types: the innate geniuses, the diligent learners, and those who embody both qualities. Lu Ming, indeed, was a rare amalgamation of both. Not only was he naturally attuned to mathematics, but he also exhibited remarkable diligence. Such students are exceedingly rare. I firmly believe you have now fully mastered all the knowledge required at the high school level, whether it be for the college entrance examination or further studies. You should face no significant challenges, Wang Lifeng asserted confidently. Is that truly the case? Lu Ming expressed his disbelief, admitting that he had indeed been studying incessantly of late. Yet he felt he still had much to learn. Indeed, all you need to do is review the relevant knowledge before the examination. There is little more I can impart. Wang Lifeng replied, nodding with a countenance full of satisfaction. You will come to believe this. Your final grades will undoubtedly astonish everyone. Wang Lifeng added with a smile, prompting Lu Qingli to rush out. Brother, do you remember our wager? Let us determine the outcome, she declared, crossing her arms. I shall not yield to you, she asserted. Very well, let us await the results. Lu Ming, is this truly feasible? Ji Xingkai asked, scanning the plaza of the shopping mall with a hint of concern. Come now. Ji Ge, you should trust Ming. It is certainly better than having to confront that girl yourself, Shun Hanyue remarked with a touch of disdain. Taken aback by Ji Xinkai's obliviousness, which had led him to the point of being blocked by a girl. Let it be known, you must refrain from speaking recklessly. Otherwise, I shall not be able to assist you. Lu Ming remarked, very well. Ji Xingkai appeared deflated, akin to a punctured balloon. Are you certain that Zixuan will come here? Shen Hanwei expressed her skepticism. Absolutely, without a doubt. Every Saturday at this hour, I have witnessed Zixuan coming here for her part-time job. Have you procured the gift I asked you to prepare? Lu Ming gazed at Ji Xinkai's empty hands, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Surely not. You wouldn't have forgotten to bring a gift, would you? Of course not. I certainly purchased one. Ji Xingkai retrieved a tote bag emblazoned with the logo of a prestigious brand, which brought a look of satisfaction to Lu Ming's face. Did you memorize what I sent you yesterday? Naturally, I treat all matters concerning Zixuan with utmost seriousness. Ji Xingkai had always been the type of student disinterested in academics. When teachers assigned him to memorize the textbook, he would simply disregard it and head straight to the internet CAF instead. Lu Ming envisioned Ji Xingkai diligently memorizing the content he had sent him and could not help but feel a sense of incongruity. It truly was a laborious task for him. Very well, allow me to guide you on what to do when the time comes. Lu Ming summoned Ji Xingkai before him. Come here, brother, I am all ears. When Zixuan arrives, you shall recite what I instructed you to memorize yesterday, and then, when the moment is right, present her with the gift you have prepared. As long as you maintain a pleasant demeanor, she is unlikely to remain upset with you. What if Zixuan is unwilling to listen to me? Ji Xingkai inquired, a hint of concern in his voice. That is simple. You must be persistent and a bit clingy with her, Lu Ming advised. You truly are my perfect romantic strategist, Ji Xingkai replied, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. All right, just watch how I execute this. However, the more confident Ji Xingkai became, the more apprehensive Lu Ming felt. This fellow had proven to be unreliable in the past. And Lu Ming hoped for a change this time. Han Yu and I will be watching from the corner of the hall. Do not cause any blunders. Rest assured. Ji Xingkai exclaimed, already brimming with anticipation and hardly absorbing Lu Ming's words. Look, it's Zixuan. She is here. Lu Ming arrived, and, as expected, the girl he had met previously was present in the hall. Today, Qin Zixuan was adorned in a flowing gown, captivating Ji Xinkai's attention immensely. All right, Lu Ming. I am set to pursue my own happiness now. Alas, Lu Ming had not yet had the chance to intervene when Ji Xingkai dashed out like a wild stallion. Ming, I can't shake off this ominous premonition, Shun Hanyue remarked, her gaze fixed anxiously on Ji Xinkai's receding figure. I feel it too. All we can do is pray that he doesn't stir up trouble. Despite their concerns, the two had no choice but to proceed to their agreed-upon location to observe. Zixuan, Ji Xingkai called out, hastening to keep pace with Qin Zixuan. Upon turning around and discovering it was Ji Xingkai, Qin Zixuan's expression brightened momentarily. What are you doing here? However, the next instant, recalling the message Ji Xingkai had sent her, her expression darkened, and she turned away. Seeing Qin Zixuan about to leave, Ji Xingkai felt a surge of urgency. What's wrong? Weren't we just fine? Wait, Zixuan. He remembered Lu Ming's advice to persistently pursue. And thus he grasped Qin Zixuan's hand firmly. What are you doing? Qin Zixuan replied, still somewhat irked, yet she at least paused. Ming, this is promising. Shen Hanwei exclaimed excitedly. In the corner, Lu Ming finally breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 92. Relentless Pursuit. Zixuan, I truly recognize my mistakes. Can you allow me to speak? Ji Qingkai implored, striving to adopt his gentlest demeanor as he addressed Qin Zixuan. Lu Ming gazed at Ji Qingkai, feeling an overwhelming sense of sorrow. Who could have imagined that the once formidable bully of the 7th high school now appeared in such a state? Qin Zixuan had initially been somewhat angered, yet upon witnessing Ji Qinkai's demeanor, her expression gradually softened. Pray tell, where do you believe you have erred? Lu Ming looked at Qin Zixuan and felt completely at ease. As long as she followed his requests, everything should be fine. Zixuan, I realize my mistakes. I understand that what I sent may have seemed like harassment, but my only intention was to bring you joy. Ji Qingkai expressed his heartfelt words. I genuinely wish for your happiness, yet I lack a sense of humor, so I resorted to learning those things online. I thought they would amuse you, but I never anticipated they would cause such distress. I am truly sorry, Zixuan. As Qin Zixuan listened to Ji Qinkai's sincere words, her heart began to soften, and her previously cold demeanor gradually transformed into one of warmth. It was working. Shun Hanyue felt a surge of excitement at Qin Zixuan's expression. Such a look typically indicated that one had been moved, and it seemed that Qin Zixuan was no longer angry. Looking into Ji Qinkai's earnest eyes, Qin Zixuan sensed his genuine feelings. He only wished to bring me a bit of happiness, yet I blocked him. Am I being a bit excessive? She pondered. In truth, I wasn't that angry after all. Lowering her gaze, she dared not meet Ji Qinkai's eyes, and with a slight blush, she spoke softly. Lu Ming and Shun Hanyue both breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that everything would be fine as long as they presented the gift. Really? Ji Qinkai's face flushed with excitement upon hearing Qin Zixuan's words. Qin Zixuan nodded. Wonderful. To make it up to you, I brought you a gift. Ji Qingkai hastily produced his own present. Qin Zixuan was taken aback by the value of Ji Qinkai's gift. The brand was indeed quite prestigious. Although many at the 7th middle school came from affluent families, Qin Zixuan's circumstances were nowhere near Ji Qinkai's, and she was genuinely astonished that he had chosen such an extravagant gift for her. No, please take it back. It is far too lavish, Qin Zixuan insisted. Seeing her reluctance, Ji Qinkkai grew anxious. This was a meticulously chosen present, and how could Zixuan refuse it? Zixuan, please accept it. I selected this after much thought, and I truly hope you will take it. Though still hesitant, Qin Zixuan, moved by Ji Qinkai's earnest expression, eventually nodded. Thank you, Qingkai. As she spoke, she began to unwrap Ji Qinkai's gift to see what lay within. Lu Ming gazed at the two individuals, his heart finally at ease. Now, all that remained was to unwrap the gift. Wait, a gift? Lu Ming suddenly recalled the vividly colored hoodie that Ji Qingkai had gifted him, and an ominous premonition washed over him. Could it be that this rascal? Lu Ming's heart raced as he felt a lump in his throat. What is troubling you, Ming? Observing the fear etched on Lu Ming's face, Shun Hanyue sensed something peculiar. No. Ji Qinkai's gaze swiftly deterred him. Yet, it was too late. Qin Zixuan had already opened the box. Upon seeing the contents, which aligned perfectly with Lu Ming's expectations, confusion and astonishment instantly flickered in her eyes. The sight of a red and green dress adorned with peony patterns caused Lu Ming's heart to sink. Everything had been perfect, yet he had faltered at the final hurdle regarding the gift. Ji Qingkai had always possessed an extraordinary eye for choosing presents. On his previous birthday, Ji Qingkai had gifted him an incredibly hideous outfit. Lu Ming found himself at a loss for words to describe the utter hideousness of the garment before him. One might say it was a dress birthed straight from the depths of hell. Yet, every time, Ji Qingkai would gaze at him with eager anticipation, asking if the gift he presented was truly exquisite. Although Lu Ming felt insincere in his response, he hesitated to undermine Ji Qinkai's self-esteem and could only muster a reluctant affirmation. Consequently, Ji Qingkai would proudly showcase his remarkable taste on Lu Ming's birthday, while Lu Ming discreetly stowed away each of the garments gifted to him. The same held true for the presents Ji Qingkai bestowed upon others. But as the formidable figure of the school, no one dared to voice their disdain for Ji Qinkai's fashion choices, leaving his style unchanged throughout the years. How is it, Zixuan? Do you like it? Ji Qinkkai asked excitedly, his eyes fixed on Qin Zixuan. She rubbed her eyes repeatedly, convinced she must have misperceived the situation, only to realize she had not erred. Are you mocking me? Initially moved by Ji Qinkai's apology, she was now disheartened by the sight of the dress. What kind of gift is this for a girl? What's wrong, Zixuan? Don't you like it? Ji Qinkkai was perplexed by her lack of excitement. Why? After all his careful selection, Did Qin Zixuan not appreciate it? Her face flushed with embarrassment as she realized she had misinterpreted his intentions. It appeared she had been overly sentimental. I don't want it. You keep it. Enraged, she cast aside Ji Shinkai's gift and attempted to leave. Ji Shinkai was bewildered. How could things have taken such a turn? Wait. Zixuan. His bewildered mind struggled to comprehend the sudden shift in mood as he hurried to catch up with her. What's wrong? Why are you upset again? Ji Shinkai positioned himself in front of Qin Zixuan, blocking her path. I'm not angry. I just don't want to see you. Move aside. Qin Zixuan retorted, attempting to bypass him in frustration, leaving Ji Shinkai utterly flummoxed. What to do? Ji Shinkai quickly devised a plan. Recalling Lu Ming's earlier suggestion that persistent affection might quell Zixuan's anger. In an impulsive moment, he boldly wrapped his arms around her waist in front of an audience, leaving those nearby utterly astonished by the audacity of his actions. Lu Ming was equally perplexed. What are you doing, you fool? Qin Zixuan never anticipated that Ji Shinkai would suddenly embrace her, causing her face to flush deeply. Zixuan, can you please stop being angry? I truly understand my mistake, and I am willing to change my ways. Ji Shinkai shouted, attracting the attention of several onlookers nearby. Qin Zixuan's face turned crimson. Let go of me. I will only release you once you forgive me. Ji Shinkai clung to Qin Zixuan, refusing to let go, adhering to her tenaciously. All right. I forgive you. Now please get off me. Qin Zixuan hastily replied. At that moment, Shen Hanwei was already taken aback. Chapter 93. No shop left after this village. Qin Zixuan had not intended to forgive Ji Shinkai so swiftly, but with everyone watching, she could not afford to lose face. Zixuan, you've forgiven me. Could you possibly remove me from your blacklist? Ji Shinkai's spirits soared, even though Qin Zixuan's gaze towards him was evidently filled with anger. Of course I forgive you, but you must let go of me first. Let us converse in a more secluded spot. The naive Ji Shinkai, overjoyed, immediately released Qin Zixuan, unaware that he had fallen into her trap. All right, let us go. As the commotion subsided, the surrounding crowd began to disperse. Zixuan, why do we need to talk here? Ji Shinkai felt somewhat puzzled. In such a sparsely populated area, did Zixuan have ulterior motives? The more he pondered, the more excited he became. Could it be that Zixuan had harbored feelings for him all along and was seeking to express her affections? Ji Shinkai, close your eyes. Indeed. If Zixuan asked him to shut his eyes, could it possibly mean she wanted to kiss him? Ji Shinkai promptly closed his eyes, eagerly awaiting Qin Zixuan's next move. However, the anticipated sensation never came, and Ji Shinkai suddenly felt a sharp pain in his ear. Qin Zixuan, irate, twisted Ji Shinkai's ear and unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks upon him. Ah, Zixuan, what are you doing? It hurts. This is for making me angry. For embarrassing me. Qin Zixuan mercilessly retaliated against Ji Shinkai, who was usually the one dishing out punishment. It was his first experience of being on the receiving end. Zixuan, please show mercy. Shen Hanwei and Lu Ming, who had intended to observe the situation, took a step back after hearing Ji Shinkai's anguished cries. How frightening. Hanwei, perhaps we should leave. Lu Ming, feeling embarrassed, said to Shen Hanwei, all right, let us depart swiftly. Aiming. The two chose to forsake their friendship with Ji Shinkai and opted to flee. Young Master Lu, it is a pleasure to see you again. Uncle Liang. What brings you here? Lu Ming noticed the surprise on Boss Liang's face as he spoke. I dismissed that salesperson last time, and now we're short-staffed. So I came to lend a hand at the store. Thank you so much for the clothes last time, Uncle Liang. They were truly beautiful. Shen Hanwei expressed her gratitude politely. Oh, it's nothing. No need for formalities. However, Hanwei, have you given any thought to the matter we discussed last time? Boss Liang inquired, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Ah, Shen Hanwei hesitated, feeling a flicker of interest. The prospect of earning some money as a model was appealing, not to mention that every girl delights in donning exquisite attire. I am indeed interested, but I am currently focused on my studies, she stated, her voice tinged with uncertainty. As a student in her final year, her academic commitments took precedence, and she was unsure whether her parents would approve of this endeavor. That's wonderful to hear. You could join us during the winter break. We happen to have a fashion exhibition showcasing our clothing, and it wouldn't interfere with your studies. Boss Liang, sensing her inclination, beamed with delight. All right, I will reach out to you then. Shen Hanwei nodded in agreement. Ah, splendid. Here is my business card, Boss Liang exclaimed eagerly, producing his card and extending it towards her. Very well, Miss Shen, here's to a fruitful collaboration. Shen Hanyue cast a hesitant glance at Lu Ming, who nodded reassuringly before she extended her hand. Yes, to a successful partnership. Boss Liang hummed a cheerful tune as he returned to his shop, in high spirits. Lu Ming, Hanyue. They turned to see Ji Zhenkai, his face battered and bruised. Jigu, Yushen Hanyue hesitated, taken aback by the severity of his injuries. What's wrong, Hanyue? Ji Zhenkai queried, noticing her hesitation. It's nothing. What's the big deal about a few slaps from a woman? Besides, Zishuan is quite weak. It's almost like childish play. Lu Ming and Shen Hanyue observed Ji Zhenkai's swollen face, their expressions contorting in confusion, unsure of how to respond. You truly lack strength, are you certain? However, Lu Ming, your method is remarkably effective. Ji Zhenkai exclaimed, grasping Lu Ming's hands with fervor, his face gradually transforming into a visage of joy. What? Lu Ming was taken aback. Let me tell you, after Zixian gave me a thrashing, she instantly ceased to be angry and even removed me from her blacklist. It seems she still appreciates my gifts. She just needed an outlet for her frustration. Ji Zhenkai was overjoyed, leaving Lu Ming and Shen Hanyue at a loss for words. Lu Ming, Shen Hanyue, I am confident that before long, Zishuan will also develop feelings for me. Well then, I shall take my leave. Ji Zhenkai was completely immersed in the illusion of love and slipped away discreetly. That old fellow, Ji. Lu Ming smiled in silence. Seeing Ji Zhenkai leave, Shen Hanyue was reluctant to part ways with Lu Ming, as the day was still young. Ming, where do you plan to go next? Oh, I don't have much to do either. I'll go for a run soon to prepare for the upcoming sports competition. Lu Ming pondered for a moment before saying, then I shall accompany you. Shen Hanyue proposed. The two quickly arrived at the sports field, where students of their age mingled alongside some elderly individuals enjoying a leisurely stroll. Hanyue, are you thirsty? I shall fetch you a bottle of water, Lu Ming offered. That would be great, Ming, Shen Hanyue replied, waiting patiently on the spot. Brother Chun, we truly cannot compete with you. Without a doubt, you will secure first place in the upcoming sports meet, Zhang Shaojie flattered, circling around Chen Fei. Naturally. How could that bunch of novices compare with me? They are merely inviting hardship upon themselves. Chen Fei basked in the praise, his heart swelling with pride. Brother Chun, look quickly. That girl is extraordinarily beautiful. One of Chen Fei's underlings exclaimed, excitement evident in his voice as though he had never encountered such beauty before. Upon hearing this, Chen Fei turned to see Shen Hanyue waiting for Lu Ming. Wow, she is indeed stunning. Chen Fei felt as if his eyes were filled with hearts upon catching sight of Shen Hanyue. What? Zhang Shaojie was taken aback. What kind of woman could so effortlessly capture Chen Fei's attention? Could she possibly outshine me? With a sense of indignation, she glanced towards the direction Chen Fei was staring at, and as soon as she laid eyes on the girl they spoke of, she too was momentarily stunned. The girl appeared as if she had descended from the heavens, her beauty unparalleled in any setting. Despite her unwillingness to concede, Zhang Shaojie had to admit that she was indeed outclassed. Let us go. We must get her WeChat before the opportunity slips away. Chapter 94. Entangled Fate. Chen Fei hurriedly pulled out his mirror to inspect his appearance, then confidently approached Shen Hanyue. Watch me win you over today, he declared with unwavering self-assurance. Excuse me, are you alone? Chen Fei attempted to lower his voice to sound more suave. Huh? Shen Hanyue, taken aback by the sudden influx of people before her, felt a bit disoriented. Are you talking to me? She asked uncertainly, as she did not recognize him. Indeed, darling, I am speaking to you, Chen Fei boasted, revealing a dazzling smile with his 8 gleaming teeth. No, I am not alone. Hearing Shen Hanyue's response, Chen Fei felt a wave of confusion. Did she have a boyfriend nearby? Or perhaps a close friend? If it were a boyfriend, surely he would be watching over her, not leaving her here alone. Come on. Beautiful, don't play coy. You must be by yourself. Don't be afraid. I promise I won't bite. Chen Fei confidently remarked. No, I really am not alone. Shen Hanyue anxiously defended herself. Noticing her serious demeanor, Chen Fei adopted a more cautious approach. Then who is that person to you? He inquired. Shen Hanyue initially intended to declare him her boyfriend, but since her relationship with Lu Ming had not yet reached that stage, she hesitated. Yes, a friend. A friend, is it? Chen Fei exhaled in relief, having momentarily believed him to be her boyfriend, when in fact, he was merely a platonic acquaintance. Since he is just a friend, how about we exchange WeChat contacts? Seeing that Shen Hanyue was without a boyfriend, Chen Fei persisted in his pursuit to obtain her WeChat information. Shen Hanyue felt somewhat embarrassed, as she had no desire to share her contact details with him. No. I prefer not to add strangers on WeChat. Am I really considered a stranger? Chen Fei replied, brimming with confidence. Beauty. I am also renowned for my looks at our school. Indeed, our brother Chun is among the most handsome at Qizhou. You truly lack discernment, Zhang Xiaojie chimed in, entwining her arm with Chen Fei's. This action was an attempt to assert her claim over Chen Fei, signaling to Shen Hanwei that her relationship with him was far from ordinary. She could not allow Shen Hanwei to encroach upon her territory. However, Chen Fei found this gesture rather distasteful. What was she trying to accomplish? If this stunning beauty discovered his flirtation with Zhang Xiaojie, how would he continue to charm her? Thus, he discreetly removed Zhang Xiaojie's hand. Shen Hanwei felt a surge of irritation, yet she hesitated to express her frustration. Please, don't misunderstand. I already have a boyfriend. Though slightly apprehensive, Shen Hanwei mustered her courage to assert this claim, hoping it would distance them. A boyfriend? Chen Fei was reluctant to accept this assertion, as she had not mentioned it earlier. Was she attempting to deceive him? He contemplated snatching Shen Hanwei's phone directly, causing her to grow increasingly anxious. Where is Ming? Why haven't you replied to my messages? Lu Ming held 2 bottles of water, exchanging glances with Chun Fei and the others. Ming, you have finally arrived. Shen Hanwei quickly rushed to stand behind Lu Ming, genuinely reluctant to engage in conversation with these individuals. Lu Ming? What brings you here? Zhang Xiaojie was taken aback upon realizing it was indeed Lu Ming. Lu Ming felt a sense of embarrassment. How could he still encounter such individuals? What terrible luck. What was the purpose of your recent interaction with Hanyu? Lu Ming, somewhat irate, inquired about the group of scoundrels, unaware of what Chen Fei had just been doing with Shen Hanwei. Mind your own business. What connection do you have with this woman? Chen Fei was taken aback by the unexpected coincidence of Lu Ming's relationship with this beauty. Could it be that the boyfriend Shen Hanwei had just mentioned was indeed Lu Ming? I am her boyfriend. So why were you holding on to my girlfriend so insistently? Did you not notice how resistant she was? Lu Ming inquired with a cold expression. So she truly is your girlfriend? Upon hearing this, Chen Fei felt a surge of indignation. Why was he inferior to Lu Ming? He too possessed striking looks, yet Lu Ming had managed to secure such an exquisite girlfriend. Casting a glance at Zhang Xiaojie, he initially believed she could bolster his image. However, upon further reflection, she paled in comparison. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaojie's heart was tumultuous. She had initially dismissed the notion that someone like Lu Ming could have a girlfriend, yet here he was, not only with a girlfriend, but one so stunning. Nervously nibbling her finger, she realized why he had shown no interest when she shared her contact information. Ming insisted I add him on WeChat, and when I refused, he even prevented me from leaving. Shen Hanyu felt terribly wronged. She had clearly rejected the advances of this persistent suitor. Lu Ming, you're mistaken. It is merely your girlfriend who is pestering me. I am far too popular to harass someone who does not reciprocate my affections. Although he had indeed been harassing Shen Hanyu for the sake of his pride, Chen Fei could only fabricate a falsehood. That is not true. You were clearly. Shen Hanyu found herself at a loss for words, never anticipating that this individual would prove to be such a scoundrel. I unconditionally trust my girlfriend. Lu Ming spoke, his gaze as sharp as that of a wolf. Shen Hanyu looked at Lu Ming with a touch of emotion. Lu Ming, this world demands evidence. Zhang Xiaojie said, her eyes wide with anger. By the way, I was just recording a video for a friend, so I have the audio. Shen Hanyu suddenly recalled something and hurriedly took out her phone. What? Chen Fei was utterly taken aback. Upon observing the scene, Lu Ming realized that Chen Fei had been persistently pursuing Shen Hanyu. Although Shen Hanyu had previously rejected him, Chen Fei remained unyielding in his endeavors. With both eyewitnesses and physical evidence at hand, even if Chen Fei attempted to maintain his bravado, he would find himself at a loss for words. Very well. Lu Ming, mark my words, you are destined to become my defeated foe. I am merely stating this in advance. I believe you are utterly unworthy of your boyfriend. When the time comes, I shall ensure your defeat is complete. Seeing that the situation had become irreparable, Chen Fei decided to abandon all pretense, reasoning that Lu Ming could do nothing to him. However, Chen Fei, do not be overly confident in matters. The outcome remains uncertain, and the victor is yet to be determined. Lu Ming, with a smile that did not reach his eyes, remarked, is it just you? Don't be ridiculous. Lu Ming, you cannot possibly compare to brother Chen Fei. Perhaps you should take a moment to reflect on your own worth before flaunting yourself. Zhang Xiaojie responded with her head held high, her words dripping with certainty. You aspire to surpass brother Chen Fei? Dream on. You will never be able to outshine him in your lifetime. Your words are truly harsh. I believe that a Ming is far more formidable than your so-called brother Qin Fei by a factor of 100, if not 1,000. Shinhan Yu quickly interjected in defense. You really need to reconsider. You would dare to pursue such a man? Eventually, brother Qin Fei will leave Lu Ming in utter disarray. Chapter 95. Practice makes perfect. Enough, Hanyu, do not stoop to their level. Lu Ming intercepted Shinhan Yu, realizing that arguing with such a person would yield no benefits and only serve to squander words. However, Shinhan Yu wished to express more, yet upon hearing Lu Ming's words, she reluctantly conceded. Since you do not believe, let us settle this on the court. Lu Ming smiled and said, let us depart. Naturally, Zhang Xiaojie and Qin Fei, along with others, could not fathom that Lu Ming could triumph over Qin Fei. They left in discontent. The notion of defeating Qin Fei was nothing short of a fantasy. Lu Ming, I shall demonstrate to you just how much more formidable my man is. Zhang Xiaojie remarked with a cold snort. Shinhan Wei, I aim to make you envious of me. The end of the semester always seemed fleeting, with some students lamenting how they felt unprepared for the impending examinations. Ming, do your best in the exam. Shinhan Yu, as usual, encouraged Lu Ming, and upon seeing her spirited demeanor, Lu Ming felt invigorated as well. Yes, I shall strive to achieve a higher score this time, aiming to share the examination room with you. All right, class. I will affix the list of your examination room numbers on the blackboard. Do take a look after class, Lu Jin announced, promptly attaching the paper to the board. I am in room 1. What about you? As soon as class concluded, everyone hurried to check their examination room numbers, eager to see if they recognized any classmates, as they might be able to assist each other in cheating. Hanwei, what a coincidence that we are seated in adjacent rows. Lu Zihao exclaimed to Shinhan Yu, filled with excitement. Really? Where's Ming? Shinhan Yu inquired, her anticipation evident. Despite the disparity in academic performance between Lu Ming and Shinhan Yu, proximity in their examination seating would afford them a bit more time together. I have checked. Lu Ming, you will be in room 5, Lu Zihao informed. Oh, Shinhan Yu responded, somewhat disheartened. Room 5 was located on the 2nd floor, while her room 1 was on the 1st floor. The separation of a floor felt akin to an expanse of ocean between them. Do not worry, Hanyu, I will come find you when I have the chance. Lu Ming discerned Shinhan Yu's despondency and gently patted her shoulder in a gesture of consolation. All right, let us strive together, Ming, Shinhan Yu replied, her spirits lifting as she smiled at Lu Ming. Nearby, Gu Yinan, who also heard the exchange, felt a surge of excitement. Being in examination room 5 meant she would be able to see Lu Ming over the next 2 days. This thought thrilled her immensely. Ever since the last time she walked home with Lu Ming, Shinhan Yu and Lu Ming had been inseparable, leaving her with little opportunity to approach him. Who is Shinhan Yu? Suddenly, a student appeared in the classroom, sporting thick glasses and a rather sharp demeanor. I am Shinhan Yu. Is there something wrong? She inquired, puzzled, as she did not recognize this person at all. Are you the one who ranked first? The individual asked disdainfully. Who is this person? They certainly seem rather unpleasant. Guinan thought. Ah, that's Wang Bo, the previous top student in our grade, someone explained. The top student? Is that the one who studies 23 hours a day? Indeed. That is him. Until now, Wang Bo has held the top position, but this time Shinhan Yu has taken it from him. I have heard he harbors a petty spirit. I fear Shinhan Yu may become his target. I was merely fortunate this time. It may not be the same next time, Shinhan Yu remarked modestly. Lu Ming understood her humility. Even when she consistently achieved first place, she attributed it to luck. I suppose so. How could an ordinary person like you possibly surpass a genius like me? This was merely a stroke of luck, Wang Bo retorted arrogantly, fuming at having been surpassed by a new transfer student. The notion that someone had overtaken him was intolerable. Shinhan Yu, wishing to avoid a direct confrontation with Wang Bo, remained indifferent to his provocations. Observing her silence only emboldened Wang Bo further. Have you lost your voice? Let me tell you, do not flaunt yourself too much. Watch how I reclaim my position at the top, he boasted, growing increasingly brazen in his taunts. Lu Ming frowned at Wang Bo's behavior. How can you dismiss Han Yu as an ordinary person? Even as a genius, you can be surpassed. Perhaps you are simply envious, he countered, rendering Wang Bo momentarily speechless. Who was this young man? Why was he defending Shinhan Yu? You two? What is your relationship? Wang Bo demanded. Ming, let us not engage with him. Let us go, Shinhan Yu urged, tugging at Lu Ming's hand. wishing to distance herself from the confrontation. If he wishes to leave, let it be so. Instead of focusing on bettering his own performance, he resorts to belittling those who surpass him. Lu Ming cast a pointed glance at Wang Bo. If your skills are lacking, practice more. If you cannot handle it, then do not engage. Wang Bo's face flushed with anger, daring to label himself a genius as incompetent. How dare you mere mortals question my brilliance? As Wang Bo struggled to find a rebuttal, he suddenly seized upon a breakthrough upon noticing the hands held between Shen Hanwei and Lu Ming. You two are not a couple, are you? How shameless. The campus is a sacred place for learning, yet you engage in such sordid activities here. I shall report this to the teacher. Wang Bo believed he had caught Lu Ming at a vulnerable point, but Lu Ming remained unfazed. However, Shen Hanwei felt a pang of concern at Wang Bo's public declaration of their supposed romance. We are not in that kind of relationship. Regardless, you have sullied the sanctity of the school. Only the mundane would seek romance. How trivial. A genius like myself would never waste time on such trivial pursuits. The more Wang Bo spoke on the matter, the more agitated he became. Upon hearing these words, Lu Ming could not help but chuckle. What are you laughing at? Wang Bo retorted. I thought you had something profound to say, but it seems you are merely envious of others who have found mutual affection while you remain unattached. This statement struck directly at Wang Bo's thoughts. How could this person know? What nonsense are you spouting? You mere mortal, why don't you reveal your name and test scores? I am Lu Ming, with a score exceeding 600, Lu Ming replied unabashedly, knowing that revealing this to the other person would have no repercussions. Wang Bo was taken aback. This individual was the illegitimate son of the Lu family conglomerate? It was said that he was quite popular at his young age, being both wealthy and handsome, as well as academically accomplished. Yet why was this so? His own grades were undoubtedly superior. Wang Bo felt a surge of frustration. Chapter 96. End of Term Awards. Lu Ming, I shall remember you. Just wait. Wang Bo, who had initially come to mock Shen Hanwei, found himself thwarted and left in a state of indignation. Just you wait, Lu Ming, I will surpass you. Soon enough, the examination commenced as scheduled. Lu Ming entered the examination hall with his stationery, encountering Gu Yinan. Lu Ming? What a coincidence, Gu Yinan said shyly, expressing that it had been a long time since they had last spoken, and she truly missed that feeling. Lu Ming merely grunted in acknowledgement, harboring no intention of engaging in further conversation with Gu Yinan. However, Gu Yinan remained undeterred, persistently chatting away with Lu Ming. You've disrupted my study. Could you perhaps maintain a moment of silence in your seat? Lu Ming felt a wave of embarrassment. It seemed that Gu Yinan was relentless. Although he had anticipated this, hearing Lu Ming express such sentiments still left her feeling somewhat despondent, as though her heart were being cleaved in two. Lu Ming, is there something about me that falls short? Why do you harbor such disdain for me? Whatever it is that you dislike, I am willing to change. Upon hearing Gu Yinan's words, Lu Ming felt as if struck by lightning. No, there is nothing amiss with you. You are, in fact, quite admirable. It would be even better if you spoke to me less. Lu Ming questioned what Gu Yinan was actually doing and what he had done to make her so entangled with him. What is it that you find appealing in me? Am I not allowed to change? Lu Ming believed that his words were sufficiently ruthless. At least in the past, Gu Yinan would have certainly been infuriated and stormed away, vowing never to speak to him again. However, Gu Yinan appeared utterly unfazed, leaving with an unexpected air of joy. What on earth was this woman up to? Lu Ming was completely bewildered. Once seated, Gu Yinan produced a pink notebook adorned with the inscription "The Joyful Days" with Lu Ming. She flipped open to a page and inscribed a thought. Today, Lu Ming surprisingly remarked that I am doing quite well. Could it be that he is less angry now? This must be a positive omen. One day, Lu Ming will surely come to cherish me. Gu Yinan wrote this with a sweet smile, carefully stowing the notebook away as if it were a priceless treasure. The examination concluded swiftly, and Lu Ming felt an overwhelming sense of ease regarding the problems at hand. Reflecting on how, just months prior, he had been utterly clueless about the exam, it now felt like a surreal dream. As Lu Ming prepared to exit the examination hall, Gu Yinan swiftly pursued him. Why are you following me? Lu Ming now finds himself in a state of helplessness. He truly wishes to sever all ties with Gu Yinan. Yet, at present, Gu Yinan clings to him as if she were an inseparable shadow, following him wherever he goes. Lu Ming, where do you intend to go? Gu Yinan inquired with a hint of anxiety. Does he plan to seek out Shen Hanwei? What will become of her then? This has nothing to do with you, does it? Lu Ming said in exasperation. Just tell me where you intend to go. Gu Yinan replied with a hint of grievance. her eyes glistening with unshed tears. I am going to the restroom. Is that satisfactory? Do you want to accompany me to the restroom as well? Lu Ming was truly at a loss. Nothing terrified him more than witnessing a woman weep. Although in his previous life, it was Gui Nan who indirectly led to his demise, he still found it unbearable to see a woman cry before him. Oh, then you may go, Gui Nan said awkwardly, realizing that Lu Ming merely intended to use the restroom, and that she had overthought the situation. I shall wait for you by the restroom door. How dreadful. Lu Ming hurriedly departed. The examination progressed swiftly, particularly the mathematics section, with the assistance of Wang Lifen. Lu Ming could now discern the required problem-solving steps with just a glance at the questions. Under the astonished gaze of the teacher, Lu Ming submitted his paper and left after merely half an hour. Although the other candidates had performed commendably academically, they were utterly astounded to witness Lu Ming finishing the entire test while they had barely tackled the major problems. Was this even human? Gui Nan, however, felt a twinge of sadness. With Lu Ming gone, she could no longer secretly observe his methodical approach to solving problems. During the previous exam, she had surreptitiously admired Lu Ming's silhouette, which instilled in her a sense of confidence. She resolved to strive diligently, aspiring to enroll in the same institution as Lu Ming. Just the thought of this motivated Gui Nan to focus even more intently on her answers. Ming, how did you fare? After a day filled with examinations, Shun Hanyue inquired cheerfully, bouncing with enthusiasm. It was acceptable, quite standard, he replied. Lu Ming said with a smile. Gui Nan quietly observed the two from behind, feeling a pang of bitterness in her heart, wishing that she were the one standing beside Lu Ming. Upon returning home, Lu Ming glanced at his books a few times before idly scrolling through his phone. The ever-adoring Gui Nan texted, Lu Ming, what are you up to right now? Upon seeing the name Gui Nan, Lu Ming nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. When had Gui Nan changed her WeChat nickname? If she was to change it, why choose such a name? What impression does she wish to convey to others? Lu Ming, what sort of nickname have you chosen? Could you please change it promptly? Gui Nan, who adores Lu Ming, why? Do I not have the right to cherish you, Lu Ming? Ever since Gui Nan boldly confessed her feelings for Lu Ming, she adopted this name. Her affection for him has long ceased to be a secret. So why not choose a name that reflects her fondness for the one she admires? Lu Ming, I truly beseech you, please make the change swiftly. Gui Nan, who adores Lu Ming, then profess your affection for me, and I shall amend it. What on earth is this? Lu Ming casually tossed his phone aside, aware that engaging in further conversation with Gui Nan would surely drive him to madness. Gui Nan, who harbored deep affection for Lu Ming, replied, I shall await your words. Good night. Noticing Lu Ming's prolonged silence, Gui Nan felt a pang of disappointment but still sent him a good night message. As she perused their chat history, she realized she had been sending him greetings of the day for an entire month, and although he had not responded, she remained hopeful that a day would come when he would. With this hope nestled in her heart, she gradually succumbed to slumber, clutching her phone. The examinations concluded swiftly, and as the end of the term approached, the school offered an opportunity for student recognition, during which exemplary students were honored. Previously, the award was destined for Zhang Fenghua, but due to recent revelations regarding his misconduct, he was disqualified. If it's not Zhang Fenghua this year, then who could it be? I heard it might go to Wang Bo. He only excels academically. He hardly deserves such an accolade, especially considering how he often belittles others. Honestly, it would be better if it were my idol, Lu Ming. All right, enough chatter. Here comes Wang Bo. Upon Wang Bo's arrival, the two swiftly silenced themselves to avoid incurring his ire. Li Jinghua took the stage to deliver a speech filled with motivational platitudes, which soon lulled several students into a state of drowsiness. Observing the students' lethargic expressions, he furrowed his brow. You students, I speak a few words and you appear so weary. You may think I am rambling now, but one day, as you mature and embark on your careers, you will understand the sincerity of my intentions. Oh dear. Someone stop the director. He always goes on for at least an hour when discussing life as philosophies. Lu Zihao lamented, recalling that Li Jinghua once spoke for 2 hours, an ordeal for the senior students. Your parents entrusted you here, hoping you would. Teacher, if we don't commence the award soon, we'll run out of time. Lu Ming interjected, wanting to avoid a lengthy wait. Ah, look at me. Once I start speaking, I can't seem to stop. Without further ado, let us begin. Li Jinghua acknowledged his lengthy discourse and awkwardly exited the stage. As he stepped down, all the students exhaled in relief, having narrowly escaped a drawn-out lecture. Wang Bo strutted proudly to the podium, anticipating the moment when Li Jinghua would beckon him to speak. The thought of being recognized as an exemplary student filled Wang Bo with elation. He envisioned stepping onto the stage, eliciting envy from his peers and perhaps even admiration from the girls. Upon this thought, Wang Bo's countenance transformed with exuberance. His face instantly suffused with pride. "Lu Ming, you are about to take the stage to speak. How is your speech preparation?" inquired the host, standing beside Lu Ming. Determined to ensure the awards ceremony unfolds flawlessly. "I am ready. There is no need for concern." Lu Ming smiled at the host. "That's wonderful. I shall go prepare. There is no need for you to feel anxious, as this is indeed a commendable affair." "Thank you for your assistance," the host replied before attending to other preparations. Wang Bo gazed at Lu Ming, standing at the podium, feeling quite astonished. Why is this fellow up there? However, this also presented a splendid opportunity to insult Lu Ming. Wang Bo thought, and hurried over to his side. Last time, he had been left speechless by Lu Ming's retorts. "Let us see how you handle my words now." "Oh. Lu Ming, what are you doing here? Tidying up?" Wang Bo approached Lu Ming with ill intentions, his face reflecting disdain. "What I am doing here seems to have little relevance to you." As Lu Ming observed Wang Bo approaching, he took a step aside, somewhat disdainful, to maintain a distance. One should not stand too close to a fool, lest one's own intelligence diminish. "Heh, do you know why I chose to be here?" Wang Bo proclaimed with great pride, his gaze flitting back and forth, searching for a hint of jealousy on Lu Ming's face. "What business is that of mine?" Lu Ming showed no interest in Wang Bo's situation, as if it were entirely irrelevant to him. Witnessing Lu Ming's complete indifference, Wang Bo's pride sustained a profound blow. He had initially hoped to bask in a moment of self-importance, only to discover that Lu Ming was utterly unconcerned. "Humph. I shall graciously inform you that I am the representative of this year's outstanding students," Wang Bo declared with great satisfaction. Upon hearing this, Lu Ming furrowed his brow, pondering whether he had truly relinquished the outcome to this young man. It seemed rather unworthy. Noticing Lu Ming cast a disdainful glance in his direction, Wang Bo felt a surge of anxiety. What could this look mean? Wasn't Lu Ming supposed to be filled with admiration and envy towards him? "What do you mean by looking at me like that? Do you hold me in contempt?" Wang Bo exclaimed, feeling somewhat vulnerable. "It matters not. You have what you have, and it bears no significance to me." Lu Ming searched the crowd for the figure of Shen Hanyue, pondering her whereabouts. "Huh. I see you are envious of the award I received, which you could never attain. Indeed, it seems this accolade will elude you for a lifetime, as excellence is a realm in which you do not dwell. After all, a genius like myself deserves recognition," Wang Bo prattled on, attempting to incite jealousy in Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming had long ceased to heed Wang Bo's words, for he had finally caught sight of Shen Hanyue. Their eyes met, and with a playful smile, Shen Hanyue stuck out her tongue at Lu Ming, endearing and charming. Lu Ming couldn't help but burst into laughter. Wang Bo was taken aback, bewildered as to why Lu Ming was laughing. "Hey, what are you laughing at? What's so amusing?" Wang Bo said, feeling a twinge of wounded pride and a surge of irritation. Lu Ming furrowed his brow in irritation as he was interrupted by Wang Bo. "Shuh. Could you possibly keep it down?" As Lu Ming uttered those words, Wang Bo followed his gaze and realized. "So you haven't been listening to me at all, have you? Instead, you've been exchanging glances with that young lady." Wang Bo's eyes twitched in frustration, recognizing that he had been speaking to a wall. "Lu Ming, let me make it clear. People like you are destined to be mere servants to others. And I, on the other hand," he gasped for breath, incensed, "I shall be the one with the emperor's decree. Do you understand? One day, even fetching my shoes will be beneath you." "Classmate Wang Bo, please maintain your composure," a disciplinary figure interjected, cutting him off mid-sentence. "Oh, I see." Wang Bo's face flushed with indignation, and he swallowed his anger. "Now, may I invite our outstanding student representative, Wang Bo, to the stage to receive his award and deliver a speech?" The host's sweet voice rang out. "Humph. Just watch me ascend the stage and seethe with envy. If you wish to be up here, you might as well wait for the next lifetime, you useless fool." Upon hearing his name called, Wang Bo strode onto the stage with an air of arrogance, reveling in the spotlight. He imagined Lu Ming must be consumed with jealousy at that very moment. "Oh, it is he. He pales in comparison to Zhang Fenghua," someone murmured. "Indeed, he boasts of his genius daily. This award is sure to inflate his ego for at least 3 days, don't you think?" "Humph, 3 days? I wager even 5 wouldn't suffice for his self-indulgence." Standing at the podium, Wang Bo suddenly froze. Why was there no envy, no congratulations from the crowd? "They must be jealous of me," he thought frantically. Excuse me, everyone. May I have your attention? The host awkwardly interjected, finally managing to quiet the crowd. The many still wore displeased expressions. Now, let us welcome our exemplary student representative, Wang Bo, to speak. This concludes my address. Do not be too envious of me. After all, with a little more effort, you might still catch up to my tail. Keep striving, you mere mortals. Wang Bo's speech was a soliloquy of self-praise, leaving the audience speechless. His words, laden with self-aggrandizement, elicited eye rolls from everyone present. Is this person unwell? He seems quite delusional. Even Li Jingguo raised an eyebrow in disbelief. This student is excessively arrogant, lacking even half of Lu Ming's humility. Thank you, Wang Bo, for your remarks. You may now step down, the host said, barely able to contain her dismay after hearing Wang Bo's self-congratulatory monologue. Wang Bo finally descended from the stage. Lu Ming, what do you think? There is no need for you to harbor excessive jealousy towards me, for the differences that separate us are far too numerous. No matter how hard you strive, you shall never surpass my achievements. I extend my gratitude to Wang Bo for sharing his insights with us. Now, I invite Lu Ming to the stage to deliver his speech. As the host uttered these words, Wang Bo's jaw dropped in disbelief. Why must Lu Ming also take the stage to speak? What merit does that hold? Lu Ming smiled as he passed by Wang Bo, saying, "Is this not the arrival of the next lifetime?" After Lu Ming mockingly uttered those words, he ascended the stage. Wang Bo's lips trembled with indignation. How could Lu Ming, of all people, be deemed worthy of delivering such an esteemed speech? Did this not diminish his own stature? As Lu Ming took the stage, a wave of perplexity washed over the audience. Traditionally, the speeches concluded after the representatives of the outstanding students had spoken. So why was Lu Ming taking the podium? Greetings, fellow students. I stand before you as a representative of our student body. I am aware that many of you are eager to conclude this event and return home, so I shall strive to keep my remarks succinct. Thank you all for your support. As soon as Lu Ming's words left his lips, a resounding applause and cheers erupted from the audience. In contrast to Wang Bo's boastful opening, the students undeniably favored Lu Ming's approach far more. Thus, Lu Ming's speech garnered greater popularity right from the outset. Why was this the case? Wang Bo pondered in frustration, questioning why his extensive discourse elicited no applause, while Lu Ming's few words were met with even greater acclaim. He was undeniably the main character here. What significance did Lu Ming hold? Lu Ming began to deliver his speech, expressing his thoughts and feelings. I was once a student who had little interest in learning, often ranking at the very bottom of my entire school. However, an opportunity arose that made me realize the significance of education, leading me to become the person I am today. Upon reflecting on these matters, Lu Ming could not help but feel a sense of nostalgia. Had it not been for his rebirth, he would have regretted his choices for eternity, even if it meant descending into the depths of hell. Fortunately, he had been granted a second chance at life, and the thought filled him with immense gratitude. Lu Ming gazed emotionally towards the audience and spotted Shen Hanyue among them. Naturally, during this moment, I must express my heartfelt gratitude to the person I cherish most for their unwavering support, which has motivated me to strive harder and fight for her. I wish to convey my sincere thanks. To the ears of the headmaster, this cherished individual might be interpreted as one's parents. However, most could discern that Lu Ming was referring to someone in the audience. After all, as he spoke these words, his gaze remained fixated on a particular spot. Shen Hanyue, fully aware of Lu Ming's sentiment, gazed back at him, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Thus, I hope that all of you will endeavor to work diligently for your futures, honoring your youth, your families, your own destinies, and the ones you love. My speech has concluded. Thank you all. Lu Ming bowed deeply, and a thunderous applause erupted from the audience. The host, moved by the moment, could not help but allow a hint of genuine emotion to seep into their professional smile. Wang Bo observed Lu Ming conclude his speech, his expression contorted with palpable discontent. It was he who was supposed to represent the outstanding students. How could Lu Ming so brazenly usurp all the glory? Why was it that he, the rightful candidate, felt so overshadowed? Lu Ming initially intended to step down, yet the hostess intercepted him. What transpired? Lu Ming inquired with a hint of curiosity. The director still has something to say, and has specifically requested for you to remain on stage. The host responded with a mysterious smile. Lu Ming felt somewhat bewildered. He distinctly recalled that there had been no such segment during the rehearsal. Why had the director's speech suddenly materialized? The headmaster, Li Jingguo, ascended the podium, chuckling as he patted Lu Ming on the shoulder. Lu Ming, you have performed admirably, he remarked. Turning to address the students, he continued. I believe Lu Ming is absolutely correct. We ought to emulate his spirit, for it is this ethos that will enhance your academic journeys. Li Jingwa straightened his attire and pressed on. Furthermore, we must not only learn from Lu Ming's tenacity, but also his humility. Where is Wang Bo? Initially seething over Lu Ming's overshadowing presence, Wang Bo was taken aback when the headmaster called his name. Could it be that the headmaster intended to commend him as well? The thought ignited a surge of joy within him, prompting him to stride proudly to the stage. Wang Bo, you ought to express your gratitude to Lu Ming. Li Jingwa's words left Wang Bo in a state of confusion. Why should he thank Lu Ming? The award for outstanding student was originally designated for Lu Ming, who had exhibited courage and compassion in aiding the disadvantaged on the streets. With Li Jingwa's revelation, a wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd, including Wang Bo. What? Wasn't the award meant for Lu Ming? Yet, he humbly insisted on yielding it to another, demonstrating a spirit worthy of emulation. The realization struck that the accolade had rightfully belonged to Lu Ming, who had willingly relinquished it to others. Truly, he is my idol. What virtue can compare? In an instant, praises for Lu Ming erupted, while Wang Bo discreetly lowered his gaze. The position he occupied was originally meant for Lu Ming. He had just reveled in his own triumph over Lu Ming, oblivious to the fact that Lu Ming regarded such accolades with indifference. Wang Bo felt akin to a mere jester, having boasted over something that Lu Ming deemed unworthy of his pursuit. Lu Ming did not anticipate that Li Jingwa would approach this matter. It seems that an influx of love letters is imminent, leaving Lu Ming somewhat helpless. Wang Bo, why don't you express your gratitude to Lu Ming? Li Jingwa said with a smile. Wang Bo had no desire to utter such words to Lu Ming. Yet with all eyes upon him, he could only respond with a flushed face. Thank you, Lu Ming. It's nothing, Wang Bo. In due time, you too shall come to such realizations. Lu Ming suppressed a smile, his lips nearly betraying him. Come on, brother cameraman, take a picture of the three of us. Li Jingwa suggested. 3, 2, 1, cheese. In that photograph, both Li Jingwa and Lu Ming wore bright smiles, while Wang Bo hung his head low in deep contemplation. Chapter 99. Pressing forward on Ming. How is your winter vacation homework coming along? I have already completed mine, Shen Hanwei inquired leisurely, seated beside Lu Ming. What? It's only the third day of summer vacation, and you finished it all? Lu Ming gazed at Shen Hanwei as if she were a devil, a sight that was far from that of a normal individual. Oh dear, I was simply too bored, so I completed everything, Shen Hanwei remarked with a smile. After the award ceremony, they would directly enter the holiday, marking a significant break for the senior students. Many were preparing to seize this opportunity to gain an advantage. And Shen Hanwei naturally shared this ambition. By the way, Ming, when does your competition commence? Probably next week. Why do you ask? Oh, it's nothing. I'll be there to cheer for you. Those individuals from last time were always bullying you. What would happen if I weren't there to protect you? As Shen Hanwei recalled those individuals they had encountered, her lips pursed in indignation. Lu Ming looked at Shen Hanwei with a sense of helplessness and embarrassment. Last time, Hanwei had been so infuriated by a group of individuals that she could hardly utter a word. Who exactly was being bullied here? They were merely a bunch of delusional youths. It was best to simply disregard them. Lu Ming gently pinched Shen Hanwei's face and inquired, Ming, do you have time the day after tomorrow? After a moment of contemplation, Shen Hanwei hesitantly asked, is there something on your mind? It's nothing significant. But it pertains to the modeling opportunity, she began, uncertain of how to articulate her thoughts. Lu Ming instantly comprehended Shen Hanwei's intentions. Do you wish to become Boss Liang's model? I am somewhat inclined, yet I feel apprehensive about going alone. Could you accompany me, Ming? Shen Hanwei inquired anxiously, fearing Lu Ming might decline her request. However, without a moment's hesitation, Lu Ming readily agreed. Of course, I have nothing else to occupy my time. We shall consider it a date for the two of us. Lu Ming chuckled and remarked, Humph. What date? Ming, have you been corrupted by Jigo? Lu Ming helplessly thought, Ji Shinkai truly is caught in the crossfire. All right, just let me know if you wish to go, he added. Great. It's settled then. On that day, Lu Ming awaited her as scheduled beneath the Shen Hanwei building. Ming, you've arrived. What do you think of my makeup today? Shen Hanwei inquired. A hint of nervousness in her voice. Lu Ming finally noticed the subtle makeup adorning Shen Hanwei's face, which indeed made her appear considerably more enchanting. While she looked lovely, her natural beauty was even more striking. Today marks my first day, and Uncle Liang mentioned that other renowned figures from the fashion industry would be present. I am quite anxious. Shen Hanwei linked her arm with Lu Ming's, a hint of worry crossing her features. Hanwei, you are merely overthinking, with your exquisite beauty. It is inevitable that everyone will be captivated by you. Lu Ming's words instantly filled Shen Hanwei with courage. All right, let us proceed. Lu Ming and Shen Hanwei arrived at a venue where Boss Liang was waiting at the entrance for the two of them. Xiao Ming, Xiao Han, you have finally arrived. Boss Liang's face lit up with joy upon seeing them. All right, let us proceed inside. Several distinguished guests are awaiting us. The trio entered a place illuminated by vibrant, colorful lights. In the center, two elegantly dressed individuals were seated, engaged in an animated conversation. Lu Ming felt a stir of emotions upon noticing one individual. Greetings, Mr. He and Mr. Dong, he said, as the sycophantic Boss Liang eagerly approached, attempting to engage the two gentlemen in conversation. Shoo! Just as Boss Liang was about to speak, a man named He dramatically raised his finger to his lips, signaling for silence. I am currently in conversation with Mr. Dong, discussing various aspects of the fashion industry. Surely, you can see that? He expression was unwelcoming, exuding an air of superiority, which only heightened Shen Hanyue's anxiety. He appears quite intimidating, she thought to herself. Mr. He, it is of no consequence. What truly matters is the arrival of the model, correct? Observing He's aggressive demeanor, Dong Chuanbai furrowed his brow in concern. Lu Ming seemed to sense Shen Hanyue's anxiety and gently patted her on the back. It's all right, don't be nervous. Ah, yes, Mr. Dong, this young lady is the model I mentioned. Boss Liang, having heard those words, became increasingly cautious as he addressed the two instructors. Fearful of inciting He's ire once more. You come here. He arrogantly pointed at Shen Hanwei, his expression replete with disdain. Taking a deep breath, Shen Hanwei stepped forward. Hello, my name is Shen Hanwei, she began, glancing at the two men, while He maintained his stern demeanor. And Dong Chuanbai observed her with a smile as she introduced herself. Stop. He interrupted Shen Hanwei abruptly, his face a mask of contempt as he regarded her. Lu Ming furrowed his brow as he gazed at He, who had now interrupted others for the third time. I do not have the luxury of time for your superfluous chatter. My inquiry is straightforward. How many years have you spent as a model? Shen Hanwei appeared visibly startled by He's demeanor. Well, I haven't actually done that, she replied, her voice tinged with the trepidation of a child who has erred. Mr. He, while she may lack experience, her demeanor and poise, Boss Liang began to interject, but was swiftly cut off by He. What? You dare bring such an inexperienced novice before me? Do you take me for a refuse pit? He unleashed a barrage of vitriol without a moment's hesitation. Boss Liang, a seasoned businessman, was accustomed to placating others with a smile. Yet, despite his stature as a prominent figure, being berated in such a manner caused his expression to darken. Mr. He, one must not speak so dismissively. Miss Shen appears to possess commendable qualities. She may indeed be a talented individual, he remarked, striving to ease the tension. Miss Hanwei, if I may ask, do you have any understanding of the modeling industry? Have you ever studied body dynamics? Dong Chuanbai inquired, attempting to lighten the atmosphere. I apologize. I have no knowledge of body dynamics nor have I studied modeling. Shen Hanyue's voice dwindled as she spoke. Upon hearing this, Dong Chuanbai merely smiled and fell silent. Such promising qualities, yet she turned out to be an uninitiated novice. Boss Liang, are you jesting? Why would you present someone utterly unqualified before us? What were you thinking? He pressed aggressively. Our time is precious. We cannot afford to indulge a child who knows nothing. You ought to return from whence you came. Enough. He was taken aback by the audacity of someone daring to interrupt him. His expression darkened as he sought to identify the speaker. Who is it? Lu Ming stepped forward, gazing down at He with an air of superiority. It is I, yet another childish brat. Do not squander my time any further. Chapter 100, The True Fashion Show. You have incessantly interrupted others while speaking. Is this what one calls a celebrity? Lu Ming remained composed and unyielding, his countenance devoid of any hint of fear. What qualifications do you possess to speak to me in such a manner? Are you a luminary of the fashion world? Perhaps you should take a moment to reflect upon your own standing. He, taken aback by such a bold retort, felt a surge of indignation. Who was this person to address him so? He himself was indeed a figure of renown within the fashion industry, yet here he was, confronted with such audacity. Regardless of whether I am a celebrity in the fashion realm, I am certain that I possess a greater understanding of how to extend respect to others. And I deem that sufficient. He's face fluctuated between shades of crimson and deep indigo, a sight that brought secret delight to Boss Liang. Truly, he was worthy of being Lu's son, exuding such confidence. Who do you think you are? State your name. Your curiosity about my identity is unnecessary. What you must know is that I am the agent of Hanyu, and I shall not permit you to speak ill of my model. Lu Ming shook his head in disbelief at his boss Liang. He had no desire to reveal his identity in this setting. Well, Mr. Heji, why not afford this young lady an opportunity? Suggested Dong Chuanbai. Humph, that is out of the question. I cannot take on such a novice. Are you suggesting that you could? Heji scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Dong Chuanbai. Do not overestimate your abilities. I assure you, silence. This time, it was Lu Ming who interrupted Heji. Mr. Dong Chuanbai, if you would grant us a moment, I assure you that should I not meet your expectations, I shall take my leave. I am confident I can satisfy your requirements. Lu Ming spoke to Dong Chuanbai with utmost respect, entirely devoid of the annoyance he exhibited towards Heji. Dong Baichuan found it somewhat peculiar. Despite his widespread reputation, few outside his circle were acquainted with his name. Yet Lu Ming seemed to recognize him. Heji, noticing the shift in Lu Ming's demeanor, wore an even darker expression. Lu Ming disdainfully refrained from addressing those who display rudeness with the courtesy they do not deserve. Politeness is reciprocal, and those who lack manners are unworthy of it. Naturally, I am eager to see this unfold, yet I hope my expectations are not thwarted, Miss Shun. Dong Chuanbai nodded with a smile, and upon witnessing his assent, Boss Liang let out a sigh of relief. What? This is nothing short of a waste of time. I cannot agree, Heji said with a grim expression, unable to accept the comments made about him. Mr. Heji, Dong Chuanbai regarded him calmly, though his eyes betrayed a hint of displeasure. It is my intention to allow Miss Shin to showcase her abilities. If you are uninterested, you may take your leave. I am indeed quite interested, Dong Chuanbai, already somewhat irked, stated directly. You. Lu Ming approached Shin Hanyu. Ming, I still have some concerns, Shin Hanyu expressed. Rest assured, what you need most at this moment is confidence. Just walk out with assurance when the time comes. Shin Hanyu gazed at Lu Ming for quite some time, and finally nodded before they both entered the backstage to change clothes. Are you really considering taking that young girl as a student? Let me tell you, give up on that thought. Only those with a professional and systematic understanding of this field will meet our needs. Heji continued to chatter after Shin Hanyu and Lu Ming entered the backstage. That girl clearly knows nothing, and her so-called supervisor is so arrogant. I'm curious to see what kind of waves she can stir. Just don't regret it later. Heji settled down impatiently, firmly believing that these two inexperienced students could never surpass seasoned professionals. Dong Chuanbai remained silent, patiently waiting for Shin Hanyu's emergence. He was well aware that entering their industry required extensive learning. It would be a futile endeavor to exhaust oneself teaching someone who may yield little in return. However, Dong Chuanbai sensed that the supervisor's every word and action was quite extraordinary. The girl, with such an impressive supervisor, was undoubtedly not to be underestimated. And it was not uncommon to find young women of such noble demeanor. Hence, he was willing to extend his belief in these two young individuals and grant them an opportunity. After a considerable amount of time, neither Boss Liang nor Shin Hanyu and Lu Ming had appeared, which began to irritate Heji. After waiting a while longer without seeing Shin Hanyu, only Lu Ming walked out. Why are you out here? What about your little model? Heji laughed upon seeing only Lu Ming. Have they really backed out at the last moment? Dong Chuanbai's expression gradually turned cold. Could it be that he truly misjudged their potential? Of course not. We are fully prepared. We are just waiting for Hanyu to take the stage, Lu Ming assured. What have you prepared? Dong Chuanbai inquired with curiosity. You will find out shortly, Lu Ming replied. Lu Ming did not respond to Dong Chuanbai, as this matter was, after all, classified information. The enigma surrounding Lu Ming only deepened Dong Chuanbai's curiosity. Today, he was determined to witness the remarkable feats this young man would accomplish. Soon, you shall realize the folly of your actions. Heji continued to mock from the sidelines. In a sudden turn of events, the once brightly lit venue dimmed, leaving everyone in a state of confusion. What could be the cause of this? Heji found himself momentarily bewildered. Even the cleaning staff appeared puzzled. Is the lighting malfunctioning? How could this happen? Abruptly, a slow yet rhythmic melody began to play, and at last, a beam of light illuminated a young girl. She was adorned in a voluminous, flowing gown, each segment shimmering with sequins. What is that? Dong Chuanbai gazed at the dress in astonishment. Mr. Dong, the curves of this garment are exquisite. Yet I believe your intention is to emphasize the scales of the dress. Am I correct? Dong Chuanbai stared incredulously at Lu Ming. How did you know? The dress designed by Dong Chuanbai was a timeless classic from years past. Jiang Wenli had attended Dong's fashion show, accompanied by a young Lu Ming. Back then, Lu Ming was captivated by the nuances of expression, recalling how the exhibition highlighted the dress's flawless silhouette. While everyone praised the elegance of Dong Chuanbai's designs, Lu Ming observed Dong Chuanbai fixated on the glimmering sequins. Coincidentally, he had seen this very dress backstage a few years prior. It felt as though fate was conspiring to assist him. As Shen Hanwei gracefully advanced, the sequins on her attire sparkled brilliantly under the lights. She shed her gentle demeanor, her expression detached, yet rhythmic, resembling a celestial being descending from the heavens. The flickering lights of the gown accentuated her features, creating an aura akin to a precious artifact, one that mere mortals could scarcely approach. He Ji was utterly captivated. Is this truly the same girl from moments ago? She seemed transformed. Absolutely splendid. Dong Chuanbai exclaimed with exhilaration. This was the runway he had long envisioned, a genuine fashion spectacle. He Ji was equally moved. Setting aside Shen Hanyue's irreplaceable charisma, it was evident that her manager was no ordinary individual. Such profound insight emanating from someone so young was remarkable. Sir, may I inquire your name? Dong Chuanbai, brimming with excitement, grasped Lu Ming's hand tightly, fearful that these extraordinary individuals might depart. Greetings, I am Lu Ming, he replied. Lu Ming smiled and said, I am Shen Hanyue. Please take care of me. After showcasing herself, Shen Hanyue shed her previous demeanor and offered a gentle smile to Dong Chuanbai. Indeed, the waves of the past push the waves of the future. Though both of you are youthful, it is evident that you are extraordinary individuals. Would you be interested in collaborating with my fashion line? Dong Chuanbai quickly extended an olive branch to Lu Ming. Grateful for his discernment of Lu Ming's wisdom and Shen Hanyue's remarkable aura. Otherwise, he would have regretted not seizing this opportunity. Of course, Mr. Dong, your talent is exceptional, and it would be a privilege to collaborate with you, Lu Ming replied. What do you think, Hanyue? Lu Ming turned to Shen Hanyue and inquired. Of course, I am truly honored, Shen Hanyue exclaimed with great excitement. He Ji's expression gradually shifted from disdain to astonishment as he gazed at the young couple before him. A wave of endless regret surged within him. A talent such as this, if it were his own, would undoubtedly bring his fashion line into the limelight. That Mr. Lu Ming. At this moment, He Ji's demeanor had completely transformed. His gaze directed at Lu Ming, and Shen Hanwei was now imbued with a newfound respect. Lu Ming and Shen Hanwei had, at that instant, morphed into two veritable cash cows. Is there something you wish to discuss, teacher He Ji? How could someone of your esteemed stature allow my name to tarnish your lips? Lu Ming, with a smile that did not reach his eyes, spoke. He Ji was acutely aware that his previous demeanor had provoked Lu Ming's displeasure. Mr. Lu Ming, Miss Shen Hanyue, I must confess that I, He Ji, failed to recognize the extraordinary capabilities of today's youth. Dong Chuanbai observed He Ji's dissatisfaction and noted the irony. He Ji had initially expressed disdain for the younger generation, yet now he seemed eager to compete for talent. He Ji, this is rather contradictory, isn't it? You did not express such sentiments at the outset. He Ji, Mr. We have already committed to collaborating with Mr. Dong. Your current stance complicates matters for us significantly. Lu Ming feigned a look of helplessness. I shall take my place in line first. After you conclude your collaboration with Mr. Dong, feel free to seek me out. Rest assured, the compensation will not be lacking. He Ji hastily interjected, his expression reflecting a profound fear of Lu Ming's disapproval. What do you think, Hanyu? Lu Ming glanced at Shen Hanyue, silently urging her to make a decision. Let us deliberate for a moment. Witnessing He Ji's demeanor, Shen Hanyue felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Although she was tempted to accept He Ji's invitation, especially given his offer of double the remuneration, she could not acquiesce so readily after his brazen arrogance. Very well. Should you express interest, do not hesitate to reach out to me. While Shen Hanyue did not commit, contemplating was certainly preferable to outright refusal. After their discussion, the two exited the venue. You were magnificent. Did you see He Ji's smug expression? Boss Liang felt an immense sense of satisfaction, convinced that He Ji, that petty individual, deserved a lesson. Boss Liang, you truly have worked hard. Without your efforts, we would not have secured Mr. Dong's collaboration. Xiao Ming. Though it may not be proper to say, I am a businessman. My motivations are undoubtedly for my own benefit, while the credit belongs to your endeavors. So please do not thank me. Boss Liang replied, somewhat bashfully. Well then, I must return to check on the shop. I bid you farewell. After parting ways with Boss Liang, the two found themselves without further engagements. Ming, would you like to come over to my house? Shen Hanwei inquired. having already completed her homework in advance. With Li Xianglin advocating against placing excessive pressure on children, Shen Hanyue now found herself with ample free time. To cherish someone often ignites a desire to be in their company at all times. Shen Hanyue felt the same, reluctant to part ways with Lu Ming just yet. Lu Ming contemplated for a moment. Since he had nothing pressing to attend to, he decided to accompany Shen Hanyue to her home. Upon entering, he found her room to be immaculate and well-organized, adorned with an array of plush toys. The last doll he had won for Shen Hanyue was placed closest to her side. Lu Ming gazed at the doll with a smile. "My parents have gone out. Do you need anything to drink or eat?" Shen Hanyue asked, a hint of nervousness in her voice. "Hanyue, you're back. It's all right. I don't need anything." "Why do you seem more anxious than I do, as the host of this room?" Lu Ming asked with a smile. Shen Hanyue, feeling a little flustered, scratched her head. It was the first time Lu Ming had come to her home, and she was uncertain about what to do with him. However, the mere thought of spending time with Lu Ming filled her heart with uncontainable joy. "So, would you like to watch some television?" Lu Ming nodded slightly. And upon noticing this, Shen Hanyue reached for the remote control. Simultaneously, Lu Ming's hand also extended towards the device, resulting in a fleeting moment of contact between their hands. Shen Hanyue recoiled as if jolted by an electric shock. Her cheeks instantly flushed with a deep crimson. "Allow me," she said, attempting to retrieve the remote control. Despite her efforts to feign indifference, her expression betrayed her inner turmoil. Although she had shared a childhood bond with Lu Ming, having grown up as childhood sweethearts, their interactions had been limited to mere embraces, with no further physical contact. In a flurry, Shen Hanyue hastily activated a television program player. Lu Ming gazed at the television program, pondering for an extensive period. While contemporary individuals still indulge in lengthy dramas, he recognizes that in the future, short video applications will surge in popularity. He envisions that during his work hours, nearly everyone will possess a short video app on their smartphones. Lu Ming gazed thoughtfully at the television program, pondering the possibility of utilizing his memories from a past life. Why not seize this extraordinary opportunity to create a dedicated short video application? Lu Ming pondered deeply, gradually formulating an idea in his mind. Shen Hanyue felt a pang of anxiety. Watching Lu Ming fixated on the television, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of irritation. Lu Ming, that wooden-headed fellow, could at least utter something? Lu Ming was deep in thought when suddenly, the phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, Lu Ming was taken aback to find it was Guyin Nan. He was perplexed as to why she would call him for no apparent reason. "Hanyu, I shall step out to take a call." Lu Ming said to Shen Hanyue that it would not be good if she misunderstood. "Oh, very well." Shen Hanyue felt somewhat bewildered, yet she still nodded in agreement. Lu Ming stepped outside the room and answered the call. "What brings you to seek me?" he inquired. "Am I not permitted to reach out to you if I have no pressing matters?" Guyin replied, a hint of sadness in her voice. "If there is nothing urgent, perhaps we should conclude this call," Lu Ming said in silence. Chapter 102, The 7 Talents of the 7th School. "Don't hang up. Wait." Guyin grew anxious. Having finally heard Lu Ming's voice, how could she possibly let the call in so abruptly? "Guyin, we are merely classmates. Is it appropriate for you to call me this way?" "I'm sorry, but I simply miss you too much," Guyin replied, her voice tinged with a hint of grievance. Lu Ming now feels profound regret for having answered that phone call. It was merely inviting trouble upon himself. "I merely wished to inquire if you had any plans for the winter break. Perhaps we could venture out together." "I apologize, but I am unfortunately preoccupied." Recently, Guinan's relentless persistence has reached new heights, leaving Lu Ming somewhat exasperated. "Do you truly have no time at all?" "I always find time whenever I can." "I have no time." "Very well. I shall refrain from further discussion as there are other matters to attend to." Lu Ming abruptly hung up the phone, fully aware that anything he said would be futile with Guinan. Wait, Guinan still wanted to express something. But she realized that Lu Ming had already disconnected the call. A tinge of disappointment washed over her, yet in the next moment, a spark of hope ignited within her. Previously, Lu Ming would hang up as soon as he received her calls, but this time he had spoken to her for 2 minutes. Guinan thought to herself as she delicately extracted her precious notebook from the drawer. It was filled with notes about Lu Ming's daily life and the exchanges they shared. Today, he had engaged in a 2-minute conversation with her. She wished for 5 minutes next time. Guinan meticulously pinned down her thoughts and then carefully returned the notebook to its place. If she exerted herself just a little more, perhaps Lu Ming would reconsider his feelings for her. "Grandma, what are you doing?" Guinan suddenly remembered that her grandmother hadn't left her room in quite some time. Normally, Grandma would pass by her room to get water, but today there was not a sound coming from her grandmother's quarters. Gui Nan recalled that her grandmother had been coughing frequently and seemed rather listless lately, which made her feel anxious. She hurried to her grandmother's room and flung the door open. "Grandma, what are you doing?" To her astonishment, she found Gu Fengxia clutching several small white pills, preparing to take them. "What is this? Didn't you say you were fine?" Gui Nan exclaimed, her worry intensifying at the sight of her grandmother taking medication. The last time she saw Gu Fengxia, everything seemed all right, so she hadn't paid much attention. But if she were truly well, why would she be taking medicine? "You child, why are you barging in like this?" Gu Fengxia was startled by Gu Yinan's sudden entrance, her demeanor flustered. "You're keeping this from me. What's really going on?" Gu Yinan rushed forward to take the pills from her grandmother's hand, eager to discover what she was consuming. "Oh dear, I told you there is nothing wrong," Gu Fengxia replied, a hint of exasperation in her voice. Gu Yinan glanced at the bottle, which was labeled as cold medicine. Upon seeing this, she felt a slight sense of relief. "Grandma, you scared me," I thought. Gu Yinan was anxious, as she had sensed something amiss with her grandmother recently. Elderly individuals often hesitate to burden their children with their ailments, even when unwell, which filled Gu Yinan with dread. "Oh, of course, I'm fine. You always think too much, my dear. How could I fall ill when my health is so robust?" Gu Fengxia chuckled reassuringly at Gu Yinan. "Promise me that if you ever feel unwell, you will let me know." "I've been seeing too many elderly folks suffer from delayed treatment," Gu Yinan said, her voice trailing off as she looked at her grandmother. "In any case, you must tell me if anything is wrong." Gu Yinan insisted earnestly. All right, I understand." Gu Fengxia replied with a smile. Gu Fengxia smiled gently and said, "I am going to bed now, Nan. You may return to your room." Although Gu Fengxia appeared somewhat peculiar, the medicine in the bottle was undoubtedly cold remedy. With her mind at ease, Gu Yinan returned to her room. "Then I shall go back," she replied, closing the door behind her. Meanwhile, Gu Fengxia gazed at the doorway for a long while before retrieving some medicine from another drawer. "Ming, the competition is today. I've also invited Ji Gu to cheer for you. Please try not to be nervous," Shen Hanwei said with a hint of excitement. Lu Ming felt a sense of helplessness. He had initially intended to embark on this journey alone, yet Shen Hanwei insisted on accompanying him, claiming that her presence would provide him with strength. Reluctantly, he acquiesced to her wishes. "With both Ji Gu and me here, you mustn't feel anxious. If you do, remember to take deep breaths, just like I do," she advised, demonstrating several deep inhalations, leaving Lu Ming to wear a wry smile. Why was he the one competing? When Hanwei appeared, even more apprehensive than he. "All right, Hanwei seems to think you are the one competing," he remarked. "I'm merely concerned for you." Shen Hanwei pouted in response. "Oh, look who it is. Isn't that Lu Ming?" Upon hearing that familiar voice, Lu Ming felt a sinking sensation in his heart. He knew that as long as he remained there, he would inevitably encounter those persistent specters. Indeed, the newcomers were Chun Fei and Zhang Shaojie. "Lu Ming, if you don't put in more effort today, you'll be heading home in tears," Chun Fei remarked, wearing an insufferably smug expression. Lu Ming gazed at Chun Fei, his heart a tumult of emotions. Were it not for Ji Shinkai's presence at the 7th high school, he might have genuinely believed that everyone there possessed such a disposition. "Humph, Brother Fei, you must be overestimating this good-for-nothing. It is no simple task for a floundering fish to turn the tides, even if Lu Ming exerted himself. It would be unlikely for him to secure a place among the top 3. With that, Zhang Shaojie erupted into a sardonic laugh. "Just wait. Ming will certainly be the first," Shen Hanwei retorted, a hint of anger evident in her voice. "Just based on him?" Zhang Shaojie exaggeratedly covered her mouth. "Don't joke around. He's merely a failure from the 1st high school. Perhaps you should return to playing with your building blocks." Chen Fei and Zhang Shaojie exchanged banter, and Lu Ming understood that engaging in further conversation with these two would be nothing but a waste of breath. "I shan't indulge in more of your banter. When the time comes, I shall prove myself through my abilities. Since you choose not to believe in me, then let us wait and see." Lu Ming spoke with little expression and then left with Shen Hanwei. "Humph, I see he is merely afraid. Brother Fei will certainly make him pay." Zhang Shaojie exclaimed in frustration, observing Lu Ming's unwillingness to submit. "Well, just wait, and you shall witness my grand performance," Chen Fei replied confidently. Suddenly, as Zhang Shaojie turned her head, she was taken aback. "Brother Fei, look over there. Who is that?" Chen Fei glanced in the direction Zhang Shaojie indicated. And to his astonishment, it was Ji Xinkai, the notorious bully from their school, accompanied by the school beauty, Xia Chuxian. Upon seeing the school beauty, Chen Fei's eyes widened in disbelief. Brother Fei, what are they doing here? Could it be that they are here to cheer us on? Zhang Xiaojie pondered excitedly. For these two were indeed the prominent figures of their school. I am the only representative from our school here, so they must be here to find me, Chen Fei asserted with conviction. Chapter 103. Embarrassment. Brother Fei, should we go over and greet them? Zhang Xiaojie suggested, her heart racing with excitement. She had initially thought her acquaintance with Ji Shengkai and Xia Chuxian was merely superficial, never imagining they would come to support her. The thought filled her with pride. If others from their school found out, it would surely be a matter of great prestige. Let us go greet them. Chen Fei smiled and proudly strode forward. Please do not follow me. What on earth do you want? Ji Shengkai said helplessly, utterly perplexed by Xia Chuxian's persistent following. He had just begun to make some progress with Qin Zixian and hoped nothing would disrupt that. Humph. Don't think I don't know. Are you acquainted with Lu Ming? Xia Chuxian asked, arms crossed. How do you know that? Wait, you know Lu Ming? Ji Shengkai was instantly flooded with questions. When did these two meet? And why was he unaware? Had he missed something significant? Humph, that is none of your concern. I am here solely to see Lu Ming. I shall not answer anything else. Xia Chuxian tossed her hair dismissively. Ji Shengkai, Xia Chuxian, you've come. Zhang Xiaojie approached them, attempting to appear composed as she grasped Xia Chuxian's hand. In truth, she would have preferred to shake Ji Shenkai's hand. But as the school bully, he was rumored to be quite formidable, and she felt a tinge of fear. How thoughtful of you, Jigo. I didn't expect you to come. It truly touches me, Chen Fei said, patting Ji Shengkai on the shoulder. Ah, you are also here? Xia Chuxian was momentarily bewildered. Who are these two, and do I know them? As she pondered, she looked at Ji Shengkai, whose expression mirrored her confusion. Who are these two, and why are there so many unexpected people today? Oh, it's nothing. Just keep up the good work. Chen Fei and Zhang Xiaojie, upon witnessing the demeanor of the two individuals, were instantly engulfed in uncertainty. Could it be that these two were not there to offer their support? Chen Fei glanced around at the other competitors and realized there was no one else present. If they were not seeking him, then who could they possibly be looking for? Surely, it couldn't be that group of inept individuals. With this thought, Chen Fei regained his confidence. I have already secured a seat in the audience. Come with me. Zhang Xiaojie enthusiastically invited. Ji Shengkai was utterly bewildered. He had come to cheer for Lu Ming, not to engage with these two. Was this a case of excessive self-importance? No, I need to go buy some water, he replied curtly, turning away without a glance. Although Ji Shengkai appeared somewhat foolish in front of Lu Ming, he maintained an aloof and formidable presence in the eyes of others, rendering Zhang Xiaojie and Chen Fei unable to voice any objections. An awkward silence enveloped them, as Chen Fei pondered in confusion why this was happening. Could it be that Ji Shengkai truly was not there to support him? Zhang Xiaojie could only direct her hopes towards Xia Chuxian, who, being the school belle, standing alongside her would undeniably enhance her stature. Upon witnessing Ji Shengkai's hasty departure, Xia Chuxian promptly freed herself from Zhang Xiaojie's grasp and hurried after him. I apologize, but I am going with him, she declared before swiftly vanishing, leaving the two behind to sway in the wind. Lu Ming, feeling somewhat bored as he waited, noticed his phone buzzing with a series of messages. To his surprise, they were from Guinan. Guinan, Lu Ming, I am aware that you have a competition today. I had initially intended to come and cheer for you, but unfortunately, I am unable to attend due to some matters here. I wish you the best of luck in advance. Lu Ming glanced upwards. Currently, Guinan consistently inundates Lu Ming with messages, typically sending 3 to 4 daily. Despite his lack of response, Guinan remains undeterred, her messages unceasing. Guinan, I believe you can achieve first place. I have faith in you. Lu Ming turned off his phone, yet he still did not respond to Guinan. After all, they were classmates. Deleting her contact seemed excessively harsh. After some contemplation, Lu Ming decided against erasing Guinan. If she wished to send a message, then so be it. Lu Ming, I'm here. Ji Shengkai, shedding his earlier seriousness, approached with a smile. Brother Ji, you're here? This is Shen Hanyue. Noticing Ji Shengkai's cheerful demeanor, glanced curiously at Xia Chuxian, who stood behind him. Hello, I am Xia Chuxian. I look forward to your guidance. Xia Chuxian greeted Shen Hanyue with a smile, extending her hand. Upon hearing the name, Shen Hanyue momentarily froze. Xia Chuxian was indeed the school belle of the 7th high school. Hello, I am Shen Hanyue. Despite the tumult of emotions within, Shen Hanyue managed to maintain a smile as she shook hands with Xia Chuxian and inquired, what brings you here? Lu Ming inquired with a hint of curiosity. Well, of course, it's to cheer you on, Xia Chuxian replied with a smile. Lu Ming found it somewhat perplexing. Xia Chuxian always appeared and vanished mysteriously, leaving him utterly bewildered as to her intentions. The atmosphere shifted abruptly, becoming rather awkward, yet Ji Xingkai seemed blissfully unaware, engaging Lu Ming in conversation with genuine enthusiasm. Lu Ming, your method last time was truly ingenious. I feel like my bond with Zixuan has grown stronger. Do you have any more wisdom to impart? I cannot say for certain. I believe you possess far greater emotional intelligence than I, Lu Ming replied, exasperated by Ji Xingkai's obliviousness. The previous success had been merely a stroke of luck for Ji Xingkai, and Lu Ming found it impossible to fathom his utter lack of emotional acumen. Really? I too believe I am quite emotionally intelligent. Perhaps I could share some insights with you? Ji Xingkai, oblivious to Lu Ming's sarcasm, appeared rather pleased by the compliment. You might want to keep your techniques to yourself. It is my turn to take the stage, Lu Ming responded. Lu Ming, feeling embarrassed, hastily made his escape, fearing that remaining in the presence of Ji Xingkai any longer would result in him inheriting Ji Xingkai's flawless emotional intelligence. Ming, you can do it, Shen Hanwei called out, to which Lu Ming turned back and gave her an okay gesture before stepping onto the stage. Why does Lu Ming leave as soon as I mention him? Is he afraid of embarrassing himself by not being able to learn? Ji Xingkai remarked, somewhat smugly, completely oblivious to the fact that he had already been dismissed. While Xia Chuxian beside him rolled her eyes. Lu Ming arrived at the venue, ready to warm up, only to be met with the scowling face of Chen Fei. He had initially believed that Ji Xingkai and Xia Chuxian had come to support him, yet it became abundantly clear that such was not their intention. The thought of having approached them with misplaced affection left Chen Fei feeling somewhat embarrassed. As he pondered this, his gaze fell upon Lu Ming, whose mere presence was quite bothersome. Chapter 104. I provoked, you flirted? What are you staring at? Chen Fei was in a foul mood, wishing nothing more than to engage in a brawl. Now that he had laid eyes on Lu Ming, he decided to make him the target of his mockery. What's wrong? Did you eat something foul to have such a repugnant demeanor? Lu Ming's expression was entirely devoid of anger. Yet his words ignited an intense fury within others. What did you say? Chen Fei felt a profound humiliation. Who did Lu Ming think he was to presume superiority over him? If you have the audacity, utter another word. In that moment, Chen Fei found an outlet for his pent-up frustration, and Lu Ming became the target of his ire. After enduring for so long, he was determined to demonstrate his prowess to Lu Ming. However, before he could showcase his might, his loud voice attracted the coach's attention. What's all this commotion? Don't cause trouble before the match, or I'll revoke your eligibility to compete. Faced with the coach's fierce demeanor, Chen Fei instantly shrank back. No matter how furious he felt, he dared not provoke the coach. I am sorry. Witnessing Chen Fei's discomfiture, Lu Ming couldn't help but chuckle. Meanwhile, Chen Fei's face flushed with embarrassment at the sight of Lu Ming's laughter. It was utterly mortifying. Let me assure you, Lu Ming, the first place in this competition is undoubtedly mine. Someone of your caliber should hurry home and weep. Chen Fei proclaimed with what he believed was a commanding tone, expecting Lu Ming to be struck with fear or anger at his words. However, Lu Ming displayed no visible reaction, instead continuing to engage with his phone. When Chen Fei glanced over, he discovered Lu Ming was chatting with someone saved as Shen Hanwei. Excuse me, what did you just say? Chen Fei felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. Here he was, provoking Lu Ming, while Lu Ming appeared to be flirting. Chen Fei felt utterly defeated, as if he had punched a cotton cloud. I said, the first place in this competition is certainly mine, Chen Fei shouted, hoping to elicit some response from Lu Ming. Yet Lu Ming remained indifferent. Oh. Lu Ming uttered a word and then rose to put away his belongings, completely disregarding Chen Fei as if he were mere air. Chen Fei, infuriated, cursed loudly, and, in the next moment, locked eyes with the coach by the door. Shen Hanyue had already found a seat in the audience, patiently awaiting Lu Ming's appearance. Oh, isn't that Shen Hanwei? Zhang Shaojie, noticing her, was filled with animosity ever since Chen Fei had laid eyes on Shen Hanwei. He had acted as though ensnared by her charm, becoming less gentle in his speech towards Zhang. Shen Hanwei felt a twinge of annoyance upon seeing Zhang Shaojie. She was not inclined to engage in conversation with her. Unfazed by Shen Hanyue's indifference, Zhang Shaojie took a seat beside her and began to speak animatedly. Our Feigu is quite impressive at school, unlike your Lu Ming, that ingrate. I truly cannot fathom what you see in him. At the mention of Lu Ming, Shen Hanyue's mood soured instantly. She proclaimed that while she was capable, Lu Ming was absolutely not. Lu Ming excels in every aspect. You shall not speak ill of him. Shen Hanwei retorted vehemently. Excels in every aspect? What do you mean? Zhang Shaojia, unyielding, pressed further. Lu Ming is gentle, handsome, and excels in sports. He is, in every conceivable way, 100 times better than your Fei Ge. Shen Hanwei persisted. I perceive you are merely boasting, regardless of your Lu Ming's athletic prowess. The title of champion in this competition undoubtedly belongs to Fei Ge. Just as Shen Hanwei prepared to counter, the match commenced, compelling her to silence as she intently focused on the field, anxious not to miss Lu Ming's appearance. Though Lu Ming did not participate in the first match, Shen Fei did, which left Shen Hanwei feeling somewhat anxious. When would Lu Ming make his entrance? Zhang Shaojia looked on proudly at Shen Fei. Just watch closely. Soon you will realize that Lu Ming will never match up to Fei Ge, not even by a fraction. As Zhang Fei's group began to race, he shot ahead, leaving the students from other schools far behind. Go, Fei Ge! Zhang Shaojia shouted with a piercing voice. Shen Fei glanced in Zhang Shaojia's direction and caught sight of Shen Hanwei. Surely, after displaying such prowess, he had captured Shen Hanwei's attention. Feeling elated, he was convinced that no one could rival him. When he noticed Shen Hanwei, he even flashed her a greasy smile, which made her shudder with discomfort. Now you realize how foolish your choice of Lu Ming was. Zhang Shaojia exuded arrogance, oblivious to the fact that one might think she was the one destined for first place in the competition. Lu Ming has yet to appear. How can you be so certain that Shen Fei is guaranteed to claim first? Shen Hanwei countered defiantly. Is that even a question? You will soon. Before Zhang Shaojia could complete her thought, she fell silent, a surge of delight swelling within her as she spotted Ji Shenkai and Xia Chuxian approaching. It is evident that the two individuals were there to support Feech, and their reactions led her to initially believe it was a misunderstanding. Hey, Shen Hanwei, do you know who those two people are? Shen Hanwei was somewhat bewildered. Zhang Shaojia was referring to Ji Ge and the recently acquainted Xia Chuxian. Was she? Why was she posing such a question? Could it be that Zhang Shaojia also recognized them? Noticing Shen Hanwei's silence, Zhang Shaojia felt a surge of pride. That is Ji Shenkai from our school, the notorious bully. And beside him is our school's beauty, Xia Chuxian. Have you heard of them? Shen Hanwei looked at Zhang Shaojia with a complex expression, hesitating before